Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday edition with the entire crew back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Peyton, and Ryan on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. With some new graphics up here on the fan cam.
Oh, yeah, look at that. The new graphics. Yeah.
Changing things up. Got a new logo.
Bobby's all excited about the new graphics. We have a new logo, you and I, and Bobby.
Yeah, wait till
Peyton?
you see the Sean and RJ portion that's up there. I saw KNC's yesterday.
Yeah, I think every show has one. I think that's what
there
Carter
it
said.
is.
Every show has a different logo.
That would make sense.
Look at that.
Did Gavin Spittle draw this up from his T-shirt company?
I don't know, but I could see it in the corner. Oh, I like that.
Yeah, so there you go. Some more features on the fan cam. How were the roads yesterday? Was everybody joining me with their Monday off for President's Day?
Seemed like a lot of people were. I'm trying to think, like, when I got, the gym was packed because of all the kids that were in there.
Kids?
Like the high school kids or college kids or whatever. So that was just slammed. And then, parking lots were just more packed yesterday in general because everybody was off work, or a lot of people were anyway.
And Roberto, how did it go with him?
Fine. He was way into.
Came in at 5:30.
He came in at 5:30. He was
Is
very.
it 6 o'clock still going now with nothing at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco?
It's still in full force.
He's just sleeping in now.
Okay, because I heard him take a little shot at work ethic when I was listening. I listened to both segments driving in, and I heard a little work ethic shot. And now you give him a little bit of rope, and you give him an inch, they take a mile, as what's going to be the new excuse for missing the first 30 minutes of the show.
Just that this is what his contract calls for, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
But no, he was fine. He was getting into his salary cap feels quite a bit, which goes way over my head.
Salary cap feels.
Yeah,
okay.
he's ready. He's ready for the new league year to start.
And a lot of NBA All-Star talk.
A little bit, yep. Because that game got roasted by even the people playing in it.
The coach,
Mike
Malone, the worst game he's ever seen.
Michael
Malone.
Is
he? Oh yeah, that's right.
he
was an ass about that in terms of the correction.
Michael.
Unwatchable. I remember every year, it'd be something. Daytona 500 NBA All-Star Game. I watch it with my pops, and that would be our prep for the playoffs. We're not sitting there watching a ton of regular season games, but all right, Dad, this is so-and-so that plays in Toronto. This is so-and-so that plays on Denver. This is so-and-so that plays on Portland. Kind of like growing up as a kid for the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. Oh, that's a Toronto Blue Jay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an Atlanta Brave. It's just not the people that I'm seeing play in the AL East with the Baltimore Orioles at Camden Yards, as that was my local team in Maryland. And now it's worse than what the Pro Bowl just did. The Pro Bowl has finally surpassed somebody in terms of that flag football experiment. That was way better than the NBA All-Star Game. That was an atrocity. That was horrific.
The Pro Bowl realized that nobody enjoys the way the game is because the players don't care.
Yep.
The teams don't care. So they decided to just make a mockery of it. And at some point, the NBA may do the same thing. Who knows? I like the Elam ending.
What is that?
That's where they change the score at the end. You got to hit a target score.
Yeah.
Look, honestly, they should probably do that for a regular season game too. But the NBA has got a problem, and that's that the fans know that the players know, or the players know that the fans know the players don't care about the regular season. And we're gonna have guys miss 20 games. There are guys who have missed 10 to 15 games already. They'll wind up missing 15 to 20 games over the course of the season. And if you don't care about the regular season, if the players don't care about the regular season, why should the fans? And that's a problem. The TV ratings are down. Adam Silver sounds in denial.
Mini vacation recap included Adam Sandler, a speech test, a skin test, a little bit of the RJ sickness.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Taxes, expenses, and binging the Bible. I went on a Bible binge yesterday. Exactly, Jesus.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten to Jesus yet.
Yeah, you're still about 18 books away.
Yeah,
or whatever it is.
Hopefully a couple episodes. Oh,
you're
Bassick sent me a YouTube.
Oh, you're watching a YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Oh, I didn't start reading it. No, I'm not there yet. I'm not in Joe Gibbs territory yet. But started.
It's okay. You can't understand a word they're saying in there anyway.
Started watching it on YouTube, and I'm very interested.
So are you on Genesis?
No.
Is it Ezekiel? You on Ezekiel yet? Is that the famous Pulp Fiction line?
No, I'm on Babylon right now.
Oh, yes.
I'm on Babylon. I just passed. There was one king takeover that I wasn't understanding. They kind of jumped into the episode. I got King Zedekiah. I'm right past Zedekiah.
Okay.
Into Babylon.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite kings.
Yeah. So I might do, I don't know, maybe we should do like a Bible study.
Okay, man.
Every morning on
Let's do it.
RJ's all for that.
I'm all in on that one, man.
What do you think that would do with the fan sex? I think people would, feel refreshed and maybe a little educated. No, I'm just joking. I'm not pushing religion down anyone's throats. I had said this a while back. I go to sleep and I'm like, man, people say prayers and everything, and I just need to be more educated. I at least need to know all the options out there, versus just living my own selfish life and then burning in the eternity of hell. And I'm like, let me just at least, I can't go to the grave not trying to research and not trying to be more informed.
There you go.
So I was like, let me go ahead and try to, let me become better informed on, let's just start with the Bible. Why not? So Bassick sent me the YouTube to watch, and I'm about 5 or 6 episodes in.
I had a very similar awakening. I said I can't go to the grave with a fully functioning liver.
Yeah.
So, it's kind of the same thing. But good for you, man. I used to go to church every damn Sunday. Every Sunday. And then I was like, okay, I can't do it.
And what age did that stop?
College.
Okay.
Maybe a little after college.
Yeah.
And then after college, I would go with my mom every week.
And then I kind of expected to stop at college, but then maybe the reset button when you have kids, when you decide to do with them.
Yeah, no, we didn't. My ex-wife was not very religious at all, so she was like, no, we're not going to do church. Oh. We got baptized and everything, and they went through all that. But I went with my mom after.
That's why you got the pool.
That's why I got the pool instead. I had to baptize
with the magnolia leaves
Absolutely.
In it. Oh, did I hear about that while I was out? As I went to Midlothian for a night. Oh. I forgot to write that down.
Wow.
And Tolo coming up to me talking about RJ Choppy looking for real estate, looking for a different home after the neighbor issues.
Yeah, I had some issues with the neighbors. We're gonna have to put the house up for sale. I can't have people not like me.
Yeah.
But we kissed and made up. Oh, we did. We made up. We didn't really.
It's been recapped on the show.
It has. We did not. We didn't really actually kiss, but we
COVID.
I slid into her DMs and I was like, listen.
Oh, man.
I explained my side.
If y'all know RJ at all, I wasn't even here for this. This would work him up a little bit. This would definitely get him worked up and bothered and worried that the neighbor was putting him on blast in the Facebook message group.
See, here's the thing. The entire neighborhood was on my side. So
the premise of the fight is if her magnolia tree...
Actually, it wasn't even her. It was a different neighbor who was complaining about trash pickup. Bulk trash.
Yeah.
They were spread out all over the neighborhood, and she picked a lot of them up, which is great. But and my whole premise...
She picked a lot of...
Other people's trash up that blew into other people's yards. She just drove around the neighborhood picking it up.
So the question was, whose responsibility is that?
Well, yeah, it was like, come get your boxes.
Yeah.
And my premise is like, look, if and this happened to me and I told her this. I said, this happened to me on Friday. I got home and there was a cardboard box in my front yard. You know what I did with it? I put it in my trash can. Which I would have thought a normal functioning individual would do.
Well, I think
not seek out the person whose box that actually is.
I agree. I think the two ways to go about it, and Peyton, you'll realize this when you move out of mom and dad's.
Thank you.
If something blows into your yard,
it's now yours.
Pick it up, put it in your trash.
Yeah.
But if the trash has blown it all over like the community road in front of my cans, I feel like I need to pick up my trash. Like, look, it's probably got my name on it from delivery boxes anyway.
Yeah.
But if it blows into my yard, someone's not going to come into my yard and pick it up. My house is in the corner. So when the big windstorms happen, all the crap gets blown into my corner. towards my neck of the woods. But if it blows the trash cans over and trash falls out right on the street in front of my house, I need to pick that up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we agree.
The boxes, like, I just thought that they had been taken away. I was like, oh, they're gone. Like, once I don't take an inventory of my bulk trash.
Right.
I don't like, oh, look, there's 7 items there. Oh, there's only 5 now. I better go track down these other 2. I just don't operate like that. So that was the crux of the argument. And she's like, I demand an apology. And I just wrote back, fine, sorry.
How old was this woman?
She's older.
Okay.
I don't know her exact age. I don't want to age her.
Yep.
I would guess somewhere between 55 and 80.
Okay.
Let's put it in there.
That's a range. That is a range. So everything good. You can now stay in the home.
And it was good because Sarah's like, I'm not moving in now until this gets rectified. She goes, I can't be in a neighborhood where people don't like you.
That'd be hilarious if you had to move into an apartment. You do all this, 2 kids, and you have to move into her apartment. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Sean, RJ, and Bobby soon back together again. Oklahoma is explaining the grass for the big game, and a Texas legend has passed away. That's next. It's a Tolo Tuesday. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Both losses. What a clutch performance here tonight. KU victorious 63-58.
A game that you were looking to go to. Kansas Radio with the call.
Yep, tried to wanted to go to this game last night. I was in Fort Worth at TCU, but alas, the girlfriend has got what I had last week.
Oh, didn't she warn you? Do not come around her. Do not go home with that. Don't bring it to her grill.
She told me, do not come over. This was last Wednesday. She said, don't come over. Do not come over. And I didn't. I stayed home. I got on meds. I said, I'm 24 hours clear. Doctor says no longer contagious with whatever I had. It appears she got sick before I got on the medicine. She got it on Tuesday. All right, so she got it Tuesday night, and I didn't see her on Wednesday. And then all of a sudden, over the weekend, she's like, man, my throat's starting to feel bad. I'm like, yeah, I know. I told you already had it. I told you I was sick before you told me not to come over. I told you I already gave it to you, but you didn't want to listen. So now she had it last night, and I wasn't able to go to the game.
When's the last college basketball game like this you attended regular season, and what sparked this interest? Just because it was Kansas?
Yeah, I knew TCU's a good team. They're a top 25 team. They've got an outside chance at a top 4 seed. And then Kansas is defending champs and a top 3 team in the nation, so they'll be a 1 seed. And I was just like, okay, they're here. Let's see if I get tickets. And then she was sick and I didn't even try.
What were tickets looking like?
They're not that bad.
No.
I mean it's not like we're not talking about $300 here. It's a small arena, but you could still. There's tickets to be had. It's not TCU's not a basketball hotbed. So they weren't all that bad. There was not a lot of them. There was not a lot of them, but they were there to be had.
So Kansas takes out the Horned Frogs. The local legend Red McCombs passing away.
Spurs owner, right? And Vikings.
Was he the Spurs owner?
I'm pretty sure he was. I should know that.
I don't remember Spurs ownership. I know San Antonio businessman passing away at the age of 95. Jerry Jones released a statement as well. Was it Spurs?
Former
Yep.
Spurs, Nuggets, and Vikings.
Wow.
Huh. That's interesting. That's weird. How do you own 3 teams? And he twice owned the Spurs, and between those ownerships own the Nuggets and the Vikings.
One of 3 from San Antonio on the 2022 Forbes list. Richest people in the world, $1.7 billion, and he gave a lot of it away as well.
Oh, man. You kind of like to hear that. You also kind of hate to hear that if you're his kids.
UT Business School.
The McCombs School of Business.
Softball for the Longhorns. He impacted things in a big way. $50 million donation in 2000 made him the namesake of the business school in Austin. Largest single donation in the university's history.
Man, if I had $1 billion, I would have so many buildings named after me at Tennessee.
Right out of the true intention, too.
Yes. That is the intention.
My name. When do you get to that, in the donation discussion, it's like bosses don't want to hear NIL discussions. Who was on here? I think it was Joey McGuire. No, Sonny Dykes was like, I kind of don't want to hear you start off asking, how much are you paying me?
Right. That's
not the best direction. How far into the donation conversation do you get before you ask and want to know, when's the building? How's the building? What building is going to be named after me?
When I hand them the check. when I hand them the check.
I don't know. I might want to know before I write the check. Before I hand it, I want to know what the deal is.
I would just go up to him and say, here, put my name on a building. That's what I would say. Put my name on a building. That's what I would want.
$50 million? I don't know. I might have to be specific.
Yeah. Oh yeah. $50 million.
Can I get on a stadium? Can it be the Choppy Dome?
I'm gonna need the athletic center, the athletic department,
the Ralph Dome,
the locker room.
They also gave $30 million to MD Anderson, the awesome cancer center in Houston. Largest gift that they've received for cancer research. So Red McCombs, the Texas legend, passing away at the age of 95. And we got another local school, responding to the Super Bowl controversy with the grass.
Yes.
You're all over this.
Oh, baby, you know me.
Get what do we call this? Not agriculture, but
it's an ag form. It's you could have
it's a horticulture.
Horticulture is
horta. Get horticultural music, Peyton. Grass cutting, Edward Scissorhands music, maybe for this.
All right, so Oklahoma State apparently they're big in grass. Okay, just ask Cross Canadian Ragweed. So they're very big in grass there, and this Super Bowl had one of the worst field conditions ever. Many players saying this is the worst field they've ever played on. Many players, all the players. And this is at State Farm Stadium, obviously, in Phoenix. Well, Oklahoma State bred this grass. They've been developing new breeds of grass since 1986, and they used one of their newer breeds, Tahoma 31, for the Super Bowl. The school was so proud of it. They posted a couple of tweets. The Super Bowl is played on Oak State turf grass. See what ESPN had to say about it. Oak State turf grass scores another touchdown, this time in Arizona. The Super Bowl will be played on Tahoma 31 Bermuda grass, a turf variety developed by OSU researchers. Hashtag orange is the answer. Well,
so maybe Oak State, like this is their specialty, kind of like A&M is a barbecue program. Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
Big barbecue, huh?
Texas A&M, I think it's like a barbecue school, or Aaron Franklin and others have gone and shown how to, trim and slice up and cook meat. I think it's A&M with a barbecue specialty, so this is Oak State's.
So OSU, they basically released a statement that blames the NFL for the slippery conditions. While OSU scientists developed and patented Tahoma 31.
Turn it up. Good job. I like that.
Handyman music right here, baby.
Well done.
Let's build something together, Peyton, you and I. While OSU scientists developed and patented Tahoma 31, they had no role in creating or preparing the field for the Super Bowl. Tahoma 31 was used for the base layer, but the field was also seeded with a top layer of ryegrass, which has a slick leaf surface when damp. And that and other factors may have contributed to traction issues. So the school's saying that the NFL did not use the grass as it was supposed to be used. And if they had used it as they were supposed to, there would have been no issues. Why? Because the Eagles play on the same kind of grass in Philadelphia. And it's widely used at high-profile sites across the country. Arkansas uses it. They were just given the Field of the Year by Sports Field Management Association. New turf. They put some ryegrass on there to make it a little bit more extra green. And in turn, the ryegrass is very slippery. And there you go. Plus,
So
don't forget this.
break this down simply, because I don't understand any of the terms you just used.
All right, simply, George Toma, the sod god, or the father of sod, or the sod father, he's also a cheater. Because he, for the most of his career in grass, worked for the Kansas City Chiefs. And he purposely did the field this way. He told the Chiefs it's going to be slippery.
This is opinion?
That's a fact. The Eagles slipped on 38% of Mahomes' dropbacks. The Chiefs only slipped on 14% of Jalen Hurts' dropbacks.
Now, how can it be different for it's the same field? Why would one slip?
Well, one had longer cleats because they were told it's going to be slippery because I put down ryegrass without telling anybody. And there you go. We've got ourselves a controversy.
When are you going to start cutting your grass again?
When it starts to grow. When it starts to get green.
Is it not kind of bordering on it?
Oh, no, it's dormant. Oh, yeah, it'll be dormant for quite a while. Probably another month. I got to seed it here soon. Let's see. I did a seed on New Year's Day. I think the next one. I don't know.
Who does your yard? Who does your estate, as Jerry would say?
Well, that'd be the lawn people. No. My parents take care of it.
You can't even do that. What chores do you execute at the house? Trash? Do you take the trash out?
Yeah, I will. I take it to my dumpster from my side of the place. I empty my dishwasher.
Was that Ryan in the back laughing?
Yeah, he was laughing. But for real, my parents take care of it and stuff. They don't let me touch it. They don't let me touch it.
They don't.
Somebody mows it, though, for them.
No, my parents do that.
Okay.
Okay.
I got to scalp it here. After the last freeze, I'm going to scalp it.
They refuse to pay people for lawn service and stuff. They're
Okay.
against that.
Smart
Okay.
folks.
Only to cook the meals and clean the house.
Right.
That's right. Put up Christmas lights.
Apparently, the Dallas Cowboys have interest in a college quarterback. The problem, he's supposed to go top 5. What does that all mean? Inside the Star, some DeAndre Hopkins rumors as well. A Byron Jones reunion. That's next with Sean, RJ, and probably Bobby right here on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Got the entire crew back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station. New look on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. So props to the web department.
It's lovely. Good job, Carter.
Was that Carter?
I think so. Carter, and as Peyton said, I think it was Carter with the help of corporate.
He did the Super Bowl recap video as well.
Yeah, he was there. Very cool. He flew all the way out there.
I thought that was
just for that.
I thought that was a good bit.
Misrepresentation. Not accurate in the piece. Go check it out at 1053thefan.com. As yesterday, a Cowboy draft rumor blew up, RJ Choppy, that they have some interest in CJ Stroud.
Sean, the time between the end of the Super Bowl and the start of the new league year is my least favorite time of the year in sports because the NFL media just makes S up. That's what they do here. This is a made-up story. This is fake. This is not true. Now, it may be true that they are intrigued by C.J. Stroud, but it is not true that, as one article says, Cowboys may be eyeing potential Dak replacements. They're not eyeing a Dak Prescott replacement. They're not going to trade up 24 spots to get C.J. Stroud. They would have to give up, what, 3 ones to go that far? To get C.J. Stroud? And that might not even do it? No. They are intrigued by C.J. Stroud. This is a fake story. This is fake news. They are not eyeing Dak's replacement.
The reason I wanted you to have the first minute or two on this is because I'm not sure if you traced the story.
Oh, I know. I traced the story.
You know who it came from?
I know who it came from.
But you still said those very harsh words with the report emanating from the one and only Mike Fisher.
But Mike Fisher did not create the report that the Cowboys are eyeing Dak's replacement. All he said was people in the building like C.J. Stroud. And then these other idiots.
Oh, so you're not blaming Fish for this?
Well, no, because that's factual. They like C.J. Stroud. Cool. Okay. It was probably who won the Super Bowl in 90. It was probably factual that the Green Bay Packers in 1998 liked Peyton Manning, but they weren't going to trade up for him. But they liked him.
Right.
Okay. And it's probably factual that the New England Patriots liked Andrew Luck in 2010.
This is going to make a lot of Cowboy fans happy, especially on the truckrick.com text line. Going to make a lot of people happy.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
To hear about interest in a potential Dak Prescott replacement. Bobby, when you first saw this, you what?
Laughed. Because, it's the same as saying, like Chop's saying. It's one of those where the Cowboys, I'm trying to think of a good one in recent years. The Cowboys liked Josh Allen. They did in 2017. They liked Josh Allen. They were not going to go up and trade for Josh Allen. Josh Allen probably could have been sitting there on the board in front of them. They weren't going to take Josh Allen. You remember everybody freaked out during the first COVID draft, 2020, because they had a Zoom meeting with Jalen Hurts, and everybody was like, "Oh my gosh, they're going to draft Jalen Hurts in the second round." It's like, guys, they talked to a lot of people that they have no intention of ever drafting. So them being intrigued by him or whatever the word was. Okay, I believe it. I believe they think, hey, CJ Stroud's a good player. That has zero factor with what they're doing at quarterback.
If this same thing had said that they were intrigued by, I don't know, give me a quarterback that'll be available at where they pick. Anthony Richardson?
Maybe Anthony Richardson. Tanner McKee from Stanford.
Sure. Now, they said something like that, Hendon Hooker. Then I could think, I buy this. I could buy that. You can't buy that, they're going to trade up for C.J. Stroud. He'll be gone 20 picks before they even think about who they're going to draft. They may not even be in the war room when he is picked.
Someone in the building either wanted this out there or Fish decided to get a lot of clicks off of this. Why are you smiling?
You think Fish is, you think he would do that?
He click searching?
171,000 unique views a day. I know. 10 cents a day, Choppy. For 10 cents a day, you have all the Mavericks content you want.
Yeah.
And Falcons and Commanders and Atlanta Braves.
Somebody knew what this tweet or headline would produce in terms of Mike Florio and all the different articles. If you just Google CJ Stroud, it's all Dallas Cowboys. So somebody knew what this was going to do. It was either the team or it was the one and only. One of the two things.
Well, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be either. I mean, somebody could have, because I don't remember how Fish described it.
Intrigued.
No, but I don't remember how Fish described the source, if he called it a league source or something along those lines. Because that's the thing. You can hear that maybe from an agent. You could hear that from somebody at another football team. Like, hey, I know. I've heard they like Stroud in Dallas. They're intrigued by him. Like, you can hear that from places outside of Dallas and still use them as a source.
The source said, I don't know the how, but Dallas is absolutely intrigued by Stroud.
So, I mean, that could be an agent. That could be somebody within the Cowboys. That could be somebody who works for another team that just runs in those circles and hears about it. And so I don't doubt that they are intrigued by his skill set. And as they build their board and talk about guys, look, they rank guys they have zero chance at. I know they love Jalen Carter, the defensive tackle. They're not picking Jalen Carter. He will be nowhere near there.
Yeah.
And so, we can write that story too. Cowboys intrigued by Jalen Carter.
DeAndre Hopkins?
DeAndre Hopkins is going to get traded. Now, Cowboy fans want him. I know they want him. The cap hit for him, though, and how's this going to work, Bobby? Because his cap hit this year is $30 million. But how would that work in a trade?
You would have to probably come to some sort of agreement. You remember when Washington traded for Alex Smith, and Alex Smith's number was going to be massive, and they had to come to an agreement on what his deal would be in the process of making the trade? I think it'd have to be something like that, which, I mean, knowing the way DeAndre Hopkins is, the way he believes in himself, I would have a hard time believing he'd agree to that. I think he'd be like, nope, cut me, and then I'll go pick where I'm going to go. And so, but I mean, you could absolutely trade him if you were Arizona. You just wouldn't get like I mean, you'd get similar savings with a trade versus a cut. It's just for the team that's trading for him, you're having to take on a decent amount of money.
Why would Arizona trade him? You got a win now quarterback. You just came off a disappointing year. He's 30 years old. Why are you trading DeAndre Hopkins? You going to take a step or two backwards?
Well, he would want to be out, I think, is the thing. Plus his contract, his no trade was voided by his suspension.
Yeah, so that's part of why I think Arizona would want to be done with him, is that he's not the player that he once was. I mean, he's still a good receiver, but he is not the top of the receiver chart anymore.
What's his nickname? Nuke?
Nuke.
He's no longer
Nuke, which is still a weird nickname. It's because he liked it was the name of the pacifier brand he had as a kid, and he wouldn't get rid of it, and so they nicknamed him the pacifier brand. But he's gone. He's not the same player that he once was, and I think similarly, you remember how the Cowboys soured on Lyle for how he handled the suspension and things like that? I think there's a factor there with Hopkins. The fact that he got suspended, the fact that they were without him the first 6 weeks, I think it broke trust in the building, and they're ready to move on.
I saw, Chiefs fans get all worked up because D-Hop said Mahomes is different, so they were going crazy in Kansas City. And then you saw Cowboy fans liking it?
Yeah, I mean, there was Cowboy fans that wanted to, that liked the idea of DeAndre Hopkins to come here, and I mean, why wouldn't they? I get it, but
draft pick.
I mean, he's here right now.
Who?
He's in town.
Oh, I thought you meant he's on the roster.
No.
He's working out with Dez?
He's working out with Dez. He's been, I don't know where he was at. I think they were somebody just here on the fan text said 972. I saw DeAndre Hopkins this weekend in South Lake.
Whoa!
But he has been in town, because I know he has been working with Dez.
Okay. So D-Hop working with Dez, but
house shopping, I think, probably.
In South Lake, RJ, you could give him the tour?
Not quite South Lake.
South Lake.
I know my way around there quite well.
I could give the tour, maybe. I looked at houses there maybe 2 years ago. Man, they got some monsters out there.
That's where you need to move, man.
Dude, it's way too freaking.
That's where a lot of the athletes live, is South Lake.
Or Westlake.
Well,
just saying.
What's their drive to Frisco from South Lake?
It's about the same as here.
It's
probably a half hour.
Yeah, South Lake to Frisco is about the same as South Lake to here.
Yeah. A little too far, in my opinion.
Schools, man. It's about the schools. It's not about the drive to work. You got to get your resale.
You're the one crying over winter days, like you're so desperate to stay home. So I think it is about and then the gas bill every single week that you deal with.
I deal with it.
Yep.
I deal with it, but you know,
The pain.
the winter days. That's if I was 10 minutes away, I'd be saying the same thing. I'm not getting on the roads like that for work.
So DeAndre Hopkins, he still, feels like a missing final over the top piece. I know you're saying he's not as good anymore, but goes to a team like the Chiefs, and we're all petrified.
Oh yeah,
Come in here, I moved the Cowboys up in terms of contender status, no doubt about it. So what's going to happen with DeAndre Hopkins? By the way, today is the first day that players can be franchise tagged. So the franchise tag window opens. It closes on March 7th. You have a final thing on this?
No, I was just going to say, it's not just the no trade clause voided because of that. His guaranteed money last year was voided because of that. He's somebody that what Dallas would be taking on is basically just his base salary if they're to make a trade. So they'd take on $19 million this year, $14 next year.
The place in the NFC West to go searching for, I was trying to think of like an American Picker show or something that I've watched recently where people go in the garages.
The Bible.
With the options. That's not garbage.
No,
Bobby.
you just said you're trying to think of a show where they go into a garage. I don't know. I was just wondering if they're in a
All
garage.
the garages in the Bible.
All the garages, yeah.
All the garages
like your
and
connection,
Revelations.
your analogy just was really stupid and insensitive. Anyway, to those that aren't as devout,
I'm the most devout of the three here.
Jalen Ramsey. This is the place to go picking. Los Angeles for the Rams. Let's go pick at that pile. As Jalen Ramsey was basically saying the other day, maybe I'm traded. I'm not going to be cut. Maybe I'm traded. Jalen Ramsey or DeAndre Hopkins if you had to give up the capital. First round pick or whatever it would cost for the Cowboys. Oh. And who slipped more? Like, who is in their prime still?
Ramsey. So this is interesting because, Chop, we talked about this on Thursday, I think. I think we talked about it while you were at, just in general, the chatter about Ramsey could get traded. And we weren't sure where he's at. I did some looking up over the weekend on where Ramsey's at. I watched some of his tape from this past year and stuff like that.
You did watch.
Mm-hmm. He's still good.
Dude, his PFF, or BFF, Bobby would call it.
Yeah, mine would not be 86.
86.4.
No, my BFF after watching him would maybe be about 75.
Okay.
He's still good. He's getting burned a lot more than he used to. But he's getting up near 30, and I know that's the magic age for Chop. Where unless it's a girlfriend, he doesn't want a 30-year-old.
Well, she's 33.
Hey, Robert, he's 28.
No, I know, but he's getting close. He'll be 29 this season. So he's right up there. This will be his age 29 season.
So he allowed the 9th most receptions and the 5th most receiving yards, the 3rd highest passer rating when targeted in the NFL this year.
Ooh.
He allowed 5 touchdowns. That number equals the total that he has allowed. Dang it. Why did this thing do this? Oh, hang on. There we go. I thought it was going to charge me. It was one of those things that came up, those pop-up windows that came up and thought it was going to charge me. He also, that number equaled the total he has allowed as a Ram. All those pair with just 1 interception, not shut down corner rankings. The previous year, he was tied for 8th with receptions allowed, only allowed the 24th most yards and the 5th best passer rating. He allowed 37 yards in the regular season the previous year, and then he got torched to the Super Bowl, and then he has basically carried that over into this past season.
How much more were they on the field, too, this year with that offense?
Quite a bit, I assume.
Had to be a ton. So, Jalen Ramsey, DeAndre Hopkins, some big names floating around, and I saw a report that Byron Jones, is expected to be a salary cap casualty. The Dolphins can save $13.5 million in cap space with a June 1 designation release. And then I saw the last line. Byron Jones has 4 career interceptions.
I saw that.
Now we've defended that low total, but for it still to be at 4, that's a bit low.
Yeah, he doesn't jump routes. He just stays in front of his man. Just coverage. He's a coverage guy. He does not jump routes, and that's fine. I'm cool with that.
Well, we don't know how he's 30.
Yes.
Okay.
He will be 31 at the start of the season.
Yeah.
But he's still a 31-year-old Byron Jones if he's released and he's willing to come here for a reasonable amount. If you're telling, and I think he could get more than this, but if you're telling me, hey, $6 million for Anthony Brown or $6 million for Byron Jones, I'd pay Byron Jones. Byron Jones is still a better player, even though he's older, and I trust his mentals more than I trust Anthony Brown's at this point.
May need Byron and Ramsey if you listen to Brian Broaddus. As I saw the clip from the fan account where Broaddus predicting that this Trayvon Diggs negotiation could start off ugly. That there's going to be a line in the sand, and the Cowboys may view him as, yeah, you're good. Yeah. And Trayvon's going to say, you're going to pay me as great. And how it could get ugly. I heard Broaddus saying that on G-Bag.
Like you can't pay a $20 million corner and a $30 million edge rusher.
And a $25 million receiver and a potentially $45 million quarterback.
And an $11 million running back once you franchise Tony Pollard.
Dear God.
Inside the Star here on DFW Sports Station. Dear God, what about LeBron trying to steal Kyrie? And you're a Mavs homer if you don't think this was anything that just happened at the All-Star break. LeBron, Lakers already trying to steal Luka's partner? Next. But first, let me...
Some boy, he gonna go down. Oh, that's a 50. That's a 50. I got to see if he hit the backboard. That's a 50.
You know who that was. The big winner from the All-Star Weekend, Mac McClung. What did you guys have to say about him or just about him in the dunk contest, as I assume a lot of people were not on the roads yesterday and enjoying their day off like me.
I think basically the crux of it's a sad state of affairs of the NBA where a guy who got his hair cut at Great Clips before the game won the dunk contest.
Careful, Great Clips is gonna send somebody up here to cut our hair if they hear it.
I take my kids there. I think it's a perfect place for a 12, 13-year-old.
Great Clips or Sports Clips?
There's both.
It's okay. There's both.
There's both.
Yeah, man, I love that the look of this guy went out there and won this thing.
I know,
and he does not even look 6'2".
He doesn't look like an athlete.
Well,
I mean, he does, but you know what I mean. It's like he's got the.
He's a little small 6'2" white kid,
dorky hair, and
who went out there and what an amazing story. Fantastic, absolutely loved it. Good for him. But when I first saw he was going to be included, that's what I tweeted. Sad state of affairs that the NBA has to go to these lengths. It is sad.
It is. I mean, there are 4 guys in this thing. The only one I know is Kenyon Martin Jr. because of Kenyon Martin Sr.
Yeah.
That's it.
Calling out Shaq.
Yeah.
He was on the TNT pregame, and he's like, Shaq, I heard you doubt my son. You want to put something on it? And Shaq was like, what? Like, are you talking to me about betting money? And Kenyon's like, yeah, let's lay down something. It was like a Bobby Belt, Sean Sharif encounter, and I'm Shaq. And I was like, or Shaq was like, fine, 100. And the internet is trying to figure out, was that $100?
$100 or 100 grand?
Or 100K.
I know, right?
So Shaq's like, 100. And then he goes, 100. Like, I want to hear you commit. I want to hear you. So betting Shaq, now Kenyon Martin should have a ton of money.
Should have some cash
himself, but he ain't got Shaq money.
No, he doesn't. I mean, a lot of people, most people don't have Shaq money, but Mac McClung was the guy I had heard of the most from his days at Georgetown and then Texas Tech. Like he was a tremendous college basketball player.
There was the best dunk was obviously the first one he did, and I think the commentators at some point were saying like, "Hey, that should have been like a final round dunk." I disagree because I would have been able to tell if he did it as a final round watching the other dunks. I would have been like, "Oh, he's gonna make this," because seriously watching him line up for this, I was like, he is gonna hit the top of that second guy's head. Because he was jumping over the guy on top of somebody's shoulders. I was like...
The first one was which one?
The one where he jumped over, touched the backboard, and then dunked it.
All right, I didn't think that was the best one.
That was when he had the guy in the shoulder.
I thought that jumping over 2 guys, I was convinced. I was like, he's going to about groin level hit the back of that guy's head, fall forward, smack his teeth into the rim.
Yeah. And
this is going to be a bloody disaster, literally. And it's going to be awful. And so when he came through with that, I was like... Dear Lord. And then he comes through with like the 360s and the 540.
I thought the 540 was the best.
That was good.
Just because I personally don't have enough appreciation just for someone jumping over someone.
Yeah.
But when you see him twirling and spinning in the air, to me, that's more eye-catching.
It is more eye-catching.
But the fact that he executed them on the first one, too, I agree with
huge.
Shaq's very big on that. It sucks the air out of the whole thing.
It does.
I don't even remember Dominique and Jordan if they even missed on their first times. It just felt like they didn't because again, everything back in the day is better. But the fact that he executed what?
No, it's just like that's the mentality. Everything back in the day is better.
Yeah.
Jordan did miss, by the way. He missed the free throw line dunk the first time.
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
Overrated.
Back then, I don't think they allowed you a second go.
No, he did. He missed the free throw line on the first time. The second time, his foot was on the line or past the line.
They must have. We have the free throw line dunk highlight.
Right, I'm saying I think Bobby's thinking of a different year. I think Bobby's wrong. I think Bobby wasn't alive.
I think okay. He said it with confidence. I'm going to trust Bobby on that. Bobby wasn't alive.
We'll see. Because I know Neek missed a dunk and he got like penalized for it. But whatever. Maybe you get docked. Who knows?
Whatever.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
See, the thing with the 540, I wasn't that impressed because half of his spin was after the dunk was made. So you can't count that. You can't count that spin, right? I can't count that
Karl
spin.
Malone did.
Karl Malone counts a lot of things. He also counts 13-year-olds as 18-year-olds. Okay, so...
I threw that up. That was Stockton and Malone right there. That was a throwdown. McClung's 2 NBA games played, the fewest by any player to win a dunk contest.
Crazy.
Joins Spud as the only player 6'2" or shorter with 3 50s in a single contest. First 76er to win the dunk or 3-point contest.
There is no way he's 6'2", by the way.
Right?
His listed height, 0 chance. Like, when you watch him stand around next to those guys, and I understand there's a little bit of these are tall NBA players.
Yeah.
That guy, he's got to be 6 max. There's no way. And just the way he, like, got up there, the athleticism, even, like, you know, the double pump reverse one, he was fantastic. And I do think it's, when they talk about it, save the dunk contest, when I first heard them saying that, I was like, okay,
Yeah.
how does it save the dunk
It
contest?
saved it for the night.
But it has the potential to save the dunk contest the more I thought about it, because it's like, this gives the NBA the blueprint of like, hey, this will get people to watch. Just get like some of these, if the stars are not going to get involved, don't just get me some rando from a team who's a backup.
Open
get
it
these
up to the
guys who are
street.
elite dunkers.
Open
Get
it up
them.
to the street and give out cash
To
prizes.
the streets.
For real.
Yep.
And I'll watch.
I'm with you.
Because those guys would be more impressive than these NBA players.
Who don't wanna be in it.
Who don't want to be in it. And Stephen A. Smith blamed one person for the downfall of the dunk contest. He may be right.
Dr. J. Julius Irvin participated. Ultimately, Dominique Wilkins and Michael Jordan. I know the Spud Webbs and the Nate Robinsons and Andre Iguodala's and others infiltrated the proceedings over the years, but Michael Jordan and Dominique Wilkins participated in it. Okay, Kobe Bryant, God rest his soul, participated in it. Vince Carter, the Vince Carter, that brother, maybe the best in-game dunker we've ever seen. That brother participated in the contest in 2000, put on an absolute show. Tracy McGrady participated in the slam dunk contest. We saw Zach LaVine, we saw Aaron Gordon, and all of these guys. LeBron James, who loves doing slam dunk shows on the layup lines, who didn't mind throwing down a few dunks yesterday, has never participated in the slam dunk contest. See, we get caught up. And we think about Jordan and Dominique and all of these guys, and they just did it so they could show off their dunking skills. They didn't do it because of that. They did it because they knew there was an audience out there clamoring for it.
Well, I don't think he's wrong. I don't think he's wrong. The players today saw that LeBron never did it, and they're like, okay, well, you know, he didn't have to do it. I think LeBron didn't do it for the wrong reasons. I think he didn't do it because he couldn't take a loss. He couldn't take and risk the chance that he loses. It had nothing to do with injury. It had everything to do with
Downside.
What if he loses?
Brian Windhorst talked about this, a LeBron insider from the Cleveland days. He's so damn good. Good Lord. I can just listen to him talk hoops nonstop. So he said LeBron's rookie year. No, LeBron high school contest. Remember they televised the high school dunk contest with LeBron. He ended up winning it, but a lot of people felt like he shouldn't have won it. He had like the hometown cooking, and it was being put on TV because of LeBron, but he wasn't that great at it, number one. Number two, Sprite, LeBron was not named to the All-Star team his rookie year, and LeBron was apparently furious over that. And he told the NBA, fine, y'all not going to name me, then I'm not going to participate. He was ticked that he was not an All-Star. And Sprite had the sponsorship with LeBron, and they were like offering him crazy incentives, dying for him to be in it, and he told Sprite no, and he told the NBA no. So the downside to losing, he wasn't that great at it in his high school competition, and being spurned or burned or bitter over not being named an All-Star, Windhorst said contributed to him not participating early on. So I found that interesting.
That is interesting. It's a miss on his part. He has an obligation as an NBA player to do that at once. Every home run hitter in baseball has an obligation at least once to do the home run derby. They've got an obligation.
Much more to
do it.
lose, I think, if you're LeBron in that versus the home run derby. We'll remember and make fun of him if he was kind of weak versus, Aaron Judge having a bad round. In my opinion, the optics of it, we would remember more, I think.
Probably.
Maybe, yeah. I'm trying to think, didn't A-Rod, I think A-Rod had an awful showing. He had one home run. We just mocked him mercilessly for it. Giancarlo Stanton did the same thing. He had a 2 home run day.
All right.
Home run derby. Awful. Just awful showings.
Now let's move on to the recruitment. And only the A&M Mavs fans, A&M Mavs fans would act like this was absolutely nothing. I was watching the All-Star draft as LeBron made Kyrie Irving his first selection. Listen to the over-the-top effusive praise that LeBron puts on Kyrie when he was asked why he chose him first?
No, it's always great to team back up with Kyrie. Obviously, you guys know how I feel about him, both on the court and off the court. So it's always good to see him. I'm very proud of him, very proud of the man that he's, becoming his life right now. And so, All-Star Weekend is always great to get an opportunity to be around the guys that you watch play, that you admire play, that you compete against, but that you just love, the way they play the game of basketball. So tonight was another instance.
Wow. What praise. And if you don't think that is planned, if you don't think the seeds were just being put down, you're fooling yourself. Windhorse also pointed this out. There was a year where LeBron chose only guys who were pending free agents.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Either, who's his agent? Is it
Rich
him?
Paul, right?
Rich Paul.
Either Rich Paul, LeBron guys, or potential free agents. Now, Tolo came back and said, that's fine if that is coming from LeBron's end. Kyrie's not going to fall for that. You don't know what impacts these guys with their fragile egos. Anything can cause them to demand a trade out. So don't think that their egos are above being kissed up to and patted on the back like LeBron just did to Irving.
I do love, because, you talk about that, like LeBron's very calculated and orchestrating those sorts of things. The question that led into that answer from LeBron, I don't know who asked it, but the question was something to the effect of, LeBron, you got to pick Kyrie tonight, get to pick your team. It's obviously, not the norm to be able to pick your teammates. I'm like, why are you saying this to LeBron? LeBron has routinely driven people out, traded for LeBron has been a GM for 15 years. He always picks his teammates.
Yeah.
I looked at it like this. Now that is big, but that is not, I don't think.
I'm not saying it's huge, but it was planned. It was purposeful.
Yes, for sure. I think the one player that really he showed to the world that he wants was his real first overall pick, which was Anthony Edwards. That was the first pick of the draft for him, because they did the reserves first, because they didn't want somebody to get picked last.
Did they do the reserves first?
They did the reserves first, so nobody got picked last, Sean. Okay.
It's like your kid's middle school class.
That's what they've come to in the NBA, is that somebody, one of these multimillionaires, doesn't have the ability to get picked last and be able to handle it. So he took Anthony Edwards, who has another year left on his rookie deal. And that is the one. That is the player.
That's the chosen one?
That is the guy that he is going after. Anthony
no
Edwards
one's going to want to play with Anthony Edwards after Anthony Edwards put everyone on blast for load management. Good for him, by the way. Is another star quarterback going to the broadcast booth, and someone in the XFL taking shots at Tony Romo? That's next for the 6 a.m. Club with Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hopefully you enjoyed your day off. For those that had it, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. How about a little update on the playmaker, Michael Irvin? I did reach out to Mike late last week. Hey, all good. Just want to check in. And I did not hear back. So I would guess
he's
that
in gag order.
He's been put on gag order from his attorneys, but Mike Florio, former attorney, did write on Pro Football Talk that Michael is racking up early wins in his lawsuit against Marriott. So from a legal perspective, Florio is saying it's looking good for Mike. He came out very aggressive, probably should not have talked to a certain morning show maybe while we were out there in Arizona, but this is the way that we want to see innocent people act, right? We always say this. If you're being accused of something, I'm just not going to be dead quiet. I can't comment for legal reasons. No, I'm going to come out and say this is absolute BS, and here's why I'm innocent, and I'm going to prove it. And Michael came out aggressively with a $100 million lawsuit against the Marriott. A Texas judge doesn't seem to be playing around. Texas judge said, y'all better release the videos. Any usable video evidence needs to be turned over, and let's start uncovering this thing. And it's moving at a rapid rate, according to Florio. And Michael Irvin is winning early from a legal perspective.
Yeah, he's getting the video.
And the Marriott must identify the name of the employee.
Right, which he has a right to know his accuser. Now, they should not release that to the public. And I don't think they will. But they absolutely have to release that to him.
And the Marriott also must disclose the NFL Network employee to whom the report was given.
Okay, I read that differently. I read that as the NFL Network must turn over any complaints against Michael. Now, you read that, Bobby?
That's not the way I'm reading it. It says Marriott must also disclose the NFL Network employees to whom the report was made. Not Michael's rap sheet.
Yeah, because so that sounds like whoever made the report, like, complained not to police or whatever initially, complained directly to somebody at the network, and the network then had to handle it. So I'm guessing whoever the contact was that got them placed in the hotel, they have to disclose, all right, who did you file that with? Which that's interesting. I don't know why that wouldn't already be known within the proceedings.
So that's how it's looking early on. Have you heard from Mike?
I've not. I'm not tried, though, either.
Yeah. and his Wednesday appearances with us technically ran out when the football season ended. So he's probably for the best for him, going into a little bit of a interview hiding. He has been posting IG stories at some of his public events. I know you touched on this yesterday, Peyton, but I didn't hear it, and I'd like to. I saw you posting tailgating videos in Arlington.
That's right. And you'll be proud of me, Sean. I was on a grill duty.
You were?
I brought my, I think the brand is Smoky Hollow Grill.
You brought a grill out there to tailgate?
Propane and everything.
Well done. What'd you guys cook?
Just burgers.
Okay.
Just kept it simple. You know, we were worried about the drinks and stuff mainly. We just need some snacks. So everyone got 2 burgers apiece. Threw cheese on there, toasted the buns. I seasoned the burgers too. I didn't forget the seasoning.
Well done.
With what?
Just salt and pepper.
Okay.
Sea salt and pepper.
Good job, Pepe.
But everyone liked it.
So your crew, you all decided how far in advance we're going to get Renegade tickets.
It was probably a week out, but we didn't buy the tickets until Thursday because, I'm the leader of the group. I'm the leader of the homies.
You're the alpha.
Yes.
So I buy the tickets, but I have to make sure everyone's down to go because I've done it before. Well, I'll buy 7 or 8 tickets, and some guy goes, I can't make it. I can't make it. And so then I'm stuck, holding a fee.
They better repay you.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I send the Venmo and stuff, and they go, I didn't go. And I go, okay,
right.
now you're out of the friend group.
So you took the lead for how many?
This was 6, me and 5 others.
What made you interested in going?
Well, I'd never been. I didn't get to go back in 2020. My other friends had gone, and I really wanted to go. We wanted to go, and it was just, go get drunk at a tailgate and then go inside and cheer on some football players that we have no idea who they are. But we got to see The Rock. That was amazing.
There you go.
Oh,
The Rock was
Tolo
on the-
Terrence took a picture with The Rock, too. I was very jealous of that. So attendance-wise, how full, the entertainment level?
Well, so they take
Did
out
you
the
get
whole-
recognized?
No, I did
Did
not.
one person recognize you in Arlington?
No one did. And I wanted to go up to The Rock and stuff and, get like quick interview and stuff, but I thought he would Sean Payton me.
Were you close enough to him?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
it was the thought that counts.
And the crowd atmosphere?
Yeah, well, they take off because it's, Choctaw Stadium, the old Rangers ballpark. So they take off all the third decks area. And so it was all lower bowl and stuff. It was more than half full, but it wasn't max capacity. But I mean, it was loud. It was loud. A lot of drunk people in the stands just cheering on a bunch of minor league football players, basically. And they got the win.
Did you notice the big party foul that he committed?
No.
Bobby and I
'Cause it's
both.
not a foul.
Yeah.
He wore a Zeke jersey.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
I
What's
didn't
wrong
notice
with
that.
It's a football jersey at a football game. I don't.
That's not. If
It's like,
you
we're
went
going to Rangers Yankees. Let me put on my Matt Olson jersey.
Well, what jersey should he have worn?
either none
No jersey.
or a Renegades one. Like you don't have to wear a
Renegades
jersey.
one?
If you went to a Cowboys,
Renegades one may
But
be
it's
gone
the
faster than
XFL.
Zeke.
It's people who don't care that watch the game. That's the thing. I don't care, so I'm just going to wear what I want.
see, I think you're taking this.
And he's still a current Cowboy. I mean, I saw Romo jerseys out there and Des Bryant jerseys. Now he's still
and
a
you know
current
what?
Cowboy.
Don't try to copy the people wearing Des Bryant jerseys and other Cowboy jerseys. You don't wear a jersey of a team not playing in the game.
If he
to a
would
game you're going to.
It's different when it's minor league, I think. Like you can go out to I guess the Rangers.
You can go to a Rough Riders game wearing a Rangers jersey because it's the same organization.
Yeah. If he I would have given him more crap if he bought a Renegades jersey. I would have given him a lot of crap.
Which is more acceptable because Peyton was trying to defend himself with this. He said there were Bobby Boucher jerseys there. I think a Bobby Boucher Waterboy jersey is
more acceptable.
They're fictional characters.
Well, they're both fake football.
I support
That's why it's more acceptable.
I support it because you're not going to have many days left where you can wear the Zeke one. You're not going to have many
That's fair.
days
I've had
left.
it for 6 years,
Sports Business Journal, by the way, said 12,047 people at the game.
12,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like a Mavs game.
I think I already
You
know
get like 18.
RJ's answer, but you have any interest in this? How much will you watch?
I watched a little bit of it over the weekend. I'm interested to see more than the actual football. I'm interested to see the execution of certain rules, like the 4th and 15 instead of the onside kick. The way they do the
What
kickoffs.
are the rules? What are the different rules? I don't even know what you just said.
So the 4th, instead of an onside kick, the way you can, it's like what the AAF did, where instead of an onside kick, you get 4th and 15 from your own 25. If you convert it, you continue the drive.
I like that.
I like that. I like the kickoffs, which are the kickoff is from the 35, but the kick teams, you've got the returner back deep, you've got the special teams unit on the receiving side of the field. So they're lined up. You've basically got the blockers on the 30 of that side of the field and the gunners and everything from the kicking team on the 35. They're 5 yards apart. As soon as the ball is caught, they're allowed to come together and block. So it's just 5 yards of collision. You're not getting the field-long concussion concern collision. So if that works out, I'd be very interested in that because that could be a way to make kick returns relevant again in the NFL and also lessen the danger of those impacts.
Who's the best player in this league? Who's the most notable?
DiNucci.
He can't.
Just kidding.
Josh Gordon's
It's
in the
Josh
league.
Gordon.
Josh Gordon's in there.
DiNucci threw a touchdown to
on
him.
the same team too.
I thought I saw Paxton Lynch got benched.
He did.
Already?
He did.
He got benched.
God.
That Jerry's chosen
What
one.
might have been.
And apparently, what might have been, it would have been a disappointment.
Yep.
We saw it. Apparently, someone in the XFL booth, an announcer, took a shot at 9God.
35 more points in that overall hit. Also, by my math, you've got a Romo playing football in Texas in February.
That's your former coworker.
That's Matt Berry.
Yeah, that's his former
Monday
coworker.
morning. I recognize that voice anywhere. I can't even listen to the words when Berry talks because I'm listening to the tone. What did he say?
By my math, that's a Romo playing football in Texas in February.
It's a Super Bowl joke.
It's a joke about Romo.
Okay. There you go. So Matt Berry becoming Bobby's new favorite announcer. Matt Ryan about to become a new announcer?
Is he?
He is. That's the word.
Way to read Bobby's prep. Sorry.
Well, why would you go to me for Bobby's story?
Well, I was hoping that we were all familiar with the
What a
topics.
surprise.
That's the way it usually.
I like to be surprised.
Shut
by
up! Shut
I'm
up!
serious.
Shut up!
I like to be surprised by stories.
Stop!
No, I'm not going to stop. I like to be surprised.
That's a lazy
It's
answer.
not,
Stop.
If you, I'm not,
It
it's not a
saves you from
lazy
reading
answer.
even 30 minutes or 20 minutes. I already know. No one reads anything. I get it. But I like to be surprised. Get out of here. Go ahead.
Yeah, per the New York Post, this is from Awful Announcing. Per the New York Post, Colts quarterback Matt Ryan is very interested in becoming a broadcaster if he retires from the NFL. The Post also mentions a pair of other future analysts that could complicate matters further for Ryan if he does want to get in the booth. Sean McVay of the Rams, who we've all known about. And this one is interesting that I had not heard yet. Mike Tomlin. That if Tomlin were to retire, he would want to go into the booth.
I have no interest in hearing Matt Ryan in the booth. I've never heard him speak. I don't know what I mean. I've never heard him speak.
But never heard Greg Olsen?
I was about to say,
No.
to be fair, wouldn't you have said I have no interest in Greg Olsen in the booth?
I'm sure I would have.
I thought when Greg Olsen was first named. Now, look, Greg Olsen is not spectacular. He's just new and he's solid. There's nothing magical about Greg Olsen.
Wow.
He's winning by default. Romo we're tired of. He's annoying. Collinsworth is arrogant.
And Aikman punts on 4th and 1.
Aikman, Choppy still thinks is old school. And Herb Street is a snooze. So I think Olsen is winning by default.
But he's good.
He's good. He's solid.
Yeah.
He's not spectacular. He's not great. His splash on the scene was nothing like Romo's was. He's good. He's very, very solid. But we'll turn on him eventually too.
I think Matt Ryan, honestly, you're not a starting quarterback anymore. So if you're cool being maybe somebody would give him a shot, but it wouldn't last very long. If you want to be a backup quarterback or I would guess analyst or backup quarterback's a thing, I'd like to see. I think there's some we see with Olsen. I think Moose has always been a really good analyst.
Yes.
I would like to see, let's not just be so committed to it's got to be a quarterback getting into the
That's
booth.
what I was going to say. I'm worried if I'm the Moose Johnsons of the world, if I'm the Solomon Wilcots of the world, if I'm I know everyone loves Charles Davis now, if I'm the Charles Davises of the world, that a quarterback can just snap his fingers and take my spot. Because Olsen is about to get bumped down. Mm-hmm. He's going to take out, who's the number 2 for Fox? Is it Moose?
That's a good question.
Man.
Because Greg Olsen was asked about Tom Brady. Brady's going to take off the next season, upcoming season, and then go into the booth for 2024. Greg Olsen, reaction.
I just really never let myself lose the battle. And it was the same thing in TV. I have to compete against quarterbacks and Hall of Famers and all the guys that are coming for the job that I have. Tom Brady, I'm sure you all read those news articles last week. You couldn't escape it. But my answer every time was, I have all the respect in the world for Tom Brady. I mean, who doesn't, right? He's the greatest. I get it. I understand why they went after him. But I'm not going to roll over and die. I'm not going to roll, right? No, it's just, I'm willing to do what these guys aren't willing to do. And until they kick me out, I'm gonna sit there and do it. I don't know. And maybe he does come and take my job one day. I can live with that.
He's got a clause in his deal that allows him if another one job comes open. So maybe Herbstreit's out at Amazon after next year, or Collinsworth decides he wants to go fix PFF.
God willing.
What a great clause. Who could have foreseen that? Did his agent know that Brady was going to go into broadcasting? What a great clause.
I wonder if they have the same agent.
Well, I mean, he did.
Broadus and Tom Brady did.
Yes.
Because when he got that number one job, they would have known, right? Because it was at the end of Brady had retired and had already come back, but they knew the job was waiting for him.
This is going to make Greg Olsen an even bigger hero.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be the victim. We're going to hate Tom. We're going to compare Olsen to Brady.
It's got martyred. Is that a martyr?
Yeah,
It's
going to be a total martyr.
It's going to be when Jay Leno came back and kicked Conan to the curb and everybody became like countrywide Conan O'Brien stands.
Yes, financial loss, PR gain, which I'm sure he would probably prefer the financial gain. But going from 10-3 once Brady takes over. So there it is. Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for joining us on a Tolo Tuesday franchise tag day in the NFL. The decisions that the Cowboys have to make will tell you when you're next going to see the Mavs and Stars again. And how's the Big 12 looking for hoops? RJ has your answers in headlines after this. But the best spot.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Today is Franchise Tag Day in the National Football League. It runs through March 7th, and this is Headlines with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thanks for joining us here on your home of America's team, 105.3 The Fan. Let me give you the figures for each position. I actually want to do a Tony Pollard poll question. Maybe you can put it out there, Roberto.
I'll do it right now.
The Cowboys insider, and I'm going to predict, RJ,
All right.
that the Tolos want Tony Pollard franchise tag.
Oh, I think they will.
Okay,
I think they would.
We'll tell you why. We'll have you tell them why it's the wrong decision momentarily. Here we go. If you're a quarterback who gets tagged, Lamar, $32 million. Running back, Pollard, 10. Wide receiver, 19.7. Tight end, Dalton Schultz, 11. Offensive line, 18. DN, 19.7. Same as receiver. D tackle, 18.9. Linebacker, 21. $21 million for your linebacker, Choppy. More than receiver. More than defensive end. Cornerback, 18. Safety, 14. Kicker / punter, 5.
Bobby, do they put so on that linebacker number?
Mm-hmm.
Do they consider outside linebackers who are edges as linebackers when it comes to franchise tags?
Yeah, that's the problem, is that some guys who would be considered. That's how the Cowboys tried to argue DeMarcus Lawrence's contract when they were giving it to him initially, was the top paid edge rushers were all outside linebackers like Von Miller. And the Cowboys tried to say, well, look, by league definition, those guys are linebackers. You're a defensive end, so we're paying you like one of the top defensive ends. And DeMarcus Lawrence is like, yeah, but the highest paid guys are all this, and they play, and they just happen to be in those schemes. So yeah, the league will include that, but that means if you're a middle linebacker, you're Leighton Vander Esch, yeah, you're getting tagged with the inclusion of somebody like Von Miller.
So this just says offensive linemen. Do they not separate guards and tackles?
I think they used to separate tackles. I don't think they do anymore.
So if a guard gets franchised, they're going to benefit from a tackle salary.
Holy cow.
Yeah. All right, Choppy. Obviously, the big topic around here is going to be Tony Pollard. You've talked about it. You've mentioned it. Tell us why they should not franchise tag one of their top 2 weapons offensively.
Because you could find him, you could find 85% of him in the 6th round. Because the leading rusher in the Super Bowl was taken in the 7th round. Because we've seen this time and time again. I don't know who posted this on social media, but it goes around every year.
Oh, the great Marcus Mosher.
Oh, yes, the great Marcus Mosher. That's right. Yeah, every year it's posted. The leading rusher in the Super Bowl makes less than $2.5 million a year for the Super Bowl winner. You just don't need it. You know, it's much better to get 85% of a guy at 15% the salary than it is to pay him. We've already made the same mistake. Why would you make the same mistake? They did the right thing with DeMarco Murray, letting him go, and then they made that mistake with Zeke. It was a mistake to sign Zeke.
Yes.
We're in the same situation with Pollard, man. It'd be a mistake to sign him. Now, he might not get the same kind of money that Zeke got.
He won't.
But
how about just franchise him for 1 year?
The Chiefs can afford to franchise tag a running back because when you have an elite quarterback, you can get away with that. When you don't, you've got to maximize the value of every position on the field. I just can't. I'm out.
So you've said you're out on Bijan Robinson. Would you rather franchise tag Pollard for 10 or draft Bijan Robinson in the 1st and he'd probably make $3 million this year?
Neither. He wants to draft someone in the 6th.
But if you had to, if those were the options, the Cowboys said, well, we're either going to take Bijan at 26, which he won't get there, but we're going to take him at 26, or we're going to franchise tag Pollard.
Bijan's
cheaper. You're locked in for
Longer.
4 years minimum.
I would rather. Give me the legs. Give me the fresh legs.
Okay.
I mean, I respect I kind of respect your question, but his take is even more extreme and better because he said just draft one in the 5th. And
yeah.
Now, where do you stand on it? Franchising Pollard or not?
If they have the cap, here's the problem. You have to use, I believe it's up to 90% of the cap. So you've got to use cap space regardless. They're going to free some up with all their switches and their releases. Mm-hmm. So that money's got to be spent somewhere to some extent.
There's plenty of other places for them to spend it.
Right. But if they just look at it as, do we want to get involved in a 3-year deal with this potential free agent risk or this or that? Or, hey, to go to that cap, we are just going to spend right here. We'll lock him up for just a single year, $10 million. I don't hate it if they have the space to do it. I hate it if it's, man, we got to franchise tag him because we got to look into this long-term contract negotiation. That's what I don't want.
Well, we got to give money to Odell.
Yeah.
We got to pay Beckham. That's going to happen. And I'm gonna let RJ show me the way. He has been the Moose Johnston for the running back discussion. He was early out ahead. Just follow him until he's wrong. Until we get stopped for a loss. So I'm going to agree that Tony Pollard should not be franchised, even though I'm scared of losing his dynamic ability.
He's dynamic.
He's explosive. He's a home run hitter. He can catch the football. I hope you can get that in the 4th, 5th. I know you probably can. I'm just scared.
You can. This is a good running back class. And then, where was Tony Pollard picked? 4th round. So
now he was not great first year.
No, he was. They didn't want to use him.
They didn't want to use him.
Like if you, that's the thing is if you love Tony Pollard so much that you want to hit him with the franchise tag or you want to work out an extension, why didn't you love him the first 3 years where you could have actually used him with your aging fullback?
Here is Cowboys insider Todd Archer on yesterday with the G-Bag Nation. Has Zeke indeed played his last game as a Cowboy?
Heading into the combine, that's my gut feeling is that he's played his last snap as a Cowboy, and I use history a little bit as a guide, right? I mean, let's DeMarcus Ware in 2013, Dez Bryant in 2000. Oh gosh, when was Dez? 2018, 19, 18, whatever year it was with Dez. The Cowboys didn't even make offers to keep those guys on pay cut deals because they didn't want to insult them by giving them offers so low. And I can see the same thing happening when the Cowboys talk with Zeke at the combine that they're going to say, hey, see what you can get out there and good luck to you. You have a lot of money in that running back room. If you're going to use a franchise tag on Tony Pollard, that's $10.9 or $10.09 million. Let's just call it $10.1 million. What number makes sense for the Cowboys to bring Zeke back? I think it's extremely low. And what number does it make sense for Zeke to want to come back? His effect on the locker room, to me, would be it's too great to have him back on such a low contract. It makes more sense to just cut bait and let him continue his career somewhere else.
Do you think that's the case, that the other players would be upset with the organization for lowballing him and having him come back? Is that how he's saying it?
So I know it was a little awkward in 2019, I believe it was. Sean Lee had come back on a lower deal and had clearly been relegated to kind of backup status. And because of that, Sean Lee felt like on his own, not any sort of pouting thing, Sean Lee felt like, all right, I'm not up in front for this team now. They need a leader to come from that group. So he tried to step back and let other guys step up and be leaders. So I'm wondering if that's more what Todd is inferring there, is that if Zeke's not going to be paid like one of the top guys on the team, he's not got a starting role, that it doesn't make a lot of sense for Zeke to be one of your leaders as a guy who's getting 10 touches a game.
Now let's ask, what will they do? What will Jerry and Steven do knowing them?
My assumption is that they're probably going to tag him to sign him long term. That's my fear.
I think they'll tag him and he'll eventually go. He won't get a long-term deal. I think they've learned their Zeke lesson, but they're too terrified not to have. Once he got hurt, the Niner game was over. Done. Finished.
Right, but it is easier to replace him today than it was in the middle of a Niner game. Like, you could find a way to replace him now. Like, in the middle of the Niner game, your only replacement for him was Zeke and Davis.
Well, I think they'll draft someone, too. They should draft someone no matter what. What will they do, Bobby Belt prediction?
They will probably just tag him, let him play out this year and be done. Because, I mean, gosh, how old is he going to be at the end of that? He'll be around the 27 mark.
27?
Yeah, because this is his age 26 year. So coming up, he'll be 26 this year. So by the end of the season, you'll be talking about paying a 27-year-old running back, which I don't think they want to do after what happened with DeMarco Murray.
Early results, 52-48. At Bobby Belt TX on Twitter, 52% saying tag him, 48% saying no. So this is going to be a juicy poll question.
Oh, yeah, it is. I mean, I really hope they learn their West. You know, the other thing is and the Cowboys don't believe in this philosophy, but, you know, you also don't have to try to get better every year. You could purposely, you know, take a step back at individual positions.
Loser mentality, Chubby. Jerry ain't got time for a bad time.
It's a salary cap mentality.
Yeah.
The Chiefs did the same thing and just won a Super Bowl. They purposely got worse at the wide receiver position, knowing they'd still be okay. They'd find somebody else. You know, this team drafts too well to not trust the draft.
Ooh, that's a lot, though. That's a lot to put on your scouting staff to say, because then when they have a Kelvin Joseph, then everybody's complaining at them regardless of how well they've done overall. It's like supplement a little.
Yeah.
Give your scouting staff a little bit of help.
Ridiculous.
Because it's not fair to go, here's the 7 picks. Go get me 5 future starters. That's not realistic. And they've done it a lot, but it's just a ridiculous ask.
The Clippers, another Western Conference opponent for the Mavericks, add Russell Westbrook. The Mavs are... everyone in the media loves this move. You're laughing. You're mocking.
I'm surprised at this because I've seen...
Well, here's why. Number 1, point guard need. Number 2, you never know when Paul George and Kawhi are going to play. So now you have someone who at least is going to give you minutes, no doubt.
It's funny because I was listening to some NBA radio yesterday, and they were killing this move, saying that, first of all, this is Paul George driven.
Yeah, Paul George was like a big advocate of Russ in OKC.
And Kawhi is like, all right, fine. Like, they're worse today. And everybody's saying they're a worse team today.
Worse.
Because of this. Because in order for Russell Westbrook to score, he has to have, not to score, but just be effective. He has to have the ball in his hands, which means that the ball is now in the lesser of 3 players' hands more often than not. And the most efficient lineup the Clippers have is George, Kawhi, and Terrence Mann, where they are like lethal over the last dozen or so games they've played together. And now you're going to reduce that. Terrence Mann's going to go to the bench now and not get nearly as much play time. They need to play more with him, not less. Terrible.
So I guess they've gotten over their hurt feelings for each other, Russell Westbrook and Paul George. Because remember when he left OKC for the Clippers as a free agent, there was this what a traitor. Russell Westbrook feels betrayed and like it thought they had a good thing going here, and look at him, he just dips. But yeah, it's the report yesterday was Paul George and also Marcus Morris like really campaigning hard, like we got to get him here, bring him here in the building.
The Mann, Leonard, George lineup, their offensive rating when they're on the floor together is a 127, which is like almost 30% better than league average.
Good.
61% effective field goal percentage. 43% from beyond the arc. They're plus 42 on the plus minus in 284 minutes, which is, you know, each game has 240 minutes in it from all 5 players. It's a tremendous combination, and they're going to get rid of that, and they're going to get a worse player.
Mavs, Spurs on Thursday. Stars, Chicago tomorrow. The Stars are struggling. They've lost 4 straight. Their last game was a 4-1 loss to last place Columbus.
Oh, that was a bad game. That was on, Saturday night? That was a terrible loss for the Stars.
So Stars, Chicago tomorrow. Mavs, Spurs on Thursday. Headlines here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. We're going to bring back Mike Fisher at 8 o'clock to talk about this little Cowboy CJ Stroud rumor that he started. So Fish will join us at 8 o'clock, but it's time for the new Tuesday segment, Ask Reddit. Can you know in 1 minute, you're not going to get along with someone? What hobby is an immediate red flag? And what ingredient instantly ruins a sandwich for you? Ask Reddit next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to Boomer.
License to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
What's up, gentlemen?
Yo.
Yep.
And ladies listening.
Yeah, I treat gentlemen a little bit like dudes. Like, sup, dudes? Like, everybody's a dude. Everybody's gentleman. I'm not addressing you guys specifically, but we're going to play some...
so you would walk into a room full of ladies and say, what's up, dudes?
Yes.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes, I would. And I would walk into just like I would walk into a room of guys and I might go like, sup, ladies?
I would say, what's up, ladies to guys. I would say that too.
Which is a general dudes, like...
Dudes, duders?
Dude, everybody's a dude.
No, you're not. You wouldn't.
Go back. I would.
You would not walk into a room full of women. They're like, all right, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt is going to be joining us here. If you're interested in football, more interested, and you walk in and go, hey, dudes.
I would go, hello, ladies. No.
Not happening.
I've called women bro. I call Sarah bro all the time.
Yeah, I'd say bro.
Yeah, that's different with
dude.
someone you're dating or that you're married to.
Okay, like depending on the social setting, I would do it. If I'd walk into a party or something like that, or it's like, hey, have y'all met Bobby or whatever, then I might. And if it's, I might go, sup, dudes? Like, I would do that. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
We're going to ask Reddit. Maybe that's the next Ask Reddit question.
Yeah.
Can you say dudes to women? Reddit, of course, as we touched on last week, it is a very popular internet forum, and Ask Reddit is their most popular page. It's got like 40 million subscribers to it, and they always ask interesting questions that we want to get the thoughts of everybody here on the show about, and also you on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. First one that's been getting a lot of interaction there on Reddit the last couple weeks. Have you ever listened to a person talk for less than a minute and known you weren't going to get along with that person? And what did they say? Sean?
What an interesting question. I went on a date once where I found out pretty quickly that she was very political.
Oh.
And I knew that I'd be calling the Uber in about 35 minutes to escape.
And that was under a minute. Or just was it within like 5?
Can it be like...
Sure, just within...
Like the first minute, or the topic of conversation took a minute? Like within the first minute, I knew I wouldn't get along with someone. I guess the biggest test for this, I don't know, it may be Uber drivers. It may be Lyft drivers, depending on how they greet, or... You know, if they don't let me like bring, my red Solo cup in the car, we're not going to get along instantly like that. But topic-wise, I feel like I can get along with anybody. I can overlook it. It doesn't set me off. I can go around it. So I don't know what topics could be brought up in the first minute that we wouldn't get along. Get along versus like be friends.
Yeah.
That's different.
There have been situations where like I've been talking to someone and like their mouth or nose made a whistling sound when they talked. And I'd be like, I'm just out. I can't be friends with this person. I would drive myself crazy.
So you couldn't be friends with Mike McCarthy?
Well, he just breathes heavily, right? I mean, it sounds like someone's playing a flute through their deviated septum.
And by the way, I'm finding myself, unfortunately, breathing harder when I recorded the Bobby drunk lobby video. I don't know whether I was laughing or whether I'm just congested, but I hear myself breathe. My wife is like, you got to hold the phone farther away from you. So I got it going on too, Coach.
Yeah, it happens. Or you could tell in the first minute the person's story that they're telling to you is completely bogus, and you're like, okay, I can't. Yes, most of the time for me, it's appearance. If I don't like your glasses, I'm gonna do that. Had those, Jake Jarmel glasses, Sean. You remember that from Seinfeld? I just can't do it. Like I can't these artsy glasses. I'm out on that.
Here's one that's interesting from the 469. I don't know why, but for me, if all you do is talk about where you went to college, I'm pretty much done with you. That can be.
I don't care about that.
Well, my days at Harvard.
So this is.
We don't know anyone that has gone to Harvard.
This is the perfect question for me, because first introductions, first meetings I'm gonna fill in a lot of gaps instantly.
Yeah.
Based off of talking to you for a couple minutes. And I know one of these ones that really stood out to me was there was a girl that I was introduced to. It was my cousin's girlfriend. He was introducing me to her for the first time and said hi. About 30 seconds in, somebody made a joke. And I realized, she doesn't laugh when she thinks something's funny. She just screams.
Screams?
Yeah. Like, so if she thought something was funny, she'd just go, ha! That's how she would, and she would not just laugh. And she did it like 3 more times in the next 2 minutes. And I was like, I'm sorry, I'm not
a bad laugher.
I will never want to be around you because I'm too funny and I can't hear screaming all the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
A racial statement. I don't know how many people have the balls to make a racist statement in the first minute of conversation. I'd be out on that. But I'm interested.
I thought you were saying that you had a racial statement to make. I was like, wait, where's he going with
this?
No.
If that person makes one in the first 60 seconds. But Autoflex fan text, truckwreck.com text line, truckwreck.com text line. Autoflex is back, by the way, so that's why it was in my mind.
Yep.
What would be the topics of conversation to turn people off, and what did Reddit say?
Well, from the fan text 214, got a lateral promotion, which was supposed to be a promotion. First sentence out of manager's mouth, even though he said it jokingly, was, "We don't give raises over here." That would probably make me go, okay, I don't really want to work with you.
Was it an Odyssey manager?
Yeah, same thing happens here.
Some of the Reddit answers told me, all women are bees, you included, no offense. Somebody said that within the first minute of getting it.
Yeah.
You don't scare me. Wasn't trying to scare you in the slightest, is what somebody said here.
I mean, you got to really go over the top to have me eliminate you in the first minute.
I think anybody who, it doesn't even have to be a topic of conversation. I guess it's more an energy for me. If you just believe within the first minute, like you can talk to me like we're already like tight, or you can address me like we're buddies and like, I'm just kidding. Like, it's like, all right, I'm not, you've assumed way too much in this relationship already, and I'm not going to let you. You do?
Yeah.
You like the, like, we're already like best of friends. Now,
sure, man. I'm too old to make new friends. Like, let's just go right to the middle of it. I'm in.
Here's where it's a little bit different. 817, Mello from Waxahachie says, I got a joke for you guy within the first minute.
That's choppy.
Yeah.
817, I start every relationship hating the person. They have 5 minutes to change my mind.
Man,
I like it.
Kind of.
469, smell of bad breath.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that
not
can
a
be-
topic. That's not saying something.
Now, I will say, it does not matter, kind of like what you said. It doesn't matter to me what their position is. If they are talking to me about politics in the first minute, I'm like, this is going to be way too taxing of a relationship, I feel like.
Yeah.
And so I'm not in on that. But in general, I remember this was not something somebody said to me. My wife had just made a new friend, and they'd been buddies for a little bit.
What's his name?
No, I don't remember. This was like 5-6 years ago, and she goes, so you haven't found a reason to hate her yet? I was like, I haven't met her. What do you mean I haven't found a reason to hate her? And she's like, well, I just figured you would have already looked on my Facebook page and found something you didn't like about her. I was like, no, I wouldn't. And then after she said it, I was like, I should go look at her Facebook page. So then I went and looked at it, and the first thing I saw on there was she sold Plexus to her Facebook friends with posts.
Plexus?
And I saw that, and I was like,
What is Plexus?
It's like one of these, like, it's a weight loss thing, but it's like a
pyramid scheme.
It's because it's a little bit like let me tell you about NFTs or whatever. Like they are that's all they can talk about. And so when I saw that, I was like, man, you're right. I would probably never get along with this person.
My wife always tells me I'm way too naive, way too trusting. You know, I want to believe that people are good to start off, and she's very skeptical and pessimistic and cynical. So she's always going negative to start. You got to prove yourself to her, and I'm always going positive. I got to get burned in order to go ahead and turn.
Now, on the interaction of treating it like we're bros, I will say the only exception for that is when we do like the fan events, because like the listeners do know me. Like they know me and we interact with that. And so I do feel like they've got a better handle on it than instead of just a blind introduction to a friend. Next one for you here, Sean.
Peyton, by the way, do you have any to this?
I mean, this might not be the first minute, but real quick, like if a girl, compares me to her ex or something, like, oh, you remind me of my ex and stuff, I'm like, I'm already out.
Yeah, a lot of people on dates say, that first minute, don't be like, so why are you single? Or like, what happened in the last relationship? Don't open up that door in the first date.
I did that in the first minute of a date. Ended
Now
that
you're
quick.
married.
Yeah, it wasn't to her. Next question. What hobby is an immediate red flag, RJ Choppy?
Grilling. No, I'm kidding. Hobby is immediate red flag. I don't know. I don't think there is one.
Oh, I've got one.
Go ahead.
Taxidermy.
Like hunting?
Just the like obsession with like, oh yeah, these are all the animals I've said. Not just the hunting thing. I mean, like in general, like it doesn't have to be like the moose that you hung up on the wall or whatever you did. I don't know. You're allowed to kill mooses. Is that allowed? I don't know.
Is the plural of moose or meese?
I think it's mooses. I don't know. Truckwreck.com fan text to let us know. But moose. I think taxidermy is like an obsession. We knew somebody growing up who my parents knew. We went over to their house one time and they had like squirrels and stuff that they.
You don't like hunters?
No, I just think it's weird to stuff squirrels and keep them around like they're stuffed animals for you. I mean, they're literal stuffed animals. So that taxidermy to me is an odd obsession.
Red
Sean?
flag? I need some suggestions on this one to see if I agree or disagree.
Yeah,
with
I
certain
agree.
ones. I don't particularly love, it's not a red flag, but gun carrying guy. I'm like, okay, like we were in a restaurant in Midlothian over the weekend, and someone made this guy's a diehard TCU fan, and someone made a TCU joke, and like, are we allowed to joke about the national championship? And he raised his shirt, and he's like, yeah, keep joking. I'm like, okay, wow, cool, congrats. Like, we know that you can carry in Texas. So, I mean, it's not a red flag, but I'm like, okay, wow, you're cool. I can carry a gun too. I'm trying to think of, and I have a gun, so I'm not speaking down on it.
Me too.
But I'm trying. Yeah, we know.
Okay, thanks.
With your carry-out orders.
All right.
Oh man, the Trucker.com text line's coming in with a lot of them.
Yeah, let's get to that.
Oh man, let's see. People who like cats.
Yeah, yep. That's a red flag.
Frisbee golfers.
Frisbee golf is fun.
People who have best friends of the opposite sex.
Oh God, my wife probably texted that.
That's not a hobby though.
Right, it's not a hobby.
Yeah.
No.
It can be.
Wine collectors.
Oh,
you
your
know what?
sister.
So my sister's a wine collector. They have 840 bottles, or now it's who knows what it is, but it's over 800 bottles of wine in their house. Like they're wine collectors. That's what they do. They get new shipments in every single month. Is that a red flag? No, it is a red flag.
No, that's a green flag. Go be friends with that person.
Cycling.
Be careful, K and C.
I know, right? Let's see. CrossFit. I agree. CrossFit's a red flag. That is a massive red flag.
Why?
It's just because the first thing they love to tell you about is CrossFit.
I think since you took a shot at me, mine is back at you with a little bit more serious. But like teen guy, like teen person and hardcore workout person, or like I can't eat that. I can't go to that restaurant. I can't. I mean, it's a red flag of we can't be friends. And that might be my first 60 seconds of turn off as well. Like, does that drink have sugar in it?
Wait.
Like Choppy will read the back of, certain ingredients. Now, if we're out and about, you go with the flow. You'll take a shot. You'll eat and drink. But that person, for me, I think fits both categories. Like, okay, you got to be health, workout, nut job freak. First 60 seconds, we're not going to be friends. We're not going to socialize. We're not going to hang out.
I got one. I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but fake food allergy person.
Who has a fake food? Why would you make up a food allergy?
It's not that it's made up, okay? Like, I get peanut allergies and stuff like that, but like...
Say what you want to say about gluten, Chop.
The gluten people, man.
I knew it. I knew that's what he was saying.
These fake food allergy people.
Oh, that's spittle.
I can't...
Kristen can't eat gluten.
I can't eat there. They don't have a gluten-free menu. Like, what did we do 12 years ago before anybody heard of gluten?
They probably died.
No, they didn't die.
They swelled up.
No, it doesn't. It's not one of these like it can kill things. It's technically not an allergy. I guess it's called an intolerance. It's just like you get sick.
You know what? I get sick when I eat pizza. You know what I do? I eat pizza. Why? Because I like pizza, and I'm going to suffer the consequences.
Yeah.
Now the number one answer on the Reddit thread.
This is for Ask Reddit, and the topic is what?
What hobby is an immediate red flag? Means Choppy gets a red flag from a number of people on Reddit. They say gambling is the top one. I can see that. If gambling is your hobby, then that's where they go, that's a red flag.
What about smoking? I wonder, like, cigarettes for people.
Yeah, somebody said if somebody's got a hobby of, like, if they tell you their hobby is related to alcohol or, like, weed or something like that, then that's a red flag. Like, okay, that seems like it could be a problem if that's what you consider your hobby.
Okay.
Next one here. Oh, and this is where I'm going to come off like a real weirdo.
Oh, now you're going to come off as a real weirdo?
I've led with Sean and Chop, so I'll let you go first here, Peyton. What ingredient ruins a sandwich for you?
It's definitely mustard.
Oh!
You gotta go mayo on the sandwich. That's the only condiment you can put on a sandwich.
So do you not eat mustard on hot dogs?
No, I do, but this is lunch meat and like a sandwich.
Okay.
You gotta go mayo. Mayo or nothing, which if you're going nothing, you're weird.
You can't do mayo on like salami or any kind of cured meat. You're not going mayo.
Mayo's got to be like, for me, when I put it on a sandwich, it's got to be a very thin layer. If it's like laid on there thick, it's like I almost taste like I'm like tasting fat when I eat it, and it's gross.
I need more mayo versus less mayo.
Because I'm fine with all the toppings. I mean, I'll put onions, lettuce, tomato, pickles all on like a lunch meat sandwich and stuff. But I gotta have mayo.
I've now transitioned to like I can't do raw onions on a sandwich anymore.
Oh, I love raw onions.
It'll ruin it for me. Raw onions on a sandwich, I can't do. I can do red onions in a salad. I like diced raw onion on tacos. But like in a sub now, like I can't have raw onions in it. And I love onions. Yeah. But it's just, it overpowers it. It takes over. It ruins my breath. It's a stench in the air. I can't do raw onions on sandwiches anymore.
I'm like that with banana in general. And you can't have
banana.
I hate bananas.
How can banana be the same as onions?
Because you can't just do a hint of banana. There's no such thing. It just totally overpowers the taste structure of what you're eating.
Right.
On a sandwich,
there's nothing else that can ruin a sandwich for me besides raw onion.
When if they mix mayo and mustard together, I'm out.
A lot of people have that problem. I can do it.
I can do mayo and ketchup together.
Okay.
Okay, it's a very Canadian thing on a burger.
And you are Canadian. You always talk so much about how much you love them.
But I can't do mayo and mustard together.
But you're putting ketchup basically on a sandwich?
No, I would never.
Nobody puts ketchup on sandwiches.
I'm saying you can mix ketchup and mayo on like a burger, and it's okay.
I'm viewing this as like a cold sandwich, by the way.
Yeah.
This is turkey. This is ham.
Absolutely.
This is Italian meat.
972, dry is the only way you can ruin a sandwich.
Oh!
Meat and cheese with no condiments is a sin.
Bad bread.
That's a good answer. It's tomato. Tomato ruins a sandwich. It's disgusting.
You like raw onion, but not tomato.
Right, and you can't.
Will you eat tomato on a salad?
No.
Will you eat diced tomato on a taco?
No.
So you just won't eat tomato.
I'll eat tomatoes if they're stewed in like chili or something like that. I'll eat it like that. But tomato, I won't even take it off because if you peel it off, it leaves like tomato residue. I'm not kidding. I've got a sandwich one time that had tomato on it. I was starving and I threw it away because I couldn't just peel it off and eat it.
Gosh, money bags, just throwing away whole sandwiches.
I mean, I did that when I was broke. When I was $9 an hour.
I'm
just saying when I was
a Ford Explorer.
Yeah, thank you to
I don't
Rockwell
have to buy
Ford.
a used car like everybody else. I go for the new one. Let me pay $10,000 over market. No.
Not at Rockwell Ford Shop.
Let's not go at any sponsors. So there it is. Ask Reddit every Tuesday at this time with Roberto Belt. Any other final ones coming in?
Yeah, let's take a look here because everything starts. Miracle Whip ruins a sandwich.
By the way, what about religion for the first two questions? What if someone brings up religion first 60 seconds? Be honest. Are you turned off? If they lead with that? Are you like, oh, here we go?
No, I think religion, because for somebody who is religious, I think if they bring up religion, like if we're talking about a dating atmosphere, they want to know, are we on? That's going to be an important thing that needs to come up instantly.
No, but what if like we're talking to Bassick, right? And I'm like, okay, so this happened in life, and he in the first 30 seconds is like, well, in Corinthians, like da-da-da, and I would be like, first minute, honestly, I would be like, okay, we're probably not gonna. And good for you, you're probably going to heaven. I'm not, but we're not gonna chill. I'm just being honest.
If they asked me about my view, if they just were just talking and they brought up God in some way, I wouldn't bother me. Like it's just, but if they started like in the first minute asking me my testimony on things, I'm like, okay, no, that's a bit much.
Yeah, a lot of the answer for a lot of people is mayo or specifically Miracle Whip, pickles, tomatoes. Getting a lot of that. Tomatoes make a sandwich soggy. Cucumbers can ruin a sandwich.
Ew, don't put cucumbers on a sandwich.
Olives, sauerkraut. A lot of that.
Oh yeah. I've kind of turned on olives as well. So there it is. Ask Reddit Tuesday edition here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. So I know you all talked about this a little bit yesterday, but I want to touch on it again. By the way, props finally to LaShawn McCoy. All right, co-hosting with David Hellman. We finally got an Eric Bieniemy player explaining this parallel move. What was y'all's takes on this, by the way? Eric Bieniemy going from the Chiefs to the Commanders.
In a nutshell, had to do it. Wrong decision. You cannot, as an offensive coordinator, go somewhere where you have no quarterback and barely any weapons. You got one.
Why did he have to do it?
Because he obviously wasn't showing that he is a real offensive coordinator who calls plays. He doesn't call plays. He had to go somewhere where he can call plays. I don't care what you do if you're not calling plays. But this is not the place I would have gone. I would have taken a year off before I went to a place with no quarterback.
Yeah, I think he had to do it. If he wants to be a head coach, he had to do it. He had to get out of there. What
but
left
didn't
was there?
Zach Taylor? Sean McVay calls the plays, right, for the Rams. Zach Taylor got the Bengals job. He didn't call the plays.
Right. Zach Taylor wasn't even a coordinator when he got the job, wasn't he? Wasn't he just the quarterback's coach? Like, I don't even think he was the coordinator at the time because LaFleur had been the coordinator.
Yeah, the actual play callers have, like, this has happened with lesser instances.
It does. Mike McDaniel got a job without calling plays in San Francisco. Bieniemy, when we talked about this yesterday,
it's a horrible look for the league, right?
Yes. Now, is
horrible.
it?
Especially after Steichen and Gannon just lost the Super Bowl. And they're these new, young, white assistants that immediately get head coaching jobs. The Chiefs with Bieniemy win it, and he's got to accept the same level job.
Yeah, it's bad optics, but it's also one of those things where it may be a case and this is what I told Chop yesterday. When you talk to people around the league, they'll tell you he's a bad interview. That's part of it, is that when he sits down, he doesn't blow anybody away. And that was Kellen Moore's problem for a long time. Kellen just did the same thing, had to make a lateral move after he had been involved in some, potential head coaching hires, and he didn't interview well.
Yeah, but Kellen Moore doesn't have Eric Bieniemy's resume.
No, but I'm just saying that Kellen Moore at least called plays. There's something tangible to grade him by. And so Bieniemy, I think what they look at it as is it's similar to Marvin Lewis he got a lot of credit for Baltimore and the defense there. There was a lot of questions about Rod Woodson, Ray Lewis, he was getting passed over for jobs. He went to Washington. He had to spend a year as the coordinator there and got another job. I think it's just, all right, I've got to go to Washington or go anywhere where I can call plays, and there's something that they can really grade me by.
Maybe he's Ron Rivera's replacement. Maybe like, why wouldn't Kansas City? I guess Kansas City would have retained him, but Bieniemy had to take a job where he's actually totally in charge of the offense. So the story here, one of the storylines here is his role in Kansas City was overblown. I think that's what we're finding out. And LaShawn McCoy on FS1 went to Kansas City at the end of his career, and he laid out the truth on TV.
What's his value? What makes him a good offensive coordinator? See, the problem is a lot of these people that go on social media, oh, he should be the guy for the job. They haven't played there. They're not in the locker room. I've been in the rooms where he's coaching, and he has nothing to do with the pass game at all, right? When the plays are designed, that's Andy Reid. When you talk about offensive coordinators, I can tell you what makes Brian Daboll with the Giants a very, very good coordinator. I can tell you what Andy Reid or Doug Peterson. But when I asked about Eric Bieniemy, what makes him good? When we watch the film or practices and we correct the wide receivers, the running backs, the quarterbacks, he doesn't talk in there. Andy Reid talks in there. He may say things to the running back because he's an ex-running back coach. I get that. But he has no real responsibility. Now you go from the Chiefs, where you can hide behind Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid. Then you go to the Washington, where you got to call plays. You got to run the meetings. You got to run the installs.
Wow. Finally. Because I've been searching. We've been searching for 2 years or more for a real Eric Bieniemy explanation. And that is a black former player under his staff laying it out. And LaShawn McCoy, we mock him a lot, being a Dak troll and everything here on this show and being a hater. But there he is explaining what the real setup is like in Kansas City. And then he gave one more clip talking about how Bieniemy deals with players.
What makes Andy Reid so great, not the play calls, which we see that, which, I mean, that's one of it. But the other thing is, like, adapting to the players. For Bieniemy, my first practice, I couldn't believe it. He dog coaching, he dog cussing the players. I'm like, and not just the regular players, Kelsey, other players. So it's like, it's hard for me. I'm rooting for him because he's a black coach, and I love to see black coaches win. Also, he's a running back coach. Running back coaches don't never get a chance to be offense coordinators. The last one was like Anthony Lynn. So I want that to do well for him. But if I got to do my job and be honest, my thing is just, where is the true value at?
Is it have anything to do with him being black, in your opinion? Obviously, you ain't Roger Goodell. You don't know.
You know what? Absolutely not. But people want to win. The color thing, I get it. It should be more black coaches. I definitely believe that. But if you come up from the Chiefs, they want to win. It has nothing to do with the color barrier at all.
Wow. So, look, Andy Reid stood up at an owners meeting or a big-time NFL meeting in the past and said, why isn't this guy hired? He's been called out a little bit for not being a strong enough advocate. Mahomes, after the Super Bowl, said, yes, Eric Bieniemy deserves it. But there is LaShawn McCoy saying he does not call the offense. Now he's in charge in D.C., and unfortunately, if history proves anything, his head coaching career possibilities are now over.
Oh, yeah.
It's done.
They have to go.
It's going to end.
They got to be a top 10 offense.
Yeah.
And that's going to be hard to do with Sam Howell or whoever they have this year.
He needs a hope for new ownership, a new culture, new player, new quarterback. Otherwise, this is going to be stocked even further down. This is done going to DC.
And then, like, the other side of it is, like, for those that are saying, like, oh, he's going to go there and Ron Rivera's going to get fired midseason and he's going to become the interim job. Nobody takes a job.
Dan Quinn.
Thinking that the head coach can get fired midseason, because if the head coach gets fired midseason, it probably means your team stinks.
Yep.
And then,
do you not think that Dan Quinn, what percentage of his pie mentally had to do with taking over for McCarthy?
Oh yeah, but I mean, like Chop said there, like I think it's more about a mid-season. Like if it's just some disaster firing where then you're going to step in or something like that.
If McCarthy gets fired after next year, it may not be a disaster, right? They may lose in the first round, so that is different, but you're still taking over for a problem.
Right. I think that Dan Quinn, that would be in Dan Quinn's head probably because he'd think of it like, I've shown the defense can do its job the last 2 years, so if we were to lose again, it's going to be the offensive side of the ball, which will not stick to me. And then we can adjust.
The offense has never shown that it's going to be bad here. So if the Cowboys have a bad start to the season, it's probably Dan Quinn's fault.
Yeah. But you're right. Bigger difference fired mid-season. Yeah. That's not going to happen to McCarthy.
Right. Second,
Ron Rivera could.
Interim coaches hardly ever become the full-time guy anyway. Since the year 2000, 43 coaches have been fired in season. 10 of the interims have gone on. The majority lasted like 2 years. Romeo Crennel took over for Todd Haley. He finished the year, and then he got the next year and went 2-14. Like, that's the shortest one of the interims, right? Only one guy really made any kind of headway and stayed on, and that was Garrett.
And now a fun debate in New York. By the way, Mike Fisher rejoins the show in 10 minutes after this C.J. Stroud Cowboy draft rumor that he started that blew up yesterday. So Fisher will join us coming up in 10 minutes. But the decision in New York, Aaron Rodgers or Derek Carr, Jeff Darlington on ESPN with the latest.
We have some hard conversations that are going to be happening in Florham Park this week because this one is getting extremely interesting. Derek Carr visiting with the team, and I'm told that it was a very positive meeting, that the Jets really believe that Derek Carr is the type of quarterback that can lead them to a potential championship. They also believe that the meeting went really well. Here's the rub, though. Aaron Rodgers still lingers, and the team also remains fascinated in the possibility of adding him. So why is that a problem? The timeline. Right now, we're looking at a situation where Aaron Rodgers hasn't even gone to the Packers to say whether he wants to be traded. We don't know if the Packers would be willing to trade him. We obviously know that there's a decision to be made there. So do the Jets go hard for Derek Carr now, or do they risk potentially losing him and waiting it out for Aaron Rodgers? It is an ultimate predicament. I expect hard conversations within Florham Park to figure out which direction they go on their quarterback position.
Well, this is a tough one because you put yourself in a position to where, like, look, the owner of the Jets, Woody Johnson, has already said, like, yeah, I'll give up 2 firsts for Aaron Rodgers.
What a name.
I know, right? But then, like, what if you say no to Derek Carr and then Aaron's like, no, I kind of want to stay? Like, you really trust anything Aaron Rodgers says right now? He's in his darkest retreat. Meanwhile, what if you say yes to Derek Carr, then Aaron Rodgers comes out and says he wants to be the Jet or he wants to leave Green Bay? Like, it's a really difficult position to be in.
All right, well, let's have the first discussion. Carr or Rodgers? Let's just start there. You're the New York Jets.
Oh.
Woo! Because Bobby doesn't like Rodgers. I believe Rodgers has something left. Are you a win now, Aaron Rodgers away piece? Factoring compensation, how good do you think Carr is? Do you draft another guy? Are you totally done with Zach Wilson? This is fascinating.
I mean,
it feels like the Jets would go get Rodgers. It feels like a Woody Johnson.
That's a Jet move.
That's a Jet move. Did they learn from Favre?
The smart move is probably to get a quarterback that could still play and has years left. That's probably the smart move. But
plus, you don't have to give up
anything.
Picks, right?
Right, sign them.
But the Jets roster is how close to really contending if you have a star quarterback year. What are they? They're better than New England. I think they can be if you have very good quarterback play. Are you even with the Dolphins? Are you better than the Dolphins? Behind Buffalo?
They were 7 They were a 7-win team. Look, before Tom Brady got there, the Bucs won 7 games. The Jets won 7 games with some of the worst quarterback play you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like, that's not that bad. And that's a tough division, too.
Bobby, let's go. What do you think? What are you doing? We're in the room.
Probably, I'll go with Carr if you're, committed to getting one of the two because, I think Rodgers is more done than Carr. But I also know, Carr being anywhere close to done is that much more of a drop because he was never as good as Rodgers was. So to me, I still need other stuff on offense. So I'm probably taking Carr, signing Carr, and then using resources to get elsewhere because Aaron Rodgers is going to tie my hands into how much more I can build around the offense.
Choppy?
I would probably get the guy that's available now versus the guy
they're both available. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is leaving Green Bay. That's done.
Again, do you trust anything right now with that guy?
Well, let's just assume he's going to play next year. And all the reports are they're done. They're done with him.
Yeah.
So compensation, what do you think he has left versus Carr? I'm surprised you're not answering Carr quicker. You're a Carr guy. I'm not.
I am a Carr guy. Carr's proven that he's a good quarterback. He's not a great quarterback, but he's a 10 to 12 somewhere in there. He's in that same group with about a dozen other guys that could argue that they're like the 10th or 12th best quarterback in the league. I'd probably just go with him. I mean,
Carr.
He doesn't cost you anything. He's younger.
All right, Mike Fisher stirring up the Dak heads by saying the Cowboys are interested in this quarterback that would be drafted very, very high. Are they tagging Pollard, cutting Zeke, tampering with Trayvon Diggs, moving on from Schultz? The one and only Mike Fisher returns to Sean and RJ next.
But let's get...
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's update the poll question as Bobby Belt is fist pumping. Welcome back, everybody. After hopefully you had a day off yesterday. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station. Here is the Tony Pollard updated poll. 2,000 Tolos have already voted. At Bobby Belt TX. Would you franchise tag Tony Pollard for $10 million? Today, the Cowboys can do it. They have until March 7th. We have voted no. I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't go crazy. I don't want a long-term deal. 1 year, I wouldn't hate it, but I would vote no along with RJ Choppy. 57% of the Tolos would tag Pollard. 42 and change saying no.
That number's growing.
Let's welcome in the one and only Mike Fisher on the Diamond Factory hotline. Good morning, Michael. How have you been?
Outstanding, boys. I'm enjoying the Bobby Belt show. And I also want to get a quick thank you to you guys. We did that Do It for Dirt project not too long ago with Sean and RJ. And the three of us raised something like $1 billion.
Oh, that's cool.
And so, I appreciate you guys pitching on that. And what I love about it is, doesn't matter what radio station or newspaper you work for, we're all kind of pitching in together. So thank you guys very much for that.
Well, that was a one-time thing, so enjoy it. We're not doing it. We won't be there again. We're going all the way out to Frisco. So hope the Tolos enjoyed it. No, I always love partying with Fish. All right, Mike, vote on the poll question. Would you, and then we're going to ask you, would you tag Tony Pollard for $10 million?
I think the Dalton Schultz argument is easy. I said this last year. I could have gotten O.J. Howard for $3 million to do a lot of the things that Dalton Schultz does. And I don't mean that as an insult to him. He's made himself into a player that somebody's going to probably pay $14 million to. And Tony Pollard should be very pleased with himself, too. He waited, and then he produced at a Pro Bowl level. But I just got done watching not only this year's Chiefs, but what is it, Bobby, like 6 years of Chiefs. Mm-hmm. And outside of Clyde for a minute there, they never even bother with a running back. They just find a guy. Then we went back and looked at Mike McCarthy's Packers. And for 8 straight years, except for Eddie Lacy, a second-round pick, they were playing Jags every year at running back. Now, one of them, Aaron Jones, turned out to be really good. But the Mike McCarthy Packers never spent on a running back high, or rarely did. And the Andy Reid Chiefs almost never did. The Cowboys might want to borrow some of those smart ideas. I would not tag or pay Tony Pollard $10 million.
What will the Joneses do?
I think they will. And listen, their habit, Dalton Schultz to me establishes that they will. I think they think it's a very useful tool to keep a guy around and evaluate him more. I think there's some point where you're over evaluating guys. Why aren't they preemptively doing new contracts for CeeDee Lamb and Trayvon Diggs? And they almost never do. They did it with Zeke. They did it with Jalen Smith. And otherwise, under Stephen Jones, they want to sit back and watch this thing grow and see how it grows. And to do that with Tony Pollard, you would have to tag him, at least as a placeholder, as you try to negotiate a longer-term deal.
What's wrong, Choppy?
No, I can't. I just don't want. I can't.
Well, he's saying what he thinks they'll do.
Oh, I know. That's the problem.
Mike wouldn't do it.
No, I know. That's the issue.
I wouldn't do it because I believe that in the 3rd round or the 5th round, you know what? Jerick McKinnon, I think he's a free agent in Kansas City. He's 31 and he's Pollard-like. And they just got him off the scrap heap. I don't know, Bobby, what they're paying him. $1 million, $2 million, whatever, veterans minimum, whatever it is. So I can get a $2 million guy to do what Tony Pollard at $10 million could do. Now, it's got to be the right guy. I'm not saying it's easy to find him, but they got McKinnon and Pacheco, a scrap heap free agent and a 7th-round pick in Kansas City. And the only issue I think the Cowboys have to wrestle with there is, well, maybe in Green Bay they got away with Jag running backs because they had Aaron Rodgers. And maybe in Kansas City they did the same because they have Patrick Mahomes. And no, the Cowboys don't exactly have that at quarterback.
Go ahead.
Do they have the guts, though, to try?
I don't think it's gutsy to say goodbye to Dalton Schultz. In fact, didn't they go and acquire 2 tight ends who already established that they can be Dalton Schultz Juniors?
Right.
If you do that at tight end times 2, why can't you do that at running back times 1?
Zeke gone?
Yeah, there's a couple levels here. I think G-Bag Nation the other day suggested maybe you just move on. And the reason that I support that to some degree is you're either doing it this year or next year. And so I'm kind of rip off the Band-Aid guy. Now, we all lived through how difficult that was for Jerry on Ware, on Romo, on Dez. The Tyron Smith goodbye is going to be heartbreak city in this building. That's going to be one of the most emotional things that the Jones family's ever done when they say goodbye to Tyron Smith. And Zeke deserves to be in that category. What a football warrior, a 2-time rushing champion who gets kind of, I think, a bad rap because the contract was an albatross in some people's eyes. But the fact is, I go back to Emmitt Smith getting his contract in 1993. And he told me that spring, he said, I'm going to ask for quarterback money. Now, at that time, that was like $3 million is what the great Dan Marino was making, $3 million, $4 million, whatever. Well, Emmitt got it. He got quarterback money after the Cowboys, of course, started 0-2. But you know why nobody remembers that as being an outrageous deal? Because the Cowboys won.
Right.
If only for Zeke's sake, at $15 million a year, if only the Cowboys would have won a Super Bowl, nobody would ever gripe about Zeke Elliott's price tag. But now here we are. It didn't happen. Now it's time to gripe, and it might be time to rip off the Band-Aid.
Mike Fisher here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, you blew up the internet yesterday. We had to figure out where this report was coming from, and then we trace it all the way back to Old Fish Sports. Cowboys intrigued by quarterback C.J. Stroud in draft. It is on all the national sites. What are you doing? What are you doing?
What the hell are we doing here?
What are you doing?
The one thing we're not doing is trying to presuppose that I'm saying the Cowboys are dumping Dak for C.J. Stroud. Our story on CowboysSI.com says nothing of the sort. It's simply a factual report. This is going to be a league buzz thing. You're going to hear about it more. The Cowboys are doing a lot of studying on C.J. Stroud, the Ohio State quarterback, and they're intrigued by him. I will say this, though, before anybody says, well, that's impossible, absolutely impossible, because I think, what do we think? He's going to go in the top 7? That would make it very difficult with the Cowboys picking at 26. They already have Dak Prescott. They are married to Dak Prescott. But it did take him 2 years, Sean, to consummate their marriage with Dak Prescott in contract negotiations.
Yeah.
It did. It wasn't like, oh, here's $40 million automatically with no worries about it. And we are coming off a year. I don't want to go all recency bias on us, but we are coming off a year in which this offense, not just Dak, but this offense was guilty of a lot of interceptions, and that's problematic. Go back to the Packers, though, and what they did at quarterback. And I know some Cowboy fans say, I don't want to do what the Packers did, but I kind of do. The Packers for 30 years had a star quarterback. And when they had Brett Favre, they drafted Aaron Rodgers, and nobody liked it, but it worked out. They had Aaron Rodgers, and then they drafted Love, and nobody liked it. Plus, nobody likes Aaron Rodgers because he never showers. He stinks. But it's given them a 30-year window. So if you can have Aaron Rodgers and draft Love, and you can have Brett Favre and draft Aaron, you could theoretically have Dak Prescott and also draft his heir. It's possible.
So could there be some misdirection here on their part? Saying they're intrigued by C.J. Stroud. They're looking at him, but what they're really trying to do is get a look at his wide receiver, Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yeah, as long as we're not suggesting that the Cowboys necessarily are the ones who told me this. I don't want to paint that picture wrongly. But could the Cowboys be throwing chum in the water to other teams, and then other teams are getting the impression? Sure. And that's part of the game here. Jerry, a long time ago, talked about throwing chum. Like to throw chum in the water, Mr. RJ. And he must have gotten that from Jaws, because I never even heard of chum in the water until Jaws came out. But so maybe. But to be intrigued by a 6'3", 215-pound quarterback from Ohio State, that does fit the Cowboys mold. Ohio State, Alabama, Texas A&M, LSU, Baylor, the Cowboys know those guys, and they like those guys. So this is not a C.J. Stroud to Dallas prediction. This is not a Dak hating take. It's simply a statement of fact. the Cowboys are intrigued by the quarterback. And as we're all going about building our boards, RJ, you're a quarterback guru. When you build your board, aren't you going to be fascinated on what we do with Young versus Stroud and beyond? It's part of the fascination of how we're doing this. So I'm telling you right now, don't be surprised if the Cowboys have Stroud really high on their board, I suppose above Young. And then one more thing. What if somehow, some way, we do get to pick 26 and Stroud is somehow miraculously there? You better be prepared to decide what you're going to do.
Yeah, and Fish, I mean, like you referenced there, them having potentially having CJ Stroud really high on the board, potentially even as high as above Bryce Young. That's no different than like the team goes in here, they're going to stack their board regardless. So a couple years ago, they were really intrigued by Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson. They like those guys a lot.
Yeah.
And they would have been near the top of their board, but that's part of their process of just evaluating the entire draft because that's their job, right?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And if we find out that the Cowboys don't like player X, they don't have an infinity contract, we're going to report that too.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that if player X slips from the second round to the fifth round, they don't take him. So not a prediction here, just a statement of fact inside the NFL. There is an affection for that player. And then there are decisions to be made anyway about what you're going to do when it comes to number 2 quarterback. When Jerry says we're going to draft a quarterback this year, and he just come out and said it, are we talking about Ben DiNucci? Or are we talking about somebody that can play for 10 years as a backup, like a Colt McCoy? Or are we talking about somebody who can do what the Packers did for years, where Ron Wolf would throw that dart at another quarterback? And about every other year, they came up with a Matt Flynn. They came up with Mark Brunell. I mean, they came up with starting NFL quarterbacks by making sure they always threw that dart. I guarantee you the Cowboys will try to do that, and not in the 7th round this year.
But, Mike, would you feel comfortable putting it in? I separate it into 2 categories, as Bobby is suggesting. Oh, well, Trevor Lawrence, the Cowboys like him and no shot in hell. Or they may be interested in finding a way to move up to get him. Like, is it a casual, well, yeah, we like him, but it's impossible. It's a pipe dream. Or, yeah, we like him.
Yeah, it's been suggested to me that there's too much studying going on for us to just say, well, of course they like him. They like everybody. It's more,
okay.
It has more legs than that.
Okay.
It's more substantial than that. Otherwise, I'd write a story today saying they like Bijan Robinson, and we'd write a story tomorrow. You guys would announce the day after that they like the guy who's the top-rated defensive end. Do you trade up and give up pieces for this? Or if you're in this locker room right now, because they're making CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons says it every day, and Diggs says it so often. We need help. We need weapons. We need help. Do you spend a high pick wherever it is, move up 26, whatever, on somebody who's not going to be a starter for you? This is why Aaron Rodgers, of course, is always so upset in Green Bay. They kept drafting guys that weren't going to help him. The Cowboys have a big decision to make. Do they want to keep the quarterback window open and keep the competitiveness window open by at some point here getting an heir to Dak Prescott? Or are you going to really believe Stephen and Jerry when they go, oh, Bobby, he's probably going to be our quarterback for the next 10 years?
Yeah, we'll see about that.
That's hyperbole. That means Dak Prescott's going to play when he's 39? I don't know why the Cowboys even bother saying that. And listen, I'm not anti-Jones, as you guys may be aware. But Stephen comes out the other day and says, year after year after year, time after time after time, Dak is going to be our Troy, our Romo, our Staubach. Now, we'll leave Romo out of this. To compare Dak Prescott to Roger Staubach and Troy Aikman is not only unfair to Roger and Troy, it does no favors to Dak.
Michael, thank you. It's great to have you back on, and we'll check in again. Appreciate it.
Thanks, boys.
Mike Fisher at Fish Sports with the CJ Stroud report that blew up yesterday. Why Micah is talking about quitting, and Bobby says the robots are about to take over next.
But speaking of robots, let's go get you over.
214-333-3333.
It's not happening, not this year. KU avenges both losses. What a clutch performance here tonight. KU victorious 63-58.
That was the call last night on Jayhawks radio. Choppy was thinking about going, and Bobby came in the commercial break and said, I wish you would have told me. Wanted to do a morning show trip out to Fort Worth for the game last night.
Yeah, I thought about going down there because I stay at Sarah's during the weekend. She lives just not pretty close to campus. But she was under the weather. She was sick. She had what I had last week, and now she's got it. So.
Yeah, there was zero chance she wasn't catching that.
I know.
You're sick the day after Valentine's Day.
Oh, I was sick for Valentine's Day.
I know what your nasty ass was doing.
Stop it. Stop it.
So what, you wanted to go out there, Bobby?
Yeah, I like college basketball. I mean, obviously it's like I like watching it, but I like going out in attendance for college basketball. It's always a cool atmosphere. So yeah, if he was going, I would have gone with him.
So where are we with college hoops? Give us an RJ Choppy update.
Well, for starters, today is a huge day for the local teams. Number 8 Texas hosts number 23 Iowa State. Number 9 Baylor is at number 14 K-State, and number 25 A&M hosts number 11 Tennessee. Big day in state. Now these are all conference games, obviously. The Big 12 is the best conference. It's not even close. They are going to screw the NCAA because the NCAA has this rule where you can't face a conference opponent in the tournament until the Elite Eight. But there's a chance that there are 6 top 4 seeded teams from the Big 12, which means they would have to break that rule.
Wow.
This conference is so good. You really might get every team except Texas Tech make the tournament. Like, there's a chance. There's an outside chance that West Virginia gets in. Like, you might have every team literally except Texas Tech make the NCAA tournament. It is so good. It is by far the best. It's the SEC in football on the basketball side.
Wow.
They've got the top. So every Saturday from here on out, they will reveal their top 16 seeds. They did that last week. Bama, Houston, Purdue, KU are your top 4. Texas is your top 2 seed. Arizona, Baylor, UCLA. So already you've got 3 Big 12 teams and then Houston thrown in there. And then Tennessee, Virginia, Iowa State, K-State. So 2 more Big 12 teams as 3 seeds. And then Indiana, Marquette, Gonzaga, and Xavier. Those are your top 4 seeds. Those are your 4 seeds. And then, they break it down by region. Selection Sunday, dude, is like 4 weeks away.
I don't know.
It's,
It's right
second
around
week
the
of
corner.
March.
Yeah.
I don't know. Don't care until game 1 of the tournament. It's like you said yesterday when I was listening driving in. The regular seasons are getting diluted.
Yep.
And people just don't care until the playoffs come around, except for football.
Are we doing brackets?
I'm gonna do. I need to do a fundraiser for my kids, so I'll probably put one together.
We need to do.
We'll do a show bracket.
Yeah.
Show bracket or station-wide bracket?
Well, they do a station-wide bracket, but we can make things more interesting for us.
A bet.
Kind of a draft bet, where we select. I always end up winning anyway, so you may as well just give me the money. That's how it works. The people, anytime I bet you, you lose to me when something's on the line.
I did go 10-1 in the NFL playoffs.
Well, we didn't bet anything on it.
Translates to college basketball quite well.
He didn't bet anything on it.
How would we have bet that?
Yeah.
I'll have a better NFL playoff record than you, but all the money that you have is in my pocket. So congrats on winning nothing. But pride. We could do a weekly segment, I think, really just called Micah's Twitter. We could do a maybe daily segment. So February 19th, Micah's talking about quitting Twitter after the story came out. Twitter will be charging users to secure accounts. Only paying subscribers will have access to 2-factor authentication starting March 20th. I don't know what any of that means.
I don't use 2-factor authentication. It always tries to ask me to, and I won't.
What is it?
What is it like? I mean, I always decline it. It's like
so it's good for your safety. So like if you sign in to your email account, all right, 2-factor authentication will send you a text message to
code.
Put in a code.
So yeah, you can't just enter your password. Then you also have to click like clear from your phone or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Which that's just
a nuisance.
Yeah, that's a pain.
Micah responded, "Can't lie, I'm tired of this S. Elon gonna make me get off Twitter." And then later on in the day, Instagram announced they will start selling verification for $11.99 a month starting in a week. So just like Twitter, you could buy your blue check mark, Instagram is offering the same thing. And Micah said, MFR is going to go broke trying to fake it till they make it. Can't lie, the people starting to take away value from accomplishments. When I got my first check mark, it was like, damn, I'm finally making it happen. Me and the homies was hyped as hell.
You know, look, it took a businessman to buy Twitter to figure out how to monetize it and start charging for check marks. Now everyone's going to do it.
Yeah, and it waters down the content in the process, though. Like, and it like, okay, fine, you can create some extra revenue there, but in general, like, the value of Twitter as an entity has gone significantly down. And this is not a, like, nobody freak out on the text of like, oh, you snowflake, you hate Eli. It's not that. It's harder to consume now because you don't know who's the verified news source that's sharing something. It's a pain.
It may be more difficult for us, right? Like, we need to make sure it's a legit news source.
Yes.
If we weren't doing this job, I don't know how much I would care.
I may not care.
I'd be a way different person on Twitter not doing this job than on it.
Yeah,
I would be giving crazy opinions. I'd be saying stuff left and right. I'd be retweeting everything. I wouldn't care whether it was verified or not.
Yeah.
But we have to make sure it's kind of verified before we retweet it as
right. Now,
news.
They've already started changing things up. So, like, they could just change the color of the check mark based on your verification status. So, have you noticed the Dallas Cowboys?
Why buy it then? That wouldn't make people feel as
That's
important.
going away, too. The gold check mark, the companies are going to be charged for that soon.
Because the Dallas Cowboys don't have a blue check mark. They have a gold check mark now.
Yes, which was the response to all the trolls that were creating accounts and driving down the stock. And
why is it gold?
So remember how like somebody made a fake account over some stock and the stock plummeted?
Yeah.
All right. They bought the blue check mark. So companies are going to have gold check marks. So any kind of company will have the gold check mark. That way you know it's from the actual company.
Okay. And then Micah, I don't know whether this was in reference to the All-Star game. 16 hours ago, the air quality and peaceful sleep I've received in Utah is just beyond amazing. So maybe he was responding to Charles. I don't know how often Micah has been in Utah, but I'm guessing this is a response to Charles Barkley at All-Star Weekend.
These people going to heaven up this way. Ain't nothing to do with this boring ass city. Now it's boring? It's boring. Ain't nothing to do with this. I thought it was great. It's a great city. No, you just was like, these people, ladies, hey, it's a great city, but ain't nothing to do with it. These people all going to heaven. Oh, my gosh. I never ate so much room service in my life. Can't smoke, can't drink. These people going to heaven. Where they going? They going to heaven.
God, he's so good. He is so daggone good. Even when I thought he had a corny, cheesy moment when they were doing the draft, and Charles, he was weird with his voice. He's like, everybody's an all-star here. That even got turned into comedy gold when Shaq said, are you drunk? This is on the PA in front of the whole stadium. He's like, what's wrong with you? Are you drunk? He sounded drunk. And that was the TNT crew trying to make All-Star Weekend watchable. Unfortunately, they can't do it. Only Mac McClung could, because the rest of it was worse than the Pro Bowl.
Oh, it's terrible.
The Pro Bowl their new little flag football thing has surpassed the NBA All-Star game. And it's not even close.
Mm-hmm.
I'd watch the flag football thing that they just did 10 times out of 10. That was awful. And the head coach, Michael Malone, said it was the worst basketball game he's ever seen. And now you have people questioning the league overall, including Anthony Edwards, Timberwolves star, who just lit up the Mavs recently. He calling out other guys for not playing hard and playing in all the games.
If there's anything I could change about the league to make it better, probably just all the guys sitting resting. That's the only thing I probably don't like. Just play, man. If you 80%, you got to play. I don't like all the sitting, missing games and stuff. Like these people might have enough money to come to one game. You know what I'm saying? And that might be the game they come to, and then you sitting out. You know what I'm saying? So I take pride in trying to play every game because I don't know. It might be one fan that has never seen me play, and I'm trying to play. So that's the only thing I don't like. Guys just sitting out.
Oh, man, slow clap on that one.
Good stuff.
The future teammate of LeBron James speaking out against LeBron James.
And Micah commented on this.
Yeah, he has a tweet for everything.
I don't miss games simply because you never know when your last game will be. Life is so unpredictable. If you breathe, you'll see number 11 with the star on his helmet every Sunday. You only get one shot at this opportunity. And someone is. Yep, go ahead, Eminem. And someone is always coming to replace you. So that is today's installment of Micah Twitter on 105.3 The Fan. But, go ahead. Sorry.
I do like what Anthony Edwards had to say there, but at the same time, he's also cowering out of the dunk contest too, because he was asked this weekend, "Hey, are you gonna do?" And he's like, "I like dunking over people." You know,
well, two different topics,
which is what Mac McClung did. But in general, I just think in general, the whole little like, come on, this is like I would think somebody who's competitive like that, and hey, this is people want to see a show, would then want to put on a show.
Yeah. Look, do players have injuries? Of course they do. And now some injuries you could play through, and some you can't. And Bassick has always talked about you can't ever judge someone's pain tolerance.
Sure.
And everyone's different. I mean, some guys can pitch through injuries, some guys can't. Some guys can play through pain, some can't. Edwards, he ain't gonna get any friends with this comment, I'll tell you that.
You're right. He's gonna be viewed as a sellout.
I would, if I were him, I'm not driving the lane this week.
Hey, look, Major League Baseball ignored all the warning signs. We tried to tell them it was becoming boring. It was becoming unwatchable. They didn't want to listen. And the NBA is doing the same thing. I heard y'all's replay discussion about Adam Silver justifying it with season tickets and renewed season tickets and all that stuff.
Okay.
Trying to warn you. You're right next to Major League Baseball in terms of people not caring about your regular season. I mean, you're right there. The TV ratings have dropped, but you can go ahead, continue to put your head in the sand and be in denial. But same warning that we tried to give Major League Baseball. Basketball's doing the same thing.
The only difference in the two is that one has their regular season games on ESPN and the other one doesn't.
I also think the only other difference, like NBA has a much better youth following too because of the consumption of the highlights. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like their social medias more ahead. I would think you can speak to this. You all have young kids who consume it. A YouTube dunk highlight or Mac McClung much more likely to be seen everywhere versus a young gun baseball highlight. That's the difference.
You're probably not wrong on that one. And look, and baseball is on ESPN, just not to the level of cost that ESPN's paying the NBA, so they talk about the NBA more. But yeah, like when young people don't consume sports anyway. They watch highlight shows. Not even highlight shows, highlights on YouTube. And yeah, there's a ton of baseball highlights on YouTube. That's where my kids get most of theirs. They watch these condensed games. They watch these games that can be played in 6 minutes. Okay, why would I not do that? Why would I not? If I'm able to do that and watch a full game in 6 minutes, basically every play, that sounds pretty good to me.
New daily segment for our Cowboys Insider. We're gonna go below the NFL belt with Bobby Belt. Maybe the Eagles are heading down instead of up. Below the NFL belt is next.
But let's get you over to Platinum.
again on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Now that we're all back after the Super Bowl, we're going to introduce a lot of new staples, segments, 720. Going to guarantee your laughter of the day during the Expressway, commercial free, up until 8 o'clock. And every day for the near future at 8:40, what do you like better? Below the belt, below the NFL belt, the Bobby Beltway. What do you think?
Yeah, I think below the belt.
Okay.
I think it fits some of our humor.
Okay.
Some of our humor's below the belt.
Below the small belt, though, because he's on soda.
Oh, yeah.
Ryan gave me that one.
Perfect.
I'll give him credit.
Good job, Rai. So to keep the sponsors happy, below the NFL belt with Roberto. Go.
So this was a really interesting article in The Ringer last week. Because I think we all have agreed here that Jerry was wrong when he said, yeah, but like, I mean, the Eagles, they spent all that capital. Now they're in a bad position. We're like, what are we talking?
Makes you appear uninformed. Makes you appear oblivious. Makes you appear like you're not reading the NFL sports pages.
Exactly. And I think we all, even before that, were kind of dreading the fact that, man, it looks like the Eagles are set up for success for a really long time. And that this is a team that's going to be in a position to compete for at least the next 3 years. Probably, you know, if you secure Jalen Hurts and he continues to progress and grow, then maybe longer than that. So it was interesting to me when Sheil Kapadia, who is one of the more connected individuals who's covered the Eagles in recent years. He's done the Eagles. He's done the Seahawks. Now he's a national NFL writer for The Ringer. But he wrote specifically in the aftermath of the Eagles' loss a really interesting headline, which said, the Eagles' Super Bowl loss offers both hope and dread. And I just wanted to open that because I was like, I didn't think there was anything to dread if you were an Eagles fan.
Right. Given
the way everything looks. And the sub-headline there says, Jalen Hurts and Philly's young offensive nucleus will be back, but the Eagles will look different next season, and the future isn't guaranteed. Was this season the start of a new era or a missed opportunity that will burn for years? So he's in the locker room, the Eagles locker room, after they lose the Super Bowl. And again, well-connected guy who knows a lot of people on that team, was discussing things with a number of the guys on the team. And the article talks about how...
Because right now, just real quick, Choppy, would you agree with me if I said the next 5 years of NFC East championships, I would say the Eagles win 3 of them? And now again, this is recency bias, but with their general manager and the thought that their quarterback could be real, this is the Eagles. The Eagles win more division titles over the next 5 years than the Cowboys.
Yeah, I mean, they have a cheaper quarterback for now. So
that's about to change real soon.
It will. I think their GM is much better. I would probably say of the next 5, the Giants or Washington's going to find a way to steal one of them over the next 5 years. They'll find a way.
Okay, so you don't think edge Philly next 5 years?
Yeah,
overall.
There's an edge. But I also think that there is a lot of truth to they blew it.
Yes. Yeah, no, they did. And it was the defense largely that blew it, and the defense that couldn't get a single stop. And Kapadia writes about how Jason Kelce came into the locker room, kind of took a seat in the locker next to Isaac Seumalo and Jordan Mailata, 2 of the Eagles' offensive linemen, and how Jason Kelce has seen the highs and lows that Philly has had to offer over the last 12 years, knew it was a special group when he saw it, knew this team had a chance to do something special. But it says, but Kelce also knows how different each year is and how much each year can change from the next. And Jason Kelce's quote was, I think we all knew going into this game, this team's going to look a lot different next year. I think a lot of the young guys on the nucleus will be here. We'll see. Older guys like myself, we'll see what happens. Jordan Mailata, the unknowing is kind of the sad part. This team's not going to be the same next year, and we understood that heading into the game. We talked about it a lot in our team meetings and just the brotherhood and the relationships that we formed this year up until this point and how special this group is, this team. It's definitely sad, man, out of our control. Tried to make the most of it with our time together and fell short in the end. Now, I know I will always be bugged by the fact that even if the Rangers are to win a World Series, Or a better example is the Mavericks. When the Mavericks won the NBA Finals in 2011 and exercised their demons against Miami, it still didn't totally make up for the fact that they lost in 06. To me, as a fan, that sucked. That'll always suck that you can't just totally undo that because it wasn't that group of guys. So I do understand that they're talking a little bit in those terms about these relationships. Not everybody's going to be here. We wanted to win with all 53 of these guys, but Mailata and Kelsey are talking a lot like there's going to be overhaul. And I think that's been an under-discussed storyline when it comes to Philly. Kapadia writes, offensively, the Eagles are positioned to mostly run it back. The team's 3 featured pass catchers, Smith, Brown, and Goddard, all showed up in a big way. They're in their 20s, under contract for the next 2 years. Their continuity with Hurts is a big reason to be bullish on the Eagles' future. But up front, say Amal is a free agent. Kelsey is very possibly going to retire. Miles Sanders is a free agent. Shane Steichen is gone. There are changes for sure on offense. It's reasonable to think that the Eagles' offense is positioned for success in 2023 and beyond, but committing to Hurts also means a new contract in the neighborhood of $47 to $50 million per year.
Oh, that's Daniel Jones money. Look, they're about to run into a Dak issue, and this will be the best thing for Bobby Belt. If Bobby's belief holds true, once Jalen Hurts gets paid, he will be exposed. And the Micah Parsons theory will also come true, that a lot of it is the team and the system around him. And let's see you try to carry this thing without a fantastic Howie Roseman roster around you. And that will be the best thing for Bobby's Jalen Hurts hate.
There is, if he's elite, his salary doesn't matter. If he's not elite, it does.
Yep.
And you don't know that necessarily until you put him in that position. Now you can project out, you can assume. Like we all assume Patrick Mahomes was elite.
Right.
He is. What's Joe Burrow going to be? What's Josh Allen going to be? When they get paid.
Well, Josh Allen has been paid.
Right, but has the money hit the other team, the rest of the team yet?
17, 18, 19. It would have started this year.
Yeah. And they did good. They had some stretches, though, where he looked like Davis Mills.
And now we're having discussions about Josh Allen doesn't have enough weapons. He's got to have somebody other than Stephon Diggs to throw to. That's kind of becoming a narrative.
You guys are. I'm not.
Well, in general, that's been a narrative that's being discussed.
Yeah.
That's just on the offensive side of the ball for the Eagles, though. And I did not realize this. Kapadia writes, going forward, the roster turnover, particularly on defense, is going to be massive. The Eagles have 8 starters or prominent role players on defense slated for free agency.
Ooh, 8.
Defensive lineman Brandon Graham, Fletcher Cox, Javon Hargrave. Linebackers TJ Edwards and Kaiser White. Cornerback James Bradbury. Safeties Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and Marcus Epps. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, the chatter yesterday, I can't remember where the report was from. The expectation is that is where the Eagles would use their tag. If they couldn't come to an agreement with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, they would tag him. But also you add to that, Jonathan Gannon is gone. You've got both of your coordinators missing. You've got undoubted turnover with the starters on both sides of the ball, especially on defense. So Kapadia finished his article with this line. The truth is that any excitement for the future has to be balanced by the reality of how hard it is to get back to the Super Bowl. The Eagles had a lot of things going their way this season. They faced the NFL's easiest schedule. They had nearly unprecedented injury luck. All 22 of the Eagles' regular starters played in the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
Their depth will almost certainly be tested more next season.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
If you're a regression to the mean guy, which I know you are, Chop.
I am.
All of us
This
are.
sounds like a prime candidate to regress a little bit next year.
Yeah, I'd have,
We have to look at the turnover numbers, the fumble stuff that Barnwell throws in.
Yeah, like the amount of fumbles that you're recovering, that you're usually 50-50. It should be 50-50. Sometimes you recover a higher percentage of that. That's going to even out over the rest of the course of the year, or maybe that following year, or how many one-score games you win or lose that year. That's going to even out.
And you know what makes me just as happy as that article? All my D-bag New York Giant friends who now need to swallow the Daniel Jones report that he has changed agents. We know that is the case. And he wants more than what the Giants have offered him. So you, Sean Mraz, Mr. Poop Yourself, and the rest of your New York Giant friends have to own and support Daniel Jones wanting $40 million since y'all said he was better than Dak Prescott. You too, Orlovsky. You too, Dan, since you wanted to hop on that little bandwagon towards the end of the year.
What's Dan do?
And what Mike Florio said.
I never said that.
$45 million per year from Daniel Jones, equal to or more than Pat Mahomes and Josh Allen. Now, is a lot of this negotiating, leveraging? Yes. But you change your agent, that is a clear sign y'all are not on the same page in terms of the value. And I'm hoping this means Daniel Jones, Bobby, wants more than what the rest of every sober person in America knows he's worth.
This is why you, at least for me, I don't know where you come down on this, Chop and Sean. You guys may disagree, but this is for me why you always pick up the fifth-year option almost regardless on a first-round pick. Even if it looks like it's kind of going sideways, I think it's generally pick it up, figure it out. Somebody would make a trade for the guy if you did decide you wanted to move on. But I think you generally pick that up because if you pick that up, you now have more time to negotiate on this. If you end out, you do have to pay him this much money to keep your quarterback position stable. You have the extra fifth year to play with on the cap numbers. That's what Dallas burned themselves with really bad, is that when Dak was able to hit free agency, it was 100% new money on his deal. It wasn't just an extension tacked onto, well, we got a cheap, final year of the deal with 4 extension years so we can kind of finagle things and make it look a little nicer over the course of the contract. That's what the Giants have essentially cost themselves.
And with Daniel Jones likely getting tagged, the report is Saquon could be headed to the open market. So there you go. Congratulations on your nice little run, your nice little fluky run. And now it's going to cost you, literally. The QB tag is $32 million. So let's see if they tag Daniel Jones. The Cowboys have some decisions as well. Cowboys insider Todd Archer on the decisions they have to make and the Tony Pollard poll question that is in effect today. You can franchise tag Tony Pollard today. Are you doing it or not? Final hour, Tolo Tuesday, next.
But let's get you over to Zero Res. It's your carpet clean.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the fan cam, the new look fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. Here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, back together again. I cannot wait for Mike Bassett to come in today to tell him I've been binging the Bible. He's going to be very, very proud of me. That was part of the to-do list. You ever feel bitter after you have a couple days off because it just goes in catch-up errands? You're not chilling. You're not relaxing. You're not partying. You just got all your procrastination crap to do. That was mine for the couple of days off. Plus, I got a little bit of RJ sickness, but I made a goal. My wife didn't believe me. Mike Bassett texted me some YouTube Bible education, and I said, I need to do this. I need to mark this down in my life. So that's what I binged yesterday, and I'm in.
You're into the Bible.
I'm very entertained by it.
Greatest story ever told.
I'm very because I can't watch movies and you're Fast and the Furious. I'm very nitpicky when it comes to entertainment. I'm like, that could never happen. It's not realistic. I'm out. Mm-hmm. So for this, with some of the crazy things happening, I'm like, I'm mentally prepared saying this happened. This crazy thing actually happened. So I'm in. So I can't wait to recap. I have questions. I took notes like a Cowboy game.
All right, let's hear it.
No, I don't want to do it right now. I can't. I don't want to.
You're going to do them in the. Are you going to do them in cross?
No, I'm going to go. I'm going to go talk to Mike in the conference room.
Okay.
But these are my Bible notes. I got a bunch of questions.
Wow. Wait.
What?
You could text yourself?
Yes, I do it all the time.
That's all I do.
Really?
I do it almost every day.
Yeah, I only text myself like show topics or reminders or articles.
It's helpful, dude.
Never done that.
No.
Yeah.
Didn't even know it was a thing.
Yeah, like when I'm watching a game, my computer dies or I don't have access. I'm like, I don't get out the notepad, I guess, on my phone. I could, but I'm just texting myself notes and then copy and paste it for the email. The prep email.
Did you ever reply to yourself?
No. I'm not an idiot or a loser.
Is it like an LOL or something back at it?
talking to my imaginary friend. RJ would do that.
There's a meme out there like some lady on like the neighborhood, not mine, but on a neighborhood buy sell Facebook thing, replied to her own post about chairs. Like, do you have any of these chairs still available?
What?
Oh yeah, it's like when you remember Orlovsky had that tweet during the playoffs where he had some like criticism and then he quote tweeted an hour later and goes, this 1,000%.
Oh yeah.
It's like, what are you doing?
Now is that getting caught with a burner?
No, that's just like the
arrogant. That's a really arrogant move.
Yeah, that's just like, wow, what a great point by me an hour ago. That's what that is.
Right. Sharif, what else did you do on vacation? I heard Midlothian. Yes, I went to Midlothian for a birthday party. I had my kid. My kid had to do like a speech therapy evaluation. Taxes. I started working on taxes.
Oh, you did?
I'm trying to get my expenses from the Super Bowl. So very entertaining couple days off.
Sounds like
I need a tax return. I'm desperate. HOA payment. All these things happening at the beginning of the year when things are getting taken out of the paycheck going to the 401k.
I would love a tax return. I haven't seen one in 7 years. It's been a tax pay. It's been paying tax.
Yes. So that was my little few days off recap and spend some lovely time with the in-laws. I've decided I want to take the in-laws on our big beach vacation that the wife wants to go on, like you're going to Mexico, I guess, again, a Cabo thing. Did I mess that up?
No, you're right.
You gave me a confused look.
No.
Was I not supposed to bring that up?
No, you absolutely can.
Why'd you give stink face? Are you like trying to remember when it was?
I was holding a sneeze.
Oh, your left eye. Your left eye is like half closed.
Holding a sneeze, yeah.
And I was like, oh, did I put out some information? And I'm like, I'm gonna take the parents with us. I'm gonna go ahead and try to.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, might be a stupid move, but I love the in-laws that much. So they were the highlight of the few days off. Today is and Adam Sandler, which I tried to go to a Bobby. This was the wife's Christmas gift. Totally embarrassing recap of Adam Sandler. Humiliating, really.
Really?
Totally blacked out.
You did?
90 minutes. Apparently, I left the show 90 minutes in, back home, and neither of us have recollection of anything.
That wasted.
Zip zero.
Wait, of the whole night?
Wow.
No, I remember sitting down. Okay, so
I was going to say, we did meet up.
I know we met up. So
okay.
Here's how it happened. I promise we'll get into the Cowboys franchise tag decisions. Mom, turn this off if you're listening. You too, Aunt Jeannie. So we're like, okay, we're going out, and let's go get a few drinks. Had no food in us, right? So my wife wants to get a couple margaritas. Got a margarita flight. And I said, okay, now let's go to dinner before the show. And she's like, nah, I'm not really hungry. So I'm like, okay. Then we go to another bar, have one drink. Then we're going to meet up with Bobby and his wife right down the street from the AAC. Bobby, of course, starts feeling the flow a little bit. He's like, will you drink a shot of vodka? And I'm like, no one wants a shot of vodka. Love Dripping Springs vodka, all the other vodkas to mix it up. No one wants a shot of vodka. Bobby comes back with a double shot of vodka. Gives me one.
Okay, cool.
We take it. Cool.
Just straight vodka?
Straight.
Nobody shoots that,
That's
Bobby.
what I
Stop.
just said. That's what I just said.
What? Then what? I don't have choices here.
Tequila.
Tequila's gross. It's like shooting vinegar.
But he's not.
It's like shooting vinegar.
No, it's not.
You think that straight vodka is better than straight tequila?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody shoots straight vodka.
Nobody.
Everybody shoots the other stuff.
Tequila's gross. Okay. So.
Do you like...
Although tequila makes her clothes fall off, according to Joe Nichols.
Okay. So this is my consumption. No true big sit-down dinner. I sit down. I hear Rob Schneider for a little bit. I tweeted Tolo to come meet up. And then we wake up. Clothes may have been rearranged in the room here and there. That's the good news.
Yeah.
And the bad news is she's like, I have like 2 or 3 canceled Ubers and Lyfts from trying to get one outside the arena. And they showed it 90 minutes into the show. Bobby calls me the next day, and he's like, man, that show went on way too long, didn't it? That's like a Sandler was on for 2 hours. And I'm like, embarrassed and quiet because I can't comment whatsoever. I have no idea. I just remember Adam Sandler in a weird sweatsuit, colorful outfit. I don't remember any of the material. Zip zero. We must have gotten roofied.
You don't remember when he pulled you on stage?
Yeah.
He brought your wife up there?
I'll tell you, the amount of times, like...
And I have no explanation for it. I didn't go that crazy hard.
Yeah.
I didn't, like, sit there and try to, I wanted to eat dinner. We had a couple nachos, but gone, both.
This has happened to us several times over the last couple of months. Like, we didn't feel like we drank that much, and, like, there was one time where, like Sarah just fell asleep at the table. And... She had like 2 drinks. I'm like, did somebody like slip something in her drink?
Right.
Like, this doesn't make any sense.
Because that's the girl's explanation every time.
What?
I got roofied. Someone must have wanted to take advantage of me.
Have you mementoed yourself? Like the old movie where he has memory loss, so he has to like retrace and leave tattoos on his arm to figure out. Like, did you go back and check your receipts to see how much alcohol you ordered at the AAC?
No.
Because you did not drink, at least when I was with you, you were not drinking a blackout amount at all.
No, I drank a beer.
Yeah, it was like a beer and a shot, and that was it.
That's it.
You just can't handle vodka. It's okay. Not all y'all are built like me.
I don't. Yeah. When's the last time the boss has ever talked to me or you about drinking?
Well, that's just.
Yeah. Exactly. So that's what happened. So how was the show?
It was good. I mean, it's going to turn into a 1 hour.
Because it got horrific reviews.
It's going to get a 1 hour. It's going to be a 1 hour special, which means he went for 2 hours. So he has an hour worth of crap in there that's cut worthy. And so, like,
this is going to be broadcast.
Yeah, it's like he did on his last tour. He toured around and then he took clips from different venues and created the Netflix special. So same thing. He's touring right now. It'll be parsed down to a 1 hour show. So there's an hour worth of stuff that's going to end up on the cutting room floor. Not worth it. He probably sang like legitimately 30 songs.
Oh,
wow.
Like, I mean, there was a lot of stand-up. And
something in me had to say, let's get out of here. Let's go. Something. I must have been bored out of my mind.
You might have been.
I know I wasn't sick. Maybe I thought it was about to end, and getting out of the AAC is a nightmare with getting a car. But I never would have made her get up and leave because it was her gift, her Christmas gift. So something must have been really boring in the show. Or we were just feeling frisky and we're like, let's get out of here. Like, I mean, maybe. Because it
was dark in there. I mean, you didn't have to leave.
Was it dark?
Yeah, it was dark.
Okay. Yes, maybe you were falling asleep.
No. I have no idea. We have no idea. But not a proud moment.
Maybe Bobby
not a proud
slipped
feeling.
something in your drink.
Maybe Bobby slipped
I was like,
something
Sean's been too uptight lately.
Yeah.
Let's try to get him to have some fun.
No, not too uptight.
No, you haven't been.
So that's what happened. That's my Adam Sandler recap. I have no recollection. Hollins texted me the next morning. How was it, man? Was it dead? And I was like, it was okay. It was so-so. Because I'm trying to get into the post-dinner. Like, I know where Adam Sandler's going to dinner afterwards. And I'm like, Derek, get me in. Like, all the girls, my wife, Bobby's wife, now they perk up. And they're like, Rob Schneider's going to go to the dinner too? Oh, my God. Is there any way we could possibly get in? And I was like, y'all are excited about Rob Schneider? And they were freaking doing backflips. Yeah. My wife and his wife.
He had some good roles in movies.
And Sean made it very clear, which it was fine. I wasn't looking for it, but Sean made it very clear. He's like, if we're able to get in, Bobby, you're not going to be able to come. That's too many people to ask for. Kristen can come, but not you.
Yeah. And I knew Holland wasn't getting in. Derek was like, yeah, I think I'm like, Derek, love you, but Adam Sandler ain't letting you into no private room. It's not happening. It's not happening. I'm trying to think what current Major League pitcher is cool enough that Adam Sandler or noteworthy enough. Who's the guy that KMC had on at the Super Bowl? Joe Kelly?
Joe Kelly?
Maybe Joe Kelly?
A pitcher.
Who's a stud, cool pitcher? Not Garrett Cole. He seems like a tool.
Right, but isn't Sandler a Yankee fan?
Good point. Who's a cool pitcher?
If you want to get into a Sandler dinner, you'd probably have to be a basketball player.
Yeah,
that's his. If one of the Mavericks was around, was like, hey, can I? Then he's probably sure, come on, because he's obsessed with hoops. But
yeah, so that's my recap.
It was good. Yeah. It was fine. I was most impressed Rob Schneider could sing. I had no idea that was a thing.
Would you pay for a ticket again? Did you pay for this ticket?
No.
Okay, so if you knowing what the show was, would you have paid for it? $100 a piece.
Probably. Wife enjoyed it. It was cool for her.
She liked it?
Yeah, she that's part of her childhood, Sandler and Schneider said she enjoyed it. So that was cool for her. So yeah, I probably would.
All right. So my bad. Little right turn right there. Bible binging. Adam Sandler. A little sick. Taxes, HOA, expenses.
Good.
There you go.
What a week. What a week for you. And why'd you go to, where else you go? You went to
Midlothian.
Why?
Birthday party. Let me tell you about these hardcore partiers in Midlothian real quick.
How far is that?
It's not close. It's not close.
It's not close. 35, 40 minutes from me. So we eat at this place and then they're like, okay, let's go to a bar afterwards. And I Ubered out there. I was like, don't want to take any chances. And they're like, all right, let's go to a bar afterwards. And I was like, okay, fine. We pull up to this place. We start walking. There's all these lights outside. I'm like, oh, that's a cool Christmas light type setup, whatever. And we keep walking and I'm waiting to see a door to walk into. They have taken us to an outdoor bar on Saturday night. I didn't have a jacket. I wasn't told to bring a jacket. You got all these Midlothianers around their fire pits and their heat lamps. They got a live band playing like it's the Rustic out there. And people are just getting hammered. They're getting sloshed. Just beers everywhere. A couple Tolos bringing up the RJ HOA issue from last week. But I'm at an outdoor bar at 11 p.m. at night, freezing my ass off on a Saturday in Midlothian. This is my life.
Colder there or
freezing cold
when we're at the media party?
Oh,
media party was
cold. It was chilly, but if you guys dressed appropriately,
I did. I was fine. I was in a hoodie. But they all kept complaining. They were like, oh my gosh, it's so cold in here.
You had 19 shots of vodka in you.
Yeah.
It was cold to start off.
It
was colder in Midlothian, I think. It was colder. So that was my weekend. All right, now, the Tony Pollard poll question. They can franchise tag the Cowboys back today. Do you think they should do it? The yes or no, and Todd Archer, Cowboys insider, on the other decisions for Jerry and Steven today and moving forward. That's next on The Fan. But first, there is...
personal injury, lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Updated poll results from the Tolos. What are you doing?
I'm yawning.
Why?
Derek Holland's trying to mess with me on the text, trying to get a reaction out of me, and I'm just showing him I got steely nerves.
Weren't you over Derek's house the other day?
Yeah, for a little bit. Just chilling.
Wow. Look at that.
So popular.
How do you grade his barbecue?
He had a good butt. He made pork butt for the first time, and it was good.
Okay.
He does well.
Didn't he make a brisket?
He made a brisket that he said he didn't let cook long enough or something, but he had poured Pepsi on the outside of it. Or I don't know if that was on the brisket or the pork, but it was like something that he poured on top, helped give it a little crust or something. It was good.
How'd his butt taste?
It was delicious. I'd eat it again.
Tony Pollard poll question. Let's move from the butt to the poll. Tony Pollard poll question.
It's disgusting.
At Bobby Belt TX, you can start franchise tagging from the butt to the poll to tagging. You can tag NFL players today. Would you franchise tag Tony Pollard? $10 million. RJ, the Tolos have not learned the lesson. Your running back lesson. 56% out of 3,000 votes. 56% would like to tag Tony Pollard. 43% saying no.
It's very disappointing. I thought we had taught the lessons. Now, I've been wrong on many of the thing. The running back is not one of them. This is a tried and true method in the NFL. The great Marcus Mosier, Bobby, posted that of the last dozen or so Super Bowl champions. I don't know. But the last dozen or so Super Bowl champs, the most any team had spent on the leading rusher in the Super Bowl was Seattle with Percy Harvin. He wasn't even a wide receiver. I'm sorry, he wasn't even running back. He was a wide receiver. So don't pay the position because it's been proven that you can get basically the same production out of 15% of the cost.
What rare traits or attributes do you think Tony Pollard has that makes him different from any other running back? Does he have special speed? Does he have special elusiveness?
So it's funny because when you look at his time speed is not great. Where he's different though is there's a difference between like time speed and game speed when they have the pads on and you actually watch them run. And speed stands out on an NFL field. Because those are all great athletes. And so when you see somebody that's moving faster than everybody else, it kind of, oh my gosh, that shocks you. So I'd say it's his play speed because you do see him in practice and games where it's like he gets to the outside and when he gets ahead of steam, he can get going fast. He's got, I think, for all the discussion about he's too small, he can't be a full-time back like Zeke, he can't run in between the tackles. I think when he does run inside, I think he's got really good contact balance. I don't think he gets knocked off his base very easily. He's a good running back. I'll tell you this, I mean, if Bijan Robinson is there at 26, Bijan Robinson's skill set is much more rare, and it'd probably be $7 million less this year than what Pollard costs you.
But, Choppy, you're talking about not even drafting one in the first round. Just go get one in the fourth or the fifth.
Third, fourth, fifth, something like that. There's if this is a deep class, then utilize that. Take advantage of that. Take advantage of the fact that it's a deep class, and you can find somebody to do basically the same job.
Does it entice you any more to franchise tag him if Pollard is playing back some of the time and the other time he's playing in the slot and he's playing as a receiver?
No.
I would say no.
Not a CMC 6-yard swing. I mean, going back to like running 14-yard routes.
No.
Okay.
How often is he going to do it? How many catches is he going to have in a season? I don't think it's going to happen enough for that to factor into my decision.
Like, running backs don't win routes, right? Like, they're not out there winning routes.
He's a receiver by trade.
But when he... What do you mean? Like,
he was a receiver at Memphis. He transitioned to running back. He was a receiver by trade. Amari Cooper said he thought Pollard was one of the 2 or 3 best route runners on the team.
How tall is he?
6'1".
Okay.
I mean, DeAndre Hopkins is 6'1".
I mean,
you're not going to sell me that he's a receiver over a back.
I'm not saying he's a receiver, but if you use him like because somebody just tweeted at us. Tim Winters tweeted at all three of us, said he's a weapon, not a running back, Debo or CMC type. If he's playing, obviously not to the same level, but if he's playing the same sort of role that Debo has played for San Francisco, that's not worth $10 million to you potentially?
I'm not going to hate it if they do it. I think because it's CD, it's Pollard, and then you have no other offensive weapons. You fall off the map. That's it. It's Pollard and CD. And I'm not going to be mad if you bring back Tony Pollard, especially I'm going to assume Zeke is gone and he gets even more of a workload. Long-term deals out of the question. I would lean towards no. I'm not going to go crazy if they do it because I like to take that money and spend elsewhere while getting RJ's 5th-round running back.
Yeah, to take the money, spend it elsewhere if you can. To me, that's what I would do. I would get a running back in the draft in the middle rounds and use that cash to find another receiver, or if you wanted to pay another tight, they're not going to pay a tight end, but you want to shore up the offensive line, whatever. There's plenty of places they could use to spend that money.
I think there is a chance they could tag Pollard and then still draft a running back in the 3rd or 4th round.
They should.
3rd or 4th?
Even if they tag him, they should definitely draft him.
They really, and it's still early on in the process. We'll hear about a bunch of other names, but locally it's relevant too. They really like Kendre Miller from TCU, the running back. And so Miller in the 3rd or 4th round, it could be that. It could be you tag Pollard and then you draft local kid. You go get Miller in the 3rd or 4th round.
Todd Archer, Cowboys Insider, yesterday on the G-Bag Nation. What other decisions do the Cowboys have to make besides Zeke?
I think there's some things they need to figure out with Tyron Smith. I think there's some things they need to figure out with their free agents that they got coming up. If this is a draft and develop team, you want to develop them for yourselves, not for other guys. So they have to start figuring out how to get these guys that they've developed under contract the way they used to do it, not even into that far distant past with guys like Ware and Terrence Newman and Brady James and Jason Witten and Tony Romo and, Jay Ratliff, all these guys that they were able to keep before they got to their second contract. They have to figure that out again. And I don't know how you really go about it other than just give them everything they want. And that leads you into a place against the cap that you don't want to go. So I'm interested another interesting storyline to me is what you do with guys that are now eligible for the big time contracts. And that's CeeDee Lamb, Trayvon Diggs, and even Biotish to an extent. How do you go about getting those guys under deals before they're able to test free agency? And to me, the number one guy to go get right now and done is CeeDee Lamb, because you know what he is and the number's not going to go any lower. This is the year to me that you try and do everything you can to get Lamb to an extension.
Okay. If you listen to Brian Broaddus on G-Bag, the clip was released on the fan Twitter account. He predicted that the Diggs negotiation could get a little ugly to start off, that the Cowboys may view him as, yeah, you're good. You're very good.
Very good.
But Diggs is thinking, no, I'm great, and you're going to pay me as great. Do you get that same sense? Where's that coming from?
Yeah, I think, and Chop and I talked yesterday a little bit about kind of some of the extension possibilities that they have. I think Diggs, here's the difference. Jair Alexander's the top paid corner on the market. He makes $21 million annually. With inflation of the cap and Diggs wanting to go a little bit above, you're probably looking at Diggs is going to want $23 million a year. J.C. Jackson.
That was choppy.
J.C. Jackson is probably more how the Cowboys view him. J.C. Jackson signed for $16.5 last year. With inflation from the cap, you're probably looking at the Cowboys wanting to pay more like $18. So you're looking at, these are not reported numbers. I'm not reporting these. I'm just connecting dots here and knowing the way some of these negotiations have gone in the past. I think you're probably starting off at a $5 million gap, which is pretty significant. I think they probably fail to come to any sort of an agreement this year. I think they get CD done this offseason. They get Terrence Steele done this offseason. And then I think Diggs plays out the rest of this year and gets tagged next year.
Let me ask you this. Is he better than Surtain?
Probably not.
Sauce?
No.
Jalen?
Ramsey?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
At this point.
Yes, at this point he is.
Alexander?
No.
Similar.
Slay?
He's better than Slay.
Probably better than Gilmore at this point.
Better than Gilmore.
20 a
He's
year.
top 5. He is a top 5 corner.
If he's a top 5 corner, you have to pay him. You have to. Now, I heard what?
Isn't that the case, though? I mean, like 23 and 18, if that's your difference, and these are just purported numbers, then yeah, 2021, right? Like you give a little, they give a little, and ultimately you come down on, you meet in the middle.
Do you think it's laughable to call him top 5? You just went through the names, and I think I'm guessing you were a little surprised that you ran out after those names.
No, I didn't run out. I mean, I got more. I just never heard of these guys.
Okay, well, that's running out.
Well, yeah.
That's the definition of running out. You thought the list of names would be longer.
Jonathan Jones, Dean, Tyson Campbell.
Better.
Marlon Humphrey.
Better, but Humphrey's really good.
See, when you look at the list,
Charvarius Ward, best corner in the NFL.
Because
I'm just kidding. You've trolled me with him before.
Spotted him.
You
set up his cone at the drill.
You've trolled me before. He's better than Bradbury.
Todd Archer. Which contract will be harder to get done, Diggs or CD?
So both can be hard. So harder, I would say, coming to an agreement, I would say, would probably be Trayvon Diggs, because you can look at Trayvon's game and the interceptions and the impact that he has in covering guys and shutting guys down and all that, and say, man, he warrants this. Right. But then you can also look at some situations where you say, well, he doesn't tackle very much. He doesn't hit very much. And you look at it from the CD. Now turn it to CD. What doesn't he do well that you would say, got some questions there? I don't know. There's not I'm sure there are some, but there's certainly not as many that you can think of off the top of your head like you can with Trayvon. So I would say the Diggs contract will probably be more difficult. And that's why you have to sign one or the other. And I realize Diggs, you got the 50-year option on him, so you get an extra year. I think Lamb is more of the sure bet, in my opinion, through the first 3 years of their careers. So he's the guy I try and get done first, and then worry about Trayvon after that. And you can use the franchise tag on him after this year if that's the direction you want to go.
I like that plan. You wait, see if Diggs gets a little bit better with giving up the big plays or biting on.
And the corner money is probably not going to jump the way a quarterback money jump would be. So you might be able to get a little bit more of a value there.
Probably not, but there is a theory going around league circles that we're a year or two behind, that eventually corners are going to start driving up the market similar to receivers, and they're going to say, you teams are paying these guys like this, and you want us to stop them, you need to pay us like them to stop them.
Right.
And so you might see there is a concern in the league that the contracts will start exploding like that in the next year or two, potentially at corner.
Or you let Diggs go and you go and get Jalen Ramsey and Byron Jones to pair with DeRon Bland.
I mean, if you did that, that's not a bad corner trio. That's a good group of corners. It's just how much longer is Byron going to stay healthy? How much longer till Ramsey starts declining? But
I mean, he's slipped a little.
Yeah. You're talking age there. I'm an ageist.
Yeah.
I'm an ageist in football. I love Byron Jones, but I'm not taking Byron Jones for any kind of serious money because he's too old.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. Everyone back together again on a Tolo Tuesday after this.
But let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford in.
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors. What's coming up?
Guys, right out of the gate, we're counting down to spring training as we are heading out there this Sunday. Kevin,
did you have to look at your watch for that?
That's what I just a crutch.
Okay,
definitely. I sometimes I'll look at my watch when I don't even have my watch on, so I'm just like, oh yeah, let's look. I don't even know why. But yeah, what's the strongest position for the Rangers? And we got so much more as the entire show is back together. But Kevin, Sunday we fly out.
What time? What
2:30ish.
Okay, thank you.
To Arizona.
Yeah, my wife was asking me those questions this morning, and I'm like, I don't know.
We'll send you the flight info, Mike.
Kevin gets to interview Greg Maddux next week, maybe.
Gosh, I hope so.
And it's like
Is that on the books?
Well, we're working on it. We'll make it happen.
Hey, quick question,
that
Bobby.
meme yesterday that was out there?
You know?
Yeah, I saw that. With Jacob DeGrom.
Him sitting next to DeGrom asking which one's going to pitch more innings for the Rangers this year.
Oh, that is hurtful. Now,
up.
right before we went on, Bobby said, hey, Jordan Spieth is one of the 3 golfers I know. Who are the other 2 that you know?
We went over this yesterday. We went down the top 60 in the world golf rankings, and the only names I knew, along with faces, where I could say, oh, yeah, I know what that guy looks like, were Rory McIlroy, Jordan Spieth, and then Patrick Reed.
It was a lie because
it was not.
There's
Well, you know
zero
Tiger
chance
Woods.
he doesn't know who
No, but
Dustin Johnson
I did top
and Brooks
60.
Koepka are.
We went through the top 60.
You know
I
that-
don't know what Koepka looks like. I know the name. I
You know
clue.
Dustin Johnson.
I did not know who
Paulina
Justin Johnson
Gretzky?
was. I know who Paulina Gretzky is. I did not know who Dustin Johnson was. I'm one of these guys. No, I'm like
he's being Orlovsky. He's
No,
intellectually dishonest.
no, I'm being dead serious.
Bobby, I did this yesterday because Kevin doesn't like golf, and I talked about Kevin about this. The show Full Swing on Netflix is tremendous.
Oh, man, I've heard about this.
You don't have to like golf. You don't have to ever have played golf. It's kind of like the F1 show. I don't watch F1. I could care less about F1. The F1 show, though, is very entertaining. It gets you to know some of these guys and their backgrounds.
What's that called?
Full Swing on Netflix.
No, the racing one.
Drive to Survive.
Yeah, and the first,
I almost started watching it last night.
The first 2 episodes of Full Swing are pretty much based here because so many golfers are here. The first episode is on Jordan Spieth and Justin Thomas. And then the next episode is on Scheffler and Brooks Koepka and their different personalities, how they see. One sees it as life and death, and the other's like, I'm just, trying to get better today. If I get better, I get better. And so it's great that you see here's 2 best friends, the first episode, and how they're competing against each other, flying on private jets, and how the life of a golfer is. And then here's Koepka, who's struggling mentally and wanting to kill himself because he can't play golf anymore the way he used to play. And then another dude who's rising to the ranks that nobody thought would be one of the best golfers in the world. And he's like, yeah, just trying to play golf. If it works out.
Have you been
works out.
watching this?
I've seen the first 2 episodes, yeah.
And? You don't
Like,
think it's that good?
I do. I do. It's just I'm a big Koepka fan, and I came away not liking him.
Oh.
Why?
Yeah. I just thought he was a total douche in that episode. Like, just complete.
Isn't that why people don't like him, though?
Oh, they hate him. They hate him. No, he is a douche. There's no doubt about that. But he came across like my whole thing with him is like he's just a don't care guy. And he came away, and I like that about him.
Yeah. But you can tell he cares. I mean, he cares so much, it's killing him.
Yeah, it does. And
so you didn't like him because he cared?
I like the nonchalant, whatever, man. It's just golf. Like, I don't care. Like, I'm out here just to kick ass and take names. Like, I don't really care about golf. I don't really like golf. That's what I loved about him. I thought it was genuine. And now it's like I realized that whole thing was a front. He really actually cares.
See, Chop didn't believe me that I didn't know so many other names, but I would know who Patrick Reed is. And the only reason I know who Patrick Reed is because I was told if you were ever a golfer, you would be Patrick Reed. And I don't know what that means, but apparently everybody on Twitter yesterday said that's very offensive. That somebody said that to me.
He cheats for one,
and he's a jerk.
Did
he go live, or is he went live, or no? Patrick Reed.
He did. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Were people angry over the tampon?
Oh yeah, Chop and I did talk about that.
5% of the people who don't even follow golf were upset about it.
This is the worst thing that's ever happened.
We have to apologize to 5% of a population that could care less about golf.
Couldn't care less.
They're just,
that's my pet peeve.
They're to me, I wish he wouldn't have apologized. And I get Tiger Woods has done a lot of wrong in his life, just like I've done a lot of wrong in my life. They're different wrongs, but we've done wrongs. But having fun with a friend on a golf course and giving them a tampon, just having fun, there's no reason to apologize. You offended 0 people. That doesn't offend a person. A real person can't be offended by that.
I agree with you. I just can't believe you're saying on the radio. I totally agree with what you're saying. I thought the same way.
It's that they hate Tiger Woods. They're offended that Tiger Woods exists on Earth.
Or I would also say some people just seek out being offended on a day-to-day basis. They're like, what can I be offended
But would women
about
be more
today?
offended if there was going to be someone offended?
Yes. I mean, look, it is. I'm not going to lie. It is degrading to women. It absolutely is. The problem is you're not going to stop men from doing that and from saying, like, calling each other the P word. You're just not going to stop that.
Well,
That's
you're going to
happen
stop
from the
it.
inside. You'll stop it in public.
Yeah, in public.
You'll stop it in public, but you'll never stop it on a local muni.
Right.
Yeah. When you hit a
It's a
ball
municipal course.
when you hit a ball and it doesn't go past the ladies' tees, you're never going to stop men from saying you got to pull your pants down and hit the next shot. It's never going to stop.
Oh my.
It'll never stop.
Now you're saying.
Now you're saying it on the radio. Shop.
Good.
Jeez.
Does your boyfriend carry your bags? Stuff like that.
Oh,
It happens,
my
dude. It
goodness.
happens. I was watching Nate Bargatze. Was he on with who was he on with? Nate Burleson in his morning show.
Oh, CBS early show or whatever.
Yeah, and they were asking him, they were like, hey, you're like clean comedy. Everything you do is clean. Are you like that all the time? And he's like, yeah, with the family. He's like, but when I'm around other comics, sometimes I'm like, man, I better reel this back. Otherwise, when I get around real people, comics just think differently. He said, but he said, I don't want to go on and do all, 30 minutes of political content because I want to be a break from everybody's other things. So it is a different world when you're around people at the Muni, as Chop said.
Poll question. You guys have to vote. Would you franchise tag Tony Pollard $10 million? You can do it starting today.
I'm honestly not sure. I saw your poll question earlier. Is it still it's pretty split?
57% saying yes. 3,300 votes at Bobby Belt TX.
I guess I would say no, just because I wonder if coming off the injury, if his market for 1 year is lower than that. And I like Tony Pollard, but I guess I would say no coming off of injury. That's a tough question, though.
I lean to no, but I would want to know, when is he supposedly going to be 100% healthy?
I believe he is supposed to be healthy by camp. That shouldn't be a problem.
So August is when I would know, like August 1st?
No, I think with the ankle surgery that he had, I believe that should be done. Like, he should be healthy before camp. Okay. Like, it's just when they get to camp, when you need him, he should be good.
Corey?
He's really good.
I'll lean to no. I'll take the risk that in, let's just say, the 3rd to 4th round, I like a guy, and maybe in the 6th to 7th round, I like another guy.
He's a really good runner, but I would be afraid of he is healthy. He gets whatever stats he needs to make it a good season for him and get whatever the Josh Hamilton year. By mid-season, he had everything he needed in order to go get whatever money he wanted. So he quit on you after that. I'm not afraid of him quitting on you. But whenever you need him the most, is he gonna say, I got all that for you this time? Or is he like, man, I got to take care of my body and make a business decision?
Man, could you imagine somebody in the NFL doing a college bowl game? See ya. I'm out for the postseason.
I'll tell you what, Corey, you just made a great point. It happens to the Mavericks for a decade now.
I didn't think it was
when you put players on 1-year contracts. Like, why should like right now we're in this situation? How much should Christian Wood sacrifice his game just to do this or that? Now, I know that around the league it might hurt a little bit, but when you're running out 1-year contracts, and Cuban did it for over a decade, you find in the second half you start getting a lack of, I'm doing this for the team, because you're like, you're not doing anything for me.
It depends on the market. A quarter of the league is out on him, you would think.
Yeah, heck, maybe even over half the league if we're talking about Wood. If we're talking about Pollard, probably half the league's like, we're fine at running back.
Yeah.
You're just looking at those 5 teams that might beat you in this situation.
Would you vote?
I wouldn't be mad at them. I would vote no. I wouldn't be mad. See, to me, I'm always like, I struggle with the reason for the decision. Should we be making a decision? I freak out with the Cowboys because I'm like, they can't afford to lose this, versus what's the smart team decision? The smart team decision is not to re-sign him, but I'm so scared of what the Cowboys offense would look like if you don't replace that. And I struggle with which one should I vote
Don't
with.
GM scared. never GM scared, dude. You just go out there and say, I'm really good at making these types of additions. Now, I did hear y'all this morning discussing the fact that they screwed themselves, and Bobby, you put it very well this morning. They screw themselves by not adding outside free agents. Kevin, you've been saying this for a while in the same way, but like they end up, it's too much pressure to say, well, we're just going to hit on everybody in the draft. So then whenever you get a Kelvin Joseph, like you said this morning, then everybody's like, well, see, you suck at drafting. And you're like, no, we're really good at it. It's just we're relying everything on all these guys being good, and nobody does that.
Every miss is that much worse when you don't add free agents.
I was going to ask around the room to make your answer a little bit better is what's the percentage you draft Tony Pollard?
How good's your offensive line? I mean, that's half the equation.
That's right. 100% right. If you have a good offensive line, you draft Tony Pollard 100% of the time.
Yeah.
I mean, or like, somebody that could do the job. That may not be the same guy.
They believe
who could also catch.
They believe they could find a Tony Pollard type, I think, in the 3rd or 4th round. I think they believe that's out there for them.
What do we think he does that's rare? Do you think he has special explosion? Does he have special elusiveness? Does he have special breakaway speed?
I think he has special explosion in terms of he also takes it to the house. Not special
I
explosion
agree.
in terms of I got 30 yards. Like he finishes those plays.
Right, but does he finish those plays next year and the year after as well?
I don't know. I don't know.
Alvin Kamara.
That's my concern.
No extension is out.
Look what happened to the
franchise or
Saints.
nothing.
Look how good Kamara was his first 4 to 5 years, and now look who he is now after a few injuries.
Kamara's so physical though, and the Cowboys they kept him in bubble wrap the first 3 years. I mean, he's not the normal tread off his tires that a 4-year running back would have.
He's a smaller dude.
He is, but to the explosion point, like Sean, you shared that thing yesterday. That was out of all the player or running backs who scored at least 10 touchdowns, which there was like 13 of them. The longest average per touchdown was Pollard. The shortest was Zeke. Out of everybody in the NFL.
All right, we're back tomorrow morning with the Hump Day edition. Okay. The KMC Masterpiece is next on 105.3 The Fan.
You can wait 24 hours. You can wait 24 hours. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to have a good old time today. Appreciate Mike Bassick not only holding it down yesterday, but running the show.
Man.
From what I heard.
I wanted to just show you guys a run sheet that I helped put together because you guys said I could never do it.
No, we didn't. But did you share that run sheet with the world?
I hope
Is it
not.
okay if I tweet it out there?
Yeah.
Because there were some, like, just your notes were really funny. Like, just the, like, this is stupid. Like, it's Mike Bassick set up the run sheet, how Mike Bassick would talk.
See, and you did the show with Joey and Alec, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so my concern was...
And Derek,
Alec and I, we were called the damn masterpiece yesterday. Derek, Alec, and Mike.
I love it. And burn on you, Joey, I love it. But also, here's a fun fact about Mike, if you haven't heard it before. Mike texts back to the last group text he sees.
Right. You guys were on it.
Yeah.
I saw your two names on it, and I don't care who else is on it.
And so...
The entire station.
I saw it after the fact, but my initial thought was... Did he show this to Alec and Joey? Like, my hope was he didn't walk in and be like, what'd you fart heads think about the run sheet? And they're like, we didn't get the run sheet. And he goes, I texted it to you. And so you did provide the run sheet to the rest of the people, or you guys all collaborated with it.
Good. Yeah, my first topic yesterday was the All-Star game is stupid. That's the worst damn All-Star. Like, it's now worse than the Pro Bowl. Now the Pro Bowl doesn't even play a game anymore, but I can't believe, not that we're redoing yesterday's segment, but I just can't believe that nobody ever got hurt. Do you guys ever remember Michael Jordan blowing out a knee in the All-Star game? Like, literally nobody in the history of basketball ever got hurt playing in the All-Star game 10 to 25 minutes in their time that they were playing in the game.
Because it was the best version of real pickup basketball, real basketball. It was a very good version of it.
And LeBron's one of the greatest, if not the greatest basketball player of all time. I give him that. But he is the person who ran the NBA into we do not try in the All-Star game. I don't know why, but it just became a deal. So that's why the thing that I put on the run sheet yesterday, like, this is stupid, is I can't believe that this is what has become of a game that used to be so fun to watch.
Joey, what did you think of Mike's performance yesterday? Did he reel it in at all, or was he just full Mike?
Yeah, there was no shenanigans yesterday with Mike. I'm going to be completely honest. It was a great performance. All I gotta say is watch out, Kevin and Corey. Mike's coming for you.
All right.
I mean, we're all on the same show, so I don't feel.
I don't know. I feel like I need to team up with Mike now.
What?
Yeah.
Based on what I'm hearing from Joey.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess I would just say I hope we all team up together.
Look, hey man, listen. If I team up with Mike, I'll bring you with me. How's that sound?
Okay.
Does that sound all right?
Can we bring Joey?
You can go it. I don't know.
It's fair.
Okay. So I was reading this.
I want. You know what's funny is I want somebody to do a mural of Kevin, do the same thing that guy did for Luka. Send some help.
Send some help, please. Please send some help.
But I would have to be looking exasperated, right?
Like you do most days with us.
That is very fair. God bless.
What
all
is
of
the
y'all.
at this point? What is the best? Is the baseball All-Star game the best?
For sure, because you have to try it. Can you imagine if a fly ball was hit in the gap and Mike Trout and Mookie Betts just looked at each other and go, we don't want to go get it.
Yeah.
And then the guy just kind of jogs around the bases. He doesn't even run. Like, it's the only one where everybody is literally trying. They're having fun. People are mic'd up, but it's now the only one where every person is actually trying at all parts of the game.
Well, and you know it's not the NHL All-Star one because the audio Joey played us a couple weeks ago where the announcers aren't trying because they're like, I'm gonna recreate it for you. It's essentially like, hey, another great thing about Tim Hortons is if you go on a Saturday afternoon and they're like, oh, what happened? Oh, I think somebody scored a goal. Was it Robertson? Yeah, I think Robertson scored a goal. They did not give a crap about what was happening in the midst of the actual game.
Think about it in baseball too, throwing 20 to 40 pitches at around 90 to 100 miles an hour. There's as big a risk of getting hurt during that as there is playing a basketball game for 15 minutes. And yet the baseball pitchers still throw the ball 95 miles an hour. It'd be like if you're watching the All-Star game this year for baseball, and the guys are like, you know what? There's a less than 1% chance I get hurt right now, so let me just lob the ball in there. It's just weird.
At this point, Kevin, I would probably say it is baseball.
Okay.
Then the flag football game, then hockey,
right.
then the NBA All-Star game. That's where I put
I've been trying to look for ratings. I was looking last night on Twitter because I'm like, I turned it off after 3 minutes. I didn't turn it off. I went upstairs.
3 minutes?
After 3 minutes, I'm like, this is good. I'm done. This is pathetic. And my kid's like, you're done? And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go take a shower. And then Sue tells me, hey, why don't you just hang out with the boys? It doesn't have to be a good game. Just talk to them or whatever. I'm like, all right, that's a good idea. I come downstairs 10 minutes later, and they've both left the room, and they're done with it, too. I'm like, you guys done with this? They're like, yeah. It's like, it's stupid. Like, they're just doing whatever they want. And I'm like, yeah, I know.
All right, we'll be on the lookout for those ratings as well as XFL ratings.
The 469, Kevin, it's for children, you dip S. You liked it back then because you were a child.
Well, my 13 and 14-year-olds stopped watching, and they like watching basketball.
And I'm an adult now. Like I'm the main person they're trying to market this thing to, right? I'm the one that has the spending power at this point.
Children,
that's what he said. I don't know that the NBA looks at it that way.
I just
want a way to capture children. Not in that like their attention, not like capturing them in a net
just
and taking
like
them to
that. I just want to see if they can score 200 points. That's what I'm here for. Now, we're going to spring training on Sunday. I was reading an article that it piqued my curiosity in numerous ways. The strongest position for all 30 MLB teams and what it means. Okay, so every team gets one position. So it's kind of almost like all-star style, where they're like, even if this is not an epically strong position, every team gets at least one. And so, for example, the strongest position in all of the teams in all of the leagues is relief pitcher for the New York Yankees. Like, that's the top of the top stability. And second is center field for the Angels.
All right.
So what would you like?
They have the bullpen ranked over Mike Trout.
Yeah, I
guess because of injury.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. That's what I thought too, but they call it stability points.
Okay.
So I wonder if injury does in fact factor into that. What would you say is the strongest position for the Rangers? Because I have to admit, I was a little surprised, and then I've been thinking about it since then, and maybe
I would go towards starting pitching. I know there's injury issues, but I think they have 5 quality starting pitchers, plus they have depth. Remember, MLB did not rank the Rangers with the best depth in their rotation. They ranked them as the 10th best depth. And that meant when guys get hurt, they have Glenn Otto, they have Dane Dunning, they have Odorizzi. You can maybe throw in other guys, too, that might develop over time, whether it's Owen White, Cole Winn, stuff like that. But I think when you look at their starting 5, plus if a couple guys get hurt at the same time, you're not running out guys you don't believe can help you win. To me, it's their overall rotation.
Oh, man, yeah, I think Mike's right there. There's a lot of question marks still about that rotation. That's my biggest concern. I'll go with second base. Is that their strongest position right now?
And that's where I found the selection for the Rangers to be a little curious, because I could also see second base, or if you really wanted to cheat and say middle infield, I'd be like, that's enough position.
Yeah, there's a lot of
are we both wrong?
You are both wrong.
Outfield defense? I think their outfield defense is great.
Nate Lowe.
They said right field with Adolis Garcia. And here's where it surprised me, though, because they're essentially only giving Adolis Garcia 1 to maybe 1.5 seasons of stability. And if that's the case, then I immediately thought, well, wouldn't Simeon or Seager jump into that mix, because they've only both been like entrenched in their position for a year? I don't know if you're saying, well, Adolis Garcia has been doing it for like the better part of 2 years. I do feel comfortable with Adolis Garcia out there. I just don't know. But to put it in perspective,
and they're talking just about his defense, is that the thing, or they're talking about overall?
The whole package. Wow. They're next to last in the league. So you know when I told you like everyone gets a representative, this is the essentially all-star base representative, because last in the league is the Detroit Tigers relief pitchers. And they're like, hey, everybody gets something. And who do you think is the longest tenured right fielder for the Rangers? You can do this.
Like in the history of Rangers baseball? Juan Gonzalez.
Ruben
Sierra?
Ruben Sierra.
Rusty Greer.
I think Juan might have gone to left for a little. I can't remember exactly if Juan was always a right fielder.
Jeff Huson.
Well, he was a shortstop.
David Holtz.
He was a left fielder.
Otis Nixon.
He was a center fielder for like a whole year.
Buford.
I actually kind of like this. If you want to name your random Ranger at 877-881-1053.
I mean, honestly, he moved around. Joey Gallo moved around. I'm like, I wonder who second would be after Ruben.
And so we feel comfortable with Adolis Garcia.
Yeah, solid player.
But
hold on real quick. I just wanted to add to the solid part of what Mike's saying here. 31 home runs and 27 home runs in back-to-back seasons.
Yeah.
I'm feeling pretty comfortable with that kind of power there. Batting average 243, 250. Like, he got better than
It's honestly a hair above
I mean, it
average.
stinks that it's like that feels like you should be a 300 hitter, but even still, you're getting power and batting average for today's baseball.
Well, and the thing I was worried about maybe last year with Adolis is his July wasn't the best, but then he finished out the season well, because the year before he was a legit all-star in the first half of the season, not just everybody gets an all-star. Then he fell off a cliff in the second half, and I was concerned about his viability as a long-term player. So last July, I was a little worried. He finished out strong. He's a solid player.
From the 817, Charlie Huff didn't play right field at all. Mike,
most of the people you listed didn't play right field.
Mike, can you imagine if you're trying to throw a knuckleball from the outfield?
It would be insane. That catcher would be like, I don't know what to do.
Be like that Jalen Hurts Hail Mary.
With Kevin's talking about the month of July, and I don't know how bad, how drastically bad it was in the grand scheme of things, but
did our manager get fired in July?
Oh yeah, well the whole team was stunk then. In the
maybe it was later, but
with the greatest players, how long is a typical bad stretch for the best players in baseball? Do they have a month? Do they have a week?
It's a great question. I guess it matters who they are, right? And I'm going back in time. If you're talking about guys that were like Rod Carew, Wade Boggs, Tony Gwynn, guys that just made contact every at bat, they would go into small slumps because they're always making contact. If you're talking about maybe more of today's guys that are great players, Aaron Judge, who just won the MVP, you're talking about guys that kind of maybe are more power hitters, big swingers, they can go into longer slumps.
Okay. Kevin, that's just my I'm not that concerned when the guy has one because the rest of the team should be able to help pick up some of that. But I think all the best players, they have their moments, but maybe not a full month of just bad.
I should have known this was going to be the case. Kevin Mensch, Chan-Ho Park, David Murphy, Tommy Oliver, Lance Nix.
Somebody said Steve DeBerk. Hold on. I don't know if that's real.
Frank Catalanato, Pete Incaviglia. So people there are so
Nelson Cruz did play right field.
Many more.
Remember during Game 6
yes,
he was out there.
I know.
He came in a little bit too much before the pitch was made.
Just a step.
What's your favorite?
We should have made a better pitch too.
One step.
Was your favorite conspiracy theory about that when the ball went up in the air, he wanted to make sure he didn't get left out of the celebration, and that's why he moved in? And then he was like, "Oh crap, that's coming to me, and I'm going to need to go back further."
I thought that was Wash had him move a step or two in. He was
that at least makes more baseball sense. Not so I can run in the celebration pile.
So did you watch the pitch was a bad pitch too?
Well, yeah, it wasn't a good. If you hit the ball 100 miles an hour opposite field off the wall, it's not usually going to be a good pitch. I'd say 99 out of 100 times if a dude goes oppo that hard that it's probably not that good of a pitch.
Tom Goodwin, Andres Galarraga, Big Cat.
Jeff Burrows. Was the Andres Galarraga thing when we were like, you know what? Let's take all these players who 4 years ago were the best in baseball. We're going to get them all, and we're going to be awesome.
I feel
and
like
then
we
they
were
really
terrible. Close. We had a really decent lineup during that. Let me look. I just want to look and see who was surrounded by him in that moment because, Kevin, your lineup, here it is. Your lineup that year was Pudge, Palmeiro, Michael Young, A-Rod, Mike Lamb, Frank Catalanato, Gabe Kapler, Ricky Leday, Ruben Sierra, and Galarraga was your DH.
We had Ruben Sierra back at that point?
Actually, he became the DH for the rest of the season after that. So that was a great team, man.
Look, when you wonder...
Not many guys in their prime there.
Exactly.
A-Rod was in his prime. Michael Young had just come up, and then a lot of guys that were
Pudge
kind of
not in his prime.
You know what? Pudge was in his prime then, too.
You think so?
Ken Caminiti.
You're looking at 2000, 2001?
Yeah, 2004.
No, 2001. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 'cause
okay.
I was on the team.
A-Rod was gone.
In 2004,
Okay, yeah,
I was
yeah,
on the
yeah.
team. We had Teixeira, Soriano, Young, Blaylock in the infield.
I'll concede that for sure. But whenever people wonder why Rangers fans get so excited, or they're like, Jacob deGrom's not going to work out, and everyone's ridiculously excited, it's because this team does not have necessarily the most storied history in the annals of baseball.
Especially in pitching. Like we have Nolan. That's what our legacy is.
But the
Nolan
best
Ryan.
time, when was the best time for pitching in Rangers history? The best ERAs in the history of Rangers baseball.
The Kevin Gross trade?
No, it was when Mike Maddox was our pitching coach.
Yeah.
Here we are. We're back in the game, baby.
Now,
I kind of thought he was going to say when he was on the team.
No, not at all. Somehow I led the team in whip in only 3 starts.
What?
I think so. If you go to 2004, if you go to the stats, I think I had the best whip on the team. Still got sent down. What's up with that? What's up with that, Buck Showalter and John Hart? What did I do so bad? They're like, this is pure luck. That's what they thought.
Larry Bittner, Matt Trainer, Hunter Pence, Julio Borbone, the never-ending string of name arranger will surely continue. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, forget watching the XFL. What rules should the NFL straight up steal from the league? You know that one they should steal. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss and Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. Some companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation, it's always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I guess I need to ask, and I know our requisite XFL correspondent Carter was at the game, is did you go, did you watch the XFL? I really want to see the TV ratings when that comes down, but perhaps more importantly, which rules from the XFL do you want to steal? Now, I got to ask you guys first, even though I think I already know the answer.
Don't ask me.
You did not watch XFL, correct?
I'm 1 for 1. They put on XFL for a weekend, and I didn't watch 1 second of it.
As Carter waves his XFL, is that a towel? Is that like a mini banner?
It is a Renegades towel.
Okay.
Yeah, it's awesome. There it is. Show it to the fan.
Are you giving this to me? Is that what you're doing? No, this isn't mine?
It's the show for the kids.
Oh, my gosh. Here we go. By the way, if you haven't seen on the Twitch, we got some new graphics up there, baby. So that thing's rocking right there. There's the new Renegades towel. What is this? Carter, come on. Really, dude? That is disgusting.
Okay. It is 10:23 in the morning. All right.
It just looked like he'd wipe spaghetti on it or something.
Should I go ahead and assume you also did not watch the XFL? I did not. I'm not going to lie to you.
I did watch the XFL.
Did you?
Highlights. On Twitter when people posted stuff about Danucci. That was pretty much all I saw.
I unfortunately saw Kevin Gray, too, who was tweeting every Danucci play on Twitter. And I'm like, my God, why are you following a guy who makes hats for a living?
He made a play, dude. He made a great play where he ran to the sideline and Mahomes'd it. But I think he also cost the team their game. So well, or maybe it's just the fact that the Renegades are that strong, that good of a team.
Yes,
Kevin, I was surprised that you weren't there since The Rock was there. That was what threw me off. Was I figured you would know his schedule the way that you do.
Must have not smelt him.
And you couldn't smell what he was cooking.
I was disappointed because he didn't jump on our station to do an interview ahead of time.
Makes
Otherwise,
sense.
I definitely would have been there. From the 214, I watched. I'm a football junkie. For the 817, I was there. Season ticket holder for the Renegades. Obviously the talent isn't as good from the 817, but the fun rules make it very interesting. With that in mind, I'm going to pitch to you some of the XFL rules. Do you want to move any of these? The double forward pass.
What?
Okay.
Hold on.
Yes.
You're telling me that I can throw you the football downfield?
No. Well, yes, you can, but it stops there.
What is this
now,
game? This is
the double forward pass is you still have to be behind the line of scrimmage to throw the second forward pass. But check it out. All right. So let's say you go shotgun and still give me a 3-step drop back. I know that might not be your goal with the shotgun, but just stay with me here.
All right.
All right. So you're about 8 to 10 yards behind the line of scrimmage. You could pass it to me, and I'm still a yard or two behind the line of scrimmage. Then I can chuck the ball down the field.
So the reverse flea flicker.
Except you're going forward.
Yeah, okay.
So you could pass it forward to me, and I could pass it forward to someone else, assuming I'm still behind the line of scrimmage.
Okay.
Do you support this
I do support
as an
that.
NFL rule?
Yeah, why wouldn't they use that? That sounds fun. That sounds like a blast. I love that. There are things about the Arena League that I would see that I would be like, oh, dude, why don't they have this in the NFL? Like you could start 40 yards behind and just start sprinting as hard as you can, and then once they say hut, then you can just keep running at full speed. And now that cornerback has to catch up with you, and you're already at full speed. I love that thing.
Well, they do actually kind of have a rule about that for the kickoff. Now, where everyone is placed in the kickoff is crazy different, and the teams are only 5 yards apart, but nobody can run except for the kicker and the guy who gets the ball until the ball is touched or it sits on the ground for 3 seconds. So you can't run once the ball is kicked off. You have to wait until the guy catches the ball.
All right, let's do that one. Yeah, let's do that too.
Okay.
Let's add that.
Man, I'm excited. I think you're going to be in on all of these
That being
rules.
said, the kicking game in the NFL, Kevin, is the most boring thing. It's a waste of time most times.
You done with it?
Well, the only factor is, I guess if Turpin can get a second cut, like if he can learn that part of it, I'll be back. But most of the time, like in the Super Bowl, was there one kickoff? And it was that squib kick at the end of the game that didn't go through the end zone.
Yeah.
Like it's when it's like that, you have two kickers that kick it out. What's the point of even doing it?
From the 682, I saw the DiNucci pick six live. It was great. From the fours.
Well, I mean, if you're a fan of the Arlington Renegades, then yes, you thought that it was great because that's the moment.
From the 469, hey, I'm going to the March 31st Renegades game to watch DiNucci play. I'm curious what the announced attendance was as well, because just the pictures I saw
it
did not lead me to believe that there was 1 million or 1.2 million there, or
but do you know?
More than 10 to 15,000 people.
That's a lot.
No, it is.
How many you think you get an Allen High School football game, Kevin?
About 19 or 20,000.
All right.
Maybe 22 on that first
and
game.
A lot of those are student tickets, so they're not getting full price like the Renegades are.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Interesting.
The student tickets, they really knock it off. Kevin,
how many people did they say was at the?
We don't know.
That's what I want to know.
At least 1,000.
817 says, would the NFL add a new stat, assists for the QB on the double pass, like in hockey, where you get there's four different people that get the assist?
People are telling us the attendance was about 12,000. Which, okay.
That's good.
Yeah.
First game. Nobody knew The Rock was going to be there?
No, everybody knew The Rock was going to be there, and he said he was going to all 4 games. My question is it good, or is it going to fall after this? Because historically, the XFL falls pretty hard after week 1.
You know what I think.
So, yeah.
You know what I really think.
Okay.
It's second-tier football.
Yeah.
People love top-tier football. College football is their next level down. And then I guess so this would be the third level beyond college football.
From the 903, I'll clean it up. They are disputing the attendance number, but Chris Arnold also said 12,000 people. All right, overtime. Now, Corey,
That's when we stick around and hang out with G-Bag.
That is true. I'm going to direct this to Mike because
I'm listening
you're
now.
on board with all of these rule changes. All right, if a game goes to overtime, the NFL gives each team 3 attempts from the opponent's 5-yard line, and they alternate attempts. So you get the ball at the 5, got to score. And then the other team gets the ball at the 5, got to score. Then it goes back to the first team. You do that 3 times. So it's kind of like a shootout, sort of. Except,
yeah, I would not like that in the NFL. I would hate to miss the playoffs because of the 5-yard line situation. I would say, can't we see if the team can drive it down the field against us? If they score a touchdown, I get, like, if you can't hold them to a field goal or less, we don't get the ball back. As long as we hold them to a field goal, we get the ball, and we can see if we can either score a field goal or a touchdown to win this thing. I do like that more just because I don't feel like I get it in baseball. In baseball, we can get tired. At inning 12 and inning 13, you're like, this is not feeling like do or die at this point. We just feel like we're all dying watching this thing. And I get why they have to go, let's just put a ghost runner on second base to try to get this thing over with and get it a little more entertaining. Have you ever got to overtime of a football game and going, I'm turning it off? I've been watching this thing for 3 hours.
Heck no. Because you have been in on that the entire time, and you want
Even
the
if it's,
final
I know
outcome.
college is different
when
rules.
that Texas LSU one went to 7 overtimes, I was like, we got to win this game.
I guess that one was
And I get it. Like, after college football, like, all right, we've been playing this game for 5 hours. I guess another 45 minutes doesn't matter.
Mike, wait until 1:30 today.
Yeah, we're fixing it
We're
for you.
fixing college football, Mike. It's going to be so much fun.
All right, Corey.
I actually think we should bump that up now.
Okay, Corey, I'm going back to you
To
for
give it
this
more
one,
time.
because we're eliminating kicking again. So I think you're going to like it.
Back in the game.
Do you like the tiered extra point? There is no kicking for extra points. We're not doing that anymore.
So we have tiers?
Yes. So not like
if you cry
no,
on command, because that's tough.
No, is you get 1 point if you make it from the 2-yard line and go for it. You get 2 points if you make it from the 5-yard line, and you get 3 points if you make it from the 10-yard line. So you could be losing by 9 and tie up the game.
I like that. I do like that. That's there's risk involved. There is a lot of gamble that goes into that. I kind of almost wish that they'd go 1 for 2 yards and then even go further back, go then 10 and 20. Like, I kind of like because it seems like you could score from 5 yards out pretty easy a lot of times.
Sure.
I know it's not always that easy, but I kind of I do like that one. That's good.
All right. And now the one that has obviously caught most people's imaginations, I believe the Ravens submitted this as an idea last year, and it happened, and it was successful. The St. Louis Battlehawks defeated the San Antonio Brahmas after they went for the fake onside kick 4th and 15. So remember this proposal.
Yeah.
They did not kick the onside kick. They went for it on 4th and 15 from their own 25-yard line. So there's no lead up to this. You just get the ball at your own 25, and it's 4th and 15. So essentially, you just have that play to get 15 yards. They converted, and they were losing 15-12, and they eventually won the game, and that is the rule that people want to replace the onside kick.
Absolutely. I totally want to do that. 4th and 15. Let's do that.
Okay.
I don't mind that.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because they've eliminated the onside kick because you can't really get a running start, and it's really tough to slowly kick the ball 10 yards and get the effectiveness of possibly recovering the ball. What is it? It's less than 5% now, right? Right around 5%.
I will say, Mike,
it's pretty low.
The times that it does happen, though, it's exciting, right? Like when it bounces off so-and-so's chest or they weren't prepared for that. Like, that's exciting. But Mike's right. It's just too – it seems impossible.
Do you still have that hope every time, too? Like, even if you know –
You kind of have to because, you're just like, hey, is there any chance that they're going to falcon this?
Yeah, the watermelon kick.
And so it's just such a small possibility, but I would rather say, all right, because you're afraid of injury and I get it, throwing 8 guys on one side of the football and just having 2 on the other, and now you're like, no, you can only have 5 guys that do this. They get no running start because we don't want to cause injury. I totally get the health of the player, but it takes away from the opportunity of maybe recovering it. So if there's that big of risk in hurting people, then let's just go to 4th and 15.
All right.
Maybe from the 20-yard line instead of the 25-yard line.
Back it up a little bit more. Would you put any restrictions on it then? Like in terms of, let's just say, let's go back to that Monday Night Football game from a few years ago, and it was, just ridiculous offense. Would you put restrictions on you can only do it in the last 2 minutes of the game? Otherwise, I would never kick the ball. I'd be like, let's just go for it. We're going to give up points either way. Let's keep the ball.
Yeah, I want to be exciting. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I think you could do it if you wanted to do it to start the game. If you're like, we defer. And they're like, all right, we have to receive. We don't want to not have the ball both times. And you're like, hey, we're starting the game off. Offense, let's get on the field. 4th and 15 from the 25. Or like my example would be like, move it back to the 20. So if you get it, you have the ball at the, let's say, 35-yard line. If you got it just perfectly 15 yards. If you want to try it, try it. Now, if you throw an incomplete pass, they have the ball 1st and 10 on your 20-yard line to start this game off.
I think about the 54-51 Monday Night Football game, and they're like, who cares? You're going to score a touchdown anyway. Just take the ball quicker. And, of course, Paxton Lynch got benched again, or as the person from the 817 put it, I love the fact that Paxton Lynch has now been benched during the game in 4 different leagues.
It's insane.
Who does he play for?
Yep.
I don't
know. Some XFL team.
I have no idea. The Vegas.
And Danucci's in DC. Is that the team? He's
Seattle.
Seattle.
He's a Sea Dragon-ish thing. He plays for Seattle.
And what I know you were waiting for.
I can't wait to see Seattle hats upside down.
The Sporting News is doing the Lord's work this morning. They gave you your XFL power rankings. They have the Houston Roughnecks first. However, Corey, your Arlington Renegades are second in the power rankings.
Where do they have the Frisco Rough Riders ranked for AA power rankings?
Orlando Guardians is where Paxton Lynch got benched.
Look at that. By the way, the Orlando Guardians dead last in the power rankings, and the team the Renegades beat are third. They're the best no-win team. So good for the Renegades on getting that victory. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Let's talk about baseball. What? More tease than that. Let's go. Let's talk about the Rangers. Is Kumar Rocker already this good? Next.
What?
Coming up in the next.
Cowboys insider access by downloading Love of the Star with Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell. Presented by Boomer Jacks on Odyssey or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, we're going to talk Texas Rangers here in Major League Baseball, but I am going to tease ahead to around 12:45 for Mike Likes It. I'm going to talk baseball, and I'm going to talk college baseball and how popular it has become. And then also, I will have your kind of top 10 prospects to watch.
Okay.
Somewhat in college baseball. There's a few high school kids because the Rangers, once again, do have the 4th overall pick. They moved up in the draft this year in the first ever lotto from 7 to 4. So I want to talk about Kumar Rocker, the latest number 1 overall pick, 3rd overall first round pick for the Texas Rangers. He's in Major League camp and he pitched yesterday. And if you're not following certain people on social media, you might not have seen highlights of Kumar Rocker throwing live batting practice. And what that means is he's trying his best. He's not trying to get hit. He's not, I don't want to say not trying to get them out, but he might throw 3 fastballs away in a row, and then he might throw 3 curveballs in a row. Like, you're not really throwing sequences of pitches to maybe get them out. Maybe I'm wrong about that nowadays. Maybe they are throwing fastball in, fastball away, slider, fastball in, splitter, or something like that, and that would be an actual sequence he would throw to Marcus Semien to get him out. But he was throwing against Adolis Garcia, Marcus Semien, Josh Young, Mitch Garver. He's throwing against the Rangers lineup.
Yeah.
And he did well. From all indications, he had a really nice live batting practice yesterday.
So let the speculation begin. Bring him up to the majors.
It looks like Heaney and Nathan Eovaldi could be out of the rotation.
Hey, let's go ahead and replace DeGrom. Can we trade DeGrom now and go ahead and have Leiter and Rocker rock this thing to open the season?
Maybe Rocker will be starting on March 30th. The Rangers haven't announced it yet, but I would like to say this.
They'll announce it when we're out there, right? Or is it a couple weeks after?
It might be a couple weeks after because they got to let guys get to like 4 innings pitched like in an outing before they're going to say most likely Jacob deGrom is opening day starter and probably Martin Perez is pitching the next day. I'm going to assume that is your first 2 days of your rotation.
104 weeks, Corey. That's what he means. By a couple weeks, it'll be 104 weeks till you hear about that.
Okay. This is a major reminder that live batting practice, for one, is not close to, and I mean not even close to, a Major League Baseball game. It's great that he's throwing the ball well. It's great that Kumar Rocker is healthy. All those things are great. I'm not saying what he did yesterday is negative at all. What Kumar Rocker did yesterday, which is getting publicity, is great. But you have to calm down. He's going to start most likely in high A ball. They saw what happened to Jack Leiter last year as they pushed him to a level that was beyond what he was ready to do.
Yeah.
And they don't want to have Kumar Rocker throw up a 5 ERA, which, let's face it, most likely if he pitched all of AA, he would have probably around the same numbers that Jack Leiter had last year. And we can already see the disappointment around baseball and around Texas Ranger fans with Jack Leiter. And me and Derek Holland have both said, hold your horses on that. He's going to make adjustments. Jack Leiter is a very good pitcher. He just has to learn how to pitch professionally. Pitching at college is way different. It's not even pitching at A ball. You're pitching at like a rookie ball level at Vanderbilt, at UT, at A&M, whatever school you're. TCU's great at baseball. They're 9th, I believe, in the country. That is not even an A ball level because most of the guys don't even make professional baseball. When we go to the draft, when you see Vanderbilt, 14 guys don't get drafted by Vanderbilt in the draft. 4 or 5 guys do. That means the majority of the team, or at least the guys that are draft eligible, don't even make professional baseball. So, that being said, Kumar Rocker starting off spring training really nice. We start going out there. We go out there Sunday. We'll get to see some things Monday through Friday out there. The one thing that will be tough for us is to see Kumar Rocker because I don't believe they're going to pitch him a lot in the Major League spring training games. Maybe we get to see it for an inning or two. We're out there so early, guys will only be pitching 1 to 2 innings at that point. Even if we got to see Jacob deGrom on Monday or Tuesday, if they're right in front of us, he'd literally probably throw 2 innings. So we're not going to get to see him extended at all. But on the backfields, this is what's so fun if you do go to spring training, is you would get to see Kumar Rocker. We'll be live on the air, so we can't see it, but the G-Bag Nation can, if they want, to go to the backfields and see what they call B games.
Yeah.
Because the A game is considered at the stadium. But the B games are really good games. You could see Kumar Rocker pitching against Bobby Witt Jr. won't be there for the Royals because he's in the World Baseball Classic, but you can see that matchup back on the B fields for free, and it's like pretty much going to a high school field. Like you're right on the fence watching this action happen.
You will absolutely see people just standing there and like not to your point about a high school field, not in seats or anything like that, standing up against the fence, and it's super cool.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun. I enjoy it. This is one of my favorite trips, Mike. I really do like it.
And the crazy part about spring training is they put a big green wall in center field to make sure the hitters can actually see the baseball. So it's
why would they do that?
I just put a whole bunch of white signs back there and not worry about it.
There's lots of clouds in the sky. Just let those clouds be the backdrop instead of a fence wall.
All right, next thing. And I'm going to go away from the Texas Rangers for a second unless there's something that you guys have hard-pressed Texas Rangers-wise early on in spring training. As I will say this, Colby Lewis yesterday came on the air. I mean, you guys were really celebrating presidents. I'd love to know later in the show which president you were celebrating the most yesterday. Sure. But Colby Lewis said this, and I think this is great news for Texas Ranger fans. And nothing against Woody, nothing against Banny. But Colby Lewis said, man, I wanted to put on spikes yesterday after Bruce Bochy's speech. Nice. So, I talked about it's kind of everybody has the same speech. And I know not everybody has the exact same speech, but Colby Lewis talked about the big team meeting yesterday was the first meeting because pitchers and catchers have been there for 4 days. But then once all the position players get there, that's when the manager has his big this is our team. This is what we are. This is who we're going to be. And Colby Lewis said it reminded him a lot of Ron Washington, and he wanted to play yesterday because of the way Bruce Bochy started off spring training.
You said your first spring training out of baseball, you had a really difficult time, being around the game and not being on the field. Do you still get those kind of moments where you're like, I want to be out there right now? Okay.
I trained that year.
Okay.
Just like Derek is training this year to play, and obviously he doesn't have a team that's picked him up yet at all, is when you go out, if he were to go out to spring training and now he's a media guy and he's not a player, that's when you're like, man, I did all this work. This is all I am. This is my whole life. This is who I am. Your definition of, like, a lot of times people will be like, what do you do for a living? A lot of times that question is almost like, who are you?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And so for you, Corey, if you stop doing this, you would lose a part of yourself going, man, I say that I'm a sports broadcaster or I'm a radio personality, however you want to define what you are. Sometimes you define
celebrity
it as also,
is what I usually say.
Yeah, who you are.
Local celebrity.
And so it is the worst feeling in the world that all your buddies that you've played with or against for the last dozen years, for me, for Derek Holland, for even more than that, you're just like, what? They're like, what team are you on? Like, I remember Carlos Quentin going, what are you doing? Like, who are you? You with the Rangers? You with the Royals? Like, what are you doing? Like, how come you haven't been picked up? Like, who are you pitching with, this and that? And you have to tell them, like, I guess I'm done. Nobody wants me to pitch anymore.
Yeah.
So that's where it becomes really difficult. The other big news around Major League Baseball is that Shohei Ohtani is going to go to free agency. So there will be no extension worked out.
His agent did not leave much to question, right?
I know, I know people are like, oh, and Mike Trout's like, I'm going to try everything I can to keep him here. He put out into the world, I'm not making it up. Sometimes like, no, Shohei Ohtani, not even last season, the season before going into 2022 said, I want to play on a winner. So, Corey, you have your eyes wide open. Corey, if you want Shohei Ohtani here, then you're going to have to win 90 games.
We need to win 90 games this year, or prove that we're on that trajectory.
You're, like, maybe 86 wins, maybe. But the other thing you're going to need to do, I talked about this yesterday, you're going to have $500 million. There's never been a free agent that could hit 30 home runs and also win you 15 games on the mound. So I don't know how to pay that guy, but I'm going to assume whether it's the Mets, whether it is Seattle, whether it is the Dodgers, they're going to look at him and go, $50 million a year sounds right.
Yeah, $18 in cash in my wallet right now.
According to net worth,
maybe $60 million a year. Honestly, like, don't you pay 30? If a dude hits 30 home runs and has an
I get it.
OPS of 900, I pay him $30 million a year. If a guy
least,
goes out there and he's kind of top 5 in Cy Young voting back-to-back years, and if he does it again like 3 years in a row, I have to pay that guy over $30 million a year. So that combine the two guys into one player, you could say I'm worth $60 million a year.
Ray Davis has $2.6 billion, Kevin, and I believe he spent $500 million on the first. I know it's not just him, but there's a collective group. But the first 2 free agents, it was about $500 million. Then he adds John Gray. And then this offseason, they added another $500 million this year.
But if you think big picture, the marketing spotlight you'll get for not only getting Ohtani, but also then clearly winning the World Series is going to be
the other thing too is they made the rule up, which is great for him. I can't believe this is a real rule, but because it's only for one person, they're like, yeah, if Shohei's pitched 4 innings and he's done pitching, he can just keep DHing. We're fine with that.
And I don't know,
it's that's amazing.
Yeah,
you take him out of the game. And think about this. Like, why don't they just say for defensive purposes? Like, if you have a dude like, I hate bringing this up, but like Nelson Cruz, you're like, you know what? Defensively, we'd like to get better, but we still want Nelson Cruz to DH, or we still want him to keep hitting. They're like, yeah, no problem. Just have him keep hitting.
I love it. Just let all the hitters hit and let all the pitchers pitch.
I mean, especially if they play for our team.
Yeah. The other thing, Mike, I did see, I think it's the Padres are now, and this is involved in another story, but the Padres are now making so much in revenue that they're one of those teams that they're like, hey, we can spend a lot of money.
Yeah.
We're making a lot of money. Why, Kevin? Because they said, let's invest in our baseball team and get our fan base excited and fill this baseball park up. Because when you do that, when team fans are excited, they'll show up in droves.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see. I'm glad Shohei's going to the market. It seems like, I know we haven't even started the year, because I want to see what a person gets for hitting 30 home runs with an OPS around 900 and then also putting up an ERA under 3 with giving you a great chance to win 25 games on the mound, because I think a dude like Steve Cohen might give him over $50 million a year, and I wonder if it can get to $60 million a year.
Whew. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, will they or won't they? Answering the key questions for the NFL offseason. And maybe we'll just ask about Shohei again. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Listen.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Will they or won't they? These are some of the key questions across the NFL landscape, and I want to see if you think some of these teams will be able to pull the trigger and make some of these moves happen. The first one, I feel like this is really easy, but I wanted to throw it out there since it's out in the world, is today is the first day you can franchise tag or transition tag or anything like that players, and the tag period is open for 2 weeks, which means probably most people assume you won't see much movement for about 2 weeks. But Adam Schefter put out logical franchise or transition players include Lamar Jackson, Daniel Jones, Saquon Barkley, Geno Smith, Scherzer, Tony Pollard, and Dalton Schultz. There's some others. There's no way Dalton Schultz, right? We've all moved on from that, have we not?
It would be a very Cowboys thing to be like, we're keeping this guy around. You know, Broadus has been like, nah, it'd be a Cowboys thing for them to just move on after, spinning on him and everything. I think. I might be wrong about that. But I feel like the Cowboys would be like, man, do we want to lose that? It seems like the Cowboys really want you if the rest of the world wants you. And then that's when they're like, why would I let that go?
Yeah.
Because what if he goes on? I think Randy Moss may have destroyed Jerry Jones's soul in that he's like, I passed on that guy. And then he went on to be one of the greatest receivers of all time. And Jerry wants to be the guy that found a diamond in the rough. He wants to be the one that found that, hey, I'm the one that grabbed that. He wanted Jason Garrett to win Super Bowls so that he could say, I got any coach. I picked that guy, handpicked him. So I could see that. But I would move on. It feels like we got a couple of guys that could be really good tight ends here.
All right, will they or won't they? The Jets won't get Aaron Rodgers, but they will get Derek Carr.
It seems like a coin flip on which one of these guys. I feel like the Raiders would love to have Aaron Rodgers more than the Jets. I think the Jets would just prefer to have a good quarterback, and it doesn't matter which one.
Okay.
Derek Carr?
I said a good quarterback. He's good. I know. I know.
How many good quarterbacks are there in the NFL? Because I feel 11, like he's not 12, he's not in that category.
13.
You better expand. It's like 14 or 15.
15.
All right, he's in the category.
Hold on. And when you say good, do I count the great ones in the good category?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like when you go down the list, I don't think you even consider his name until 15. And I'm just saying you start considering
better watch
putting
out.
Derek Carr on the list.
The Raiders texters are going to text in and just destroy you right now.
Well, guess what? Michael Young's a Raiders fan. And he's like, yeah, man, he's just not good enough.
I agree. I've said that for years, but I think that I
just can't imagine being the Jets and going, we got Derek Carr. I'd be like, F that. That's what we got. I get Zach Wilson is really struggling to show that he can play in the NFL. I totally get we might need to move on. He might be the next Sammy D, but I just can't imagine that Derek Carr is my answer to then beat Josh Allen. I'm not saying Mac Jones is great, but I got Mac Jones. I got the Patriots who are solid to a T. If his head doesn't hit the ground, they're a pretty good team. And I'm going to go with Derek Carr to beat this group of guys.
I got a segment for you maybe for tomorrow. I don't know if you brought it up about how he's combating that. It's phenomenal. All right. Now, to your point about the Jets are in on everybody. Here are the betting odds for just these three quarterbacks. The Jets are the second betting favorite to get Aaron Rodgers, the second betting favorite to get Lamar Jackson, and unfortunately, the first betting favorite to get Derek Carr.
They just want a quarterback, dude. That's
doesn't matter.
That's where they are. They're like, we love the idea of having Zach Wilson, but now our team is ready. That's where they are. It's unfortunate. It's kind of like the Mavs with Luka. They didn't expect their team to be good, but here they are. They're really good at this point. They are a quarterback away of being a really good team.
Will they or won't they?
And Derek Carr can definitely take them to the middle of the pack.
Man, yeah.
10-7 is the best he can do. That's what you're going to settle for? It's like, guys, can we just get to 10-7 and give this guy a 4-year deal at, like, let's just say $120 million? Like, God.
And see, and that's why I don't want to get into the point being brought up on the fan text, because I knew that was going to happen. And my response is, I think he's better than Derek Carr. Is Tony Pollard will draw major interest in free agency and leave the Cowboys.
Are you saying Dak's better than Derek Carr?
Yes, I am.
He
I
is.
didn't say Dak is like 6,000% better, but Dak is better than Derek Carr.
Mark it. Dak Prescott is better than Derek Carr. If Dak Prescott went to the Jets, they would win more games than they're going to win. I just have this feeling they're going to get Derek Carr. It just seems like such a Jets thing to have as their quarterback.
Derek Carr's had 2 winning seasons, all right, since 2014.
Oh, in your face!
He's had 2.
I don't know who those
Are you
two.
serious? 2 winning seasons? That's nuts to me. But you're right. We should not just blame Derek Carr for all the failures of that team.
I'm not. Just like I don't think Dak should get blamed for all the failures of this organization.
I've thrown the entire Raiders organization under the bus here, and Derek Carr's, part of it. So.
They did that creepy 30 for 30.
I don't know all salary cap situations, but when you're the Chicago Bears and you have $100 million to spend in the offseason, if Tony Pollard is a free agent, you might go, so what? Let's 4 years, $48 million, guarantee $26 million of it. We can get out of it after, he's going to be on our team for 2 years for sure. If the third, fourth year don't look like he can do it anymore, let's get out of it, pay a little bit of a penalty, and we move on.
I think your logic is sound. I wonder if just that team in particular, and there are other teams that can make a run at him. I wonder if the Bears are going to make a run at Barkley. But I understand your logic nonetheless, is teams that have salary cap space and they need for a quarterback will make that move.
Somebody said, what has Dak done that Derek Carr hasn't? He's had 4 winning seasons.
And 1 games in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. That too. That's pretty important there.
Okay. Is that...
And he's thrown for 30 touchdowns.
Is that good enough?
2 seasons.
You're not going to convince that.
Yeah.
You're not going to convince the person that thinks Dak is a bad quarterback.
Again, I'm not saying that Dak is Patrick Mahomes compared to Derek Carr. I'm just saying he's better than Derek
But if
Carr.
you just take that little section where you said that, now we can say, wow, Kevin thinks that Dak is Patrick Mahomes.
I do want you to save that in case something amazing ever happens. I'll be like, I told you.
Since this is football nuggets, I was going to tell you.
It's not.
Oh, well, we have football music and everything.
Okay.
Is that all Eagles Super Bowl gear that was really expensive at the Super Bowl? It's all 50% off on NFL Shop. And I know you're a big Eagles guy come Super Bowl time.
Only
so
if
if you need
Tom Brady.
If you need your Jalen Hurts or if you need your Eagles Super Bowl gear, they have discounted it to 50% off. And then I wonder this. If the Cowboys ever made the Super Bowl in your lifetime, your second lifetime, because they made it in our first lifetime. Okay. If they ever make the Super Bowl and you don't buy the gear when it first comes out, the Cowboys win the NFC championship, they're going to the Super Bowl, and you're just like, dude, I'm not paying $80 for a t-shirt. And then they lose the Super Bowl. Are you excited to go to NFL Team Shop and buy a whole bunch of Cowboy Super Bowl gear knowing they just lost the Super Bowl?
Yes. I will 100% retroactively buy one of those Super Bowl shirts.
No,
even if they lose.
I got to immediately find out where I can get it for free. Like, that's just kind of how I go.
I'm just wondering how tough is it right now for NFL Shop to sell Eagles Super Bowl gear, because they've already discounted it 50%.
And they just won a Super Bowl. I would do it as a Cowboys fan because I'd be like, see it happen.
Yeah, see, I got one of these.
Noah's going to be 30 and he's going to be like, did this really happen? I'd be like, here's your Super Bowl onesie or whatever. It happened in your lifetime. Lamar Jackson.
If I buy Noah some Eagles Super Bowl gear, because it's very cheap.
No.
It fits him. Listen.
No.
You're kind of cheap with clothes. I'm giving Noah free clothes. It just has the Eagles logo and the Super Bowl logo on it.
And just for the record, I'm kind of cheap with a lot of stuff. Hold on. That didn't help out my case, did it? Noah has a Texas onesie. And my wife's like, ooh, he can wear it for Brandon's birthday. I said, absolutely not. And she goes, why not? And I said, we coddled the first one too much. This one, we're brainwashing. Okay? If A&M... Yeah, we're going to take advantage to try to see if he can get to A&M. All right? It didn't work with the first one. The first one wants to go to Texas.
That's why we needed to have Candace Cameron on.
I have no clue where you're going with this, Mike.
Because of Aunt Becky.
Oh.
Her ability to get a kid in college wherever she
Yeah.
I really thought that was going in a different direction. I appreciate that.
You can get tips on how to do this. How do I get a kid to a school that they did not get accepted to?
All right, Lamar Jackson will demand a trade. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Brandon wouldn't go to A&M even if he applied and got accepted. He'd be like, pass. Lamar
Really?
Jackson will demand a trade.
Does that hurt you?
Yes,
like,
it does.
I'm
It
sorry.
does.
man.
Really?
Makes me sad.
What if he got a scholarship to A&M?
I still don't think he would go. He even was like, I got a pretty good marketing program. We'll see what Texas is doing.
All right, back to Lamar
point
Jackson.
was
You've been trying to get this Lamar Jackson point out for a minute.
Will demand
We
a
talked
trade.
about this yesterday, and I just think if you are Atlanta or Carolina, they have the 8th and 9th pick. Atlanta has the 8th pick. Carolina has the 9th pick. If you were to tell me that the 8th pick for Atlanta this year and their next year's first-round pick are going to lead Atlanta to 3 straight playoff appearances, because I feel like I can guarantee this. If I trade, and I know I'd have to trade maybe a little bit more. I know it's not just the 8th overall pick and the next year's first. Maybe, and then I'm probably throwing in a couple thirds or whatever to make it, to finish off the trade. But if I trade for Lamar Jackson right now, if I'm Carolina, they have the 9th pick. And the next,
I saw your question on the run sheet.
I really think that if you get him
too.
into the NFC South, he wins 12 games next year.
I could see that.
And I think that he can run that for the next 2 to 3 years. Now, I don't know where Tampa's going to go 2 to 3 years from now and all these teams, where they're going to be in 2026 or 27. But I feel like 2023, 24, and 25, I've traded for a guy who I know is going to get me to the playoffs, and he might be the best quarterback in the NFC come playoff time. I'm not sure. Obviously, there's Jalen Hurts. There's whoever else might come up in the world. Dak Prescott is in the conversation in the NFC. I'm just like, dude, I'm trying to get to the NFC South because I think I can run that thing. I can get home field advantage. I might be able to make a Super Bowl if I'm Lamar Jackson, if I can get to one of these NFC South teams.
I think that you're onto something, and that is a fascinating move. Will they or won't they? Aaron Rodgers stays with the Packers. Not in the dark.
I don't know, man. I think they're done with him. I really do. I think that they're just ready to, they're like, okay, the Aaron Rodgers era, maybe they don't even like working with him anymore. They weren't good enough last year, and they can be like, look, it was you versus it was the talent that you had around you. I think as an organization, they're ready to move on from him.
I'm going to lean towards somehow he's still a Packer.
Oh, all right. NFL makes roughing the passer even worse. Now,
jeez,
it's going to be different than you might think, though.
Touchdown.
They're talking about.
Oh, now they're going to let you hit the quarterback.
Nope.
In the head.
Nope.
They're just going to make it automatic touchdown. Roughing the quarterback, series over, touchdown.
Actually, just in the game right then.
They're talking about making that penalty reviewable. And so what I feel like
that does sound worse.
But we know how this goes. Pass interference, they did this. No matter what, you could have taken the guy and stabbed him in the back with a knife you pulled out of your pocket, and they would have said that wasn't pass interference. Yeah. We are not changing this. Refs have never gotten this play wrong in their lives. And I feel like if you make this reviewable, we're going to run into the pass interference situation where every ref is going to protect themselves and go, no such thing as we made a bad call.
I think Mike's dead on with this. By the way, from Big Lou.
I love Big Lou.
Is that our Big Lou?
I think so.
Kevin, you got to show videos of scream practice and random kissing of girls, and then Brandon is going to be interested. At A&M.
It's a weird place.
Thanks, Big
I love
Lou.
it very, very much. I could see how it's not for everybody.
I wonder if Big Lou and I are neighbors now, and we don't even know it.
He's on meds, too. You know that. Come on.
I do know that.
Yeah, you know that commercial.
I don't know what it is about. HGH, what is it about?
you know that commercial, man.
All right.
And how much more in, and that's what's going
to. I don't know what he's on, though. What does Big Lou get on? Blue pill or something?
I don't think it's that. And I think he got a divorce. Not the,
oh my
the commercial.
Gosh. What is
the
happening?
Commercial Big Lou. The commercial Big Lou.
You know, Sweet Lou Whitaker forgot to bring his jersey to the All-Star game, so they had to make like a fake Detroit Tigers jersey for the All-Star game for him.
I did not.
Like out of tape?
Yes.
No way.
Yes.
That's amazing.
I'll look up the story.
I did not know that either. And it's going to make you even madder because you're going to see the review of the pass interference and you're going to be like, what? Either that is or that whatever your side is in the game, you're also going to be like, that's 100% pass interference, or that's 100. Stop playing stuff from screen.
That's screen practice.
Yell practice. It's not screen
You almost said it.
I know.
He almost said it. Oh, the brainwashing has started.
And so I think that's going to be the case. And then finally, will they or won't they? Will Odell Beckham somehow make his way back to the Giants?
No.
He took shots at the Giants, didn't he? On social media in the last 3 to 4 months.
And I think like the intrigue that the Cowboys got him, I think that's like, he's like, okay, I have a market stirred up at least. Now I just need to go show some videos of me actually working out. They need to actually see me run around and do some stuff. So I think that connection is done with the Giants, but I think there is a market out there for him.
I'm going to tell you this right now. If you ever question how effective advertising is on this station, this is from the fan text. It's a life insurance commercial. Another 214. He's on his second divorce too. From the 817. He sells life insurance even if you have high blood pressure. For the 469. He has diabetes and high blood pressure. From the 214. He's on his third marriage. From another 817.
He's a character.
It's for life insurance. Advertising on this station works.
He replied back and said he's not divorced. He is on meds, but he works for UPS. He's not the same Big Lou that you and I know, like from back in the day.
Oh,
different
okay.
Big Lou's. This is awesome, though.
Right.
There's 3 Big Lou's out there.
Big Lou's are awesome. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, the segment I might be most excited about. Have you ever accidentally broken something expensive? And what happened next? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan. CNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Our question for you here as we veer outside of sports just a little bit, though don't worry. If anything happens, we'll get right back into it. There we go.
You're doing great, bud. Is
a woman broke a balloon dog sculpture that was allegedly worth $42,000 as an art show. There's different stories about what happened. One said that she touched the sculpture because she wanted to see if it was a real balloon and knocked it over. And then another person said that she backed into the stand it was on.
Corey, balloons have been in the media a lot lately, huh?
Oh, man.
This is not a real balloon.
Well,
hold on. I don't know. Yep.
Oh, so it was it was designed to look like one of those balloon dogs. Okay,
Yeah.
I gotcha.
And
I was like, how does it break if it's a balloon? This is stupid.
Well, that's the thing. She wanted to know if it was a balloon, or supposedly, I think it's Miami Herald or Yahoo said she actually just ran into the stand, knocked it over, it broke. It costs $42,000. The art gallery, as of last night, hadn't commented. My comment would be, where would you like to send your payment?
Yeah.
But so my question is, have you ever broken anything expensive? And maybe what was the aftermath of it? And I'm really concerned when I talked to my wife, because she gave me two answers straight away and then said, but if you give me more time, I'm sure I'll think of more.
Oh my gosh, is she clumsy?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and she knows this? It's not like you just called her out?
No, sometimes she'll walk and goes, well, I almost fell over a little bit.
Okay.
And so she is...
Man, when you guys get old, interesting
we're
things.
going to be in trouble.
You'll be at the hospital all the time. My hip!
She is a lovely, lovely woman. She is maybe not the most graceful human
All right.
that God has ever created.
I will say that she always walks with grace whenever I'm around her.
But she will not take the label of the most athletic, clumsy person I've ever seen in my life.
Who is?
Dwight Powell.
You knew that was coming.
That dude can jump and run.
I really didn't, Corey.
It's like, how do you keep getting your face in all of these things? And how do you miss that ball? He's more athletic than Eric Dampier, right? Eric Dampier was pretty much, he's probably a little bit clumsier, but better at basketball.
I think you'll enjoy this for people in public schools. This is your tax dollars at work. She said that she broke a Dallas ISD iPad when it, quote, hit the fan. My follow-up question, how did it hit the fan? At which point I made notes in my notes. She claims she does not remember. Although she did concede she could easily see a scenario in which she was holding it above her head and it got chopped by the ceiling fan.
They have a ceiling fan in the school?
I hope
I've
so.
never seen a fan in the school.
That's true.
There's air conditioning, but there's no fans in this bit. We are 105.3 The Fan, all right?
Oh! Thunder, thunder, thunder.
I've always wondered if that's why you say that. I do like that show.
But we don't have a ceiling. Nobody has a ceiling fan in the building.
Or it could have been one of those box fans and she accidentally was just holding it and stuck it through the things.
That's a possibility.
No, that's not. No, that's through the little slats.
When you walk up to it and you go, Luke, I am your father, because the fan makes that noise.
Yeah, but that's not in the ceiling.
Right, exactly.
It could have been. She said she doesn't remember. The other thing she immediately told me is when she was 15 or...
What was the aftermath on the iPad, by the way? Does DISD paid for it?
They don't care. She has lots of fiery opinions.
DISD has so much money.
We do.
Not really.
Oh, okay.
They're running 1,000 schools.
She followed up. No. I was at home when I broke the DISD
right.
iPad.
So
great.
Took school property home.
So there you go. But also, she said when she was 15 or 16, she saw a moped on the street and just put her foot on it and it started and it ran.
Oh, wow.
And it ran into a parked car. And so her...
How old was she?
15 or 16. And so her and the other guy who hey, look at some moped. And then it just started and ran to a parked car. They had to split the damage bill for the car, which was $700.
Oh my gosh.
They had to pay $350 a piece. So I don't know what will be the
That's
outcome.
better than your insurance premiums.
That is a fair point. I don't know what the outcome will be to the balloon dog sculpture. And she asked if my Blockbuster thing counted. I was like, no, I definitely did that on purpose. So have you accidentally broken something expensive And then what was the aftermath?
All right, so my dad got a brand new truck. He was in construction most of my life.
Yep.
My dad was in construction. And he got a brand new truck, the one that he had for a while. You know, it was time. And it was 2, maybe 3 days he'd had this truck, and I was riding my bicycle. And I was 7, 8 years old. And I wasn't very good at turning the bicycle. And Mike, I don't know if you remember like when the rubber grips would just give out and then all of a sudden the metal part of your bike handlebars would poke out.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all remember that part. Yeah.
I do.
The rubber grips, if you got one
and they'd
on
wear
the
out.
handlebars.
yeah, the rubber grip handlebars would wear and the
They were
metal
like
would poke
rigid
out.
or whatever.
Yeah, and so as I was still trying to learn how to turn this huge bike around, and as I'm doing it, I ran the metal along the side of my dad's brand new truck and scratched his truck, and I didn't think anything of it. So I just kept, I was like, oh, that stinks, because I didn't think anything. That didn't cost me any money. So I kept riding my bike and having fun, and then I got home and I was playing video games, and my dad like walks in and I can hear him yelling. And I heard my dad mad one time in my life. One time I saw my dad raise his voice and get mad, and this was the day. And he comes in and he's like, did you do this? And he's talking to me and he's just, and then he just punched a hole in the door.
Oh my gosh.
And that
At least
hole,
not in you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that hole, we moved out of that house like 11, 12 years later. Still there. Like when we moved out, that hole never got replaced or fixed. The door never got fixed. It was just there as a constant reminder of don't mess with Dad's truck.
Did he say don't fix it?
I don't know. Like, I have no clue. I wonder if my mom was just like, we're not fixing that. I want that to be a constant reminder for you to never lose your temper again.
I've got a bunch in the fan text. Do you want me to start with interesting ones or an interesting one that takes a shockingly hard turn?
By the way, my dad's awesome. I just want to point that out. Like, that was the one time. Go ahead with your story.
Do you want regular interesting or the shockingly
Shocking?
Okay.
Yeah, I love shocking
Just
things.
don't say I didn't warn you and it's 11:30 in the morning. I didn't actually break anything, but I spilled a crock pot full of queso in my pastor's brand new Xterra as a teenager.
Oh.
Later, he got busted for child pornography, so I quit feeling bad about it.
Yeah,
I warned you that was going to take a hard turn.
I didn't expect that.
From the 817, I broke a hotel indoor pool window when I was 12 with a wiffle ball bat. We all freaked out and ran, and the hotel called the cops and wanted to press charges on me and charge like $1,100 for the window. Woo!
I like this from the 817, Kevin. I once knocked over a video shelf in Blockbuster. The cashier looked at me and said, dude, come on. And the manager came out and said, what the hell happened? And I was asked politely to leave the store.
That's not bad. Like, that could have been much, much worse.
I feel like besides getting in car accidents, I can't remember, like breaking anything expensive. I can remember being in Erie, Pennsylvania, and David Risky betting me I couldn't hit the bullpen phone from the mound, and I was like, "Oh, watch this!" And I actually just hit the bullpen phone, and it exploded. That was awesome. And that's not expensive, but I couldn't believe it. Like, somehow the bullpen phone was somewhat behind the catcher's area. And
was that like one of the highlights of your?
Like one of the greatest things I've ever done. Like, I was just like, that was amazing. We hadn't even stretched yet. We were waiting for team stretch. I just took that baseball from the mound and threw it and blew up the phone. That was awesome.
That is pretty awesome. And did you walk away like?
Yeah,
I knew that.
We're not telling anybody, because I don't want to pay for this.
So what happened when they were like, "What the hell happened to our phone?"
They shouldn't have put it there. They were like, "I don't know what happened. It's just broken." But God, that wasn't expensive.
Okay.
I mean, I've gotten car accidents, right? Where that gets expensive.
Very expensive, yeah.
But knocking over something and it breaking, I can't remember doing that.
Now, I
feel like I just jinxed the living heck out of myself too. I feel
crap,
now
that's a good
I'm
point.
going to accidentally elbow something that is going to break and that is expensive.
From the 469, nothing too expensive, but I drove off like a dumbass and ripped a gas station pump handle from the pump, laid it on the store clerk's desk, and he was speechless. I worked at a car wash where we had a gas station. I saw that happen 2 different times where people just drove off with the pump still in their car and just rip it off the thing. Now, this isn't super expensive, but it was to me as a kid. And the vindication I eventually got in this story I thought was tremendous. There was this kid in my middle school band class who was the most annoying person in the world.
Wow, that's rude.
He was. And he would bother me and like kind of poke me in the arm and just irritate the crap out of me. And I would be like, stop it, stop it, stop it. So finally, I was in like 6th, 7th grade. One day, he just wouldn't stop. I turned around and I kicked him. And when I kicked him...
Oh, and you're flexible too, so you got him in the nose.
He blocked my kick with his clarinet.
Karate Kid.
With his clarinet. And it broke the middle piece in half.
Yeah.
And...
Were you proud?
No, I was like, oh no.
What an idiot for blocking with his clarinet.
Yeah, but you just broke a clarinet. You got a strong kick.
Well, I mean, it kind of in the middle area, it already kind of comes apart.
But that's an expensive piece of the
Yes,
clarinet.
it is.
My mom's like, you're going to pay for that with your Christmas money and blah, blah, blah.
Wow.
But the band director swooped in. We had a meeting with my mom and his parents, and the band director said it was that kid's fault too because he does this every single day. And it was ruled, I don't know what power he did to rule it like this, but this I remember, that we would split the cost of the new piece of the clarinet. I was vindicated. And still stupid.
All right, so here's my question.
North Garland?
Yes.
Kevin.
No, it was in middle school, so at Jackson. Remember, when I got arrested, I was going to Jackson, and the cops said, oh, you went to Jackson, big shock. And I wanted to say something, but like, he's got a point. I was arrested.
Kevin, do you think in that moment, though, if you had to pay for all those sins of breaking that kid's clarinet, I understand you were provoked, that would have changed your anger issues for the rest of your life. That at that moment you would have gone, you know what? That cost me, and it's not ever going to be worth it to be mad again.
Yeah, that was right about the time I started with the talking doctor too.
Okay.
So there's a whole confluence of events there that kind of helped with some of the...
I'm not saying you have anger issues. I'm just saying like
they're
any anger issues you feel you might have.
They're a lot better than
Don't
they used
bring
to
up
be.
Henry Ruggs.
That was...
I think it was the detective thing.
Again, it was the yeah, we're going to get a detective and
just to follow every player around all the time.
I just remember when I told Talking Doctor about this and he goes, how long have you been on air? And I said, I don't know, about 10 years. And he goes, how many times have you flipped out like that before? And I said, that was the first time. And he goes, oh, that doesn't seem too bad. And then he just calmly looked at me and he goes, you know, it wasn't about that, right? And I just didn't process that. And he goes, what else has been going on in your life?
Yeah,
and it was during a really, really sad period of me and Jess's life. And I go, oh, I didn't even really think about that.
From the 214, skipping rocks. The rock went up and hit a windshield of a $70,000 ski boat, shattered, and broken glass. Barefoot activities don't go very well. Weekend was over. I don't think that they paid $70,000 for that glass, though. But even still, some people probably cut up their feet.
And I always wonder if you run, if you face the consequences, if you write a note. Like, have you ever seen somebody write a note, be like, sorry, I hit your car, and then they just leave it at that? And then they don't
Hold on, how am I going to get this fixed?
I mean, I think that's the idea right there is, oh my gosh. From the 817, I threw a basketball at a window in the gym at Carroll. Window ended up breaking. Had to sit in the principal's office till my dad got there. We had to pay $400 for the new window. The car ride home was dead silent.
Mm-hmm.
I have never been more scared in my life. I remember, too, when I got arrested for shoplifting, they picked up the other kid. His parents did before me. And I sat there. I was like, that's fine. I will just sit here. I do not want to see my mom. And she just looked at me and she goes, get in the car.
You thought you were going to the train station?
Yes, I kind of did. We're the Canes.
That's a Yellowstone reference.
It is. Or that I'd have to go watch season 5.
Oh, my God.
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. I know QBs get paid, but this is seriously crazy. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up tonight on the Get Right.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Don't forget, in the noon o'clock hour all week long, we will be doing a giveaway, so make sure you're around the channel for that. Right now, time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Buttermilk biscuits. So good.
And we start with, I don't know if you had the chance to dive into this yesterday, Mike, but it was insane. When I first heard that Daniel Jones was switching agencies, I was like, sure, I get it. He's geared up for free agency and everything like that. But supposedly, the Giants and Daniel Jones are a shocking amount of money apart in terms of his contract extension.
We did not talk about Daniel Jones yesterday.
Okay. And then I understood why they were a shocking amount of money apart in their contract negotiations. Is the rumblings are that Daniel Jones might want $45 million per year.
Nice.
I think you should ask for it.
Yeah. No, I do too.
I hope he gets it.
I want $45 million next year to do this show.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how that goes.
We're going to have some talks, Mike.
It's good to have goals.
I feel like Daniel Jones, what do you think is his realistic market? Is 35 too much?
I still think it is. I think he's a 28, 30 million, but the franchise tag's 32 million. So at that point, the Giants would just sit there and be like, well, no.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I am with this thing is they can franchise tag him. They
For
put him in that
32.
range.
Yep.
They can draft a quarterback this year if they want to, and then run with and then say, all right, we'll see you later, or like continue to look through for the replacement there. I do not hold anything against him for asking for $45 million, for asking for the money that Patrick Mahomes, Deshaun Watson, Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, and Kyler Murray make per year. Like if you're gonna do a job, you want to try and get the most you can from whoever's running the business.
You know, that's an interesting point. Will you give me those names one more time?
Aaron Rodgers, $50 million a year average. Russell Wilson, $49 million a year average.
Doesn't look so great anymore.
Kyler Murray, 46.1.
Not great.
Deshaun, 46.
Not great.
Patrick Mahomes, 45.
Great. And so it's not, if it was just Mahomes and Rodgers, I'd be like, okay, well, good job, buddy. But I mean, we're all still waiting for Kyler Murray. Well, I'm still waiting for Kyler Murray to take off like I thought he would. Russell Wilson looks like he's in a spiral.
Interesting
so
to see.
4 out of 5 teams regret what they've done.
So then there's
Maybe.
So you have an 80% chance of regretting giving Daniel Jones that much money.
Josh Allen, Stafford, and Dak round out the $40 million quarterbacks. And then after that, there's $35 million. There's only like 4 there in the 30 range. And then it drops to 20. And so like it's an interesting, it goes bam, bam, bam real fast. But again, go ask for it. And he understands the position that he's in. They'll likely franchise tag him because they don't really have another option right now.
But you didn't name the 3 quarterbacks from 2020 because they haven't got their major extension yet.
And they will.
Lamar Jackson.
Right.
And then, did you name Josh Allen?
Yeah,
Allen's
he said
at
that was
43.
in the 40 group.
Okay.
Allen's at 43.
And so interesting, not to destroy my own segment here, but of those 3 in the 40s with Stafford, Allen, and Dak, do you think the Cowboys are the only one who regret it? Because I know. No?
Oh, in that other other 3?
In just that
Because I was going to say the Kyler, like I think they're at this point.
For sure.
No, because I guess so. I don't think the Cowboys regret it though.
I don't think they do either.
I think they just look at it and they're like
24 games in the last 2 years.
I think that's not. I mean, I think he's being honest there. I don't think he's being facetious there at all.
I do too.
Right. I think that's the Cowboys' goal. If we can win 12 games, we just rely on luck the rest of the way.
Yeah.
And then with Stafford, they got their Super Bowl.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I mean, Josh Allen, they're kind of after this loss this year, there was a lot of, whoa, hold on, he's just Dak, bro.
Yeah.
And the comparisons are very similar because their money's the same and they haven't won the Super Bowl. So that's kind of where they're stuck at right now.
Let's go. But yeah, $45 million. So we'll see about
Ask for a lot. See what happens.
That's fair.
If you were the Jets, would you rather have Derek Carr, Aaron Rodgers, or Daniel Jones?
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers at $50 million. Let's just say Daniel Jones. I do think he might get close to $40 million. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I think he might. Let's just say Aaron Rodgers is $50 million. Daniel Jones is $40 million, and Derek Carr, I can't believe I'm saying this number either, is $35 million. Who do you want now?
I want Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
I mean, that he's at least the proven winner amongst the group, and that's something I'll carry.
I don't feel like I did things right.
And that is nothing against Derek Carr's 2 winning seasons. All right.
That's right.
2016 was one of them because I stupidly picked them to make the Super Bowl in 2007.
I think Kevin and I both also were in on that boat.
But I wasn't far off. They almost did it, and so did the Cowboys.
Did you see one of the tattoos that a fella got to troll the Philadelphia Eagles for losing the Super Bowl? He has...
Is it like a kid peeing on the Eagles logo?
Well, he already had the Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl champion tattoo because that's what you want to do. And
before it happened?
And they didn't win.
Very Jason Terry bicep on
Yes! So what do you think? What is the next logical step? You get a tattoo for a Super Bowl that you think you're going to win and you don't win. What is the next step?
Just add another eye.
Yep. There you go. That's it. Either change the eye or change the last number.
Instead, he got a tattoo above it of crying Michael Jordan saying it's a Philly thing.
It's a funny bit though. I like that. I'm okay with that.
Do you guys have tattoos or no?
I don't. I want one.
If you got one
at 40,
where would you want it on your body?
Just chest, like right there above the heart.
Oh my gosh.
Or inside of the bicep. But that's
above your heart.
Yeah.
Okay. And
leg.
Do you want one?
No.
So Corey wants one. Kevin doesn't. But if you had to, like your calf, like I don't,
something
because
like
you
that.
always wear pants, and so nobody would see it.
Let's go do that in Arizona together. Let's go get a KNC.
Let's go get an Arizona Cardinal. We all have to pick. We either have to get the Diamondbacks, the Cardinals,
we'll do a video.
Suns.
We'll do a video.
That'd be a weird bit. Everywhere we went, we got a tattoo to represent the local sports team.
It's your passport
around there.
I like that.
All right, let's go.
Can I stick with the
Yes, I've been there. Look at my leg.
I don't know if you have this story. Yeah. But have you seen that A.J. Brown was on a podcast and was wearing a Kansas City Royals hat?
Oh, did he lose the bet?
No, he just said, and he came out and said, look, I don't even know most of the time what logos are on there. I don't even look at them. I just put them on because I think they're a cool color and it matches my fit. That's what he said. So he's wearing the Kansas City hat after they lost the Super Bowl to the Chiefs. And his whole point was, as long as it matches the fit, I don't care whose logo it is.
Well, that Micah Parsons thing doesn't seem so bad now, does it, kids?
How many people wear MLB hats and don't care at all about the team they're wearing?
I feel like Rob Lowe and Marv Albert do that, right?
And A.J. Brown. So 3.
I'll never forget when Marv
think a lot
Albert
of people
wore the NFL hat.
I think a lot of people wear New York Yankees hats that could care less about the Yankees.
I was not a Chicago White Sox fan growing up, but I definitely had a Chicago White Sox hat because it was the cool thing to have at the time.
When the Marlins came out, I got a Marlins.
They're going back to the teal.
Oh,
I don't know if you care about that.
I love the teal.
That's kind of their alternate deal is they're going back to the old teal hat for, I don't know if it's Sunday games or whatever, but.
Man, all right, that might need to be a whole nother other segment is what did you wear, even though you weren't particularly just a fan of the team. All right.
That Apex jacket.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
As long as you had your Zubaz pants on. I got an update on the punt god. I don't know if he still gets called that or not. All right. So he's trying to work his way back into the NFL, but instead he signed with a professional team in Mexico. Or at least that was the thought, is they announced the team, I believe it's Gallegos de Tijuana. And if I got that butchered, I do apologize for that. Is they put out a graphic that they had signed Matt Ariza. Benvenido, Matt Ariza, he's with the team. And now word is coming out that Matt Ariza, his agent was like, no. He did not sign with that team, and he's still looking for another shot in the NFL.
Is there punting in the XFL league? They punt, or is that like illegal or something? I don't know. I'm assuming
I know
they
don't
punt.
do extra. There
Thumbs
is
up
punting
from our resident scout.
Why isn't he in the XFL?
That's a good point. You would.
I know that he doesn't need to prove that he can punt great, but just to keep doing it, to just be like, I'm doing it great. I'm getting along with my teammates. I'm good in this, like in society. I'm not messing up. I don't know. I just think that would be, if I was his agent, I'd say, how much would it hurt? I'd call up NFL teams. Hey, would it help us if he joined the USFL in April or joined an XFL
I think it would.
team?
I honestly do think it would. And then a couple more things for you. Philadelphia is interviewing Vance Joseph, who's having the time of his life, to see if he might be up for the defensive coordinator job. Do you remember that?
Who's that reporter?
And then also, these are divisive times, but I think we found a story that everyone should be able to unite and enjoy. Greg Hardy, the former NFL player, or as he gets labeled in stupid stories, former Dallas Cowboy, he had the first fight of his bare-knuckle fighting career against a guy who was there to get knocked out by Greg Hardy. Except the exact opposite happened, and Greg Hardy got knocked the F out. And I feel like in these trying times, society should be able to unify behind a piece of trash getting knocked on the ground.
I'm perfectly okay with that. Kevin from the, from the 817, that Rob Lowe hat thing was a bit, and he's told the story about it being a bit. I don't care. It's a hilarious bit. I love it if it's a bit. I love it if it's a real story. Either way, I'm totally in on that one.
And I can't hear the story because he blocked me on Twitter.
Oh, that's right. Rob Lowe blocked you on Twitter.
That was a long time ago because it was after the
Parks and Rec?
No, yeah. It was after the Cowboys lost a playoff game. He's like, oh, karma's a bitch, isn't it, Cowboys fans? And I just quote tweeted him. I was like, you better hope not, considering all the things you've done in your life. And
he blocked him pretty fast.
Just fair. I appreciate that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Go look it up.
Coming up next, get your video camera. Countdown to spring training. How far away are the Rangers from being a top 10 lineup? 877-881-1053. We'll do next right here on The Fan.
All right, Tolo, man. Let's
Fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. 877-881-1053. Don't answer this question, Mike. Who does Mike want to, quote, figure it out? 877-881-1053.
Right, pal.
Text in or hit us up on the Twitch. Who does Mike want to, quote, figure it
Frankie
out?
Smokes.
You know what? That is a good answer. Frankie
Mark
Smokes.
Cuban.
There's not much.
We named three Mavs.
I know what the answer is, but don't
people texting in.
Well, there's an 18-second delay as well. All right.
Let's get rid of the delay. Let's cuss 3 times, and then the delay's gone, right?
Yeah. And then all we have to do is play it safe.
I mean, I'm going to ask the question again.
Yep, and then we'll be live and local.
Okay, well.
Just the way we always
the
promise.
Twitch should be able to answer it live and local as well. But also, Corey, your question for me, although this is a sports figure, I will tell you, is... do the Texas Rangers have a top 10 lineup? And if not, how far away are they?
Okay, so
in your face.
Not really. I don't really know exactly where that comes from either, Mike. I saw this on CBS Sports, and I thought this was pretty interesting. The baseball rankings of lineups. And you went through MLB.com's like rankings per each position. The baseball rankings of lineups have... You want me to go through the top 10? Number 10.
Just tell me where the Rangers are.
Number 10, the Angels.
Okay.
Which this is, I guess, your batting roster.
It does help out that they have the best hitter when healthy and another guy who's
one of the other best.
He's like a top 10
and
guy.
Anthony Rendon, that's like he fell off.
Yeah, he's as far as I know, he's out of baseball.
Hunter Renfroe, Brandon Drury, those are guys too, but those guys they exist. Number 9. The Phillies.
That's a very good lineup. The problem they have is Bryce Harper is going to miss approximately half of the season.
Number 8, they almost had Carlos Correa, but that's weird.
Well, there's 2 teams we could be talking
the
about.
Mets.
Ooh, the Mets.
The Mets.
Yeah, the Giants had him for 48 hours, I guess, too.
Number 7 will be the Yankees.
I'm surprised the Mets are that low, to be honest.
Number 6, the Dodgers.
Okay.
Number 5, the Cardinals.
All right, you haven't named the Braves. I do like
Number
their lineup
4, the Blue Jays.
They're a good lineup.
That is a really good lineup. Vlad, Bichette,
They did lose
Springer.
Teoscar Hernandez. He went to Seattle.
But
how good is Bichette?
For a shortstop premium hitter. But to your point, too, all of baseball, solid. I guess if you compare, because last year Corey Seager had 32 home runs, I believe, if I have his number right. That led all of shortstops in Major League Baseball in home runs. So just to give you an idea, the position at least last year, Fernando Tatis Jr., obviously out of that position too because they went and got Xander Bogaerts. But for shortstop, good offensive position now, very good, but still 32 home runs was the most from that position. And I believe, I don't have Bichette's numbers in front of me, I believe he had 25 home runs.
He had 24.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Padres at 3.
Yeah, dude. Machado, Soto, Xander Bogaerts. I think the kid, Grissom, who had a really tough year overall. I think he can be better, and they're not really like relying on him too much to be huge. So I do like their lineup quite a bit.
They also have Austin Nola. They added Nelson Cruz. I mean, whatever Nelson Cruz is.
Have you not named Seattle or Houston?
Jake Cronenworth also. And
the Braves.
Number 2.
Gonna make it. Just real quick, what do you expect from Fernando Tatis?
I guess he's going to miss 19 games if I have that number right. I'm going off the top of my head. I expect him to have 35 home runs and bat like 275 with an OPS around 900.
Okay.
I think he's very talented.
By the way, before we get to the top 2, some of your answers, and if somebody's got the Twitch up, you want to throw some of those answers in there. Who needs to figure it out from the 214, Mike's hairline, from the 469.
That's been figured out for 20 years.
Everybody from the 254, Jerry Jones, from the 682, Mike wants Luca to figure out how futile it is to complain to the Zebras and instead get back on defense.
All wrong, but those are good guesses, but they're not right.
The correct answer was Lamar Jackson, because he's tired of seeing the exact same question on every NFL national show. What's going to happen with
Is he
Lamar
gonna get
Jackson?
and I guess it's not his fault. He can't decide the franchise tag. What team is he going to go to? I just want Lamar Jackson. Not that he can do anything about it. Just figure it out. Like, where are you going to go? I'm excited to see where you're at, or if you stay in Baltimore, but figure it out. Let's go.
The CBSSports.com has the Astros at number 2. And then they have the Braves as the number 1 offensive lineup in all of baseball.
I think Seattle has a better lineup than the Angels. That's what I'm surprised that when the Angels got ranked there, I thought, well, man, Seattle is going to be in here pretty soon. I didn't think they were top 5. And then, because they picked up Teoscar Hernandez, who's a really good hitter from Toronto, to add to their lineup too. But all right,
this is their other offenses to go into there, Mike. And this, I think this is in an order. Twins, Mariners, Sox, Orioles, Guardians, and they said A's. LOL, just kidding.
So the Rangers are considered kind of an average offense right now.
And that's where I wanted to kind of really dive in on this, Mike, with this team. You know, we're looking at left field as kind of we got to figure out left field. That's our only big question mark. We can be a competitive team if there's health. Like if there's health in your pitching rotation. But when it comes to the offense, last year we're like, hey, this isn't a bad offense. It's not great, but it's not bad. You put some good pitching with it. We feel like this team can be a real contender in this, but they're saying that the Rangers aren't even in the conversation for being a top 15 offense in this league. So my question then, Mike, is how far away are they from being a top 10 if they're not a top 15 right now? And then when they get into the top 10, how far are they away from being a top 2? Because they're spending a lot of money, and they're still not even considered in the top 15 of offenses right now.
I think that it's going to take a lot to be considered a top 10 offense. First of all, Simeon and Seager have to have all-star years for sure. That's your 1-2. Nate Lowe did win Silver Slugger. He has to be considered Silver Slugger award. Like, obviously, there's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. There's first base is not the easiest position to win Silver Slugger because that's a very offensive position. Adolis Garcia has to be even a little bit better than he's been.
Yeah.
And now we get to all the unknowns. Can Mitch Garver still hit at a major league level? I think he can, but I mean, there's the question of him coming back. No clue what Josh Young is going to be. I mean, he has not had a lot of minor league time. There's not really a track record of what Josh Young can do, especially at a major league level. Center field is a below average offensive position if you just put it on a piece of paper.
Yes.
Yesterday I talked about Leote is one of the most intriguing people to watch. In fact, they had that on MLB.com yesterday. The ones to watch, they have the most on the line in 2023. It was, for the Rangers, it was Leote Taveras because he could lose his job. It could be over.
Wow,
his career as a Texas Ranger, you know, we talked about, who was the dude you guys, Julio Bourbon. Remember Julio Bourbon, first round pick, University of Tennessee, going to be your center fielder, right? Going to be, and then after, hey, you gave him 2-3 years to try to figure it out. He couldn't. Career over. It's sad that that's the way it is. Unfortunately, that's the way it is. I ran into that problem too, and I was not nearly the prospect that those guys were. But this is it for Leote. He either shows he can play every day or he's done pretty much as a major leaguer, like getting to be a major leaguer. Bubba Thompson, he's a guy that can take his spot, but Bubba Thompson, we have no clue what he can really do hitting-wise. He swings at a lot of pitches. He doesn't have a lot of plate discipline. Then you get to Jonah Heim, solid first half, really bad second half. I'm hoping that he can put together more of a full season, but you don't know what you're going to get offensively from the catching spot.
And it's kind of my same curiosity when people are like, well, Mitch Garver's coming back, and you're like, okay, well, we'll see.
I mean, the Rangers signed Robbie Grossman over the weekend. I had to look this up, and this doesn't make you feel great. Robbie Grossman last year as a left fielder batted .209 with 7 home runs and 45 RBIs and a .622 OPS.
Yeah.
Like, that's what the Rangers have brought in because they're like, look, we need maybe more of a veteran guy to compete with Ezekiel Duran, Josh Smith, whoever else you want to maybe throw out there in the competition, whether it's Bubba Thompson moving to left field and Leote being center. Like, they really, like, and they signed him to a major league deal as far as I can recall. Like, he's on the team now.
Wow.
So he's going to be part of your DH left field rotation.
I think then, Mike kind of pointed to Nathaniel Lowe proving he can replicate what he did last year could help that. Like, change a lot of opinions on, oh, man, they do have a pretty consistent first baseman from here on. Josh Young's growth in this third base spot and where he is offensively, which it's going to be sporadic. I just can't put a lot of faith in, well, he's going to show something and it's going to stay that way all season.
Right.
There's going to be ups and downs again with him this year, no matter, how exciting it can be. So when your power hitting infield areas are typically first and third base, and you have question marks of whether or not the consistency can show, that's going to mean you're still kind of waiting on this team.
I would just hope that some of those ebbs and flows work better in cooperation. Like last year, I think the thing that agitated a lot of folks is that Seager and Simeon did not seem to get hot at the same time,
right,
to really lift that lineup. And so you would just love to see the young kids are going to fail or they're going to struggle, not fail. You would love to see a couple of them get hot at the same time.
Yes.
And be like, oh my gosh, look at this future.
This could be really good.
Look at the Joshes or however it's going to go down.
Yeah. And then with catcher, we talked about that a little last week, and there's still kind of this what is catcher for you? Can you find the right guy that can be a really good defensive catcher, but also has a little bit of pop or can get on base enough? And when you talk about Leote and Bubba, those guys, that might not be the formula for making the top 10 offenses,
right,
because of average and power, but it might be looking at it going, man, they can get on base and win games. And this is weird that they're doing small ball baseball, but also have power in their lineup.
Sometimes it's very tough, and I totally get it, to start naming the Braves lineup. I'm sure Ranger fans kind of know the Astros lineup for the most part, but let's just go back in time when you're like, come on, the Rangers should be ranked way higher. These are the Rangers. I went to Game 5 instead of Game 6, 2011.
I appreciate
batting
that.
6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. The back end of your lineup that we're worried about right now for the Rangers, where you're going to have, let's just say, a combination of now Robbie Grossman, Jonah Heim, Leote Taveras, and let's just put right now Josh Young batting 6th, right? That would be your guy batting 6th. Batting 6th for the Texas Rangers, Nelson Cruz. Because he had to follow Ian Kinsler, Elvis Andrus, Josh Hamilton, Michael Young, and Adrian Beltre were your first 5 hitters. Batting 7th, David Murphy. Batting 8th, Mike Napoli. And batting 9th, Mitch Moreland.
It was murderer's row, dude.
Wow! So when you go to hey, now how do we get back to a kind of World Series type of lineup? Well, World Series type of lineups usually have at the back end of their lineup Nelson Cruz, David Murphy, Mike Napoli, and Mitch Moreland.
So you want Josh Young to be your 9th hitter or something in an ideal, okay, make it happen, Corey.
In this world, but unfortunately they're not quite there yet. So whether it is Kevin having to, they need some of their young prospects to advance very quickly this season, or even, throughout this season and be ready for next year, you're still 3 spots away from being that kind of a lineup where you're really scared of it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we jump into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway. We will do our giveaway. Plus, Mike likes it. Plus, the best team fits for the top 50 players available in NFL free agency. Cowboys fans, you excited about adding this person? We'll do it next right here on The Fan. CNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Got a lot of doings transpiring around here. Going to quick hit a couple of these things. And then Cowboys fans, would you be excited for this free agent to come to Dallas? Is first of all, not surprising, the writing's been on the wall for a minute. Chicago Bulls are shutting down Lonzo Ball for the rest of the season, but he hasn't played at all this year. He's been out since January of last year.
And I know you follow the Bulls because your son Brandon loves the Bulls, and he was actually really turning. I don't know if turning around is too strong of a word, but really
that team was awesome in the first half of last year.
Third in the season. Like they had the 3 seed until he got hurt, and then everything started collapsing. So yeah, he was a guy that had kind of figured out how to really help a team win at an NBA level. And Kaplawi, his career has gone in a bad direction.
And then
I love that. I love when Mike uses words
Kaplawi.
like that. That's amazing.
And then on the Micah Parsons front, did you see his bit with Jalen Ramsey and Amon-Ra St. Brown? So Amon-Ra St. Brown is pushing for Jalen Ramsey to come to Detroit. This was a tweet that was sent out, and it said, Jalen, if you hear this, I know you played Jared Goff before. Detroit might seem like a landing spot, my guy. Talk to me. And of course, Micah quote tweeted it after yesterday. He goes, I might just get off of Twitter. No, you won't. He tweeted it and said, I'm sorry, no one going from LA to Detroit. Laughy face.
That's a fact.
Face. Is it?
Dude, nobody wants to. They'll be traded there if they have to. But who's going?
You're not making that decision.
I can't wait to get to Detroit for this season.
You would. You love freaking Detroit and their scrappy can-do attitude.
I do. No, I agree. I do. I love the way that Dan Campbell goes about it, and they just scrap out barely losses, But the thing about them, the thing about that is, I'm not saying I'm Jalen Ramsey, and I can't wait to leave the city of LA to go to the city of Detroit and spend winter there playing football.
Sure, they got a dome. I don't know. I don't know how you got to the games and easy streets and stuff like that. I don't have a good answer for you right there. All right. So ESPN put out their best fits for the top 50 players available in NFL unrestricted free agency.
Can I take a quick guess?
Sure.
I bet there's not anybody that's top 20 on the list that's a Cowboys product, because the Cowboys don't go after good free agents.
That the Cowboys would get?
No, they will not. Like, when you go through this list, I'm just going to assume the top 20 free agents on this list, the Cowboys have no part of these guys because they actually are going to want money to play football.
Okay, you make a very good point because, for example, we talked last week about what a pipe dream this was in terms of Deron Payne. Oh, wouldn't you love for the Cowboys to get Deron Payne? I'm like, sure. Let's go do that. It's the same thing about that dumb report about, the Cowboys are intrigued about C.J. Stroud. Oh, you don't say. A top 5 talent in the draft? Well, guess what? I bet about 25 teams are intrigued by C.J. Stroud. It's not going to happen, people. What are we
for
even
Stroud?
about?
I heard that's a rumor.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, hold
Great.
on.
I would do that in a heartbeat.
Okay.
Oh,
we got to talk about.
He hates Dak. I mean, a guy who's done nothing in the NFL.
From a financial perspective, it makes sense.
For Mike.
It's never going to happen, people.
I see
Why
your tone
did you just
changed.
suck me into this conversation?
Yeah, your tone has changed.
Damn. Never mind, I wouldn't.
All right. Maybe not this year, but next year. Let's say you feel like, we've gotten as far as we can with Dak Prescott. Do you think a team is going to be like, we'll take him? Like, do you think a team would want to trade you significant picks for Dak Prescott?
I do.
I do too.
I think you get at least
a number on
I would say you get at least a first round pick.
Yeah.
And I probably would guess a second too. Like probably not in the same year. I don't think you get a first and a second. Like I don't think they would want to mess up one draft like that, but you'd get let's just say your 2023 first round pick from somebody and then their 2023 second round pick.
Okay.
2024 second round.
$34 million is what I think you would be plugged in to pay Dak in 24 if you're that other team. Like you'd be on the hook to take $34 million of that. But that's it.
The Cowboys aren't bad enough, but the greatest thing that would ever happen to the Cowboys in our lifetime since Troy Aikman.
Do not say this.
Is to lose out this upcoming season to get Caleb Williams. Like, that would change your franchise forever. That would put you the way that Cincinnati right now feels about Joe Burrow, the way that, in a weird way, probably Jacksonville feels about Trevor Lawrence, the way that obviously Kansas City has already proven it, but the way that they feel about Patrick Mahomes. You're in a Super Bowl window if you probably get Caleb Williams. His first year, probably not. But after his first year, I think you put yourself in a Super Bowl window for a decade because he looks the part of the superstar quarterback.
My only problem and I know there's another area you want to go with this. My only problem there is, as an OU fan, I watched Lincoln Riley turn dudes into dudes. And now Kyler Murray, I was like, that dude's it. He's it right there. Jalen Hurts, I was like, he's going to be a starting quarterback in the NFL. Baker Mayfield, I was like, not a big fan. But that's a different story. So with Caleb Williams, and as great as he looks in college, there are always these parts of me that just won't let go that Lincoln Riley makes quarterbacks look really good. Now, do you go hire Lincoln Riley and say, come be our head coach so that you can continue to make this guy look good? I don't know.
And so, for example, like Jalen Hurts in the last 3 years has cost the Eagles $4 million total on the cap, which is...
He's going to cost more later.
Yeah.
But worry about that later.
Absolutely, which is just madness. But, like, compare that to Joe Burrow. Including this next season, you know how much Joe Burrow has cost the Bengals?
$9 million.
Unfortunately, it's more than that.
$90 million.
$36 million.
Well, it's less than 90.
For 4 years. Is that not a below market value rate for 1 year of Joe Burrow?
Yeah, he's proven that these last 2 years he should have made close to $100 million.
Yes. And so that is the appeal of the rookie quarterback, even because I know people will be like, well, what if CJ Stroud isn't good? Well, guess what? I got all of that dead money off the book. And if CJ Stroud's no good, my draft pick in 2024 is going to be awesome as well. So I'll be well on my way to rebuilding my team. But Mike is right about the free agent fits. Is the only two people in the top 20 that the Cowboys are involved with are people that would leave their team. So Dalton Schultz is number 12 on ESPN's list by Matt Bowen. And number 19 is Tony Pollard. So ESPN has Dalton Schultz saying he's going to be a good fit with the Chargers. And we have obviously already seen the Chargers connection play out in terms of Kellen Moore going over there. And I'm sure Justin Herbert would like a safety blanket. That makes sense to me. I have to admit, I'm not particularly familiar with the Chargers cap off the top of my head. But if they can make it happen.
They're in decent shape right now, but they have to look at, we're about to have to pay close to $50 million a year for our quarterback.
That is true. And then the other one is, well, first of all, Corey, you looked intrigued. Justin Herbert, or excuse me.
Yeah, I'll take Justin Herbert.
Yeah, no. Dalton Schultz to the Chargers.
That would be nice. I just,
didn't they have a number 7 show
Gerald
out?
Everett was really good.
I don't know. He looked the part of being a really good tight end. So I don't know if they need I get that Kellen Moore, they know each other, this and that, but I don't know. That guy started coming on in the end where I was like, for fantasy football purposes and all these things, they start flashing dude, this dude's catching a lot of balls and for yards and making guys miss. He's a very physical guy.
He's 28. That was his best.
He's 28 years old?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I didn't know he was that old.
And that's kind of one of those things. I've been kind of waiting for him to make that kind of look like that kind of player. And that was his best season so far. And Mike, even to your point, I thought that he was underused with Justin Herbert. There were times when I was like, dude, he's a mismatch nightmare right now. Never stop throwing to him. And Justin Herbert was like, I got somebody else. Eckler's wide open.
Yeah.
I was like, come on, what are you doing here? So I think, Kevin, that it would be very intriguing because he lands with Kellen Moore's offense again, and then Justin Herbert has a security blanket, much like Dak, and that could open up things for the rest of the offense.
And then the next one would be Tony Pollard. He's number 19 on the list. ESPN's got best fit Dallas Cowboys.
Okay. On a 1-year contract, please.
Let me ask you something. That makes sense. Is that the way the Cowboys do business?
No, they just give the person whatever they want. They just give in the end.
That's what I'm afraid. You're going to see it come down, and it's going to be a 3-year, I don't know, $33 million, whatever the hell the deal is going to be.
It'll probably be 5 years at 75.
Oh my God.
Did you almost cuss?
Oh my gosh. is I don't
5 for 70.
I just
took $5 million.
I might
off.
break my headphones again.
The Cowboys felt like they got a good deal there, but only $40 million guaranteed.
That's where I'll really get in trouble. I'll finally just ask Steven why they're bad at negotiating.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will.
Yes,
I will.
You were afraid to ask hard questions.
End of the day,
Tony Pollard, a 5-year, $70 million deal.
At the end of the day, Kevin, you just have to execute. And his real answer would be that he would never give us is Daddy said that we're signing him.
There's only so much pie.
Yeah. Well,
how would you ever be able to disperse the pie?
You know what? But the Cowboys act like they know there's a finite amount of pie, but they just keep giving it to the first person who walks up. They're like, I don't care. Do you want some of this pie? That piece is too big.
One of your legs still works. You got it.
If you get the most pie earliest, Kevin.
I did not say the F word.
Then
when you kind of
that was supposed to be God. Did you dump that? I did not say the F word.
I did not dump it.
I did not say the
You
F
didn't
word.
say it. Kind of just the way your breath came out. It kind of just like all Cowboy fans are like, yeah, we understand why you would cuss if they sign that contract.
The way they look at it is if we give somebody all the pie or most of the pie,
They're gonna play
then
even better.
all the players that really want to be here to wear the star on their helmet, they'll take less pie.
Okay.
Because we don't have that much
That's
pie
great.
left.
You're not 1980s Notre Dame anymore. You're on NBC. That's super neat. That is not a selling point anymore. You can't just go, well, we gave away all the pies, so all the good players will go ahead and put their finger around the bottom of the tin. That's not the way it happens.
10.
We got loopholes.
Seriously.
I'm dead serious. That's the way. I think that's the way that they think is if you don't come get your pie, there won't be any pie left, and you're just going to have to settle with whatever's left. And the rest of the league's like, that's not how it works, buddy.
I just hope there is somebody in that room. I don't know if they're the Keeping It Real consultant or whatever they're called. It's like, pull your head out of your asses. None of that is going to work like that.
Mm-hmm.
I would get fired because that is exactly how I would say that.
We're so mad and nothing's even happened yet.
I know, but because I think it's all going to happen. I can feel it. I can feel myself smashing my headphones when they say Tony Pollard, breaking news, 5 for 70, and then I really will say the F word.
But only 40 guaranteed.
But you know what? Here's the deal, Mike. With that 40 guaranteed this year, Mike has picked them to go to Las Vegas in the Super Bowl. So what are you so mad about?
Yeah, what are you so mad about? Get happy. Have
We're
I
going to
ever
Vegas.
been wrong on a prediction?
Yeah.
Yes.
All they did was
has my Mavs going to the NBA Finals prediction gone wrong yet this year?
Not
Yes, it has not.
See?
From the 682.
Still right.
you still got a shot.
Yeah. I do regret that one really, really bad.
Man, I feel like you're going full Mark McGuire. I'm only here to talk about the present. I can't answer that question because you asked it in the past. So that is now a past question. Only a guy who cursed on the air would deny that. Well, what kind of sense does that make? I never understand when they were like, well, a guilty person would say they didn't do it. Well, wouldn't an innocent person do? Like an innocent, if you didn't rob a bank, you wouldn't go, you know what? I did it. This is not Spartacus, okay? All right.
What is Spartacus?
You remember that scene in Spartacus when everyone stands up and they're like, I am Spartacus. And now all the people are like, I am Spartacus.
And this is Sparta.
That's a different.
What's the movie?
That's a different movie.
What's the movie called? Spartacus?
You've seriously never heard?
No.
I haven't seen it
Corey,
either.
we have no clue.
I've seen Sparta.
You know what? You need to use better references.
I've seen the Sparta movie. Didn't they have like 300 people or something? What was that movie called?
That's the
Sparta?
300 movie. What is that called? I'm 300?
It is just called 300.
This is 300.
That is not what we're talking
And
about.
they use shields together. And then they dump them off the cliff. I remember that movie. And they're all fit, man. I mean, those guys are doing calisthenics night and day.
They were stretching during breaks like you, Mike.
I wouldn't give to have that body.
Oh, they were flipping tires. They had a thing on Men's Health on how to get that type of body. I have a whole
flip
article.
tires?
Yeah, you flip tires all day, and it's a big old workout with tires.
Does it matter how big the tire is?
Big old tires. Yeah, those big old monster truck tires.
From
the tires.
From the 214. Kevin, my guy, let it out. I'm with you, stupid front office. From the 956, I heard the F that came from your soul. They felt it there. All right. Well, we've already gone off on a weird tangent. I don't remember where we were supposed to be, but I'll tell you this.
I think we're talking about guys' bodies.
Okay. They did look fantastic in that.
All right, the Cowboys. Now when we get to players 35 through 50, the Cowboys are going to be locked in here.
Well, they're in on one player in the top 50.
DJ Sharp.
Besides Pollard, you're saying that besides they're already on the Cowboys?
That's not one of their players. Yes.
Odell Beckham.
Odell Beckham Jr.
Yes, I love this story. I want to talk about it all the time.
Miles Sanders available.
Number 26.
How about Odell Beckham? You don't tick off the whole training staff, and you might have already been on the team.
That is a fair point. At number 26 on the list is the lone other top 50 candidate that is on the list. I got, you know what?
You okay, bud?
From the 803, you can taste Kevin's anger. But thank you.
And it's lunchtime, so that's a good deal.
5 years, $75 million.
I'm out.
It's the same deal as
I'm taking a gap year. You can call it whatever you want. I'm just going to need some time.
And then I'm looking at tickets, and I've already bought the tickets. They're on the lawn down the first baseline.
Yeah, those are good.
And they're about $40 a ticket for that series. Now, for a normal, like they're playing Louisiana Monroe, you're looking at like $8 to sit on the lawn. But because it's number 1 LSU, SEC game, number 1 in the country right now versus Texas A&M, number 5 in the country, prices are obviously jacked up. And we're going to Friday, Saturday. But I thought it would be a good time to talk a little bit about this. And I know we're thinking about spring training right now, but I'm going to that game. Well, one of those players in that game might be a future Texas Ranger. Remember, the Rangers have the 4th overall pick coming up. So here is the 1.0 rankings of draftable
This is a mock
players.
draft?
It's not a mock draft. Here's the great deal. We have the 4th pick. I don't have to go till 25.
That's true.
I just have to give you 6 guys that they have what they consider they can miss, but considered somewhat can't miss prospects. Number 1 is the center fielder from Florida, Wyatt Langford. So if you're watching college baseball, by the way, have you noticed that college baseball is on television a lot more?
Yes.
I mean, when I was a kid, here's the deal. I didn't really want to go to college for multiple reasons. One of them being I grew up in Dallas-Fort Worth, Duncanville. I only knew Major League Baseball. You go to Texas Ranger games. I know you had TCU playing games, down the street, but it just wasn't a deal to go to TCU baseball games. So my dream was always to be a major leaguer. There's not much of a dream to be a college baseball player when it's never on television and you're growing up in a major league metroplex.
I think one of the things that helps with that, right, is the need for content. Like, obviously, ESPN Plus has filled their platform with that a lot.
So now you see a lot more college baseball. You see a lot more what I consider college baseball articles like this one. Wyatt Langford, right now considered the best prospect in this year's draft, center fielder from Florida. Number 2, the center fielder for LSU, Dylan Cruz. So right there, the center fielder for LSU might be the number 1 overall pick. He might be the number 4 overall pick by the Texas Rangers. Number 3 is Max Clark. He's a high school center fielder going to Vanderbilt, but probably won't be going to Vanderbilt. Number 4 is Chase Dallander.
Okay.
I'll say Dallander. He is a pitcher for Tennessee. Number 5 is a shortstop from Ole Miss. Number 6 is right-handed pitcher, LSU. So I'm going to this, and I'm like, dude, I might be seeing
some of the top prospects.
On Friday night, this guy named Paul Skeens, if I'm saying his last name right, for LSU, he might be the Texas Rangers' 4th overall pick, or the center fielder for LSU might be the Rangers' number 1 overall pick. But I'm going to ask you guys this. Did you guys know, or how did baseball, college baseball, I'm not saying it's on the level of college basketball or college football, but they are making money. Like last year, from what I understand, I believe, I'm not 100% sure about this number, but I'm pretty sure about this number knowing a kid from Texas A&M. I believe the Texas A&M baseball players made $25,000 last year. So
is that part of their Pringles deal?
Yes. I mean, there's other things that go into it, but, they ended up and they all split it evenly. Instead of being like individuals through NIL, they said, we're going to put everything we get through NIL, we're going to put it in one pot, and every Aggie on this team is going to get the exact same amount of money. They decided that as a team. Yes. They voted on a team.
Which is pretty cool.
I think that is cool. But I had no clue. I'm assuming UT gets around the same amount of money. Like, as long as you're kind of a major program, you're getting somewhere probably between $20,000 and $30,000 now. Baseball never seemed like a formula for making money in college. But if you're giving 20 kids or 25 kids approximately $20,000, not including scholarship or whatever, and I know the school's not doing it, that makes it a money-making sport.
How many games in a college season typically?
About
plus
50.
Okay, so 50, so maybe 25 home games for you?
Well, for A&M, honestly, probably 38 out of their, they probably get closer to 60, I think.
Because teams just come to them at the beginning.
And you've seen that stadium. The stadium is nice, but also, it packs up.
Right.
So, I think... Mike, we didn't recognize that there was a lot of money. We recognize there's a lot of money in football.
Yeah.
But I don't think that we recognize that they were filling up their little stadiums all over the place too and gaining this kind of traction.
Plus, you mentioned how much cheaper those tickets were.
Yeah, I think for me too, I was like, dude, I can get, and my other son can come too.
Yeah.
So now I'm taking both boys, and we're paying $120 for 3 tickets instead of, if I were to take both boys, instead of $1,000 per game for 3 tickets.
So part of me kind of wonders if that's the affordable thing for not students. If you're
obviously you're really close, right? I mean, you go to TCU, A&M. Like the tickets are you're really close to the action. There's not a bad seat at a college baseball game. Now, obviously, if you go to Globe Life Field and you could probably sit higher up if you're part of the 21,000 that were there Saturday.
And I know sometimes we lament about the quality of college football here, like in terms of the rankings and everything. This is a great state for college baseball. Like there are some powerhouses here.
But I'm really excited about this. And Aggies, you can text in. And if you're not an Aggie, but you were in, whether it's Southwest Conference or Big 12 or now SEC, I've been told this. I haven't gone to many college baseball venues and games. I did get to go last year to the game that Texas A&M beat Louisville to go to the College World Series. Is they say there's no better atmosphere in college baseball than Texas A&M.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if you've gone to UT baseball games, you've gone to TCU baseball games. I'm not trying to put you guys down at all, but is it that much better going to an Aggie baseball game than it is other places?
Yeah, I think so. Just the experiences. They have chants for everything because they do screen practice. And but I'm dead serious. If there's a foul ball, Mike, it goes up on the net and they whoop it as it all falls, and then once it lands, they yell, "Pick it up." There are little things for everything because they have traditions that they love. It makes it more of an experience outside of the lines, which is really part of. You want the game to be the centerpiece, but the fans have to have other things that keep them in. They do a good job at it.
And I want my kids to be excited about possibly going the college route rather than, I'm not saying they're going to go professional, but like there was no motivation for me at all to go to college besides going where my girlfriend was at. And I ended up still signing pro out of high school but I can't wait to do it because I think the atmosphere is just going to be electric with LSU, who will probably travel a little bit there, and A&M, and it's already sold out. All 3 games are sold out, so I had to buy on the secondary market. But I am really excited about going to College Station for LSU #1 in the country and A&M during spring break.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Got a lot of things to talk about, and all you that are getting ready to celebrate Lent, get ready.
Yes.
I got you taken care of.
Oh, great.
Next.
Odyssey celebrates. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Not that you care, Kevin, from the 972. But I got a notification from my high school that they're putting our 1988 championship baseball team into our school's Hall of Fame.
Whoa!
They won state.
They La Merida High School. He was their second baseman from the 972. Their record was 22-6-1. So it's going into the it's going in.
Very nice.
That's pretty. The girls and boys won the championship that year at La Merida High School.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Brian Adams.
Mike.
I thought that left-handed catcher finally worked out for you guys.
I never saw a left-handed catcher on our team. I don't even know. We have like 2 left-handed players ever. That's it. There was never a left-handed catcher.
It's funny.
Man, who gets more drive-bys on this show? Is it Dwight Powell? Is it Brian Adams?
The singer or my
Frank.
school?
Yeah,
Frank.
Don't forget about him.
Thanks a lot, Frank. All right, guys, we have lots of areas that we can start at. Do you want Mardi Gras list, mock draft,
Nope.
Whataburger, or sunsets?
What? Not sunsets or mock drafts.
First of all, I feel like the 2 I want to vote for are the ones that he won't.
Yeah.
Whataburger and mock draft.
Which one do you like the most out of those 2, Mike?
Mock drafts take a lot
All right.
shorter to get than
And-
Whataburger's got to figure it out. Now, there's the one I think in
See?
Cedar Hill, I believe, is a good one.
Whataburger
I mean, I
it
don't
is.
go to Cedar Hill much, but there's one. I think it's like you're going to kind of Waxahachie. It's somewhere in that Cedar Hill area. I give a lot of props to that Whataburger. They got it going on. They
Snagged
actually
a whole bunch of different.
well, like you know what I'm talking about, 67
Yeah, no, I get
South. But literally, like the Whataburger down the street, pathetic.
All right. The classic fish sandwich and dinner plate are back for a limited time at Whataburger.
For Lent.
Your Lenten
that makes
season
sense.
lineup just got tastier. The Whatacatch sandwich and its dinner plate or platter counterpart back from February 20th, which is yesterday,
Till Easter.
until April 10th. And I don't know exactly when that
I
is.
think Easter is the 8th and 9th. Or, excuse me, the 9th. Excuse
2
me.
Easters.
I mean, that would be cool.
Whataburger's classic fish sandwich starts with a fillet of Alaska pollock coated with seasoned panko breadcrumbs. Then crisp lettuce, 2 slices of juicy tomato and tangy tartar sauce, all conveniently sandwiched on a bun.
I like a fish sandwich.
Kevin, I have seen you eat the fish sandwich from McDonald's, correct?
You have not.
I have not. What are your options on Fridays? Like, isn't that your meat option, even though that's not really meat?
I like shrimp, and that's allowed.
Or that is meat.
Macaroni
and
and
that does make
cheese.
sense to me.
Yeah, I guess that would work. But yeah, shrimp is usually the go-to for me.
All the carbs. I get it.
I made jambalaya last night. Solid.
Nice.
It's a Rachel Ray recipe that I kind of use at least her base for. I'm not saying Broadus would probably kick my butt. Right?
Absolutely.
He'd probably have it and go, this probably only took you an hour to make. I'm like, you're damn right. It only took an hour to make. But like, yeah. So but shrimp was in that. I like a lot of fishes. Unfortunately, I think I'm like most human beings. I like them fried.
Okay.
I can eat them blackened. I can eat them grilled, and I do like them. But once you fry that fish, it takes it to another level. Or the shell, you fry a crab, you fry up whatever, you fry up a shrimp. Shrimp fried, is there a better way? Hey, I love other shrimp. Shrimp scampi's great. But when you're having shrimp, Kevin,
yeah,
isn't it better fried?
It is.
My buddy over at Greek Isles, by the way, said blackened fish. He's got you
I need
taken
to,
care of.
yeah.
So go check him out.
I gotta get over there.
Off of Royal Lane.
We're getting a knife tomorrow night, right?
Yes, we are. We're going to knife for Jared Sandler's Swinging for a Cause dinner that we did. So, Kevin, would you rather have the Whataburger fish sandwich over any other fish sandwich, or are you just like, I'm out on fish sandwiches altogether?
I think I would, because there's a good chance I'd never have to eat it because my car would just run out of gas.
It's going to be fresh, though. When you get it, it's going to be fresh.
They couldn't possibly anticipate somebody ordering a
From the
fish sandwich.
214 Whataburger's so slow, they're probably going to fish the fish upon ordering.
Yes.
I get that they're like, listen, we don't make it until you order it. I love that philosophy. Can you start making it after I order it? That's the goal.
Or use some common sense. It's the morning. Do you think someone might order a honey butter biscuit or breakfast on a bun? Probably. You can plan ahead.
I feel like once Chicago took over Whataburger, they really destroyed Whataburger. Like, I love Whataburger, but I just feel like they destroyed some of the customer service and some of the hustle that Whataburger used to have.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know how long it takes to make a burger.
Honestly, it's such a thin patty. It takes 5 minutes. I would say, to be honest, I think it takes about 5 minutes. I could be wrong. Help me out if you've done this before at like a Whataburger. 2.5 minutes approximately on each side. It's not a thick burger. You've cooked the burger. Now you need to place it on the bun with whatever you're supposed to put on it. So you're looking at, once you order it, if you're making it fresh, it should be somewhere between a 6-minute and maximum 10-minute order. Maximum 10 minutes.
Somebody said Whataburger stopped selling the fish sandwich, at least the one by me. It started yesterday and it's going through. It's a limited time for Lent specifically. This is smart. Like, this is a smart business move on their part. That being said, everybody always does say, right now, this is what they're saying is, do not order at the drive-through Whataburger. Get the app, order, and show up when your food's ready. And that's the best way to go.
There are still some people who've even told us they have to wait when they're told their food is ready and they roll up on the app. But also, the only other issue I have with that is how many times do you make an impulse Whataburger decision? That's great.
All the time.
That's great if you're sitting at home, you're like, I want Whataburger. But if you're just driving, you're like, oh my gosh, Whataburger, yes.
I don't think I've ever told y'all this story, but I was driving to South Padre. And it was time to eat. I was hungry, and it's really close. We got about an hour left in the drive, and I don't remember the name of the town. They have a Whataburger there.
North Padre.
Okay, that sounds right. Busy. Like, this place is just busy. And
I don't know if I think that's true.
Because if you go any south of Padre, you're in the Gulf of Mexico.
I got my order, and I looked at the clock.
That's where the real fish are at.
And it said 2 o'clock on our clock, and I was like, man, Kevin was right. It did take that long. Now, it didn't take the whole show.
Put this in my head, Whataburger has gotten worse ever since I've worked with Kevin.
I know people think I'm just a straight up hater, but I'm telling you, man, a lot of these things are accurate.
All right.
Not all of them.
We have more options here. We're going to go back to the list of things. Mock draft.
No.
Fat Tuesday Mardi Gras list.
That one.
I'm going to go with that one, too. You can stop the list just because we had Mardi Gras over the weekend. Oak Cliff does Mardi Gras up big time. We have the parade. We have all kinds of fun stuff. We have a 5K that my legs are dying from right now.
You ran?
Yeah, I did.
Wow, I thought you said you didn't like running.
Oh, I don't. And my body just let me know, don't you ever do that again. But somehow, during Mardi Gras weekend, my wife goes, hey, you want to run in the 5K with me? And I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. And then about a mile and a half in, I'm like, this stinks.
Now, I found this list because today is Fat Tuesday, if you didn't know.
Yes.
And this is a list. This is the only reason I really wanted to bring this list to the table is that it's on tripshock.com.
Oh.
And it's written by Mike Fisher.
What?
That's right. Mike Fisher wrote this.
Did he say we're getting CJ Stroud?
No, I don't know if it's the same person. It doesn't allow me to click on the person's link or where they are or anything. It just says Mike Fisher, January 24th, 23.
I think we're getting LeBron this time.
Okay. All right. Do's and don'ts of Mardi Gras. Do's and don'ts for a successful trip to New Orleans. And Kevin, you know how big of a fan I am. I watched Treme after I got back just so I could reconnect. I want to go every year, but Adrian's like, we're going to do something else. I think this year we might be going down to celebrate New Year's. So I'm going to try and talk her into celebrating New Year's down at Mardi Gras this year. Okay. Do's, plan around the Mardi Gras parades. You do not want to get stuck in those. Those are going to be a problem. Arrive early. Look, man, you're there for a reason. Might as well show up and party all day long. Eat something. That's the reason why, is because you will be drinking. And if you don't eat, you'll end up in one of those videos of this guy did something. By the way, there are lots of outlets that have live cameras just running throughout the entire time of Mardi Gras. So you can go at any point and look, and there are cameras up in the French Quarter, and there's stuff going. You can watch what's going on. It's an amazing
without even having
city.
to be there.
Yeah.
Are you going to be doing that tonight?
I am going to do that, a little bit of that. Experience New Orleans outside the French Quarter. I always say Frenchman is the place to be if you want to hear the live music. That's where you really want to go. Prepare the children. If you're taking children, you got to prepare them for, you're going to see some things. All right. You're going to see some visuals that you didn't quite expect.
Can I tell you the meanest thing ever? And I feel like I've seen this play out on a TV show or a movie now, but it absolutely happened. Is this lady took her top off and she was getting beads, and then people were like throwing beads to put it back on.
Oh, no.
And I just thought that has to be hurtful to your self-esteem.
Here's some don'ts. Don't waste money on the French Quarter tourist traps. It's good to see them from the outside, but just keep walking right by them. If you're going to stop anywhere, you stop in a little bar, have yourself a drink, enjoy the ambiance, and move on. Do not stay on Bourbon Street past midnight on Fat Tuesday. That's a bad decision.
What happened?
I'll have to look further.
Wild?
It gets even more wild because it's a place where everybody's like, oh, Bourbon Street. And so everybody goes and flocks to it, and then it does kind of get out of hand. Do not make yourself a target for crime. And
well, how do you make yourself a target for crime?
Stay in areas that are lit up. That's all I'm going to suggest to you. If you walk through an area and you're like, the lighting here is not that great, then walk away from that area and be in an area that's lit very well.
This article has some victim blaming in it.
Don't bring your pets, and don't ruin the fun for others.
Do people bring pets to? I feel like that'd be a big pet extravaganza.
Been at restaurants where people are like, "Hey, my dog's sitting at the table with me today." I mean, I've been at a restaurant. And I've been like, that dog doesn't need to be here. And they're like, it's going to be here, whether you like it or not. I'm like, is that a CNI dog? Is that a dog that's helping you out in any way?
An emotional support.
They're like, nope, it's just riding around in my little purse here. So I'm like, whatever, man. So there you go. That's the end of my Mardi Gras list written by Mike Fisher.
Okay.
But
we don't know if it's the same Mike
Fisher. I have no
Fisher.
clue. We should text him and find out.
Did it say signs you're intrigued by Mardi Gras?
I love
Stroud?
this. Yes, there are signs that you're intrigued by Mardi Gras and CJ Stroud. And then I don't know if everybody saw this yesterday. The sunset was amazing in DFW, Mike.
It was.
Did you see this?
I need to get this from my wife. Somebody took a picture of our house. It was so beautiful. Not our house, it's average, but the sky right above the house. So our house is kind of, there too. But yeah, it was, I didn't see it in person, but man, the pictures were great.
Yeah. And this morning I got up, there was sunset happening, and I looked up and I told my son, I was like, look at those. And I did drop an F-bomb in front of him. I was like, look at those clouds. And he looked up and he was like, oh my gosh. And he took one for the snap because he wanted to make sure the snap got to see the clouds. But Kevin, on Twitter, there is a hashtag Dallas, hashtag Sunset Dallas, hashtag Dallas Sunset.
To say it that way.
And people were tweeting so many pictures of the sunsets here in DFW. And I know how much
How
you
many
love
sunsets were there?
There was just one.
One in Garland.
But lots of pictures.
One in Bryan Adams. One in Duncanville.
Yeah.
He still lives.
One in Naaman Forest. Yeah. Keep going, Mike. Name all the high schools.
Plano, all the Planos.
One in the Arlington, Lamar.
The 73 Friscos.
That's different.
The Mansfields. Allen just has one, but they have 47,000 kids that go to that school. It's that and UT. You can either go to Allen High School or UT, and it feels like exactly the same.
So that is Kevin. That's the end of the C block. We'll get to the mock draft tomorrow.
Just for the record, I'm not against the concept of sunsets. It's when we would fill in for the morning show every single morning. Corey's like, "Oh, send us your sunrise pictures," and then when we would come on later, they'd be like, "Send us your sunset pictures," and I just got tired of it.
They do. If you want to send them in, you tweet them to Kevin at @OThankKevin.
Pictures on the fan.
Tweet them to Kevin.
You need to become happier.
Mm-hmm.
I am a very happy person. I really am.
Did you see how mad he was when he said that?
He was like, "You jacknuts, I'm happy."
God, I want to show you how happy I am.
You look at me right now, I'm happy.
Slamming the table.
It's like what my wife's like, "What's wrong with you?" And I'm like, "Nothing's wrong with me."
Yeah. It's like you show up at a restaurant, they're like, "Hurry up and enjoy yourself."
I just need the baby Noah smile. It keeps me centered. Jess, if you're listening, send me a picture. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up
You'll
next.
get to see her when you get home.
college football is going to try really hard to make its product more tolerable for Mike. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You can wait.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. It's companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, if you need Frankel & Frankel, the consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Got a whole bunch of college football stuff for you, including how they're going to make the game more tolerable for Mike.
Thank you.
Yes, I read this story this morning, and the entire time I was like, Mike's going to love this, and we're going to have college football Mike the entire college football season.
Now, this first thing comes
watch Caleb Williams
from Chip Brown, who on big issues is frequently wrong. So keep that in mind.
He's a UT guy. He hates him.
I'm just saying, he was like, Saban to the Longhorns is a lock. He's frequently wrong on big things.
That still could happen. It
could. He said that the Longhorns AD has said that Texas OU will remain at the Cotton Bowl in Dallas during the state fair beginning in 2024 and has asked the SEC for the game to be at 2:30. Because remember, we talked about this a while ago when some of the luster was lost off of that game. It got kicked to 11 a.m. and he would like to see it back in the marquee 2:30 or one of the marquee spots, that being 2:30. So potentially good news, depending on how you usually plan your day around Texas OU, around the state fair. And then we talked about tattoos earlier. Did you see the New Mexico State football coach, the amazingly named Jerry Kill?
Is that where Urlacher went? New Mexico State? Are they the Lobos?
New Mexico State's the Aggies.
Okay,
right?
so the Lobos is where he went. Okay.
He promised his players he would get a tattoo if they won their bowl game. They beat Bowling Green in the Quick Lane Bowl in Detroit. He got a massive tattoo that takes up more than half above his elbow.
Like a sleeve?
It's not quite sleeve-like.
Oh, okay.
It is a humongous New Mexico State tattoo.
And they won the Quick Lane Bowl, which is where you can do your accounting while driving. It's
I don't
combination
think
of Quicken. I think so. That is it goes, Mike, from like just below his shoulder all the way to the elbow. And what is it a picture of?
It's New Mexico State. It has the two guns crossing, and then it says 2022 Bowl Champions. It probably says Quick Lane on the other side. I just can't even see that part.
Well, and I mean that's something.
I'm sure somebody's offended by it.
Significantly part of his life. Like that's going to be a huge part of his life. So yeah, man. And based on that picture, I don't know how many years you think he's got left.
I don't want to say that.
Did you guys say what tattoo you'd get? You said over your heart.
Yeah, I have this little arrow that like signifies the family. So yeah, that's about it.
Like a bow and arrow?
Just an arrow. It's like 5 lines. That's about it.
And you said you don't want one, but if you did, it would be on your big calf?
Yes, I guess. I don't know what it would be of.
The A&M logo?
No, probably not. I don't know. Maybe the family's names on there. I'm not sure. My family's names.
Drummond?
Yeah, Drummond. All right. Now, college football is working on making their game more palatable for Mike. However,
right. Hold on. What do you mean, however?
Yeah, however. College football and the NCAA are the biggest grifters there are out there. So they gave you a fake reason for why they're trying to change the game. Corey, would you like to walk through the scenarios, and then we'll get into the real reason and the fake reason this is being done?
A college football official volunteering his time slipped into press boxes around the country. His duties? Dig into how many plays could be saved if one of the hallmark rules of the sport were altered. So, Mike, basically he's saying they want to limit the amount of exposures for the college athlete on their body by changing a couple of
bull crap.
That's what he says. He says a convergence of issues has compelled the game stakeholders to consider more serious limiting exposures, the number of plays per game that athletes are on the field.
I agree with this.
It's not. And hold on. And it's not. The intent is not necessarily to shorten game lengths, but rather protect players' health.
All right.
Good job.
Now, here's a way. I'm going to just throw this out there. You could have less plays. stop making the season longer by adding another regular season game and then a playoff and then expanding that playoff. Just if that's really what we're pretending to do, any of those would work as well.
But so you're saying that what they're actually trying to do.
They're trying to shorten the game for TV windows. That's a fact. Their nonsense argument about why they're trying to do it, I just wish the NCAA would be straight up with the people, be like, that's right. We got billions of dollars, can't afford to pay the athletes because we like profit. Or anything else along those lines. That's right. We're trying to fit them better into TV windows for our next TV contract. I don't give a damn about any of these kids because they don't.
One of the ways that they've suggested that they could do this is to allow the clock to continue running after a pass has been an incomplete pass. So just keep that going. I think they do have they stop the clock on first downs also.
That would save, it takes about 5 to 10 seconds to set the chain. So, I mean, if you just think about how many first downs there are.
Yes.
And how many, let's just put it at 5 seconds of a clock stopping so they can reset the chains. If they just did away with that, you're looking at a good 10 to 15 minutes you've cut off the game.
So that is one of the two. There's 4 that are, 2 are like, meh, that's fine. And then the other 2, that's one of them, is where people are like taking note. The first 2 that people are like, either way, that's fine, is you can't call consecutive timeouts. So like if you're icing a kicker, you can call a timeout and then that's it. All right, I don't feel like that's the end of the world. Then the other thing is they're going to eliminate the untimed downs at the end of the first and third quarter. So like if there's a defensive penalty, I get at the end of the half or at the end of the game, you can have an untimed down, but they're getting rid of it at the end of the first and the third quarter because they're like, who cares? Here are the 2 that would make the biggest impact. You already brought it up, Corey and Mike, is you guys brought it up. Don't stop the clock on the first down. The other one that's kind of wild is don't stop the clock for an incomplete pass. So as soon as you'd still have to set the ball.
Like under 5 minutes, though, like they would.
Then under 2 minutes.
Under 2 minutes, okay.
And so you still have to reset the ball. So you get like a brief stoppage once they reset the ball, the sails out of bounds or whatever. But then clock goes. So there's no more. And so I thought about that in terms of, I know you'd usually only spike it if there's less than 2 minutes, but that would be an aspect. So that is probably the most controversial of the bunch is you don't stop the clock for incomplete passes anymore.
Just keep it rolling then. I'm not against that.
Either one?
No, I'm not, because Mike's right, man. College football Saturday is it's an investment in your time if you want to commit to a football game. Just one. Just one game. I don't necessarily have to watch all the games all day. There are some people, Reggie, will put up every TV in his place. That's why you will listen to the Get Right, so you can get that information. He'll put up every TV. But I don't have the time for that. I have kids and we're doing things. So I want to watch a game. I'm like, all right, I'm here. Man, I get halfway through a game sometimes. I'm like, this thing's still going on?
I think what I'm going to do next year is I'm going to record all the USC games I can record. Never watch them play defense. Very much like Coach Bro coaches. Like, I don't care when we don't have the ball. I don't care if we give up 100. I just only care about when I have the ball. And so that's what I'm going to do is just watch Caleb Williams play football next year for college football.
By the way, Kevin, I do want to give Jerry Kill a shout out. Your coach that put the tattoo on his shoulder. I made a joke, and I should not have made this joke. He suffered a seizure at the end of the game in October of 2005, and then found out he had kidney cancer. Since then, been fighting very rare diseases his entire career as a head coach. He's had to leave a couple times due to some illnesses and then come back and everything. He's had multiple seizures, including this, as he's been finding all this out. So this dude has kicked cancer's butt, but still fighting the fight. So I want to give him a lot of love. That's him getting that tattoo, now even more badass that he did that.
I just think, his team has got to freaking love
Absolutely they do, man.
For that. All right, so you might support both rules?
Yeah.
Okay. Mike, are we all in favor of the stopping the clock on first downs as long as they do?
Yeah, keep it running there. Incomplete pass.
That's tough.
I'm not crazy about that. I just say, hey, it's incomplete. The clock stops because I think the team possibly coming back needs the clock to stop if you throw an incomplete pass.
Yeah. Okay. I would be inclined to agree with that.
Maybe they should have scored some more points earlier in the game,
True, but did you see A&M's offense last year?
Of course you would be.
It's pretty bad.
Begging for an advantage somehow.
Jumbo will get it going.
Does he get to be Jimbo if they start winning again?
Oh, his name's Jimbo?
Oh, my gosh. All right. I got one other thing for you guys, and I'm curious if you care. There's a report from Insider Gaming's Mike Straw.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Mike Fisher has another story. I was like, holy cow.
The fish is loose.
That would be amazing.
Straw.
The upcoming release of Madden 24, which is slated for the end of August, like it usually is, will be, quote, make or break for the series. So they've had a variety of issues. Remember, they did their update for last year, and it killed a lot of people's franchise saves, and they've had all kinds of other issues. And the thought is, if this one does not go well or sell well or whatever, could we see the end of this franchise? And then that's my first question. How big of a deal is that? And how much does that matter? Or do you think they would just make a new football game that's like kind of the same? It's just not called Madden.
Yeah, I guess maybe this might be a new opportunity to rebrand it. Because, I mean, there are a lot of things, unfortunately, at stake here. You would love for the Madden name to live on forever like that. But how many kids know John Madden at this point or just know the game? And so that's one of the factors. I think we all kind of love the fact that while we were playing it, John Madden's going, boom, pow, and you're getting all that. That's called a decleater. It was a lot of fun with that part. And now it happens so fast. You're getting these new games every year. And I know it was already like that, but nothing's changing. The technology of it all is kind of similar. And I stopped playing a few years ago. So somebody might hop on and text in and be like, you're wrong. They added this new QB concept that changes everything. That's fine. I haven't played it in a while just because the last time I played it, I was like, okay, I've done all of these things. I'm done with that. I have a buddy that still plays it all the time. He still really enjoys it a lot, though. So, I don't know. I could totally see them moving on from the brand and just maybe finding somebody else to sell the kids with a new face. And I don't know who that new face is. Is it Troy? Is it is it somebody else? Who would be the new Madden face for a football game?
Yeah, because I feel like Olsen 25 is probably not gonna sell.
Greg Olsen, yeah, especially when he gets dumbly bumped because of Tom Brady.
I know that's what it's gonna be.
Tony Romo.
It's gonna be Tom Brady. Yes. Because he'll start broadcasting by then. It's gonna be Brady. Football.
That's going to be GOAT 99 or GOAT 2025.
I guess I better not sigh or talk under my breath.
That's right.
That has been very problematic.
I want it to be Tony Romo,
so
every sentence you hear on that game is ending with Jim.
That's right, Jim.
That was a nice read by Dak there, Jim. We all get you're working with Jim. Do you say that to Candace? Well, thanks for dinner, Candace. That was a great dinner, Candace. Hey, what time do you want to go to bed, Candace? Hey, Candace, you want to do it tonight, Candace?
Oh, my God.
Hey, kids, you want to go play with your mom? Her name's Candace. Hey, I'm going to go play golf, Candace. Hey, I'll be back probably by 4 p.m., Candace.
We need groceries.
I want you to do that as a bit with your family for like the next 2 days. You say their names with every single like statement that you make.
Does Tony do that with every person in his life? That he just has to end it with a person's name?
I am honestly not sure. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Hut, Travis!
Let's chit-chat.
Do I snap it on Hut or do I snap it on my name, Travis? I'm confused.
We'll talk with G-Mag Nation. Maybe about that next right here on The Fan.
All right, before we do that, let's talk about Southwest Chrysler Dodge.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. In case you're interested, Mavs fans or general NBA fans or local fans, RJ Hampton has been waived. Former Little Elm product right there. Still only 22 years old, despite this being, I believe, his third year in the NBA. First round pick, if y'all are interested. He's out in the world right now. And it's time for a chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm good, but you did bring up off air a fear that has crossed my mind numerous times. That's the idea of just falling back in your chair and falling through the window on the 11th floor.
Yeah, we got some full-length windows here that's basically 2 out of the 4 walls in this room. And, they're double pane and there's a bar like in between them about 2-3 feet high or something like that. But I've always been a lean-back guy in my chairs, right? I do like leaning back in a chair, and I've never done it in this position because, the window and then a massive drop-off is just – right behind me. I'm typically pretty scared of heights. Like if this was a cliff and these windows weren't here, there's no way I could be this close to the edge.
Okay, and see,
I don't even know if I'd come in this room.
Years ago, we went up into the Sears Tower. I guess it's called the Willis Tower, and they have the glass floor. They're like, hey, if you want to step out, I was like, no. I realize it's still a floor, but
that's a knee buckler.
I'm good on that.
My son is afraid of heights. Will not get on at the AAC. You know how they have the one really tall escalator that takes you all the way up to the next group where I can sit. And he's like, I'm not going to go on that. And I'm like, when did you become afraid of heights? And he said, I think it's whenever you started putting me on top of the refrigerator as a child as a punishment. I'm like, I don't remember this ever happening.
By way of punishment?
Yeah, he's like, whenever I got in trouble, timeout was on top of the refrigerator. And I was like, no, that's not true.
You used to pick him up and throw him up there.
Put him up there, he says. So I don't know. That's not my fear. But the one thing we do need to know about this is the one window in this room that will pop out is behind those TVs over there. If we have an emergency and we got to go,
really,
that's the place to do it.
That T is on there to let you know.
And I have a blanket.
Kick that through.
I have a blanket over here that works as a parachute that I've been keeping around just in case.
That's smart.
Yeah,
a blanket as a parachute?
Have you ever seen parachuters before, dude? I'll be all right.
Come on, man. Get with the program.
And
it's
then
tight grip.
The window next to it broke during one of our shows once, so it just shattered.
Tornado day?
No. We were doing a tease.
You guys were doing a lot of hot taking,
and it just
combusted.
Went, like you could hear it in the background of our tease audio. We were like, "What just happened?" And then the boss was like, "What were you guys doing late nights up there hanging out? Were y'all throwing stuff around?" We were like, "Absolutely not."
That's why
that's why these cameras are here now.
I could imagine, honestly,
politics.
If I had to make the most educated guess possible for why that went down, and you told me it wasn't Mother Nature doing this, I would think it was Colby Sapp going full-on dropkick style on that window.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was doing karate.
Yeah, or he brought his BB gun up here and was shooting us in the junk or something like that.
That's the second one.
Shots typically
fired.
Do. Yeah.
Broken chair.
Yeah.
Could have done it as well.
Turns out it was just the pressure. It was air pressure on the
window. We all love the pressure.
He did break a chair on me once.
That's true.
At not medieval times, Oktoberfest. Sorry.
I've always wanted to go to medieval times, by the way.
Medieval times,
they're hiring.
It's a blast. It is.
Did you enjoy the turkey leg or what did you enjoy the most?
The turkey leg.
Or you get a big thing, a big hunk of chicken.
Yeah.
Their tomato soup's not too bad out there either. That was going to be our wheel payoff. He was going to hit me with a chair. And he hit me with a chair and decided while I was on the ground, he did not hit me hard enough and then broke the seat out of the chair by smashing me across the back again. And he goes, there, broke the chair. As if I wanted that to be the outcome. And I was like, great.
Why wouldn't you?
Colby.
That's still not the worst thing that's happened to somebody's back up here because we all saw Walchuk's back get waxed. And the aftermath of that, I don't even think he's still recovered.
No, I think it's still pretty bleeped up.
He's still got some blemishes back there, man.
You look like you're trying steroids or something with the back.
Yeah, it completely went full back knee style. I looked like I was 15 again.
Really sad.
Really
sorry.
gross.
I'm sorry, man.
Are you?
And it was itching and burning.
Thanks a lot, Justin Fields.
It's a full-on back rash, dude. Like the entire back, Wasn't just like a small isolated area, like the usual rash, right, Walchuk?
What else?
Do you not? You don't co-sign that?
The
one?
layout is always my favorite bit there. Now, we did talk today about the balloon sculpture that's been broken.
China?
Nope, this is a different balloon completely.
Birthday balloons.
It was a dog balloon sculpture.
Yep.
So it was actually breakable. Somebody walked up to it, touched it. It was an art piece.
Is this terrorist again?
Protesters?
No, these are just regular. I hope not.
Somebody walked up,
protesters.
It fell over and shattered, and it would cost $42,000.
I think it should be a protest for why your stupid balloon dog cost $42,000.
It's the story, man. I told you this before. Art. You put a story to it, it becomes priceless. Man.
So we asked the question, have you ever inadvertently broken something expensive? And if so, what was the aftermath? Because we definitely got blamed for the window thing. There was a time when we got blamed for anything. It's if there was like trash around, they were like, this is probably K&C. There's pizza boxes out there, maybe from you guys. They're like, that's probably K&C.
Yeah.
Well, it usually was.
It was not.
Never us.
It was pretty funny. I was about, 10, 11 years old. And of course, as a young boy, I liked to play war around the house when I was by myself. So I was just clearing the house
Solo mission?
with my Crossman 760 Pump Master. Okay. Hell of a BB / pellet gun.
Yep.
Okay. So, of course, came around the corner, hip fired some Viet Cong that were off to my right. Happened to be off in the distance behind my mom's framed giant picture of a farmhouse in our living room. And sure enough, the glass on that just spider webbed pretty quick after it was not a dry fire.
What were the repercussions of said things?
You know what? It was so funny because it was just so idiotic. And luckily, my brother found out about it at the same time my parents did.
That the Viet Cong were attacking?
And yeah.
Red Dog.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. No, and he broke into that making fun of me, because it was hilarious to him that I was such an idiot. He's like 2 years older than me, so now he's too mature to play war around the house. So he lays into making fun of me for thinking I was Rambo or whatever, and my dad starts laughing, and my mom let it go, and it's somehow no repercussions, which was rare. That was a rarity.
For shooting guns in the house, no repercussions.
Yeah, it was an air rifle.
Good for you, man. Yeah, just an air rifle.
Yeah, everything's fine.
I had a couple of weeks ago, actually, it was about a month ago now, that I was over at my mom and dad's house, and I was waiting for them to get home, and I was with my girls, and we were playing around, and they have an old school kickball, like the legit one.
Yes. The red rubber ball.
The red rubber
lines
one
on it.
that you're not allowed to play dodgeball with anymore. And I was like,
concussion
oh my gosh.
causer.
Speak for yourself.
I got like real nostalgic. I hadn't seen one in a while. I couldn't believe my parents had one just like in my kids' little game room where they play at my parents' house.
And now you're older and you're like, this thing's
They
going to
got lawn
travel.
darts
This
there
became
too. What else we got?
Solo basketball, soccer combo, and then it doinked off and knocked over a bunch of glass stuff on my mom's little dresser that she had in the living room. And I felt really bad. We talked about this on the show. It was like the first time in a long time that I felt that like fear of mom and dad of like, oh no, like how can I get like away
You're
from
in
this
for a spanking.
without
Were you
them?
looking for the Gorilla Glue?
I'm looking for like, how can I make sure they never even find out about this? But I had to come clean. My mom had to replace it. I think it was probably like $150 worth of glass crap.
She didn't charge you for it?
No, she like rescinded some of my birthday.
She knew
money.
what your job was.
She didn't give me $20 for my
want to put you
birthday.
through that.
Give me 10 instead.
Goodness gracious. I've done that as well. As a kid, running around, you're playing like tag with your friends or something. You have your friends over.
As a kid.
And slipped. Yeah, that's true. That is true. This wasn't a month ago, but I ended up breaking a table, accidentally. The entire like an entire table.
Like a glass one?
I came down and I banged it with the forearm. I mean, luckily the table was more hurt than I was. That's what my mother cared about at the time.
She's a sweetheart.
The table's replaceable, right? My baby boy is not. So
that forearm's
She has
not replaceable.
another kid.
yeah, well, she's.
Yeah, but he's the favorite, remember?
I'm the favorite. I'm the favorite.
Despite shoving his sister's face in poo one time.
Yeah.
It's funny because I actually talked to her about that story when I went and visited her, which was absolute hell. I will never go visit her ever again. That was a first and last
Did
time.
you push your head and poop?
No, her recollection of that story was a little bit different. She says it was her foot. I'm like, Samantha, it was full on facial.
You've suppressed that.
It was full on
Excuse me?
facial. A poo facial.
Yeah, face in poo.
Those are iconic.
Corey, stop.
What?
What you guys got coming up on the show, Graham, today?
Pure gold as always, Majors. Thanks so much for asking. Got a lot of good stuff coming up today.
All right. Looking forward to that.
My escape hatch.
Roll home.
Let's talk some Rangers at 3:40.
Okay.
We're ready for spring training.
Okay. It's going to be an action-packed G-Bag Nation. Roll home with them. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say that thing you said earlier today,
I
Kevin.
did not. I heard the audio. It doesn't sound great. I swear that's not what I said, but it doesn't sound great.
Well, then say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Blasting out 100. Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in. Welcome back to Wolchuk and myself. I was out for 3 days. Wolchuk's been out for quite a few. He has returned, and we look forward to talking sports here with you over the next 5 hours. There's Brian Broaddus, former NFL scout and executive. He's got his LSU golf shirt on as per usual. Always rocking some LSU one way or another. There's Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup. You got Wolchuk and Chiafalo reunited, and it feels so good here. And, of course, Carter Freeman's coordinating your video, 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And you can chat with us there or the truckwreck.com fan text at 877-881-1053. Yeah, tons going on in the world of sports, guys. NFL Combine starts next week. It's going to run NFL free agency March 15th. So, dude, like the next 3 or 4 weeks. And today starts the beginning of the personnel movement cycle in the form of the franchise tag window. You hear that sound? It has been opened. And that is a treasure trove of sports content for us to talk about. How the hell you guys doing on this Tuesday, though?
Fantastic, man. Got the bully back, feeling good. He's got his new car. You can tell he's aged significantly over the last 10 days or so since we last saw him. Stress levels are high, but the body's still looking good. Soda's taking care of him. You're back, General. I mean, This is fun. And we got franchise tag. Is Tony Pollard going to get 10.1 today?
Yeah.
10.1? Yeah, guys, I thought, taking a vacation would be a stress reliever.
I know.
That ended up being the bleeping opposite. It was fun. It was fun getting into the apartment. That was exciting. Talked to you guys on Wednesday. I was feeling great. I was like, okay, this place is all set up. I know Brian's looking at the pictures that I posted. He's like, this guy doesn't know how to hang a damn thing up on the wall.
It's true.
Which is, I own that. That's fine.
Yeah, it needs a female touch.
Oh, yeah, it absolutely does.
Well, then that's not going to happen in the apartment then, right?
No. Wow. Probably not going to happen, Brian. I'll have to have Uncle Bri come over here and go.
Well, I'm the same way, so I've learned. Okay, I'm the same way, so I've had to learn.
That's good.
I've had to learn how to do it. That's
you won't be coming over then, Brian. But then Thursday, I decide, all right, I got to go visit sister. She's been guilting me. She's just had ankle surgery. I get halfway to Austin. The car craps out.
No.
The heating fans blow, and the motor ends up dying, and now the Lexus,
did it just lock?
Dying with all your hopes and dreams.
Is now it's now been put to bed. So yesterday I went car hunting, and I had told, and Eric talked about this with you, Brian.
Yeah.
I had showed him, and I'm feeding all of this to Eric because Eric is a former car
Eric's
salesman.
the car guy.
So I'm like,
he'll sell you when it gets stolen, though.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping this doesn't get stolen.
He will. He'll make the money on it and just leave you without the.
I'm trying to get Eric's advice.
Like that, yeah.
And shout out to Mike Osmond as well, our good buddy who you've met now, Brian. Mike
I had
was
dinner
helping
with
me
him the
out.
other night. Yeah,
he's a great guy. Mike's helping me out, but I ended up finding a Ford Edge from Huffines in Plano. And right now they got to they're fixing it up. They had
a new engine in it.
They're putting a new bumper on there for me.
Trying to fix the flood damage.
So I'm in a loaner right now, but hopefully later on in the week I'll be able to pick
Get
that
the
baby
Carfax
up.
on that thing.
I got the Carfax. You want to look at it?
I want to see it.
You want to check it out?
Uncle Brian wants to make sure you're not getting taken.
It's Uncle Bri.
Perfect.
Okay,
Uncle
so
Bri.
Bri. And we learned yesterday that Broaddus didn't mow his first lawn until the age of 30.
That's wild.
So if you think he's coming over to hang anything up on your walls, Chuck, I don't think.
No,
he's
I
the
can.
guy.
I can do that.
Did your dad never had you mow the lawn?
No, he didn't trust my ass.
He was
he
away
didn't trust you.
No, he didn't trust
elementary
me.
friend.
Well, that's why. He was worried that I would make it like the settings would be too low.
Sure.
And I would just scalp it and burn it.
Yeah.
We've all asked for a 2 and they gave you a 0 and you were like, what the hell?
We found out that the Broaddus has had people doing their lawn for them.
I'll tell you one time I had put fertilizer on the yard, forgot to put water on it on a summer day kind of thing. That was we had the worst yard in the neighborhood for a while.
It's tough.
He never forgave me for that either.
I remember specifically begging to mow the lawn at like 9-10 years old because we got.
You were thinking to get money?
No, we got a riding mower, and I thought it would be awesome.
Okay.
Race car. Yeah. So even before the riding mower, I was learning how to do it with the push mower, and we were off and running. And a few weeks later, of course, we regretted that because that became our new chore, and it was quite a job. But that's surprising, Brian. I mean,
yeah,
that is surprising.
What's surprising about it?
Well, I don't know. You like to take care of things. You make your own bed.
I do. I do.
You keep things meticulous.
I do, and that's making up for all the days where I wasn't allowed to do any of that stuff because nobody trusted me to do it.
Did you want to do that though?
Did I? Yeah. Did I want to learn how to use power tools? Sure. I'm like, I
He wanted to be a real man at one point.
Hell yes.
And of course, those dreams have died, but there was a time.
Completely died. Like, it's like, well, hey, you know what? I changed the car battery the other day. I swear I almost celebrated.
Yeah.
I was
Good
like,
feeling.
Yeah, I was like, man, but that's the thing with YouTube. You can kind of watch how to do it, and you're like, okay, I can get this. But yeah, like when I was back in the day when they didn't have YouTube and all that stuff, there's so many things I missed out on. I watch these guys make like picnic benches and stuff like that and all this, and I'm like, man, that would be cool to do. Now, there's no way in hell.
There's some good anxiety that battery change out, though, because if you don't have experience, there's thought in the back of your mind is I'm going to electrocute myself right here.
Thought is when you turn the engine on, it's going to blow through the
well, that too,
hood.
but when you get a wrench and you're putting like the positive on the first time, you tap it thinking there's sparks coming off this.
Oh no!
How am I doing this?
I learned.
How does this work?
Yeah, I learned you take that little metal piece with the, you just kind of and if it starts to spark, then you're like, oh, okay.
Then we're live. Yeah, I'm not. I never trust that. I've done quite a few batteries myself.
Oh crap! Now I already got people that are texting me, "Hey, watch out for this on the Ford Edge." But the 214 said, "I love my Ford Edge, so I know you're in a good ride." So thank you very much. I do want to give some love to Tolo O'Brien. He picked me up in Hillsboro as I was waiting an hour and a half for an Uber.
Oh, wow. Get out of here!
Drive to Austin.
What a
because
dude, man.
There was nobody out there that was doing rides.
He was on the side of the road. Literally, Walchuk was at one point with his sausage thumb up in the air.
They couldn't see it. They couldn't see it.
I was like, look, and Dewey is waving at you. Please.
They thought it was his whole hand.
No, I'm not Sharif over here,
Look at the
Brian.
guy waving on him.
Please. But Brian, he picked me up. I'm like, are you a sports fan? He goes, yeah, I was just listening to 105.3 The Fan. I was like, okay, well, told him my name. He said, oh my gosh, I love the G-Bag Nation. You guys are awesome.
Did you say I'm the Woolly Bully or did you say I'm Zach
I just gave him
Walchuk?
my name, and then he turned around and he freaked out and gave me a big.
What, this guy randomly
big
pulled
kiss.
over to see if he needed help?
No,
And he
I
happened to be
called an
Tolo?
Uber.
Oh,
It was an
you
Uber.
called an Uber.
And it just took an hour and a half to get an Uber to finally
Oh, so you were in
pick
the
up
back
drive.
seat. So this guy was working though, right?
He was working.
Okay, well, cool for Brian.
He was
for
working, and then
yeah.
he drove me the rest of the 2 hours, and we had an awesome talk the entire.
How much
2
did an
hour
Uber
ride.
ride like that run you?
It was $175.
$175,
not including the tip.
Wow, that is
And
very
you
stressful.
I know you tipped him good.
I tipped fat.
Sometimes it happens
Don't
where
bet
the
on the
time off
Cowboys
is
next year.
more stressful than work. And that happened to you, Wolchuk. I'm
was
sorry
horrible.
about that. You
Yeah,
do not look a bit refreshed.
I'm not doing that ever again.
Oh, he looks like hell. I feel bad for
I'm
him.
not doing that ever again.
I was made sad when I saw his face today. Usually it's just a joyous hug. I'm like, he actually needs this hug right now.
He's
My
worn
guy's,
out.
my guy's been through the ringer.
No, I didn't think I'd be happy to see you guys.
He needs
I'm
his job
thrilled
back.
to be here.
Hey, good news. We are number one, okay? 2's not a winner. 3 nobody remembers. We've done it again. Congrats to everybody involved with the G-Bag Nation. We stack dubs around here. Right. And as I said last week, it's what a rebuilding a year in the G-Bag Nation looks like. Okay, a ton going on in the world of sports, though. Thanks to everybody for making us part of your day. It does mean a lot.
Man, it does mean a lot.
And we love sharing details with you like that and what we got going on. And it's great to have Wolchuk back. And thanks to Brian down there who helped us out. But we do have the NFL Combine starting next week. And we got a lot of stuff going on here today with the franchise tag opening. The window is open. And all signs are pointing towards Tony Pollard, getting the franchise tag from the Cowboys. Most of you know by now, it's tough these days to find a team that wants to give a running back that much of the salary cap. I guess it wouldn't be a horrible mistake because you don't know what else you got and it's only 1 year. But that's the best compromise I can make because I'm not trying to be too negative about this. It does jam me up.
Yeah, it takes me right off too, Dawson. I'm right there with you. The biggest problem, I think, is we all agree the biggest issue other than Dak throwing interceptions against San Francisco was the lack of weaponry. Yeah. And that you have on your entire offense. So you're going to let one of 2 legitimate bona fide weapons that you feel like the offense has, Lamb and Pollard, you're going to let one of them walk out the door. But I think the circumstances dictate it. It sucks, man, because we already, with Pollard, need more weapons, and you're going to let him leave. But big picture, I think it's the right move, and a lot of that has to do with the idea that he's coming off an injury. Ligaments were torn. We just did this thing with Michael Gallup, dude. And even if Pollard does get back to himself, how long into the season is that going to take? Are you going to step into the season week 1 and you get Tony Pollard of old? Probably not. Week 4, week 6, we're going to get to Thanksgiving. I don't know. I have no idea. but I'm not spending $10 million on I have no idea.
Sure.
But I have to acknowledge that I have no weapons and this sucks.
You have to trust your scouts to find you 2 runners. I understand you're talking about losing both Zeke and Pollard, but it doesn't take an expedition to find running backs that can produce if you find holes. Like, the secret to the run game is how good Biotish, Pollard, and Tyler Smith were, along with Zach Martin. That's why your running game succeeded.
Don't forget Steele.
Yes,
Yeah,
I definitely meant Steele. He's a huge part of it. And the combo blocks with him and Zach Martin were their bread and butter. Yeah. He goes away. What did Tony Pollard do the rest of the year? Yeah. To me, that tells you a running back can't do it. It takes offensive linemen, and then a lot of different running backs can do it, Wolchuk.
Yeah, and I think you also have, you can combine this with the free agent class, which is really, really deep as well. Like, I think that's a great point. Do you want to spend $10 million on Tony Pollard, and you're wondering, is he really back to the Tony Pollard that we loved and we're hoping we're getting by Halloween coming off the injury? Is that your best way to spend that money? Or would I be better spent looking at a free agent running back and giving him $4 million and drafting a guy? Is that the best way to retool my backfield? As much as we love Tony Pollard, and he's a guy that doesn't have a lot of wear and tear on the tires, so I'd be more open to maybe giving that guy a second contract or franchise tagging him. But the injury here has really made me rethink this. And I think you just need to move on and go ahead and restock your backfield and have 2 new backs next year.
I would challenge somebody in the league to pay him, is what I would do. I wouldn't tag him. And it's not because of the injury or anything like that. I just wouldn't tag him because of what I've seen in the draft, what I've seen in pro free agency. And the fact of the matter is, I think people are not going to be willing to pay it back. Now, I could be dead balls wrong about this, but I'm going to challenge somebody else to pay him. And if somebody else pays him, I'm going to be okay, because my backup plan is, like you talk about, pro free agency or the draft. I've seen enough guys that do things that lead me to believe that they're complete backs. Run, block, catch guys. And Tony Pollard did a great thing. It took you 4 years to figure it out, but I'm willing to say, I'm going to let you go and see what you can get in the open market.
Yeah.
If you want to circle back with me after this, by all means. But I'm going to make somebody pay him is what I'm going to do.
The injury thing's quite a bit of risk when you talk about repairing ankle ligaments. Like, Dak didn't have the flexibility and the fluidity of motion, and now I don't know what it cost him, a quarter step, a half step, but he's not as quick. Now, his was a total catastrophic need to, but the ligament portion of it, needing to repair those ligaments after a sprain, that's because they've become incredibly frayed. And the surgical process to kind of help those heal is very traumatic for that area of the body. Mine never recovered. I had a similar surgery to what Tony Pollard had. Now, I had a bad doctor probably compared to what he has.
Yeah, but you had better genetics than Pollard.
I didn't do all of the physical therapy that he will, but every doctor that I've talked to after that surgery said, you should have tried harder to not have that surgery. Because once you repair the ligaments, all kinds of weird things happen in that area that aren't natural. All the other things that they repair, the knee, like you get a really clean new ACL from elsewhere in your body, and the way that it's strung together, that ligament area in your ankle, it's like a mesh, that kind of comes together and goes around your foot. And as they try to repair it, there's consequences to that can make it very difficult to get the same range of motion, balance, strength, and burst. And I don't know. Maybe if you're lucky, you'll be 97% of what you were, but you ain't getting back to 100. And it's never going to be the same like other injuries allow you to. So I would just sincerely ask the Cowboys, to challenge themselves to find runners. We have so many problems on this team. You need multiple corners, wide receiver, run stuffing defensive tackle. You saw what Hankins did. You need another one of those. You can't depend on day 3 of the draft. You might need an inside linebacker. And you can find running backs even in the undrafted ranks, I think, that could come in and produce if your offensive line is good. So there's a lot of reasons to not do it, but so far all signs are pointing to the Cowboys will.
Well, and that's going to be hugely disappointing. But to Broadus's point, I was reading Barnwell's article in ESPN, and he says kind of a similar thing of like, if you let Pollard test the market, he's like, man, I could see this coming back where Pollard's getting 1 year, $6 million.
I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna play that game. Okay. I'm just gonna let it and see what happens. And if he's good enough to where, he's a really good player.
Sure.
If somebody pays him, fine. I'll move on.
Man, the more we flesh it out, the more it feels it's like as tough of it as a decision as it kind of feels like it is, because you know how good Pollard was this year. It's really black and white. It's almost borderline malpractice. You see the proof in the pudding of winning Super Bowls and not paying that position.
Yeah.
And then doing it with a guy who's coming off an injury and doing it in an offseason where we feel like it's the best running back offseason ever.
Yeah,
From a draft and free agent standpoint, like just go through that and say the decision's made.
Yep.
You're not getting $10 million and we can replace you in 5 seconds, as sad as it is.
And there are running backs in this draft that have a similar type of skill set in the later round, day 3, that you could get and that you can mold into a similar type of player.
Okay, other sports stuff going on. Of course, we'll talk a little bit about the All-Star game. Shohei Ohtani's agent is talking about he deserves to see free agency at the end of this season, so he's up to talk extension always, but it appears that's where that is headed. Russell Westbrook heading for the Clippers. Brooklyn Nets coach Jacques Vaughn agreed on a multi-year contract extension, so congratulations to him. And it's a double bet payoff Friday coming up again this week. Really, oh, that's right, Brian's got another one.
Yeah, I've got the Super Bowl.
And
you've got and you've got yours as well.
Yes.
Dude, why don't you make it easy on yourself and just pop that nitro in your mouth and go about your business, man?
I'll tell you what, after I saw what you went through, there's no way in hell that's happening.
That was dangerous. Did we ever get that up on YouTube, or do they keep flagging it for self-harm?
Carter found a way. He's a pro.
Okay, Lucius has your G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30. College football is considering a few significant rule changes that could go into effect next season. Are they a good idea? That is next on 105.3 The Fan.
Listen. Stream The Fan 24/7 all day, every day.
All right, welcome back. It is the Cheap Bag Nation here on the Fan. Jane Slater was just on the NFL Network. She's talking about, she's sure that Tony Pollard is going to be back, or she feels very good about saying Tony Pollard is going to be back. She's just not sure if it's going to be on the tag or an extension. And I think you just hope that the damage is minimal as far as the contract that is given. Some running backs that are compensated can be part of a very good winning formula. So you'll hope for the best. You'll hope that he has plenty of tread left on his tires after not playing a lot in the first 3 seasons and not playing a lot of running back in college either. Maybe he can age more like a wide receiver than a traditional running back and, give the Cowboys an element that they wouldn't be able to find in the draft. Because that's what they're saying right here with the decision to tag or extend him. We can't find this in day 3 of the draft. And I would call BS on that. Maybe they're not as confident drafting running backs because they haven't had a lot of success. Looking back on it, like all the guys that they brought in from Rico Dowdell to all these guys, they haven't been good. Going back to the guy that they tried to replace DeMarco Murray, Joseph Randle. He wasn't good. They thought all the world of him. So maybe they just lack confidence in being able to find other ones, and maybe that's for good reason.
Well, I'll tell you what, I could pick a running back for them, a couple of them, if they really want my opinion.
On day 3?
Well, I don't know. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm not interested in doing a day 3 thing. Because I feel like to me that, you've got these compensatory picks and stuff like that. If they move on, if you want somebody that's going to replace Pollard, you can find that guy in the 2nd round. Mm-hmm. You absolutely can. I have 20 first-round grades on my board. They're picking at 26. Whoever they pick at 26 is a second round grade on my board.
Yeah,
I think it's just the same way. They're going to put both these. I guarantee they're going to have Robinson and Gibbs in the 1st round on their board. I guarantee, and they get to 26. If those guys are still there on their board, that's going to be the best players that's on their board right now.
All righty, segment is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation's always free, truckwreck.com. Maybe they'll look at it like we need all of our first 2 rounds of picks, 3 rounds of picks for other positions. If we pay those other positions, they're worth 15 to 20 mil. Here we get out of it on the tag for $10 million, and we can use those picks for other things and give ourselves an assurance at running back. You probably still need another one, though. And to me, we didn't even talk about the fact that for a lot of the seasons, they were saying this guy can only take 15 touches a game or he wears out. So fatigue's a factor. Okay, 4 proposed college football rules to shorten the games. Do you think they need to be shorter, college football games? You guys watch a lot of them.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Wolchuk still has the sunglasses burned onto his face from 2 years ago when he went and saw Texas OU at the Cotton
that's
Bowl.
right.
It was a 5-hour game.
That was an epidermis hazard. Like dermatologists across the state are still protesting against that game.
It's always surprised me that they wouldn't try to get it down to 3 hours because in a 12-hour broadcast window, you could get an extra game in. If they don't go 4 hours, you could put more on TV, make more money. But I guess the clock will continue to run after an offense gains a first down, except inside of 2 minutes and a half. Running clock on first downs, that seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah.
The clock will continue to run after an incomplete pass once the ball is spotted for play. Both of those are considered controversial. Could you see both of them being enacted, Brian?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's it's going to come to a point in time there where television dictates where the pro game goes, but you also are in a situation too where these offenses are far more efficient. So I think you have to account the offenses in the NFL are far more efficient. So with the incompletions and things like that, that's what drags out the game. Plus, what you're getting in these replays, you're getting like two replays a game. More than what you get in the NFL. They need to figure that one out, but yeah, I could see those things being enacted.
Yeah, you could really start to trim down some of this stuff. College football conducted a field study last season to ascertain the impact of the proposed changes. A running clock after a first down would eliminate about 7 to 9 plays per game.
Yeah.
A running clock after an incomplete pass could eliminate more than twice that number. So they're getting very aggressive and trying to get away from the 80-play games.
I like that because I've always thought the stoppage after every first down is, I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't think you need to do that in college football, especially in a very pass-happy conference just like the Big 12. The Big 12 games are the ones that always seem to take the longest, but now the air raid is taking over the sport, and you have Lincoln Riley that's moved over to the Pac-12. You got Dion that's in Colorado. He's going to do a lot of that as well with Shedeur Sanders, his son. So everyone's going to be throwing the football a ton. You're going to have all of these games that are going to be about 4 hours. I think you've got to go ahead and just take that out of the game.
Well, I don't like the idea of stopping the clock or starting the clock after an incompletion. At no point should the clock stop after an incompletion, even after the ball's set.
Yeah. No, I totally hear you, and we need to. I think move in line with making it like the NFL. There's really no reason to be different.
100%.
Yeah.
It's the easiest thing in the world, but you don't have to tweak it that far with the incompletion. Just eliminate stopping the clock after a first down, and I think we're all gravy here.
Okay, another college football thing to ask you guys about: the Cowboys are being linked to the TCU guard. Have you guys taken a look at this kid?
Steve Avila at a TCU. Yeah, and he played every offensive line position during his time there at TCU. He's a guy, in Brian, I thought he was much better in terms of a run blocker than a pass blocker. I thought he's really good in terms of run blocking. Not the most athletic guy in terms of being able to get out in space. I don't think he's like a very good pulling guard, but he's got a good base. He's strong, and he can certainly maul some people and get out there. But he's going to be good against, in my opinion, like the one-techs, the heavy, the big boys. He's not going to get overpowered, but he's going to struggle against the speed rushers.
Very similar to Osiris Torrance from Florida that a lot of people have kind of tabbed. If you follow mock drafts, a lot of people have put Torrance there. Both are 330-pound guys. The athletic ability and stuff is not great. And Zach's right, the cutoffs, the reaches, the scoops, the second level stuff, that's all really kind of a problem for them. But as far as pass block and stuff, if you try and run through them, you're not going to get through these guys.
I want a strong athlete, though, don't we? Especially if we're going to be making sure they can run the ball.
This is a bad year for guards then,
okay,
if that's what you're talking about, because everybody's talking about converting tackles. There's a couple of different guys that we've seen there. I know that Jordan McFadden from Clemson was a mention, and Warren McClendon from Georgia were two guys that were tackles that people are converting to guards that are undersized.
Very good. We will have the best draft coverage, not only for the Cowboys, but I do believe every year in the entire NFL, the best draft coverage you can get is right here at 105.3 The Fan because of the work that all these guys put in. It is time now to go into the Pimp Cup for the G-Bag of the Day with Lucius. Here he is.
Hey, South Passe, happy Tuesday, Fat Tuesday.
Oh, that's right.
There you go.
Yeah. That is right. It's a big day. You got your beads on over there.
That is right.
Hell yeah, he does.
You see me?
Yep.
You guys see me?
Looking good. You got your purple hat on. It all makes sense now.
It's festive.
I am. All right, let's see what we got here. Our winner is Drewski. Comedian Drewski was at the dunk contest, sitting on the court side when Matt McClung did his thing. Drewski got really excited, ran all up in Matt McClung's face.
Oh my God! Oh my God! They need to drug test that white boy! They need to drug test you! They need to drug test him! Drug test him! They need to drug test him! Oh!
Loving it. McClung, what a beast.
Yeah. I hope they do that next dunk contest. Have the Dunkademics boys out there.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? I like that Dunkademics vibe.
Yeah,
better than the spoiled NBA cats that don't want to do any dunking.
That was a lot of fun, and the reaction that they got from some of the players was great. And looking on social, Mac has at least another 3 or 4 dunks that could win it again next year.
Yeah,
that's kind of what he does. So
yeah. Do you guys follow Dunkademics, by the way?
No.
You ever heard of it?
I've heard of it. I don't consistently. I've seen bits of it, and these guys are the real deal.
Isaiah Rivera, New Williams, it's amazing. Yeah, it's some good stuff. My son gave me that follow a while back. Mike Bassick on No Fun Losers.
You know what I call those people, Derek?
I'm not allowed to say it.
Losers.
Oh, okay.
Because they've never won anything, so they're just sad. And they can't figure out how to compete, and they can't figure out how to have fun, and everything's offensive to them. They're just losers. And now we have websites where they can type and stuff like that. And like, he's a loser. He gave him a tampon. He should... Hey, you're a loser. Just stop watching things. Just hang out with your other losers and compete for nothing.
Stay in your safe space.
Tiddly-wink it up.
Tiddly-wink it up. That is a great word.
Yeah. There's some really good overreactions to that Tiger Woods thing, man. That was actually pretty funny. Almost funnier than the joke were some of the reactions.
What happened? Oh. Let's go to Houston right here. CW39 weatherman Adam Kruger. He likes to. His followers challenge him to throw in like rap lyrics.
Oh, geez.
Or just anything. I grabbed the rap ones, but it's anything. Matter of fact, I got a Taco Tuesday too right here because that's a weekly holiday that I do celebrate, Taco Tuesday. But here's Adam Kruger down there in Houston. CW39 weatherman throwing a little California love into the weather report.
When it comes to rain over the next 7 days, though, California knows how to party. Look at all that wet weather there. It's no surprise there's a flood watch from Oakland to Sacktown, the Bay Area and back down. We're looking at about 5 to 7 inches in Southern California.
Nice, dude. I think you did a great job with that.
Great
really
job.
Do. Yeah.
Seamless.
Here he is with a little Taco Tuesday. Explanation, too, for you.
And just to remind you about the terminology now, because you may see watches and warnings posted somewhere in Texas, somewhere in Southeast Texas today. So what better thing to use as an analogy than a taco, right? So when we talk about severe weather, you hear watches and warnings. So with a taco now, a taco watch means the ingredients are there for a taco to come together. And then when you have a taco warning, you actually have the taco.
How about it?
Dude. This guy's got it going on.
It's good, man.
We need to get him up here.
We need to see him on like Good Morning America now. This is CW39 stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to see him go head to head with old Delkus.
Yeah, I'd say move Kruger on up.
Yeah.
I give him a shot with this stick. Now, you got to be careful with that stick, Lucius, as you probably remember. The Chopster got fired from his G League broadcasting duties.
That's right.
For doing bits, So if you're going to pull it off, I'd say you got to be as smooth as Kruger.
They weren't trying to win. Here he goes doing the regulators.
No fun losers.
Yeah.
It was a clear black night, a clear white moon. Check out the time lapse as the kids are heading out to the bus stop. That wind about to make some bodies turn cold. Wind chills in the 20s. We're in need of something else. Our cold front just hit the east side of the USA. We're heading into a whole new era. But as we get into next week, those temps are high like every day. Coming up, though, I've got a forecast full of warmth, and it's going real swell. That 10-day forecast in less than 10 minutes.
If you smoke like I smoke, then you're high like every day. Speaking of high every day, what's up, bro?
Yeah.
What's up, bro?
Oh,
I love that damn song.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something.
Nope.
Okay. Speaking of high, I didn't know there was a legal limit of highness. Apparently.
Oh, there is?
Yeah, apparently.
What? How do you test that?
What does that mean?
It means you were higher than twice the legal limit.
Twice in legal minute?
I didn't know.
A legal minute.
What is
drugs?
I didn't know.
Is that your WAC, your
weed alcohol content?
content? What is that? Oh, man, your blood weed content, your BWC.
Yeah.
Can they measure that now? Do they got like a roadside deal for that?
I don't know if they have like an instant thing for that.
I think we're fooling around there. I think we're fooling around with
a little game right there.
Yeah, I think we're a little gamesmanship. Yeah,
we're titillating with
it. I think he got his point across.
A little dub over maybe because he was in a police station. He was sitting down with his hands. But maybe it was the dub over. Maybe it's that little AI stuff. I don't know. Yesterday I played this one. Charles Barkley. Speaking of drinks and smokes,
That's weed.
Charles Barkley said everybody in Utah is going to heaven.
These people going to heaven up this way ain't nothing to do with this boring ass city. Now it's boring. It's boring. Ain't nothing to do with it. I thought it was great. You just it's a great city. No, you just was like, these people, ladies, hey, I get it. It's a great city, but ain't nothing to do with it. These people all going to heaven. Oh my gosh. I never ate so much room service in my life. Can't smoke, can't drink. These people going to heaven. Where they going? They going to heaven.
I guess they needed you, Lucius, to show them where the good time was at.
I have no idea. I'm saved, sanctified, and filled with the Holy Spirit.
Very nice. All right, is it Drew's reaction to Mac McClung? Is it Mike Bassick on No Fun Losers? Adam Kruger, CW39. Guy was 2 times the legal limit of highness. Or is it Charles Barkley in the NBA on TNT crew talking about everybody in Utah is going to heaven? Well, I don't know, Chief. You want to start the vote today?
Yeah, these are strong, man. I'm going to go with the legal limit.
Okay. Lucius?
Adam Kruger.
Ready? Well, Chuck?
Ça passe, n'a pas boulé.
Give me Baskey.
Okay, we're tied at 1, Brian.
Man, I'm all about that weather, man.
Okay.
Are you?
I am.
I'll vote for the champ. I didn't get a chance to.
One of my favorite songs.
By a score of 2-1 to 1 to 1. Adam Kruger, CW39, is your new G-Bag of the Day champion. Alrighty. Now, if you ever missed the G-Bag of the Day, you can always come back around 5:40 LA Live with Lucius Alexander. He replays that G-Bag of the Day in there for you. Okay, when we come back, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, this guy is never going to get any credit. We'll talk about him next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean, RJ,
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Sports Hodgepodge coming up at 3 o'clock with Eric Chiafalo. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, King of the Krusties himself, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. I was just talking to these guys about me going to the cardiologist today. That's one of those things. You talk about get your attention when you're talking about your heart. Anything they say, well, you need to think about this. I'm like, just tell me what I need to do. Just tell me, what do I need to do?
Is that why you think you got that deal, that email on the deal for the coffin?
Yeah, I think so.
They have a deal with the doctor's office when they see you make an appointment with this doctor, they just pump you with an email.
They say, have you thought about your burial thoughts?
You got that email
yesterday. They asked me on the air, like I'm sitting on the air and they send me, have you thought about your burial thoughts? I'm like,
no.
And I'm going, and I just said it. I'm like, gosh, I've never got that email before. But they must have known I was going to the cardiologist today. By the way, a lot of skilled men and women out there. And thank you to the lady who took my blood. I'm a scaredy of the needle guy. And I can't look, when they're drawing blood for tests and stuff, I can't look.
Man up.
I know, but she did it like I didn't even feel it. It's one of those things. Next thing you know, she had 2 tubes of blood. I'm like, ma'am, can I just take you with me everywhere I go? And she goes,
yeah,
no problem. We were talking about
superstar.
Yeah. I mean, I'm scared to death of the needle things. I just am.
Will you pass out if you look over there?
I don't want to do it. I don't want to see the blood going into the tube.
I get it.
I don't. But I watch somebody do surgery. How about that? I would watch somebody do surgery.
It's like if it's not your blood, you're cool.
It's the needle in the arm thing. It's just a weird thing.
I was getting paid like $50 a pop to go give plasma in college. Just stick me once, twice a week, and there's some spending money.
Any way to make that money, huh?
Yeah. Anyway. All right. Real quick here. I reached out to one of my cap guys around the league. I was asking him because we're doing tag stuff.
Yeah.
Talking about tags and things.
Uh-huh.
And I asked him, I said, hey, today's tag day, right? Tag day. And I'm like, does it make sense to kind of wait on this stuff, to wait, to take it to the full extent, not be the first jump in on the first day and all that? And my guy gave me some pretty good insight there from one of these teams. He said, it makes the most sense. It makes the most sense to do this. And he said, it's, you want to exhaust every opportunity to get a deal done, before you have to use the tag. He says the combine gives everybody a better idea what a guy's worth and what the interest level is, And so I was like going, oh, okay. And I said, okay, put yourself in the Cowboys' shoes. Put yourself in the Cowboys' shoes when talking about Pollard. And he goes, my guy said, I'm 50-50 on this one. He says, I would rather have him on a 1-year deal under the tag at 10.1 and move on after that than to do maybe a 3 or 4 year deal at $9 to $11 million. It sounds like these cap guys and general managers are wanting to get out of the running back business, what you guys were talking about.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I felt like, and I asked him, I go, he's a really good player. And he goes, yeah, but have you seen the draft? Have you seen what's going on in the undrafted guys out there at running back? And so I'm like, well, it's like I said, it's one of those things where, he was even saying this, like he goes, it only takes one team. Because I was saying that I personally would let Pollard walk and see if I can get him back on the cheap, see if I can get him on a 1-year deal. But my guy was saying, man, it only takes one team. It only takes one team to mess your thoughts up with that. So even these cap guys are 50-50 on, and maybe it's 50-50 on that position, the running back position, what we're talking about.
Well, I'd love it if, they decided let's do a 3-year deal, but put all of the big cap hit later on. And we're going to reassess everything after Dak's contract. In 2 years from now, we'll see where we are, but we're making a bunch of deals to win now. And if that's why the Cowboys want to do a multi-year deal with Tony Pollard instead of the tag, I think I could get behind that. But if you think that we're going to do a multi-year deal with him and he's going to be great the entire contract, I would just ask you to bring up all the running backs that have done second contracts, do some quick math, and determine what your odds are going to be. You'll be happy with that contract throughout the life of it. And if you're honest, it's going to be about 15% of players that do second contracts. You're excited about that deal the entire time.
They're not good. You're not going to be happy about it. The fact of the matter is, if you do a second contract, most likely it's not going to age well, and you're going to overpay for the player. And that's what happens. The bulk of the production with the running back position is in the rookie contract. And that's why I do think, and we've talked about that, if a Bijan Robinson's there, it's a good pick to make. You're not taking him in the top 5. I know Cowboy fans are traumatized to that. You're taking him at the back of the first round.
We're going to lose that fight.
I would rather them do that, though, than tag Pollard.
I would too.
First round money at 26. What is that? $5 or $6 million bucks a year.
You're not overpaying for a player, and you're going to get a guy in the best years in his prime, and you're going to be able to just ride him out the entirety of his rookie deal. So, and to me, if you're 50-50, you should be just out. When you look at the landscape, and we talked about it in the open, based on the free agent backs and based on the draft class. If you're even questioning it, unless you're in love with the player and you're sold on him, I just think you should be out. If there's any doubt, you should be out.
He's coming off the injury that you can't be sold on him.
I'm just kind of that point. Like I say, when this guy said, hey, I'm 50-50 on the player, that at least tells me there is that. I was thinking, if more teams are 50-50, then my thought of letting him walk and seeing if you could get him at a lower deal, it's probably a bad idea. If a cap guy on a completely another team is saying, I'm 50-50 on this Pollard thing, I mean, the Cowboys, I wonder if the Cowboys are even 50-50 on this.
No, I think you have a good point. If you want to have him on the team, if you're sure of that, I don't think you let him go test the free agent market.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it's more than half the teams, but it's around a handful of teams. And a player like Tony Pollard, if you're of the mindset that you're up for signing a veteran running back, Tony Pollard's the perfect thing. He has not had many carries at all. The burst, you feel like he can catch. Like, he is a prototypical type of dude, I think, for modern NFL offenses. So if you're up for second contracts, then he's your guy. And the Cowboys will lose him, I think, if they want to let him go test free agency.
All right. Well, that was just interesting. Like I said, I know a cap guy for another team, and I was interested. Yeah, like I said, I was thinking, like, everybody's like, oh, today's the day you could start the cap thing. Now they're like, no, you wait to the last minute. You try and exhaust all that to maybe get a long-term deal done. And if you can't, then you use the tag. So maybe that'll give everybody a little clarity. You're thinking, oh, today is the day they're going to tag Tony Pollard or Dalton Schultz or one of those guys again. No, they're going to wait and try and get a longer-term deal done if they can. All right. I thought this was really interesting, and this is coming from the Spun, and I think it's unfortunate, but I understand. I think the guy is just being honest about it. You see what LaShawn McCoy said about Eric Bieniemy?
Mm-hmm. We have the sound. But it might be a little bit. It's about 90 seconds or so, so it might be too long to play. But
yeah.
Yes, I heard this. He's ripping him pretty good.
Yeah, and this is kind of I think, to me, I appreciate people being honest about things and stuff like that, but I think this is really unfortunate for Eric Bieniemy, in his situation, and really LaShawn McCoy. He was a former player that played at the Chiefs, so he's talking about Eric Bieniemy. He's happy for him. McCoy's happy for the guy. But he says he wasn't instrumental in the Chiefs' success as others might think. And he went on the show with him and David Hellman, and this was on that the Speak. Mm-hmm. And LaShawn McCoy said Andy Reid was largely responsible for the Chiefs' passing game. He says, I've been in rooms where Bieniemy is coaching and he has nothing to do with the passing game at all. He says when the plays are designed, that's Andy Reid. He says he also wasn't sure if Bieniemy has what it takes to be a great coordinator, despite being a 2-time Super Bowl champ. He said, quote, Eric Bieniemy, what makes him good? When we watch film of practices and we correct the wide receivers, the running backs, and the quarterbacks, he doesn't talk in there. And he says, but Bieniemy's he's going to have an opportunity to prove his value to McCoy. And I kind of think it's unfortunate. I want to, I know what Andy does there. I know what Andy does in Kansas City. I know how it's the primary play caller, but man, I know that Eric Bieniemy has some say in what goes on in that room. And I
Well,
don't wonder.
Andy Reid's a big believer in him.
Yeah, I wonder what McCoy's angle is here on this thing.
Well,
is this a hot take kind of a thing here? What are we doing here?
I think it's an unpopular opinion, but I think that opinion is why it took so long for him to get a job.
Yeah.
Like Eric Bieniemy shouldn't have had to wait this long.
Right.
So
you think people are figuring out that he's just a guy?
I don't know if they're figuring it out as a fact, but I think what LeSean McCoy is revealing is there is a considerable section of the NFL that does not feel like Bieniemy deserves a shot because Andy Reid did all the stuff. Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why it took him so long to get a job. Now he's got a hell of an opportunity to prove all those people wrong in Washington because Ron's in charge of the defense. And, sometimes you need the opportunity. You need to be responsible for it in order for your leadership to emerge.
Yep.
It's easy. I'm not going to go in and tell a Hall of Famer like Andy Reid what's what. Yeah. I'm going to observe. It's my mentor. He knows the answers. I'm trying to get the answers. So maybe now, but no, I think you're right that LeSean McCoy is revealing how a lot of people in the NFL have felt about Eric Bieniemy and why it took him a while to get a job.
I understand the interview aspects and things like that he might not do, but to say the guy's just, he had nothing to do with any success. Yeah, I don't agree with that, because I think if we had Andy Reid on right now, even if we had Andy off record, Andy would tell you, he did some things to help us have some success.
Well, other than Matt Patricia, what Patriots defensive coordinators got jobs? It's hard to believe if you're working for Belichick that you did it.
Yeah, only Flores, and he was there for forever.
Romeo Crennel.
He did like everything for that organization on his way up. And former Chief Tyreek Hill just said, tweeted out, he said, LeSean is just mad that Bieniemy told him to tuck that ball with a laughing, crying emoji. So I do think Bieniemy is a ride your rear end kind of coach.
Yeah.
And so veteran LeSean McCoy might have been like, we didn't like it.
Yeah, there you go. Well, thank you guys.
Yeah, and LeSean has some horrible takes. Okay, we got to go. Hour 1 down, 4 to go. Sports hodgepodge, Chief. Where are we heading with that?
Nothing says it's draft season quite like this. That's next.
Be a part of the show. Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. It is time now for a sports hodgepodge. Here's your hodgepodge host, Eric Giafalo.
All right, so nothing says draft season quite like analysts putting their foot in their mouth a little bit. And as we get more and more into the process, I'm sure there's going to be more feet inserted in mouths. But let's start with Todd McShay, ESPN. He is talking about what most people believe to be the best player in the draft, just despite position, defensive tackle, Georgia, big Jalen Carter.
Love him.
Walchuk is like, oh my gosh, you should see his face right now. Yeah, he's biting his lip. It's like, it feels like if you look at Walchuk's face, every time I just say the name Jalen Carter, it feels like Walchuk's face just is showing like height of pleasure. And Jalen Carter will bring that out of you if you're a football guy and you watch him. He's a monster beast, and he might go number 1, but he's pretty much the consensus best player in the draft. But here's Todd McShay alluding to some alleged quote-unquote character concerns that are maybe not true.
It's interesting with Carter because we all agree it doesn't take a super scout to figure out that he's a phenomenal player in the interior. Mm-hmm. With Carter, there's some character issues. Does he get along with everybody? What's he like to deal with in the locker room? Those sorts of issues. I know it's early in the process, but I'm forewarning everyone out there. Carter's going to be kind of a hot button name when we talk about some of the intangible aspects of it. I think, though, with Pete Carroll sitting here at number 2, who has a long history of taking guys that have quote-unquote questionable character and then developing them and having it work out, it makes a lot of sense to me. But that will be the big discussion. It's not about his talent. It's not about his size. It's not about his explosive takeoff or finishing as a pass rusher. It's about the character. Do we want to bring that guy into the building?
Okay, so I know you guys were looking around like crazy, Broadus and Walchuk, like, wait, Seattle at number 2?
Yeah.
I think this is in the context of some trade scenario that they've already, I guess, gone through. This isn't Todd McShay not knowing who.
It wasn't quite that bad.
Number 2.
I thought it got my attention. I was like, how did Snyder get to 2?
Yeah. Broadus is like, wait, I would have already known about this particular trade.
What the hell? They don't have the second overall pick.
Yeah, it was a hypothetical trade, but it was the character concern thing, and it was like this is the first I had heard of it, and then everybody just started crushing Todd McShay, and then everybody started retweeting college football writer for The Athletic, Bruce Feldman, who has an article basically dedicated to how great of a person Jalen Carter is.
That's all I've heard about is his teammates love him. He's a great character guy. He's been a leader for them.
So how'd this happen, Todd?
I don't know how this happens to Todd. I don't know that he's necessarily making it up, pulling it out of thin air, but it's certainly on him to, especially when it comes to the character of a player, like making very, very sure you've got this nailed before you run with it. But I don't even want to focus on just crushing Todd for this, okay? Even though we could probably spend 15 minutes doing that, I did just want to read a portion of the article to just highlight how actually seemingly awesome this Jalen Carter fella is, not even just as a physical specimen on the football field. Bruce Feldman writes, before the season, Carter found out that one of his walk-on D-lineman teammates could not eat all the meals that the scholarship defensive linemen were getting. Walk-ons are not allowed to eat lunch. But this particular year, walk-on players...
They're making that in bulk.
For the first time, players this year, walk-ons at Georgia, I don't know if this is commonplace across the sport, but they were allowed to, if they wanted to, buy the meal. So the walk-on player was given the opportunity, if they wanted to purchase the meal that the scholarship players were getting for free every day, they could do that. Up until this year, I guess, walk-on players just not getting
You're not even allowed in here.
You're not allowed in here.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty much. Quote, and this is from the player who was the walk-on who wasn't allowed to eat. It says, Jalen heard about that. I'm the only walk-on in the defensive line room. And so Jalen goes, I'm not going to let that happen. And he used his scholarship money to pay for me to get lunch every single day. Yeah. And so Wallace is like, man, this is ridiculous to hear someone critical of Carter's character. Quote, you honestly don't know the guy if you think that. You can ask anybody on the team, whether it's the O-line that he bullies every day out there or anyone. Everybody thinks he's an all-around great guy, and I think he'll be great for any team that picks him. And the cool part about this is not only that, but then what the trickle effect that had on the rest of the Georgia football team. He says that started a wildfire with some of our good players who benefited from the NIL stuff and were making a little bit of coin. picking different guys in their position group to make sure they're good so they could eat every time we eat, just like you're a scholarship player. No one told him to do that. The nutritionist informed me about it. Had she not told me, I wouldn't have known about it, and that's what I like about it. So mostly just wanted to, yes, Todd McShay, maybe Bleep Hole of the Week nominee, but Jalen Carter, great dude.
Maybe Todd thinks that's an NCAA violation to buy your teammate lunch.
What it probably is.
Red flag here, guys.
Yeah, locker room concerns.
He's a rule breaker.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Just to go back with McShay, that's a very dangerous thing to say on air.
Yeah.
And to me, you have to be very careful that you have all those T's crossed and I's dotted, because you're going after somebody on a character thing. Now you're opening yourself up to guys like myself who just study this from the media aspect. Well, now do I need to ask my guys what's going on with Carter?
Yeah.
Is there, and I guarantee if I gang a 7 this thing, it would probably be the same thing as the teammate was talking about. But, there might be a scout or two out there that's, uncovered something. I just don't know how you would go on TV and say that unless you absolutely had something, that you can tangibly say.
That's interesting. That maybe there's something that only he knows or that's making its way through. But
yeah.
I thought when I first heard it that he must have had it mistaken with another name because it's so early in the process. And I know it's what McShay does, but he's in the process of learning 250 guys or so. And there's just so many angles on the backgrounds. Is it possible that he conflated too?
Anything's possible there. But when you're talking about a guy that's potentially the first overall pick, that in itself, I don't think you can get wrong.
Yeah, I know you're right. It's first overall pick.
I just feel like, he's at least made it interesting to me now to we watch the tape. We sit down and watch the guy and we think he's one of the top 3 players in the draft. But now you talk about, what's these character issues that they're talking about?
Yeah.
And then you've got people on the other side saying, no, wait a minute, this guy's coming out of his own pocket to make sure guys has lunch every day.
Sure. 405. That's an awesome story. I love hearing stuff like that.
I think it's a great story.
Yeah.
It's a great story.
405 says Bucky Brooks did the same thing to Micah. There were reported hazing violations that involved team punishment with Micah in his freshman year, I think. So at least there was a paper trail there. This is, totally unreported.
Bucky is family friends with Micah Parsons' family. That's why he did what he did. He knew he has a relationship with Micah's family.
So he did it in a way that got the story out while they could kind of have control of it and be responsible with it.
If the 405 might be listening there, it was on the draft show. He said that on the draft show about what was going on. But Bucky has known Micah Parsons' family, and Micah Parsons is his whole career. So that's why Bucky said what he said.
I'm not privy to all of the details in regards to those alleged hazing things with Micah, so the details might be a little bit, out there.
Hazy?
A little bit hazy. But I will say, if you're a true freshman at a place like Penn State and you're doing the hazing, gosh dang it, you're an alpha. Get on my defense right now, sir.
Holy hell, he's a freshman.
Yeah. Wow, that's beast mode. Speaking of,
it wasn't good.
Some the details were a little bit wild.
Yeah, it was not good.
So we have Ohio State quarterback C.J. Stroud, who maybe has intrigue from the Cowboys. He revealed that fans were sending him money on Venmo during the season. And they were also doing it really just to criticize his play, because during the season he goes ghost mode on the social media, but he still has Venmo and stuff. You don't really consider that being something that you could find toxic things in there if you're one of these players, and these college fans are rabid. So you got to be careful at every turn. He says it's a two-way street. We're all humans. People tell you they don't care. They're blocking it out. For me and my teammates being at Ohio State, if you have social media or any type of technology, Ohio State fans have it. I was getting direct messages. I don't have social media during the season. I was getting DMs on Venmo, the money app, through fans telling me to play better. It comes with the territory. It's insane. I've learned a lot. It comes with the territory stuff. But I'm like, wow, so somebody's going to send him however much money just so that they can also leave a message of, hey, get your bleep together, bro.
Here's $100 so I can rip your ass kind of thing.
Yeah, that's like a public ledger, too. So everybody sees you giving money to C.J. Stroud and offending him, right?
Yeah, well, you couldn't go private with that.
Oh, you can go private. Okay.
If you want to.
Yeah, I go private with Eric. I'm like, thanks for the new panties, little stuff like that.
Yeah, he doesn't want that getting out there, but he has no problem saying it into the microphone.
No, not at all.
But that's the evolution of fan criticism, man. You got to watch your Venmo, and maybe you say it's worth it if you're going to pay me to criticize me. At least there's some avenue of benefits on my end.
Yeah, I know when Gavin and I had that whole thing with McCaffrey, people were going on Facebook on me, and I just follow on Facebook just for birthdays. Is the only reason I would follow along on that. But there were people sending me messages through that. Yeah. And then through Instagram, which I haven't ever posted anything since 2014. So, I mean, they will find you. They will find ways to attack you through the social media if they can.
Yeah, they tore up my DMs pretty good. That was a fun couple of weeks.
On Twitter? Or,
no. On Twitter and Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook was the one.
Maybe Instagram, too. I just don't check them that
Facebook and Instagram was the one that I was surprised about. I'm like, okay, I get it. I just kind of muted everybody on Twitter. But the Facebook one, I was like, wait a minute, I'm just following along here for birthdays. My teammates, keep up my LSU guys. Yeah, but they were lining up for that. Karma, you bitch.
We were like the number one enemies in San Francisco for a couple of weeks. It was interesting.
But now it's all said. You guys can just send Lisa McCaffrey saying, "Don't be D's."
Yeah,
you're all good.
Yeah. I do appreciate Gavin kind of the next day, kind of like, okay, if that's what you want to go, ma'am, that's fine. We're good.
It was therapeutic for her to get that off her chest.
It really was.
Yes.
It was.
You could tell she needed
Wanted to give her that opportunity.
Yeah, good for her.
Here's A.J. Brown on Bussin' with the Boys talking about the links that his head coach, Nick Sirianni, will go to remind the team that it's all about the details.
So the other day I was I got in the car after I head to work, and I see my neighbor. As I sit in my car, I see my neighbor walking her dog, right? And she's walking her dog, and the dog goes to the bathroom, she gets the bag out. She gets the bag out. She scoops the dog, the dog.
Yeah,
with the hand, right? Yeah, and I'm just thinking like, everything she did in that exact moment, how she scooped it, how she got the bag.
But he about to relate this
no
shit.
way. No way. The technique. No way. And so he was like, this would be funny. It was like, it's in the detail, guys. It's in the detail. It's in the detail.
Ain't no
this example. But it's in the details. How she scooped down. She gets the bag out first, and she put her 4 fingers together, and then she scoops it. You're like, that's what we are. We're in the details of this thing, and that's what we got to do. Because he go from like the volume be like low to high.
He get loud.
Yeah, so I be like,
he do be doing that.
Bro, come on, coach. I be like, come on, coach.
So that's like Nick Sirianni will like take a little lesson of seeing his neighbor picking up the dog poop and then turn it into like a motivational tactic for his team. Okay, so that was A.J. Brown reciting like a story that Nick Sirianni would give to his team. It's all about the details. Let's go out on that football field and win games.
Nothing better than learning from picking up the dog poo.
I'm convinced that Giants defensive back was right, and this guy Sirianni has nothing. He was just blessed with a great roster. And the first time he came up against a great player and a better quarterback and a coach, he got torn up pretty good. That's disgusting, though. Like the human that takes their hand for the dog poop, your neighbor will get over it. You can come back with a bag. An ex-girlfriend of mine once did that. She once did that because she felt so bad about her dog. She had the poop bag with her, and she picked it up at the first stop. But the dog had extra, had eaten too much or something. It was running off of the stomach. So
we've all been there.
Dog goes round 2 a few blocks later, and she didn't want to be the bad neighbor, so she reached down with her hand and picked it up.
Oh, that's dedication. That's respect.
And it's disgusting.
I don't know if I love my girl more after that, or if
it was less.
Was that the deal breaker?
It's
for you?
less.
It was
it's
part
less.
of it. Yeah.
I mean, I've had an incident where the poor baby girl can't make it downstairs. You're upstairs in an apartment, and ends up going in the hallway. So I'm not going to just stop.
Girl, this is a girlfriend.
Oh, you took a dog with you?
It's a dog.
This is his girlfriend.
Oh, I thought you said, is this your girlfriend?
This is a human being. No, this is several years ago.
Poor baby
you make him go outside?
Puppy dog.
No wonder you can't keep a girlfriend.
Yeah. No, I got to walk her downstairs and she, take her outside.
Okay.
And she can't hold it, so she's got to go midway through the hallway.
The baby dolls girls love.
It's a crazy situation what goes on here, but no, I'll just go back to the apartment, drop the dog back off, then get a bag and go and clean it. I'm not going to go and pick that up with my hand.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it when she told me. I was like, please make that story go away.
Human feces.
Erase my memory for the last 3 minutes.
I'm glad that Wolchuk.
Did you tell her right then and there you were done?
No, I kept it to myself. I
Really?
did. I was,
But
I just couldn't
ultimately,
believe it.
when you broke up, that was the
Okay.
tipping
Yeah.
point. When
She
you
had a
hit
lot
the
of
bag.
redeeming qualities.
Well, let me ask
Yeah.
you this then. Okay,
Yeah.
when you guys were kind of cuddling and stuff, did she like put her hand in your face, near
No,
your mouth and stuff
no,
like that?
no, not that I
Were you
remember.
thinking like every
No.
time she put her hand near your face, were you thinking about it?
No, I
Suck
was
on
trying
my
to forget
fingers?
it. I was trying to forget it as much as possible.
Oh, here my fingers in your mouth. Oh.
Yeah, it was bad deal. Bad deal. Do not do that. Do not do that. Even if the neighbors are staring at you, just be like, hey, my bad. I'll come right back. I'll come right back. I promise. Yeah. We got to run, nation. A Cowboys Twitter. How much sense does the lead beat writer make when he's writing about why the Cowboys should do this and other topics? And we'll have that for you. Then some baseball stuff right here on your home of the Rangers next in the Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Express.
All right, welcome back, Nation. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free at truckwreck.com. How about this chart here? How often running backs had to run against 8+ defenders in the box and their overall yards per carry in 2022. This is at Sumer Sports, at Sumer, S-U-M-E-R, Sports. Pretty smart guy there. And some pretty cool stuff here for the Cowboys. Like, for example, the Cowboys faced so-called loaded boxes about average in the NFL, about 22.5% of the time. Tony Pollard, 5.3 yards per attempt. And let me see if I can find Zeke here. About 3.7 yards per attempt. The absolute best guys in the NFL at doing this: Cordarrelle Patterson, Nick Chubb, Deontay Foreman, who's going to be a free agent. Okay, he faced loaded boxes damn near 40% of the time and was nearly 5 yards per attempt. So there's a couple of free agents out there that are in the upper echelon of that individual stat, and I'd say that's what you need to do in today's NFL. If you can continue to run after you've made them come after you, those are the guys that I'm looking at as, okay, maybe these guys are difference makers, and maybe that's what the Cowboys are looking at. Like, you kidding me? 8+, and we're getting over 5 yards per carry when Tony's in these situations.
And I love this chart. I'm looking at it right now, and you can see names of guys that are on rookie contracts getting it done. I mean, Khalil Herbert, Tyler Algier. Yeah, Algier. Travis Etienne.
Was he
Pollard.
BYU?
Tyler Algier, yeah, BYU sounds right.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that does sound right. But I mean, he was an underrated guy last year, mid-round pick.
Yeah, Ramondre Stevenson, Pacheco, Jeff Wilson. I think Miles Sanders is on a rookie deal too with the Eagles.
Yeah,
right?
he's about to be a free agent.
So I mean, these are all guys that are making pennies on the dollar that were really, really good.
Yeah, a number of guys there. So, I guess that is like good validation if you're a pro Tony Pollard guy. Like, hey, but look at this. Look what he's able to do because he's so quick and has the great vision, and he's difficult to bring down despite his low weight. there are ways that this could work out, as disappointing as it might be to be, in the business of doing second contracts with running backs. Now, David Moore in the Morning News posted this story: 4 reasons why the Cowboys should tag Tony Pollard. Here's some more. I think this goes under chicken soup for your Cowboys soul at this point, because all signs are pointing to it's going to happen, right? Is there any reason to believe, Brian, the Cowboys are going to back out of this? Everybody's reporting it like it's going to happen.
I don't know. I mean, to me, that's, like I say, I'm kind of in that wait and see mode on that.
Okay.
I'm going to be on the wait and see on that one.
Now, David Moore's story does assume a couple of things. Number one, that you're going to use the tag. And because his first reason is it's cheaper than Dalton Schultz, $10 million compared to what would be $13 million for the tight end tag. So if you are going to do it, it's cheaper to do it with the running back. Number 2, signing a long second contract is risky. They just went through it with Ezekiel Elliott. The offense needs big plays. And that's the biggest one for me as I'm evaluating like this. What Tony Pollard brings that you might not be able to replace, that house call ability. And that's the one thing where I'm like, man, if you really feel like Tony Pollard's not going to be able, or you're not going to be able to get those kinds of big plays, and it's only a franchise tag, it's not a long-term extension, it's definitely more stomachable. And then just depth. They just don't have NFL quality runners right now. And at this point, you need 2 of them. Maybe you could find one. NFL quality guys, if you're not looking to spend premium resources. Could you find 2? And especially with the history of this franchise's inability, right? What are their hits? DeMarco Murray, Ezekiel Elliott, and Tony Pollard over an 11-year period. They have found 3 running backs that they have brought into this team that could actually be a factor for you. Unless you count Darren McFadden, who was kind of a volume carry type of dude.
Yeah, and part of those numbers being the way they are too is because you did invest so much in a guy like Zeke, that it's like, okay, we're not going to spend great resources on a backup here. They just ran him into the ground. Like if you didn't have Zeke, maybe you're shooting shots at running backs at a little bit more frequent spot, and maybe you land on a couple of more. But I definitely hear what you're saying. But my gosh, dude, it seems like everybody across the league is able to relatively easily and cheaply find productive players. And it doesn't mean you're going to get exactly Tony Pollard, but are you going to get close to Tony Pollard for very, very little in terms of draft capital or money spending? Like, yeah, you're probably going to be able to do that.
Even Jeffrey Mitchell, and he was traded from San Francisco to Miami, right?
Jeffrey Wilson.
Jeffrey Wilson.
Yeah. He's a free agent again this offseason.
And he is one of those guys that was high up there in the eight-man boxes.
There's so many of them that are free agents. I mean, guys like you mentioned Deontay Foreman, Raheem Mostert, David Montgomery, who's been really good with the Bears, is going to be out there. There's a lot of guys that you can go and get if you want a guy that has been productive in the NFL, that you can probably pay less than Tony Pollard. And I just think the Super Bowl is a reflection of this. What team has won the Super Bowl that has paid big money to the running back? And I don't want to just crap on the running back position, because I do think you need to have a good running back, but I think it's just been proven that's not a position that you need to put high-level money into when it comes to paying other positions compared to that one.
Yeah.
To have a successful football
team. It's the easiest position. That and maybe inside linebacker, maybe strong safety, to find somebody that can play at an NFL level at replacement level money. 817 asked Malik Davis. I was excited about him in a couple of different points, but in the playoff game, I think they told the truth on themselves when they needed something, anything, and they weren't going to him there in the second half.
I'm about to pull a Todd McShay here.
Uh-oh.
And I think that we need to dig in a little further. There might have been something about him going into that game. I need to dig a little further on this.
Okay.
About his availability.
Okay, so that might not have been ability.
Yeah.
It might have been a weird thing.
Well, it might have been something that I want to make sure I say this the right way. There's something that was holding him back in that game.
Yeah.
And I don't think it was a health related thing.
A Malcolm Butler type of practice week or something?
Something came up. Something came up, and now you've got the running back coach that's off at Tampa and all that. Maybe it might be a little bit easier, but I was hearing some whispers that there had to be some hey, come on, get into it. Let's go.
Yeah.
Be that guy, that kind of thing. So I'll do some further research on that as well.
469 Elliott's contract didn't affect the team from building a defense and special teams one iota. Prove me wrong. No, you're right. They do a great job at team building, but you got to ask yourself, if they'd have had that $12 million, could they have kept Amari Cooper, or could they have found a different number one wide receiver? Like, they're building teams that are good enough to make the playoffs, but it's a collection of small mistakes that end up costing them big, like Jalen Smith and Ezekiel Elliott. There's $20 million of cap space right now. That's 10% of your cap. And 10% of the cap is huge. That could be one really awesome player or a handful of, better than replacement level veterans that you just were not able to add to this team. And you keep getting close, but not over the top.
But I will say this, from a Cowboys lens, they like to keep their own. They've proven, to the article's point from the morning news, they do this. They're probably bringing back Tony Pollard, whether it's the franchise tag or they get an extension. They keep their own. He's their own. They drafted him. They developed him. He just had a career year. They've probably fallen in love with him. Most likely, we should prepare ourselves for Tony Pollard to be part of this team next year.
I just, like I said, this whole thing, when I got other guys around the league telling me 50-50 on how they feel, I wonder if the Cowboys really do feel the same way. I wonder if they really do feel like, it's 50-50 on this guy. Well, because we talk about, and we've seen everything about him that is so positive, but then everything that we're talking about right now is like, would lead you to believe like we can move on. We can move on and spend that money or get something else. So to me, I wonder if the Cowboys, like I say, my buddy at another team, he's like, man, it's a great player, but here we are.
Smart thing to do is move on.
Today is day one of the franchise tag window, so at any time we really could get news on this. And I think there are some positives. I don't think there's a lot to be found on this show, but if you looked at it like, hey, we need 5 positions, and we're going to spend on one of them. We need premium players. You're like, well, we need corners, we need wide receivers. If you go spend for a premium corner, it's 15 to 20 million. If you go spend for a premium wide receiver, it's 20 to 30 million. You can get a premium running back at $10 million. And if you're cap strapped, okay, we've taken 10 mil off the books. Now we need to find 4 more players. We have 3 picks in the first 2 days of the draft. We need to find money or a hit in day 3 somehow. But our chances of totally building this team out become much more difficult if we spend $20 million on that one player instead of the 10. And with this 10, we only have 1 year of risk. So I guess that's kind of the glass half full way of looking at what feels to be inevitability right now, Chief. Did I sell you at all?
No, I can't get all like $10 million for a premium player, and off this injury, I can't confirm to you that he's a premium player anymore. And it's a shame he had a premium player year. There's no question about that. If he's not injured, this is more of a conversation because you're talking about pre-injury, a guy who didn't have the tread on his tires from college all the way through the first 3 years of his stay with the Cowboys. So it was like, okay, we can look at this one a little bit different because he's not the average running back that's just been ran into the ground since college. And so, but now with the injury, that convolutes things. And I don't want to just look at one thing and say this is what it is, but we keep going back to, if the end game is to win a Super Bowl, the proof is in the pudding over the last decade plus. You can't spend $10 million on that position. You just can't do it. You're better off spending the money on that corner or that wide receiver. They just they help you win games and important games much more than that running back does.
Yeah, great offensive linemen, corners, wide receivers. I think that, especially because you need all 3 of those things right now. Like, you got Tyler Smith, and if he stays healthy and continues to get better, that's a 12, 15-year player that you get to hang your hat on. And the ability to protect the quarterback and open up holes is going to be much more predictive of success than a running back who can have success if his offensive line opens up those holes for him. Okay, the most interesting man in the history of Cowboys Twitter has done it again. Micah Parsons, a near nonstop fountain of engaging content is Micah. Mm-hmm. He's just killing it. Yeah. I think he's really the alpha that sports Twitter needs. Strong takes, and if you don't like it, it's on you. And it doesn't really seem to bother him that much. The only thing that has seemed to bother him is when he's out and about in person socially, and it becomes overwhelming, like he can't accomplish his tasks. But
he likes being out there.
He does.
He likes showing up at Penn State wrestling or, Super Bowl party or hockey game. I mean, he likes being in the mix. He really does.
So this JPA football account tweeted that Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown is pushing for Jalen Ramsey to come to Detroit if he's released. Jalen, if you can hear this, I know you played with Jared Goff before. Detroit might seem like a landing spot, my guy. Talk to me. Micah tweeted, "I'm sorry, no one's going from L.A. to Detroit." So now he's got Detroit after him.
Not on their own accord. That's true. Like Jared Goff had to be traded there.
Yeah.
Okay. He was not just volunteering himself to Detroit.
The Cowboys play Detroit next? No, they don't.
No.
Did they? Do they?
No, they don't. No, wait, they were the
Yes,
second.
Detroit sneak into.
They do play because
Yeah,
they're the
Cowboys
second
sure
place
do
team.
play the Lions.
Second place team.
Can that
I'm
be in
gonna make
Detroit?
Detroit's going to win the NFC North next year.
They're coming on strong. Yeah.
No Aaron Rodgers, that Minnesota team, Chicago.
Oh, the Vikings are probably the number one team. You can book it now. Take it to Vegas. They will regress. 100%. Like Barnwell's article every year, the teams that will regress, the Vikings are going to lead that article.
Guaranteed.
We got to run, nation. When we come back here, baseball stuff. How much have expectations grown inside that Rangers clubhouse? We take you to surprise and give you what they're saying about how much better this team is. That is next here on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat Men's Tea Clinic, though. It's time to give yourself permission to get back to being you, that younger, insider here on the show. Zach Wolchuk took that pre- and post-game show to another level, and he learned a lot about baseball over the course of multiple summers. Doing that pre- and post-game show. And, of course, he's with us every day in the G-Bag Nation. So we're very excited now with the Rangers adding all these players. And it's great to have, Wolchuk to provide us some insights on these topics. Of course, here at The Fan, we also have Mike Bassick, Jared Sandler, Derek Holland working Wednesdays on the KNC Masterpiece. So we're Rangered up pretty good, aren't we, boys?
Hell yeah, I'm pumped, and we get to go out to spring training on Sunday.
That is right.
Our first maiden voyage out there.
Yeah. Hopefully it goes better than Brian's maiden voyage.
Yeah, well, and
that was awful.
We were supposed to fly out the following week.
Oh, that's right.
So they were going to send us out there. Yeah.
Well, last time, 3 days in, we were sitting around watching the Mavs game. Were they playing Denver that day?
Denver, yeah.
And there's Mark Cuban reacting to the league getting shut down live during the game on national TV, and we all kind of got together and hung out a little bit for the final time in a group setting like that, probably for the final time in about a year. And then a few days later, we jumped on a plane that had about 8 people in it.
Yeah. It was weird
home.
because I remember the next day, we really weren't sure what was going to happen.
Yeah.
And we were in the broadcast booth doing our show, and the Brewers were playing the Royals in a game. They were going to play in front of us. And both teams went to home plate to exchange lineup cards. And the league said, "Nah, we're not doing this."
Yeah,
so from that point on, we were doing radio in an empty stadium for like 3 days.
They were letting fans in and everything, and you were getting ready to play a game, and then it just ended
right there.
So it was incredible to be there as the sports world was changing in such a big way, and really didn't recover for quite some time. But the topic is now, obviously, sports are full on back. Are the Rangers full on back? Is it time to start expecting winning? Have they done enough to put the World Series conversation in play? World Series conversation was in play in 2015, 2016. They get to the playoffs, lose to the Blue Jays. In 2015, they had like the best record in the AL. So it hasn't been forever, but it's been too damn long since they were legit. At 877-881-1053, I know there's so many Rangers fans out there. The first story here is, the guy at the Prospects Times quantified it for us, made it real simple. And he tweeted, Texas Rangers baseball is going to be must watch. They won the offseason, Wolchuk. The offseason's most improved teams by WAR, wins against replacement. Rangers had a 9.9 wins, and that is good for number one. They were better than the Yankees and the Mets and the Giants and the Red Sox and both LA teams. And that's tough to do. To beat all those major market teams in off-season spending. But what's that get you? Is that a quick turnaround? 9.9 wins, so from what, 70-something to mid-80s or something,
right.
Low 80s?
And I think last year you were kind of hoping, could this team maybe, if all things went well, could you be in the mid-80s? I think the entire offseason we've talked about that one-loss record. And Bruce Bochy's been a manager who's been fantastic throughout the entire course of his career, being able to navigate and win you those kind of close games. You now have the rotation, and the big question will be health, but you should have one of the better starting rotations. The one thing that they didn't add, though, is a middle-of-the-lineup bat. And I still wonder, could that end up happening via trade? Will they end up being buyers at the deadline? That's got to be the hope. Are they done just yet? And they're going to need to have guys like Nathaniel Lowe continue to have the type of silver slugger season that he had a year ago. He's going to have to carry that over. A guy like Adolis Garcia, Marcus Semien, who had a terrible start to the season. He can't do that again, right? The Rangers can't start slowly out of the gates like they did last year because you have two teams within your division in the Mariners and then the Astros, who are the World Series favorite. So if you want to legitimately compete for the postseason, you can't put yourself behind the 8 ball and end up with a slow and sluggish start. I expect Corey Seager with the new shift rules to be one of the better shortstops offensively in all of Major League Baseball yet again. But I think Marcus Semien is the guy that can take his game to another level productivity-wise. He did it in the back half of last season, but the fact that he had such a poor start to the season, I think that's an area where the Rangers can see some vast improvement offensively.
Hot start, stay healthy, get that middle of the lineup bat. Let me ask you this, because Ohtani's agent is saying he deserves the right to head to free agency. maybe the Angels decide to trade him, would you expect the Rangers to be in? Is Ohtani a name, or is that just too much? Have they already added all their superstars?
No, well, because Ohtani is you talk about as a bat, holy hell. All of a sudden you add Shohei Ohtani. That dude is an offensive power.
You become the favorite, probably.
No question. I think the Rangers would definitely be interested. Now, is there another team that can go ahead and blow the Angels away with an offer, and would the Angels really want to trade?
Rangers can compete with any offer.
They
now
certainly
with
can with the farm, no doubt. But would the Angels be better suited to avoid trading him within the division? Maybe.
I would think so.
But we have seen trades within the AL West before.
And they were talking last year at the deadline. Yeah. Two teams were talking, so it's not a total deal breaker. Yeah.
So I would expect the Rangers to absolutely be involved.
But I think something like that, and that's the importance of getting out to the hot start here, because there are enough holes on this roster that are going to prevent you from being the World Series team that we all hope. We're all hoping for, like, just could you make the playoffs? Can you compete for the playoffs? And the best way to do that is play above your skis coming out of the gates, convince this organization that, hey, we need to be big-time buyers at the deadline, really round out the roster and go full steam into the playoffs. But it starts with having, convincing them with enough wins on the front end that, we should be, full-on buyers here.
Okay, 214 asks, what do y'all think about Trevor Bauer for the Rangers? It seems like he's such a bad person, nobody wants him around, and that keeps happening. And there's things that he's done that people aren't bringing up. They're too bad or something like that. But Trevor Bauer is a guy that, teams want nothing to do with, so I'm just going to take their word for it on that. Okay, Brian, what you got?
No, I'm sorry. While you guys were talking about Shohei, I remember a text that I sent to one of my general manager buddies in the league, and this was a while back. I think this goes all the way back to like November.
Okay.
And it just reminded me, because when we said that, I said, hey, if the Angels give up on Shohei, what would the Rangers have to send back? Leiter, et cetera? And they said, he goes, I doubt they have the pieces. Leiter would be 25% of that haul. My gut says they can't pull it off.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's just a general manager friend of mine. That was in November. So maybe some things have changed, but it's just kind of like, man, I asked my guy about this. This potential trade.
They certainly got a bump up in the updated prospect rankings, which will help them a little bit there.
6th now or something like that?
They've got 6 now in the top 100. But another guy,
the 6th overall.
Yes,
in the
top 100. Yes. To your point, absolutely. But another guy, and we haven't talked about him yet, is Josh Young. Josh Young is a guy that needs to stay healthy, at third base. But Josh Young, they're hoping his bat as well, adding him to the lineup. Maybe they're not as desperate for a middle-of-the-order bat because Josh Young helps things out as well.
So as far as expectations, there's some quotes here. Bruce Bochy, we should have high expectations right now when you look at the improvements that have been made. I certainly want them to feel that. You should embrace that. And great managers know that great players do embrace the pressure, so there's no reason to worry about putting pressure on your players. If it breaks them, they aren't great. Nathaniel Lowe, he says, if there aren't changes going on, then it seems like we'd be okay with mediocrity. Shown by the people in this clubhouse and the people that are new coming in here, it seems like they're done with it. Oh, I love that. And Marcus Simeon, he says, I think the offseason, sometimes it makes me mad how much we talk about what's on paper. And then we forget about the actual baseball that needs to be played. That's good veteran leadership right there. That's Nick Saban mindset, just being absolutely in contempt of getting credit for stuff you haven't done yet. I think that's great stuff from Simeon. But he also said in terms of experience in the room and the talent, veteran and young, we're a lot better than we were last year. Strap in, Rangers fans.
Let's go.
It sounds like we're back. Okay, 2 down, 3 to go here in the G-Bag Nation. Old friend of the show says the Cowboys are fans of a top college quarterback. What's it mean for the future of the position? It's next here in the Nation.
You can wait 24 hours. You can wait 24 hours. Or you can From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a terrific day. It is time now for the C-Note, the Cowboys news of the evening. And reports are the Cowboys have interest in a top quarterback in the draft. And we got to talk about it. Okay, there's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboys scout, NFL executive. You got Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup at Master Control, as always. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are in here. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And I'm Gavin Dawson. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Okay, so the text is coming in hot here, 405. Brian, you ready for this?
Let's go.
Might be too hot to handle. Says they want to know, since you're about to talk about Fish, I think all the Tolos would love to know if Fish and Broaddus hate each other.
I haven't talked to Mike since he left here.
Really?
I haven't.
Yeah, have you seen him at games?
Yeah, he sat. It's more of a two ships in the night kind of thing. You know, like he passes by, and you know, it is what it is. I mean, hey, it's two guys that, you know, I had my thoughts, he had his thoughts, so it is what it is.
You guys always seemed cordial.
Yeah.
Got along. You had a good relationship for a long time.
We did.
Do you think it's repairable?
Oh, if I'm not a horse's ass, probably, yeah.
It's two grumpy old men, isn't it? This is DFW. This is Cowboys media version of grumpy
really
old men.
We all know a horse's ass when we see one, Broaddus.
No, I am.
We're looking at one.
I admit it.
We are.
You're looking right at me, aren't you?
Yeah.
I admitted it. I told you I was a horse's
for sure.
ass.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but no.
So you at fault for the falling out?
50-50?
I just, there were things that, once I started full time with the station, there were things that I felt like that we could have done better. Just me. You know, from that point of it. I lost the ability. You guys used to bring me on. Why? Why would you bring me on? Why would you bring me on before?
Number one, you're a Cowboys insider.
Yeah.
Number two, talk about the matchups. Talk about the personnel for the draft.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying, though. To me, when I lost that ability to go out there, and because now I have to be here full time, then I lost my eyes. I needed eyes.
Yeah.
You know? And, you know, I just felt like that we could have done things a little bit better. It's not my call.
Yeah.
But I just felt like, though, that the reason why you guys brought me on 105.3 The Fan was always because I was in the building and I was doing everything I needed to when I was on the air.
Foot soldier.
Yeah, getting the information you guys deserved, or the fans deserve.
Well, Fish was great to us for a long time here in the G-Bag Nation. We talk Mavs with him. We talk Cowboys with him.
Yeah.
And we salute him for his years of service to this show. 405 is back. I love Brian Broaddus. Okay. 903, I do miss Fish at 320. Yeah, and he used to be with us in middays as well. I mean, going back to the evenings.
I think Bobby's doing a hell of a job. I really do.
Oh, we got a lot of love for Bobby.
I really do think Bobby's doing a hell of a job.
Was Fish firing shots at you this morning when he was on with Sean and RJ talking about this report?
I didn't listen to it this morning. And matter of fact, I called Sean to ask, like, what did he say? And then I ended up going and reading what he said. And so now it's a segment we're going to talk about.
Yeah.
I would have been more impressed if Mike would have said, Dallas is interested in Richardson from Florida or Hooker from Tennessee as a potential quarterback.
Why would that have impressed you more?
Because to me, there's no chance in hell that they're going to get C.J. Stroud. No chance. Not when they're sitting in the draft. There's no way. They're not. I mean,
top 10 guy.
Yeah. We're is everybody in the scouting world is interested in Young from Ohio State, or excuse me, from Alabama, and Stroud from, you know, we know who the top quarterbacks are. Yeah, of course. I mean, they were interested in Trevor Lawrence. They were. Tell me if they're interested in that third or fourth round quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want to know.
You know, so the report is that the Cowboys like C.J. Stroud, Ohio State.
Everybody in the NFL does too.
And I think you make a great point that, you know, I can like players and have no interest, right? Fish is talking to a personnel guy, or he's talking with somebody, and it's like, yeah, we like him. You know, that doesn't mean, but it is interesting that quarterbacks are coming up and maybe a top quarterback. Do you think it's at all possible, though, that they could be thinking about trading up high enough? Like, did the 15 picks and the back-to-back losses to the Niners hurt them so bad that they're done, or that they're more aggressively looking at quarterback just generally? I think that's an interesting topic.
If Mike Fisher would have said this, Will Levis is on the Cowboys' radar. Now I'm nodding my head. Because I think there's a realistic possibility that you can go get Will Levis from Kentucky.
He slipped that much this year?
That's what I'm saying. That's going to be, if there's going to be a guy that slides at quarterback, because, and you know what you might have in Will Levis? You might have Josh Allen in Will Levis.
Why do you think Levis could slide but Stroud wouldn't?
I kind of feel like that the people look at Stroud as a better passer, as a more, the mobility, the accuracy, and all that stuff like that. Will Levis could be a little bit all over the place.
Yeah.
Will Levis, it depends on, there might be people that like Richardson a lot, from Florida.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard scouts talk to me about Richardson. They've said, hey, listen, this might be Jalen Hurts with a better arm.
Sure.
When you start talking about him and the ability, Anthony Richardson from Florida, he might be the guy that people are like, well, wait a minute. Here's a 6'4", 232-pound guy
that can
run, that's athletic, that's got a cannon for an arm.
Yeah.
If you tell me, Mike Fisher, you tell me they're interested in that. Oh, all right. I'm dancing with you here. Or you tell me they're interested with, like, say, Hendon Hooker. That to me is where I think you're painting the picture for the Cowboy fan.
Yeah.
You're saying, hey, we know damn good and well we can't get Stroud.
Sure.
There's a bunch of teams at the bottom of the board like, yeah, I'd like to have Stroud.
With everything you need, it would take so many picks, like a future 1 and a 2, right? Or maybe multiple ones to move up to high enough to get Stroud.
Even better. How about this headline? Cowboys could take quarterback at 26.
Yeah, that would work. Yeah.
There you go.
But that's not the report. And there's no reason to believe based on the report that they're heading that way.
Yeah.
But that's what's interesting to me. I like to imagine in the background, the reason that quarterback is getting more discussion, it's possible they saw the NFC title game.
Well, they saw their quarterback might not be good enough to win it.
Yes, they saw that. They saw the NFC title game, and they said, guys, we need to find another $30 million to make the Super Bowl. And we're not going to get that $30 million by overspending, right? Stay with me here. We're committed to not overspending. So what's our only other way to free up that $30 million? It's to get a quarterback, a young quarterback, and get on the rookie quarterback
cycle
train, because we're now in an era where teams are overspending. We don't want to do that because we want to make the playoffs every year. That is the most revenue-driven, lucrative business model for us to run this NFL team. How do we marry maximizing revenue with having a formula that could win the Super Bowl? And the only way that fits their model is to have a quarterback on the rookie deal. That's the only one that I see. So with
Watch Philadelphia take one at 10.
Yeah.
I want them to take Richardson at 10 so bad.
Be a smart move for them to do that, man.
I mean, I don't want them to because I think it would be kind of a good move here. But yeah, that would be extremely
Richardson might be the guy that has the most upside. The thing with Stroud, it's a fascinating conversation. I think you'd be talking about trading Dak Prescott to go up and get him.
And could you do that this year?
You'd have to find a team in the top 10 that wants Dak, and then would trade your pick for him.
Yeah.
Seattle, do you want Dak Prescott?
Look at over the cap and tell me what a trade is.
I think it's 70 million or 80 million.
Dead money you're dealing with right there.
Yeah, see, there I don't know. Yeah. Financially, can you make that work? Maybe not.
I think he would. That's the other thing that's kind of weird about the report is the timing is off by 1 year. To imagine C.J. Stroud coming to the Cowboys, I think your dead ball's on that it would take a trade of Dak plus a pick, maybe of a 1 and a 3 plus Dak. We're going into the top 10 from 26. Now, maybe if you're not as good next year and you're around 12 or 8 or something, now you can legitimately trade up. But a lot of that dead money needs to be eaten up by this year's salary in order to make it realistic that you could actually trade under the cap.
Yeah,
I don't think Dak's going anywhere.
No, he's not. 90 million, basically 90 million dead cap this year as it stands now, and we'll see what they do with his contract. And then it would be 40 million next year. So still a huge chunk of change next year, but a precipitous fall from 90 to 40 on that. And then I did want to note that apparently the Draft Network is reporting that the Cowboys are one of a handful of teams that have met extensively, as they put it, with Hendon Hooker. So I don't know if that's a Senior Bowl thing, but they do have the Cowboys as one of the teams that has really, I guess, been kicking some tires on Hendon Hooker.
There you go.
That's the only place you could at this point, right? The Senior Bowl is your only opportunity to meet with players at this point in the process.
Yeah, absolutely.
Until after the Combine.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll see, the Combine will be the next, as you mentioned, the next opportunity.
Yeah, and I'd be in on Hendon Hooker personally over a C.J. Stroud.
Really?
I think C.J. Stroud's a guy that's had a perfect supporting cast around him.
He's working with some of the best skilled players in the country.
5 first-round picks at receiver when it's all said and done. That includes Marvin Harrison Jr. and Egbuka, who are still there. He's got a first-round left tackle. He's got a borderline first-round right tackle. He's got a center who's going to go in the first 2 days of the draft. Yeah. I mean, we knock other quarterbacks for walking into perfect situations. That's a perfect situation there for a C.J. Stroud, who I still think has a lot of holes.
It's tough in college, though, because so many players are in that perfect situation, and it turns out Jalen Hurts is the best quarterback out of him, Baker Mayfield, and Kyler Murray. And while they were all three at Oklahoma, where they had 8 seconds to throw and a great offensive line and 2 awesome players on the edge and a great running back, it really looked like he was clearly the third best. It's so difficult to evaluate these things. And I don't know what you do, Brian, because almost all the great quarterbacks go to schools that have great offensive lines and great skill players. It's your rare guy like Jared Goff who was under duress the entire time he was playing.
No, and the guys that are getting beat up and stuff like that. I'll tell you this, though, that Bryce Young at Alabama, he doesn't – the thing about it is physically he doesn't suit your eye, but you watch him throw the ball. You talk about a guy – now, he might not have had the – he might not have had the skill that he's had and that others have had in the past at Alabama, but you talk about give me the guy that's calm under pressure, reliable, accurate, doesn't get bothered in big situations and stuff like that.
But he's short, right?
He is. He's 6 foot.
Yeah,
he's 6 foot.
And that's not bothering you these days?
You know what?
It is.
It does bother me, but the problem is we play football now where they take Kyler Murray and they take Baker Mayfield and guys like that.
Yeah.
So I mean, to me, I've got Young at 6 foot over Stroud, who's 6'3".
Agreed.
All right, all righty. Now 405 does want to clarify that Fish may or may not have taken a shot at you on his YouTube show.
No,
I don't know if that's from today.
That was a while back. I think that was a while back. I didn't see it, but somebody's mentioned that a while back.
That's great. I have no problem.
Broken bread together.
I know.
I thought we were put this in the rear view.
And I really don't want to be an agent of divisiveness. But it's
you're doing a good job. It's
damn entertaining. Yes,
you're doing a good job.
I know, and I want to get this out in
the
open.
Is there anybody that hates you very much?
Yes, probably
in radio right now. Somebody that's not a very big fan of yours.
I can't stand him.
Yeah, I'm sure lots of people.
Yeah,
Brian.
You want to name anybody?
I mean, I'm not as friendly to people as you.
I'm just asking. You
I don't know anybody that. Maybe you could tell me people that don't like me.
I got a few,
but
I got a few.
Like I said,
Eric can go bleep himself.
I like both of you guys, right?
Yeah.
So, I wasn't trying to stir anything up there, but the Tolos did want to know. Because Fish was with the show for a long time.
Yeah.
Okay, at 877.
If they want to blame me for it, go ahead. That's fine.
I don't think anybody blames you. They just wanted more details on it.
If the Tolos want to blame me, go ahead and blame me.
No, Tolos got your back here on the truckwreck.com, baby. They got your the BB back.
I got broad shoulders. I can handle this.
All
don't
the
worry
love.
about it.
I do want to just throw out there. We talk about these quarterbacks being in great situations. Like you have to do what the Eagles did. You're saying he's better than Baker. He's better than Jalen Hurts, better than Kyler.
Yeah.
Well, the Eagles he found himself at a place where the team that he was on was better at building around him.
Yeah.
Put Kyler Murray where Jalen Hurts was this year, you'll find Kyler Murray having a lot more respect than what he's got right now. And maybe not to the same extent with Baker Mayfield, but you get the point. You got to build around these dudes. If you want to commit to the rookie quarterback, then you got to commit to building around him. And that's the opportunity you get. Unfortunately, didn't always feel like the Cowboys did that with Dak when Dak was on the rookie contract.
Yeah, no, they needed to go all in. Now, the problem here, and it's maybe a last thing to talk about just cap-wise, and another reason that a move for C.J. Stroud or another top quarterback does not make sense right now is you want to line that up so for the rookie quarterback deal, you have maximum flexibility. And right now, if you would do it, you'd have to get out from under Dak's contract, which would take a year or two of maybe being in cap purgatory. You're waiting to get rid of all that dead money before you can finally make a push. So if you do want to go young quarterback, I think you let the Dak contract play out. You get
absolutely.
It totally off your books. Then you draft a guy, hopefully with a top 10 or top 5 pick because you're so bad.
You just see what Mike McCarthy can do with him as a play caller. Yeah. I let this thing ride. That's just the way I look at it.
469 says, I'll tell you what, Brian doesn't like Gavin right now. I did feel that. Yeah. I'm
No,
sorry.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
The dirty laundry's getting aired out, so he wants to go blow for blow. I get it.
No, man. Like I said, if we're going to be honest about this, I'm sure there's people that don't like you very much. But
that's
true. But that's
Yeah.
Mickey Spagnola
we
or
could
something.
talk about it on the radio if you want.
Oh, there's plenty of people out there.
Yeah.
There's plenty of people out there that don't like me.
There's a bunch of freak shows that don't like you.
Yeah. But I mean, I didn't get any of them removed from the show that I'm aware of. And none of them wrote a story today that we were talking about.
No, I appreciate.
It's not like I'm just bringing it up randomly.
No, it's fine.
The texters wanted to know.
I'm okay. Mike and I, we don't like each other. That's a fact.
Oh.
Take
that for
removing
data.
the show. Yeah, if one thing, if you ask somebody to, hey, would you please post this on our website, and you post it on your website, then that's not doing you any favors, is it?
No, that's
it's not
good.
That number one
No.
ranking you got right now.
No.
It's not doing any favors.
That
right?
would not help us.
Yeah,
No.
exactly. Yeah.
Bobby
Okay.
Belt is doing his bit again, by the way. He just sent Eric and I mean, this is like the hardest one not to laugh at.
I laughed.
Did you? I'm
Yeah.
not laughing. I'm trying to hold very strong, but I want to burst out laughing. Bobby will send Eric and I just random pictures.
And then
he
watch
puts
your
together.
facial expressions.
It's like,
He's a Photoshop
I
genius.
can't even describe what is happening in this one.
Well, you could. You just don't want to.
But, oh, dear Lord, I am channeling my inner Nicolas Cage not to just lose it.
Really?
Yeah.
I got to see this.
Well, and he's got a Twitter thread running, where he's just he's clipping us when he knows he sends us and he sees us open the text on the Twolo chat or something on the YouTube, and then he sees if we react. And I pretty much react every time because I think these Photoshop things are absolutely hysterical.
It's
Very
hysterical.
resourceful. Media savvy.
Yeah,
Bobby Belt.
it's hysterical. I'm keeping it together.
940, I can't stand Gavin. Hey, look at that. You got some company, Brian. 904 is your guy.
You know what? I never said I hated you.
Okay, we got to go, though. It's time now for the Wooly Bullies top 10 at 420. Where are we going with that, sir?
Where are we going with that? Okay, I had a terrible situation that went down over the week last week. What are your top 10 worst moments, terrible feelings, top 10 terrible feelings? Those are the words I was looking for next on the Fan.
35 minutes of commercial-free Fan. Holy mackerel.
Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Boy, we're having a good time here. Segment's brought to you by Soda. It's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation's always free over there at truckwreck.com. Time now for the top 10 at 420. Here's your main man, Zach Wolchuk.
Thank you very much, fellas. Good to be back with you. How you doing, Brian? You good over there?
I'm great, man.
Fantastic. I'm good. I'm glad that you're doing well.
I'm doing great,
man. A lot of the texts are really good, too. We love you all. 877-881-1053. I'm not going to do
Gavin just drew me off sides, but other than that, we're doing good.
Yeah, I was pretty good.
I tell you what, I feel like I got put in the corner that last segment.
Nobody
about 3 minutes to go.
It was all good, man.
Nobody.
Seriously, I have absolutely no problem with you, bro.
Sounds like some people do. No, we're good.
If you want me to tell you, I will, though.
Nah, I'd rather not know.
Yeah.
Or I could be just BSing like fish.
No, he ain't bluffing.
Uh-oh.
I will say we do have some breaking NBA news involving the Hawks. They are dismissing coach Nate McMillan.
Nate McMillan has been dismissed. That's a Woj bomb for you.
The tiny guard got him, huh?
Yep. Trey Young said, I don't like you. You're gone. Get the bleep out of here. Very quickly, before I get into the top 10 absolute worst feelings. And I had one last week on Thursday when I was driving to Austin. I got about an hour and 20 minutes into the drive. Next thing you know, I started to feel, okay, something's wrong with this vehicle. I got all kinds of lights that are popping up on the dash.
Oh, when it goes Christmas tree on you, it's the worst thing in the world.
And what was that, like 3 months ago? The lights started popping up?
Oh, well, I did have some issues that I got
He's had duct tape under the hood for over 12 months.
That was a year to help the check engine. And that was something Mike took care of for me, but I didn't have an issue since then. No, otherwise I had replaced the spark plug, so that was all good. So no, I didn't have any issues in terms of lights up. So I knew that this was a problem. I pulled over to the side, and as soon as I got onto the service road, hood starts smoking. So I turned the car off, popped the hood. I realized, okay, we have an issue here. And at night,
thermostat, maybe?
I thought you were going to ask the hood for a hit.
It was really high. I put some coolant in that sucker, allowed it to kind of run through. That still didn't drop the temp at all.
Did it gurgle back on you when you put it in?
There was no splattering. There was no gurgling, but I just knew that this was something where I don't think I'm going to be able to drive this. In fact, when I tried to put the car into drive, it wasn't going to work. So basically, the heating fans blew the motor. And I ended up calling our buddy Mike. And he did a great job getting me a tow. So I ended up having a tow guy come, and he was towing me back over to Carrollton to Mike's shop. And I'm about 15 minutes into the tow, and my sister is like, okay, so now you're not coming. You're not going to come to Austin. Why don't you just get an Uber? Why don't you just get a Lyft? Why don't I just, why don't we just find another way?
Why don't you pay for me an airplane
to get
ticket?
here? Yeah.
I'm probably turning my phone off at that point.
So now I'm like, okay, why don't you just drop me off at this gas station? I will try and get an Uber to take me the rest of the way to Austin because I felt bad. I had plans to go and see my sister. She's just had surgery. I'm going to go try and help her. And I was supposed to take her to a doctor's appointment the next day. She can't drive.
Okay.
So he drops me off. I waited an hour and a half to go and find Brian, who is a Tolo that was in the area that just finished a drop-off. Thank goodness. After an hour and a half, he picked the ride up. Took me the rest of the 2 hours, and it was fantastic. I made it. But it's just a terrible feeling. The stress that's going on. You don't have a vehicle. Yeah. Now I've got to look for a new car. I found one yesterday, thankfully, and I will get into that vehicle by the end of the week. That is the hope. But
all your plans are shot. People depending on you.
Yeah.
It's going to cost you money. It's like the epicenter of 10 different things that suck.
And the feeling of just sitting at this random gas station for an hour and a half, and I'm trying to look for a Lyft or an Uber, and nobody's picking up this ride. I'm like, bleep myself. And I just bleep myself. I made a terrible decision.
The old you could at least like eat your feelings away at the gas station, and now so do you is being taunted by the Donettes and those delicious hot dogs that are rolling.
Wait a minute. Let's be honest here.
You think he caved?
You got something to eat. Did you have a beef jerky? You had a couple beef jerky?
Did I cave?
Charleston Chew.
You know what I did when I got to Austin that night?
You mowed through some pizza.
And some wings.
I did.
Six-pack of beer?
I knew it.
I did.
Yeah, he washed it down with one of those IPAs.
You were looking good today, Wolchuk. I figured you'd been dialed.
Well, it was a one-night thing.
And you're talking about his body, not his face, right?
I got home sliced pizza, which was fantastic. But Enterprise didn't pick me up 972 because I was looking everywhere for a rental car.
They picked me up the other day.
Well, they didn't. Enterprise didn't have any bleeping cars. I had to go to Dollar Car Rental in the Austin airport to finally get a rental car that I drove back to Dallas. Thankfully,
Dollar Car Rental.
Yeah, it didn't work out. It was a bad situation.
Make you feel
they made him drive home in the car. He abandoned.
So, what's like an absolute worst feeling that you guys have when this happens? Or just anything,
I had it the other day.
Oh, okay.
I had it the other day.
When you had to eat the eggs and drink the eggs?
No,
he got a hit and run.
I got hit and run.
Oh, yeah.
3 months after getting his truck stolen.
I work here, and my engine ends up in Grand Prairie on a floor, and I get hit and run by a guy over here that just completely blew through a stop sign. And what do you? And now it's like you're like, oh, this is my fault.
No, that's an issue.
Yeah.
You know, I would say number one, that moment when you realize the Cowboys are going to lose a playoff game. Right, it's fourth quarter. There's 20 seconds to go, and you need to play. Or
Zeke's playing center.
Yeah,
you're like, oh,
that ball that Aaron Rodgers threw that like Orlando Skandrick deflected, and Randall Cobb or somebody still ended up catching it. You're like, how the crap did that happen?
No.
Yeah, you know, it should be. So that one there, but you know, over the weekend I had a great weekend, but
opposite of what Zach just described.
But no, I would say right now, like Remy, my second kid, is in a good spot, coming up on 18 months. But for whatever reason, Sunday night, she would not sleep. And I kept falling asleep. She would wake up and then go, Dad, and hit me in the head. So it's like being awakened in a way that adrenalizes you, right?
Yeah, with a hammer fist.
You're super tired, and now you're super annoyed and have been hit in the face. And you were sleeping. So that happened like 2 or 3 times before I finally got up and, got her to sleep. But there's something about being woken up, like right in the early stages of sleep again and again, that drove me absolutely crazy.
That's a terrible feeling.
You have to resort to the manual techniques of putting them to sleep. It's not the best feeling in the world.
Bubble guts for you, Aaron?
She won't sleep in her damn crib. She's got to sleep between mom and dad. Dude, let her get in the habit of that.
I'll tell you
bad idea. Don't do it.
I got the 18 to 20 month old right now doing the same crap. It's a frustrating situation. I mean, bubble guts in traffic is guaranteed top 5 for every human being. I will say, little nitro in the mouth has become quickly. It is skyrocketed the worst feeling charts for me personally. And then one that consistently happens to me is like you're running late, and then you also forgot that you had to fill up the gas tank. So now you're compounding your problems, running late, and I got to go put some gas in this bad boy. That happens to me a couple times a month, and it's that one sucks.
When you make your little girl cry, girl dads, the text is coming in on that.
That's tough.
For
yeah,
sure.
That's pretty tough. You realize you overdid the discipline a little bit. And maybe they're geniuses at manipulating at 4 or 5 years old or whatever, and they realize they can get you back on their good side, but dang it, they're convincing.
I was going to ask LA if you had a top 10 worst feeling, what's your absolute worst feeling?
I have a special unspoken.
Okay.
I don't know how to put it into words yet.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
When it's like bad weather time and you forgot to hit up your guy, and then it's like ice apocalypse. And it's just like
you just bear it. You just drive over that damn ice. You say bleep the ice and you just go.
That's why Wolchuk got the all-wheel drive Ford Escape or whatever.
You just gotta make it happen.
What's that thing called? Escape? Eclipse?
Why do you think my car no longer works?
Is your car Escape or Eclipse?
Now it's a Ford Edge.
It edges. It edges.
Mine's an it's an Edger, baby. You know me, guys.
All the hot moms.
Here's the honorable mentions. Stepping in dog poop.
Barefoot, right?
Being shat on by a pigeon.
Oh, we had a seagull incident last year in Oxnard.
Yeah.
I've been crapped on.
We did.
I've been crapped on.
Yeah.
Yes, that was hilarious.
Yeah.
It's funny to watch somebody else get shat on.
Yeah.
I think you need to be careful, by the way.
Get pooed on.
But there is I've had that moment. I was putting like notices up on doors at the apartment complex I was working at in college, and there's like a sidewalk that is basically a tree tunnel, and all of a sudden like birds go scattering, and I see the shadows, of the birds on the sidewalk, and then I just get right in the ear.
Ooh.
Right in the ear, dude. It's a face shot. Yeah.
Ooh.
Sucked.
2-on-4 hit a flat tire. That is a terrible feeling.
Especially when you don't know how to change one the right way.
Yeah.
I always worry about the little tire, putting the little tire on and making sure that the thing is tight enough.
Yeah.
And I could see I've seen too many car races where professional tire changers don't put the tire on the right way. The tire just flies off.
Ooh. 940 said stepping on chewing gum.
Yeah, I was trying to think what'd be worse, dog poop or chewing gum. Lego, yes.
But the dog poop is worse. The dog poop is worse.
Because of the smell.
The gum you can deal with.
Yeah.
It's harder to get out of your shoe, though.
Well,
you take a little stick in a running water, you get that poop right off.
You never can get the poop, I don't think, completely out. It gets in the crevices of your shoes.
And you remember. You do remember.
817, losing the wallet.
That's a terrible feeling.
That is done that since 1986.
That's true,
You
man.
do it once, you'll never do it again.
You got nightmare issues and luck with your cars, but you got the wallet thing figured out.
I got that wallet thing figured out.
Top 10 worst feelings. Number 10 is getting stuck in an elevator.
I fear that in our building.
I do too. We've had moments where we have to prep ourselves.
Happened to me at the Super Bowl,
Gavin's
dude.
taught me to get low.
Stay low.
Yeah. He's taught me to
Lay
assume
down.
the position, boys.
Be ready to jump.
We're ready to rock.
Jump when it hits the ground.
Don't worry.
You got to time that thing right.
I feel like I'm prepared now in an elevator.
You
at all
got to bend
times.
knees, man.
Yeah, bend the knees. Number 9 is getting locked in a public toilet. I've never even thought of this.
Like you lock yourself in a public bathroom,
Like a porta potty?
Bam, that goes back to the
That
things
would be
yesterday.
the
like,
porta potty.
Lucia's talking about some warning, the warnings that it's like, why do we need to have these warning labels on here? Like, were you not smart enough to understand how to use this particular product? It's shampoo. You put it in your hair. You don't eat it. This is like locking yourself in a public bathroom seems like one of the more difficult things for humans.
Like
to
in a
do to
stall?
themselves.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about that. Maybe I should be.
I think I would kick the stall door.
I mean, you can just
open.
crawl underneath, most likely, right?
Could.
It's got to be a porta potty situation.
But man, you're on the floor.
Oh, that's true. Number 8 is
you're crawling in our bathroom. You're crawling in urine.
Yeah, you
mine.
are.
I just went.
Yeah. Number 8 is waving at someone in public and then realizing you don't know who they are.
That happened to me.
That's embarrassing.
It happened to me at the airport. You guys didn't see it.
That is embarrassing.
I waved at somebody I thought was somebody from the Super Bowl deal, and it wasn't. I just kind of.
Oh, really? Number 7 is gaining weight on a diet.
Oh,
which Bobby was fearful that was happening.
No, Bobby's been killing it.
But he has been doing well. He's been keeping me updated on his weigh-ins. He's doing well.
He doesn't eat.
Well, he needs
forgets to
He
eat.
needs to set the timer.
Yeah.
State of
for
the art.
this. He's going to be good. Soto will, trust me, it's going to work for you.
Oh, yeah.
Number 6 is getting, well, I don't know that I should say this one. This is for the females.
Okay.
Should you?
I'm gonna change that one to
Go
losing
to
the wallet.
Go to number 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to number 5. Number 5 is locking yourself out of your house or vehicle.
Dude, I can't tell you how many times I've locked myself out of my car, bro. There was a stretch where it got a little bit uncomfortable. Like AAA gives you 3 freebies a year, and I was just blowing through those. There's be like 6-7 months left in the year, and I'm like, I've already gotten through my allotted 3
on the exact same day.
Yeah, we did.
He did it. I made fun of him for doing it, and then later that night I did it.
Okay, speaking of AAA, horrible feeling, falling for a scam. I've done that a couple of times, right?
I'd say you're onto something here.
I have a fake AAA, and they charged my account a second time.
What?
Oh.
Yeah. I have none of the AAA services. I've called them and be like, yeah, I need a tow. They're like, sir, you don't have an account. And I'm like, well, in January, y'all charged me $250. They're like, we didn't. I'm trying to figure out who my AAA is with.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I just Googled AAA and signed up. And it was a scam AAA.
That's terrible.
I'll tell you, with the AAA, though, when you do pay that,
I want to go look at their website and see that there's like 4 A's in their logo, and he just didn't notice it.
It's something stupid.
I'd say that the whole thing with the AAA, though, is like you pay that every month, and when you actually need them, they've given me the Heisman before.
What?
Really?
Oh, yeah. Up in Wisconsin. Like, your battery dies when it's like, 75 below zero.
Yeah.
They act like they're like, I'm sorry, man. We can't get out to
They're
get
going
you.
full Sean Payton on Radio Row.
That's what I'm saying, though. So you pay it for 10 months, and when you actually need them, they're like, not today, Jim. Thanks for playing.
Oh, Jim.
Yeah.
Number 4 is taking a sip of water and finding out that it's vodka.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bad thing?
Well, it's a terrible feeling when it happens. You're not prepared. Your body's
It happened
not
to
prepared
Frank
for it.
Thomas. Did you see him on that broadcast that time? Big Poppy switched his water bottle, put vodka in it.
Yes.
Frank took a big pull, and next thing you know, he's like making all these faces.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Happened to me in an event about a year ago.
Yes, you told us about that.
Oh, that was
I thought it was a coffee shot.
the coffee shot. Yeah.
Number 3 is leaving your cell phone at home. Yeah, just like losing your cell phone, period.
I could go without my cell phone.
Number 2 is sleeping through your alarm. That is a terrible feeling.
Oh, man.
But number 1, and I haven't had this happen because you know me, Eric, I definitely check this prior. But it is sitting on a wet toilet seat.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah.
That's a bad
Even if
feeling.
it's your own. Like, that's your own brand that
It's
you,
like,
don't, you
what?
don't appreciate
That's
that.
not a good feeling. And we got some text saying like the we need to talk text. That's also like that's a heart sinking.
Don't send me that text. Just come talk to me.
Yeah.
Right? Because when I get that, I'm coming to talk to you. Right. I'm not waiting hours. Okay, thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 at 420. Mavs caught up in a bold prediction for the rest of the season. It couldn't go this bad, could it? Let's talk some hoop with you next here in the G-Bag Nation.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Headlines at 7. We'll chop it up at 7:20.
Is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, nation. Bleacher Report bold predictions for the end of the NBA season. Mavs have 32 games to go. When it comes to the Mavs, they say they missed the playoffs. They are just a couple of games ahead of the 12 spot, which I believe is currently occupied by Portland. Could you see it getting that bad? I thought that was kind of ridiculous. They said they needed to add another player to play defense, and they didn't get it. I do think it's a stupid take. Now, I do think Bleacher Report kind of goes back and forth between being a credible, legit media outlet and a horrible fan blog like it's 2004 all over again. And that was Bleacher Report's roots. They started as a fan blog, and they sort of outsourced writing stories to everybody that was a fan of a team. You could just join Bleacher Report and start being a writer. And then, I don't know, 8 years or so ago, they got into legit media and started hiring real writers. But sometimes they do crap like this, and I'm like, man, we just jumped in a time machine back to 2006 with you making crap up. I don't think there's any way this Mavs team, this is a low point, what we just saw going into the All-Star break, and I think they're going to play some great basketball down the stretch and get us excited about what they're going to do in the postseason. Guys, what do you think?
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think the relationship on the court between Luka and Kyrie will continue to develop. They will have, they come out of the gates with a decently easy schedule, right? Don't they have some winnable games?
They do.
Out of the gates, which is nice to get some confidence going. The defense can't really be much worse than what it had already been, and I think Jason Kidd has probably gotten his effort point across in regards to the defense and what they've shown as of late. Hopefully they have a better plan moving forward for Christian Wood. That's hopeful. I'm not really convinced about it, but I'm hopeful about it. And then the return of Maxi Kleba, and everybody talks about him like he's going to just completely save the defense, and I don't want to go that far. It's probably unfair pressure to put on him off an injury, but certainly will help things defensively.
Yeah, and I think that's going to help Christian Wood, to your point, getting Maxi back. Right, I think that some of the stuff that we were reading from like Tim Cato and others that cover this team, whether it's The Athletic or Brad Townsend or Callie Kaplan, but the defensive numbers seem to go up a little bit for Christian Wood, at least in terms of the rim protection and the blocks. He had some of his better games before Maxi got hurt, because Maxi allows him to kind of play a little bit more freely, kind of helps him with some of those communication things. I think getting Maxi back in the lineup is also going to help Christian Wood defensively.
How about you, Brian? You think this team could fall all the way out of the playoffs?
No, I don't know about falling out of the playoffs. I think they're going to kind of figure things out. I like what you guys are talking about the defense. I think Christian Wood is who he is, and however they figure that out for him, he's not going to be on the floor the final 4 or 5 minutes of a game. He's not going to do that. There's but JaVale McGee is also a guy too that they don't want to put out there. The final few minutes again. They're really struggling with that whole thing with especially the defense in the last 4 or 5 minutes of the game and getting stops and all that. It's just been I kind of feel like the Christian Wood has turned into, I'm just going to do what I need to do. There's point in times where he's playing 1-on-5.
Yeah,
out there watching him play, and it's almost like he's going, okay, well, I'm going to show you MFers that I can play basketball, and if you think I'm a bad guy and all that, whatever, but I'm gonna knock down shots, and I'm gonna do athletic things and stuff. I kind of feel like that he's on his own plan,
right?
And so that's
the knock on him. You didn't want him to be the freelance guy, because that's what he kind of did.
Well, you
before.
watch these games, especially, and he does knock down shots.
He sure does.
But I think they're to the point now where they need Maxi back just to try and give them a little bit more on defense, because Christian is he's shown look at my offensive skills. I don't care anything about my defensive skills.
He makes it look so good offensively and easy, but when it's not working, you'd love to have a defensive option to go to, and Kleba will do that a lot. But, I think they lost Dorian Finney-Smith, but what it does is it opens up a lot of time for Josh Green, and Josh Green he's just better than Dorian Finney-Smith. He's a complete basketball player. I saw a Brad Townsend tweet. I don't know how you guys felt about, the All-Star game. He said maybe someday Luka will care enough to show off a little in an All-Star game, but that day evidently is not today again. And I don't know if it's not caring or not feeling comfortable, but it's not cool as a Mavs fan when you tune in. He's behaving like a secondary star. His body language, his words are like, oh, this isn't for me. That's what the guy who barely eked into the All-Star game and is starstruck or is kind of humbled to be in a room of such great players. And if you've ever, seen one of your players who's not a real all-star get to the all-star game, that's what they do. They get 2 points, right? Or the injured guy, Giannis, checks in, give me my 2 points. I got a bad wrist. I got to get out of this game. Chris Paul did that last year, I think, where he was hurt but still played. I don't think it's not caring. I think he's starstruck. I think he thinks that I'm not a high flyer, so this isn't for me. And I would say put on a show with your passing. Throw bounce pass alley-oops. Take a half-court three like Damian Lillard. There's plenty of ways to be entertaining and to be a showman. And damn it, Mavs fans want to see you get out there amongst the best and just play freely like Kyrie Irving did. Kyrie Irving's not a dunker. He scored 31 points.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would disagree with you that he's starstruck. We have seen that, though, his rookie season with LeBron, and he came out and said it in his first matchup with him. It was kind of like you could feel the passive nature. But since then, in real games that do matter to him, where he is carrying, he's going toe-to-toe with these beasts, whether it be LeBron or anybody else, in a game that he actually cares about. I just think he just genuinely doesn't care about it. His best friend, Nikola Jokic, doesn't give a bleep about it either.
No.
And so I don't know if there's just it's a Euro thing where they didn't maybe grow up watching the All-Star game. I have no idea. And Giannis is a Euro guy who's really cared about the All-Star game. He wanted to go get his 2 points. Like you said, he was banged up. He didn't need to play. But he averages coming into this All-Star game like 30 points per All-Star game. Giannis is a guy that has cared, but Jokic doesn't care. Luka's probably exhausted right now. He couldn't wait to get to Mexico. He was saying it right then before the weekend started. What are you excited about? I'm excited about getting to Mexico. I don't care about the All-Star game. And so I don't know if he grew up not caring about it, or he's just physically exhausted right now, or he prefers the parties that go down Saturday night before the All-Star game that could be a little bit taxing on him. I don't know. I just don't think he cares.
When he showed up, the entrance with him and Jokic, that was his big moment. That was his big statement, I suppose. But yeah, it didn't seem like and maybe you're right to your point of the high flying, the tempo just doesn't.
That's what I'm saying. I was thinking maybe the pace of play.
Right, the pace of play does not.
It's not conducive to his
it's
style.
not conducive at all to him.
Yeah, his Gavin's right though. Like pass it to him, like take 2 dribbles and let him shoot from midcourt. Let him do if he wants to take every shot from. Make all the trick shots that he makes.
Yes.
Where he turns his back to the basket and just throws it over his head and it goes in.
I just don't want it to hurt the recruiting aspect of it, because we've seen where and LeBron is a master at this. Like, you knew Kyrie was going to end up on Team LeBron. LeBron does this all the time. When LeBron's trying to look at maybe, this guy's going to be a free agent this coming year, I'm going to make sure that guy's on my team. I'm going to use every single resource that I can to try and recruit. Luka is not getting to play with these guys on Team USA or wherever we've seen the Redeem Team and the Dream Team and all these other teams be able to have their camaraderie and build their relationships. Luka misses out on that, right? Because he's not on Team USA. He doesn't have those friendships and those relationships. These are the kind of events where he can build some of those, and I just don't want him to miss out on that aspect of it.
Well, he was great mic'd up, and he did entertain in that way. And I don't know what it is. Maybe it's showing deference to the veterans, right? It's your show, and when I'm an older guy, it'll be my show. Maybe it is a protest to the BS that it's become. I know there's a lot of think pieces and columns in newspapers about I love basketball, but I don't know what the hell this 2-hour dunk drill is.
And just to lob this out here, I don't know. Did Dirk ever seem to care about the All-Star game? I feel like if
he had fun, yeah,
he
did a couple dunks and Vince Carter poses,
more so than Lucas showed. Yeah, definitely.
He and it is a weird kind of deal. And I don't know. I like a lot of the texters are saying it's a bad All-Star game. Who cares? A lot of Young's fans care a lot. And I think a lot of Mav super fans want to see him get out there and at least try to put on a little bit of show and represent well. Okay, Cowboys free agent and draft buzz. It is day one of the franchise tag window, but we'll give you everything going on around the Cowboys with those two things next year in the G-Bag Nation.
Listen. Stream the Fan 24/7 all day, every day. Download. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Day 1 of the franchise tag window has a lot of Cowboys media and fans talking about who they'll give it to if they do, in fact, give it to somebody. It is time now, though, for Zach Wolchuk to give you everything about the Cowboys with free agency just a couple of weeks away and the draft right around the corner. Here he is, Wolchuk.
Let's party with it, shall we? We did have ESPN go ahead and put out, we know, their top 50 free agents, but today, Matt Bowen did their top 50 team fits. And they do have one guy that is a fit for our Dallas Cowboys.
Deron Payne.
Deron Payne might be our guy that we want here.
I guess that. Is that right?
He's not a best team fit for the Cowboys. In fact, they're going his best team fit is to stay right where he is with the Washington bleeping Commanders. Weak.
Yeah, it's not very fun.
Not fun at all. How about Dalton Schultz? Cowboys tight end. Where do you think his best team fit could be?
Not here. Let's start with not here.
Not here is right.
And then
it's not with the Dallas Cowboys.
I mean, I wonder what teams need a tight end. I do think I wonder how much Kellen Moore wants to pull from the Cowboy offense.
There you are, using a brain.
I mean, that's the only connection that Dalton Schultz has, right? Unless there's a Stanford coach on somebody's roster.
David Shaw maybe ends up on a staff.
Yeah, dude.
But yeah, the best team fit is the Chargers. You have the Kellen Moore connection. Schultz has been good in Kellen Moore's system. Justin Herbert likes his tight ends. And Gerald Everett, he might end up being a cap casualty there.
Oh, okay.
So we talked about him and Keenan Allen ending up being on the streets potentially for the Chargers. So they might be out there looking for a tight end. So Dalton Schultz leaving the Cowboys, going to the Chargers, could end up making some sense. But the receiver, it is a wide receiver that they have linked to the Cowboys as the best team fit.
Jacoby Myers.
It's not Jacoby.
I think he's the best one going, though, huh?
It's a guy that maybe... Jacoby Myers, the best team fit for him is the Houston Texans. It's a guy who might get some eye rolls.
DJ Shark.
No. Might be a little bit fatigued.
Oh, Beckham.
Yeah, Odell Beckham Jr. Best team fit, the Dallas Cowboys. He would upgrade the Cowboys' passing game for Dak Prescott, and The Athletic also put out their biggest team needs for every team, and they said the Cowboys' biggest need is wide receiver.
Right. John Machota, right?
Mm-hmm.
Said that.
Well, I mean, it could make a lot of sense, and I think it would, especially if you look at these next 2 years of Dak's contract as we're going hard for it here, and then we'll see what develops for 2025. But in the meantime, we got to build a really, really good team. And, you know, if Odell Beckham Jr. is not going to be a player that demands top of the market money, but has the potential to play like a legit number one receiver, could work out, I would be terrified of his injury history. And I would be highly surprised if the Cowboys, who were so skeptical about him in November, suddenly had full faith in him. You know, the Cowboys wanted to do that deal with a number of different, things that specifically had to fall in line for them. And if they were happy to give him a multi-year deal, they would have done it already and put him in the building.
Yeah.
I just don't believe that these Cowboys, who let Lyle Collins go and Amari Cooper go partially because of availability, would get back in line with one of the most injured star players of this generation. It just doesn't add up to me.
No, I hear you. Now, Jerry does want to keep this story alive, and I do think that they'll probably kick the tires on Odell Beckham Jr. just to see. But the injury history, the age, I do think his best year's probably behind him. So I hear what you're saying there. Now, here's a guy just won a Super Bowl. We got a text about him, and I've seen several outlets go ahead and say that this could be a good fit for the Cowboys. ESPN has him just staying put where he just won a Super Bowl in Kansas City. But what about a guy like Juju Smith-Schuster?
Be great.
Might be a low-cost free agent addition. He's a number 2. He's not a number 1, so he'd be your number 2 to CD.
But that's the problem. If he's low cost, he would go back to Kansas City, wouldn't he?
Yeah, and the idea might be that he played well enough to get a longer contract off from somebody else.
Yeah,
maybe
he'll give them the discount. He won't give you the discount.
The one thing I wonder about Juju is he is a big brand guy. I wonder if he thinks being a Cowboy is a way for me to make my brand bigger. Because Juju's the TikTok, the social media. He is kind of
really calmed that down, though, didn't he, in Kansas City?
It certainly felt that way, yes.
Pittsburgh, Mike Tomlin confronted him about it. Said, listen, stop.
Right.
No more.
That was one of his rolling video in the locker room.
It seems like the only buddy in Kansas City that does TikToks more is Clark Hunt's daughter.
Right.
Or Jackson Mahomes.
I was going to say, that's the biggest surprise of the whole season was the combo of Juju Smith-Schuster and Jackson Mahomes didn't go just TikTok berserk. I thought that was going to be a weekly Monday storyline about how the Mahomes brother and the Juju teammate now and all the dancing, but it did kind of disappear right up until Super Bowl week when Jackson, the brother, started just going back to his old ways.
Right after the Super Bowl, we found, Juju goes ahead and tries to dunk on the Eagles, and yet A.J. Brown dunked back on Juju, and then Tyreek Hill today, doing his podcast, went ahead and said, what we need to do is we need to go ahead and put out, like we have rap battles. What we need to do is just have verses. Yeah, we need to have, the verses, but it just needs to be best plays. Go ahead and put the best plays of A.J. Brown and Juju Smith-Schuster. And that'll be the versus battle we need. Who ends up winning that? And Tyreek's going with A.J. Brown.
Dude, Tyreek Hill, that's a brilliant idea.
Yeah.
We like that. The versus rap battle crushes on social media.
Throw out your 3 best plays or something.
Yeah, you get current and former players to say like, "Hey, I'm better than you. We played the same position. We go play for play," and then it ends up it goes by vote. AJ Brown would crush Juju Smith-Schuster.
That'd be a fun show.
That would be sweet, man.
It'd be exciting.
Smith-Schuster, by the way, just 26 years old. I'd be all over that. That sounds great. He's not a superstar, but along with Michael Gallup, you are very 3 deep. You are going to be in great shape. Troy Aikman's fond of saying you're only as good as your 3rd best wide receiver. You'd have 2 number 2s. And that might be, the formula if you can get good enough protection to get enough guys open, keep your picks down, and keep the ball moving against good defenses.
Would that be enough for you guys, a Juju Smith-Schuster deal? Would that be enough for you guys to avoid drafting a receiver in the first couple of rounds?
The problem is when you look at these receivers, the top 4 guys are going to be off the board before you pick. This is not, to me, this is a receiver class that I think is good, but it doesn't have the depth of the last 3 that we've seen. So that's the problem. If you're looking for a wide receiver at 26, the value of that player I don't think is going to be as great as you want to believe.
So you're looking at more of a project guy. You might as well wait for round 3 or 4 for that.
Yeah, to me, like I said, but you waited till round 3 last year, and the kid you got that wasn't ready to play.
Is it too early to write off Jalen Tolbert?
No, I don't think so. But the thing about it is, though, you got to figure out. Listen, is the guy can he pick up everything you're trying to do?
Yeah.
If you came out and said, hey, we gave him too much, okay, now we got a whole new situation. How much the offense are you going to change here? Is he going to have to pick all that up, and does he have to start over again? Those are the things. I find to me a veteran receiver would be good because, like I said, my top 4 guys I think are gone. I think Addison's gone. I think Hyatt's gone. I think Johnson's gone. I think Smith and Jigba's gone. Now you're talking about Downs from North Carolina, Boutte from LSU, Scott from Cincinnati.
I like Scott from Cincinnati.
He's a good player, but I mean, like I'm saying, you're going to take him at 26.
No.
See, that's what I'm saying. Your guy, as you get down through the scene, now we're taking 2nd round players once you get to 26.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm taking the 2nd round player, but I have a Smith and Jigba at Ohio State. He's not one of my top 20 guys. So, he on my board's a 2nd round player. So I don't know. I mean, I don't think the depth of the draft at wide receiver is something that, that I could see the Cowboys not looking at that in the first round.
I can see that. Yeah, in the first round. Yeah, and unless for some reason one of those guys slid.
Yeah,
I hear what you're saying.
Kind of hoping that Hyatt would be there at 26. You're telling me that's probably not likely?
No.
It's a bummer.
Really?
No.
Huh.
Because he brings that speed element that this offense.
Look at Daniel.
He's a big play guy.
Look at Daniel Jeremiah's draft. He's pretty plugged in on this stuff. He's
got a lot of them going in the 20s.
He's got them all going right around the same time. He can't separate them.
Yeah.
That's the problem on his board. He's like, okay, I'm gonna have to get rid of these wide receivers, and so he starts picking them. 1 at 20, 1 at 22, 1 at 23, 1 at 24. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of got them all kind of lumped together there.
Well, then maybe they're gearing up for one of these trades. Maybe they're looking at, hey, A.J. Brown worked out for the Eagles. Maybe they do the Hopkins thing, or I'm sure there's a receiver. Somebody will come available. There's probably a team out there. Somebody just suggested Mike Evans in the 903. Haven't given 1 second of thought about Mike Evans until now. But are the Bucs a team that's wanting to sell off parts? Could you capitalize on a team like that?
I read an article today that Mike Evans could be on the trade block.
He's in the last year of a contract, right?
Yes.
$23 million a year on the last year.
They didn't want to spend 20 on Amari.
Yeah. I think his contract, I probably should look it up even instead of saying it. But I kind of feel like that he's got 1 year left. And I think he's at $23 million.
That sounds right.
Yeah, he will be a free agent in 2024. And, you're looking at a almost $24 million cap hit for him.
It's a lot of money.
So, yeah, that's definitely a pretty penny. But the Bucs are going to be in a nightmare situation, probably rebuilding. They're going to eat like a $35 million cap hit from Brady, who's not even going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
So there could be a team like them or another that we can see as the offseason develops that maybe wants to sell off some parts and the Cowboys can capitalize, because there is a giant need at wide receiver for this team right now in my mind.
Gentlemen, I think that Mike Evans thing, you might have hit on something perfect there. His cap number is 23, but his base salary is $13 million. And the trading team that restructured and benefited from all that in the past, they have to eat that dead cap hit. So you get Mike Evans at 1 year and $13 million, plus a $1.5 million roster bonus will probably transfer as well. So $14.5 million, basically Michael Gallup money for a number one wide receiver who's 29 years old.
Still productive as heck.
That could get really fun. I think the only problem is, does Tampa want a full one for that? Would you be willing to give up a one for Mike Evans?
Mike Evans would be better. It would be a better player at 26 in which you'd be drafting.
Yeah. Diggs or him for
in
a one.
year one, but we keep
in year one, sure.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like we got to be more big picture than just tomorrow.
Diggs, right, but he's better than any of the other receivers that you'd be taking.
Diggs or him for the one. Diggs or Evans for the one.
Diggs.
Not Evans.
Diggs.
You don't want Evans for a one?
I don't think I want Evans for a one. It's a 1 year. It's a 1 year deal. Diggs, you're at least going to have for a while, and I think he's probably maybe about the same age as Mike Evans. But
you'd really have to look at the film and determine, is this the reason the Tampa offense took such a big step back?
Well, I feel like
was
Diggs
it the
is
offensive
less
line
injured, and I think Diggs has more.
I would
left.
way rather have Diggs, and I think you have him under contract for longer than just the 1 year Mike Evans rental. Right. I'm open to Mike Evans, but not for a first round pick.
It was 1,100 yards and 14.6 per catch, so he can still get down the field.
They're the same age. They're both 29.
But he had quite a few games that were very disappointing, like Amari Cooper in 2021-esque.
Yeah. Yeah, they're both the same age. But, yeah, he's very injury prone. Stephon Diggs certainly not quite as much. Now, this was interesting. A.J. Brown today was talking about Jalen Hurts. And he was talking about a variety of stuff. We played earlier a cut from him, but he was talking about Howie Roseman because, he's a big Jalen Hurts guy.
They're like best friends.
He loves him. And rightly so. I mean, he just had a massive season, and he was taking shots as well at the Tennessee Titans, but he made his comments known towards Howie Roseman about what he thinks about the Jalen Hurts thing and how they should go ahead and get this thing done. Take it away, AJ.
Listen, I love Philly. And what I'm about to say. You do not pay this man. Just ship me off wherever he finna go.
It's over. Wherever he finna go.
I'm telling you.
Package deal me with him.
Listen, so you talk about pressure, how we get it done.
How we get it done. So, hey, if they don't sign Jalen Hurts, maybe A.J. Brown's out there. You can go trade for him.
Well, it seems like they're a package deal, Chuck, so you're going to have to take Hurts as well.
Well, would you do that? Is it worth it just to get A.J. Brown? Nah.
Man, this is
bring the Texas kid home?
Jalen Hurts is getting the contract, man. He's getting the contract, and thank God for A.J. Brown. Cowboys fans should be applauding A.J. Brown right now for doing that. And I think Hurts was getting the contract either way, but that's like a little cherry on top. Like, get it done, Howie is one hell of a line right there from A.J.
Get it done, Howie.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how that whole thing plays out. If he makes another leap up, it could turn into a nightmare. That could be like an Eagles from 20 years ago type of situation where they end up winning the division multiple years in a row and having great postseason success. And that's a personal Cowboys hell you want nothing to do with. So you got to keep your fingers crossed that this year was a result of the surroundings and some really good defensive play than Jalen Hurts putting the team on his back. But as long as he's going to run as effectively as he did this year, they are going to be damn hard to stop, no matter who's blocking for him. All right, we got to run, Nation. When we come back, it's time to hit the expressway. We got 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider, LA Live coming up at around 5:40 here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about D&M Leasing before we do anything else, though. It's any area code 35-LEASE, dmautoleasing.com. Yeah, I love D&M. You know, have 2 easy leases in my driveway every night. They're more important than ever with this rising interest rate environment that we're in. They keep raising the rates. They slowed down how quickly they're raising them, but they're still going up. We might be in for another half-pointer in the not-too-distant future. So, you know, my friends at D&M do want you to know it's more important than ever because what the traditional finance companies are doing right now is they're bringing back 84-month terms. That's what they have to do to make the car payments affordable for people, and it puts you in a place where you owe way more on your auto loan than what your car is worth. You're just not paying it down fast enough, and the car's depreciating on the other end. So you go to trade it in, you're like, well, I got to tack on thousands of dollars to my next loan to cover being upside down in this one. It's a bad place to be. You know, I was there a while back, like 20, 25 years ago, as a matter of fact, and I remember it vividly, and I said, this will never happen again, and it doesn't, thanks to the fine folks at D&M Leasing. I've done so many easy leases over the years, and the great thing is not only do you get that lower payment, but you get brand new vehicles more frequently. About every 2.5, 3 years in the Dawson household, we're looking to trade in. So do what makes sense. Lease with D&M Leasing. Save on your payments. Eliminate the risk that you'll be upside down when you trade in. Call